Chapter 201 Let all players suffer. After doing this, Zhao Sun controlled several hammers and hammered all the way on the left road. After triggering more than a dozen traps, 2 deep pits and a row of hidden weapons flying down from the ceiling, he let the gorilla explore the way. The gorilla walked forward on the safe stone slabs. Although it was limping because of its leg injury, its expression was relaxed. It felt that all the traps had been triggered. As long as it didn't walk on those dangerous tiles, it would be fine. But it didn't understand why it was needed, since it could use a hammer to test all the way. Before the gorilla finished thinking, it suddenly felt a slight vibration from above. It subconsciously looked up and saw a metal ball the size of a ping-pong ball falling from the open ceiling. It quickly dodged to the side. The next second, countless fine needles burst out of the metal ball, spraying in all directions without distinction and without dead ends. The gorilla was immediately disheartened, but still covered his head and ran away. Just when it thought that it would be seriously injured if it didn't die, it felt a burning sensation all over its body. It opened its eyes and saw that it was protected in a cover formed by flames. The moment the needles touched the flames, they melted and turned into a pool of metal liquid that slowly fell along the flame cover onto the stone slab on the ground. The gorilla breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sun said not far behind it, "Keep going," knowing that Zhao Sun would take action when necessary. The gorilla suddenly felt a lot safer, and it walked forward bravely. This time it finally reached the end smoothly. Zhao Sun followed the path the gorilla had taken and quickly walked to the wall at the end. When he reached the stone slab where the gorilla triggered the metal ball, he raised his legs and stepped over it, as if there was a rope there that would trip people. The gorilla looked at him puzzledly and waited until Zhao Sun came to his side before asking, "Why did you step over? I didn't see anything." Zhao Sun understood what the gorilla was asking, and he answered, "There is an infrared ray over there. When it senses the temperature, it will trigger the trap." The gorilla was only concerned with moving forward and didn't pay attention to his feet. But Zhao Sun could see clearly from behind. When the gorilla touched the infrared ray, a small red light could be clearly seen on its leg hair. "So that's how it is." The gorilla finally understood. But it soon raised a new question. "But I feel that you can handle these traps by yourself. Even without me, you can pass safely by yourself. Why do you need me to explore the way?" "The purpose of asking you to explore the way is certainly not to guard against these simple traps," Zhao Sun said as he turned to the left and then controlled the hammer to continue to test the road ahead. It's not a big problem for him to wade through these simple traps by himself. But frequent use of special abilities consumes a lot of mental power. If you keep using special abilities all the way, it will consume too much. And when you really need to use special abilities, they won't work so well. So, in places where you don't need to use special abilities, don't use them. So far, he hasn't encountered a single player. 100 players is not a small number. And the game rules say that all players' landing points are at the edge of the maze. In this case, no player has been encountered so far, which can only mean that this maze is very large. If you are unlucky, it may take 3 days to explore. If he uses special abilities non-stop for 3 consecutive days, even if his mental strength is strong, he can't withstand such consumption. In addition, letting the gorilla explore the way is also to guard against other advanced traps. It's just that he hasn't encountered advanced traps so far, but he always thinks that there will be more simple traps. "Do you think there are more complicated traps?" the gorilla asked. "More complicated than the infrared?" "Yes," Zhao Sun responded and changed the subject. "This road has been explored almost. It's your turn to play." The gorilla has a higher IQ and thinks more questions than other primates. It also asks the most questions. Hearing Zhao Sun talking, the gorilla was finally diverted, and it walked forward cautiously. It still stepped on the safe stone slab every step, but this time it was much more careful than before, and walked slower. "Hurry up," Zhao Sun urged. "This simple trap, even if you don't have time to dodge, I can ensure that you are safe." Hearing Zhao Sun's words, the orangutan swallowed his saliva, gave himself 2 seconds of psychological preparation, and then boldly walked forward quickly. After a while, it triggered an infrared sensing trap. As before, a metal ball fell from the hole in the ceiling and sprayed out countless fine needles. Zhao Sun still used flames to make a barrier, protecting the orangutan in all directions without dead ends. Confirming that Zhao Sun did what he said, the orangutan walked forward more confidently. Just when it was about to reach the end, a ball of fire suddenly emerged from the ground and instantly burned its injured foot. Zhao Sun stood behind and saw it clearly. When the orangutan stepped on the stone slab, a fiery red light lit up on the stone slab, which looked like some kind of magic circle. The flame came out of the magic circle. After being burned, the gorilla screamed and stumbled to the side to avoid it. Because it was in a hurry, it didn't notice the dart scattered on the ground. Seeing that it was about to step on the hidden weapon, Zhao Sun controlled the hammer to knock the hidden weapon away, so that its foot landed safely. At the same time, Zhao Sun raised his other hand and hit the gorilla's foot with a water ball, instantly extinguishing the flame. The gorilla sat on the ground, holding his injured foot and screaming. Even people who couldn't understand the gorilla's language could feel that it must be swearing dirty. Zhao Sun didn't care what the gorilla was cursing, as long as it didn't make noise in his mind. In the sound of the gorilla cursing, he quickly walked to the gorilla's side along the path the gorilla had walked. When passing by the stone slab with the magic circle, he took a big step over. At this time, the gorilla was tired of scolding. It stood up and limped behind Zhao Sun to the wall. "Is this why you asked me to explore the way?" the gorilla asked Zhao Sun. "The fire will not be discovered until it is stepped on." "Yes," Zhao Sun admitted frankly. Although he didn't know what kind of magic trap would appear before, he knew that there would definitely be magic traps, and it would be difficult to avoid damage with his reaction speed. This is indeed the case. This kind of magic circle cannot be seen unless it is triggered, but it is completely impossible to defend against it when it is triggered. It is better for the gorilla to get hurt than for himself to get hurt. The gorilla heard Zhao Sun's answer, but he was not angry. He just blew his leg hair that was burned a little. Because of the burning of the flame just now, the wound on its calf caused by the trap has completely stopped bleeding. But it hurts more. However, it knows that this is its role, and it did not complain. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the corner, and there was another fork in the road ahead. He burned a black mark in the middle of the fork, and drew two wavy lines in the middle. Then, he chose the road on the left again. First the hammer tried, then the gorilla tried. This time, the gorilla's intact foot was frozen by the magic circle that suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Zhao Sun had the special ability of fire control and thawed the gorilla. Because of the timely rescue, the gorilla felt a little cold in his feet, but he didn't get frostbite. "I think there are more and more places with traps." The gorilla walked to the wall at the end and sat on the ground. "There are fewer stone slabs to walk on," Zhao Sun said, and didn't say much. The gorilla was telling the truth. The further you go, the more traps you will find along the way. The fewer safe stone slabs there are. Before, you could choose one of the stone slabs in the same row to move forward. But now there will occasionally be a situation where there is only one safe stone slab in a row. If the safe stone slab in the front row is far away from the safe stone slab in the back row, you have to choose to jump over it. He knew that the gorilla was worried that if he continued to walk a few more roads at this rate, the distance between the safe stone slabs might not be able to be jumped over. Moreover, the number of traps on the ceiling and walls is also increasing, and some traps may be triggered during the jump. In this case, he can turn into a bird or a flying insect and fly directly over. In fact, he can turn into a flying animal and fly all the way over from the moment he enters the maze. There are two reasons why he did not choose this method. First, even if he turns into a flying animal, he cannot fly endlessly. When he needs a foothold, he cannot be sure whether the foothold is safe, which is a risk. The maze is too big, and he does not think he has such good luck that he cannot trigger any traps all the time. The deeper he goes, the more complicated the traps will be, and the more difficult it will be to avoid them. Even if he is an insect, he cannot escape the capture of the magic circle. But as time goes by, he is in the beast state and consumes mental power for a long time. Once he needs to use other abilities, his mental power may not be enough. Second, just in case he misses the opportunity to find a weapon, he does not think that the weapon will appear directly on one of the roads so blatantly, and it may take some means to get it. Maybe it's a puzzle to find the location, or maybe it's a reward dropped by killing a monster, or it may even be hidden in these traps. This is also the main reason why he triggered all the traps along the way. What if there are more and more traps in the future? So many that we can't walk through them? Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't speak for a while, the gorilla asked again. It shouldn't be. Zhao Sun came back to his senses and said his guess. The current traps are still mainly simple, and there should be more sophisticated, complex or more difficult traps in the future. At that time, there will be no need to rely on numbers to intercept players. If the road is only full of ordinary traps, some players may not be in trouble at all. For example, the special ability that can turn oneself into a diamond body, or the special ability to turn oneself into metal. The attacks of these ordinary traps cannot cause any harm to such players, and they can even walk through them directly. Therefore, according to his speculation, when the number of ordinary traps reaches a certain level, the roads behind will become more difficult traps, rather than more ordinary traps, all round and multi-angle, so that all players can suffer. Okay. The gorilla did not doubt Zhao Sun's judgment. It stood up and took the initiative to say, "Then let's continue walking." On the next road, the number of ordinary traps increased again, and the magic trap became 2. When they reached the end and saw 3 forks in the road, a player walked out of the middle road. It was a very young boy who looked like he had just reached adulthood. His eyes still carried the clear stupidity of not having experienced the beatings of society. The moment he saw Zhao Sun, the boy was stunned. When he saw the gorilla, the boy was full of doubts. Where did the gorilla come from? There are animals in the maze? He didn't see an animal along the way. Would this animal attack people? The boy was just wondering. And Zhao Sun's voice rang out. "You have walked all the way here. Is there a fork in the road?" The boy came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Sun warily. "Why should I tell you?" Zhao Sun was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked directly at the man and activated the hypnotic ability in psychic power. The next second, the boy's eyes became scattered. "You have to answer all the questions I ask you next truthfully. And you can't tell a lie," Zhao Sun said. The boy repeated Zhao Sun's words and nodded. Zhao Sun asked the previous question again. "Did you come here by a fork in the road?" "1." The boy answered truthfully. "How many roads are there at the fork in the road?" Zhao Sun asked again. 2. The boy answered. "Have you walked the other road?" "Yes." Zhao Sun marked the fork on the right. Since the boy had walked the other road and came to this road again, it can only mean that the road he walked on before was a dead end. The middle road has no other value except the possibility of weapons. But the weapons change their positions once an hour, and the probability of them being on that road is not high. So when Zhao Sun reaches a dead end and needs to turn back, he will give priority to the road on the right. "When I leave the road on the left, you will regain self-awareness, but you will not remember being hypnotized by me," Zhao Sun ordered the boy. Then he led the gorilla to the left. "Why don't you go with him?" The gorilla looked at Zhao Sun using a hammer to explore the way and couldn't help asking. "You can also let him help you explore the way. In that case, I need to hypnotize him deeply, which consumes too much of my mental energy." Zhao Sun waved his hand. It is okay to let a boy explore the way, but the other party must cooperate all the time, not regain self-awareness due to pain, and not have resistance consciousness, which requires deep hypnosis. And it is not certain how long the hypnosis will be effective after deep hypnosis. In this case where the other party will be injured from time to time. Hypnosis is definitely not permanent. It is more convenient to use primates than to leave such an unstable factor around. Chapter 202. It turns out there are traps here too. Seeing that his suggestion was not adopted, the gorilla sighed. It seems that his plan to let others replace him has failed. He can only continue to work hard. For the sake of 10 bananas, he will work hard. Anyway, no matter how serious his injury is, he can recover as before. The next 2 roads do have more and more traps. But after walking through these 2 roads, the next road suddenly becomes completely different. Even the appearance is different. On this road, the walls, the stone bricks on the ground, and the ceiling are all covered with green vines. The lights on the ceiling are entangled by vines, making the light even dimmer. "Where is there a place to step here?" The gorilla couldn't help complaining. "Look at those vines. There are so many thorns." Zhao Sun didn't say anything, just raised his hand, and a ball of fire flew out, burning all the vines in a dozen seconds. "How is it possible?" A man's incredible voice suddenly sounded behind him. Zhao Sun looked back and found that the man was wearing a cloak and his head was covered by a hood. When Zhao Sun looked over, the cloak was gradually changing from the iron-gray texture of the cement wall to the normal beige color of soft fabric. This is obviously a special item that allows the user to blend into the environment like a chameleon. "There is a person here. Don't you smell it?" Zhao Sun asked the gorilla in his heart. "I was just surprised that the road was full of vines, and I didn't pay attention to the smell." The gorilla explained in Zhao Sun's mind without blushing. "And this vine has a strong smell to begin with, and it has grown so much. It will also cover up other smells. Then can you smell the human smell on him now?" Zhao Sun asked again. "Of course." The gorilla wrinkled his nose. "He hasn't taken a shower for at least 10 days, and he doesn't smell very good." Zhao Sun said nothing more. After the gorilla said this, he couldn't tell whether this special item could cover up the smell after the user blended into the environment, or whether it was because of the influence of the vines on the gorilla that he didn't notice other smells. The man must have been too surprised to speak, and when he saw Zhao Sun looking at him, his expression was a little embarrassed. But he couldn't hide again, so he simply took off his hood and explained with a dry laugh. I was stuck here and didn't know how to get through. And suddenly I heard footsteps. I thought it was the Minotaur coming, so I hid quickly. Zhao Sun looked at the man and didn't speak. The man took the initiative to talk. My special ability is fire control, and your special ability looks the same as mine. But my fire can't burn these vines at all. Why can you? Hearing the man's words, Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. He acted alone and didn't find any problems. Now he heard the man say this. He immediately understood. Some of the traps on these roads are just minor bumps for him. But for new players, they may be a big trouble. For example, this vine cannot be burned by ordinary flames, so it is very troublesome to deal with. But he used Samadhi True Fire, so it was easy to burn it. He even remembered the magic circles he had encountered before. It is also possible that ordinary fire cannot melt the ice created by the magic circle, and ordinary water cannot extinguish the fire created by the magic circle. His water and fire are very special, which greatly reduces the degree of difficulty. Zhao Sun figured it out in his mind, but he had no intention of explaining it to the man. He raised his hand and controlled several hammers to knock all the way. This time, there was not a single ordinary trap. The gorilla was not happy about it, but began to worry whether it would step on all the magic circles all the way. It was about to start worrying about its own safety. Zhao Sun knew what the gorilla was worried about when he saw the gorilla's expression. He said to the gorilla, the biggest trouble on this road should be those vines. Even if there are other traps, there will not be many, so don't worry too much. Most new players should find it difficult to face those vines. This vine trap is just not difficult for him. So he felt that there was nothing wrong with his judgment, and there would not be too many magic traps on this road. Hearing Zhao Sun's words, the gorilla encouraged its morale again, and then it stepped forward. There was no safety slate to refer to this time, so it could only choose based on its own luck. The ignored man was a little unhappy at first, but when he saw Zhao Sun controlling the hammer remotely, he forgot about that dissatisfaction. He suddenly realized that Zhao Sun should be an old player. He even began to doubt whether old players could have more than one special ability. Otherwise, how could he see Zhao Sun using fire and still be able to control things? Since he was an old player, he was better than him and could burn the vines that he couldn't burn. So it didn't seem strange. At this time, the man became particularly quiet, fearing that he would annoy Zhao Sun and make Zhao Sun unhappy, and he might be in big trouble. But when he saw Zhao Sun talking to the gorilla, the man still felt a little fantasy. Why can he talk to the gorilla? Why is the gorilla willing to explore the way? Where did this gorilla come from? The gorilla in the maze shouldn't be so obedient, right? Is it an animal-type special item? He had only obtained this special item, and he knew very little about special items, and he didn't know if there was such a living special item. The man felt that his big head was full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. The gorilla walked straight to the middle section of the road, and never triggered any traps. Its heart, which was hanging high, slowly fell by half. It knew that Zhao Sun guessed right, and there shouldn't be many other traps on this road. Maybe, except for those vines, there are no traps at all. Thinking of this, the gorilla's steps became much easier. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 stone slab after another. It gradually approached the wall at the end. Its expression was completely relaxed. At the moment it stepped on the last stone slab, a green light suddenly bloomed, and a huge magic circle formed under its feet. Several vines stretched out from the magic circle and tightly wrapped around its body. Countless sharp thorns pierced its skin, and the pain made it unable to help but let out a howl. Blood flowed out along the spikes, seemingly nourishing the vines. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the vines grew like crazy, becoming more lush and thick, and extending to all directions. Zhao Sun threw out a ball of fire the moment the orangutan was entangled by the vines, but it was intercepted by the suddenly growing vines. Along with the sizzling sound of the vines being burned, more green vine branches sprouted and grew, accompanied by the orangutan's more tragic howling. The burned part of the vines was soon replaced by new vines. 10 seconds later, the walls, ground and ceiling of the entire road were covered with vines again. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood instantly. These vines can still be burned, but with the nourishment of blood. They grow very fast. He can make more fireballs to burn all the vines. But by that time, the orangutan will be sucked dry. Only after all the blood is sucked dry will the vines lose nutrients and stop growing wantonly. But from the current situation, as long as no more vines are burned, the vines will no longer absorb the blood of the orangutan, and a balance can be maintained between them for the time being. He insisted on burning the vines to death, and he would succeed, but the orangutan would also die. It is not worth losing a primate so easily. But if you want to take back the orangutan, you must let the small millstone touch the orangutan. The millstone is made of stone and has no metal components. The more important problem is that even if he can control the small millstone remotely, these vines may not let the small millstone easily approach the orangutan. Thinking of this, he controlled a hammer and threw it inside. As soon as the hammer entered the intersection, it was rolled up by a vine and blocked its way. Due to the weight of the hammer, a vine could not lift it and soon fell to the ground. But the next second, countless vines wrapped around it and wrapped the hammer tightly. Zhao Sun tried it and wanted to control the hammer again, which he could do. But he would definitely break the vines that were wrapped around it. Once the vines are less injured, they will definitely suck the blood of the gorilla again. Even though Zhao Sun understood this, there was no distress on his face. He took out his suitcase, opened it, and took out the small bottle of poison he brought with him when he first boarded the endless train. The best way he could think of to make the vines inactive without damaging them was to poison them. This poison is not corrosive and will not corrupt the vines, but its toxicity is also effective on plants. Even if the poison does not kill them, it can paralyze the vines. The man in the cloak on the side watched all this in amazement. He was very glad that he did not impulsively enter this road. Otherwise, he would end up like the gorilla and become the nutrients of the vines. Then he watched Zhao Sun fiddle with it for a long time and took out a dark glass bottle. He couldn't figure out what Zhao Sun wanted to do now. He didn't dare to ask anything now. He just wanted to wait quietly for the final result. If Zhao Sun could succeed, he would wait until Zhao Sun walked away and then quietly walked over. There is a ready-made bargain to be picked up. If you don't pick it up, you are a fool. Zhao Sun opened the bottle cap of the poison and used water power to control the whole bottle of poison to float out of the bottle. He didn't know how much poison was needed to deal with such a large number of plants. It's always a good idea to take out a bottle and try it first. The cloaked man was a little stunned. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this old player use fire and control objects. And now, he could control liquids? Is it so awesome to be an old player? Can you have so many special abilities? Zhao Sun divided the poison into hundreds of tiny water droplets, and then tried to throw one of them at the vine. The vine tried to stop the water droplets just like it did with the hammer before. But the water droplets are liquid, and the vines will scatter into more fine water droplets with a slight roll or a light whip, and they will scatter on the branches and leaves. After a while, all the vines at the intersection could not be lifted, but this did not trigger the vines to absorb the blood of the gorilla, confirming that this method is effective. Zhao Sun immediately threw the remaining poison water droplets one by one into the deeper part, until he came to the side of the orangutan. All the vines nearby had lost their vitality and became soft and weak, just like vegetables that had been left for too long. Even the vines that were wrapped around the orangutan loosened, and the orangutan fell to the ground in a mess. Not caring about his injuries, he ran towards Zhao Sun desperately with all his might on his 4 legs. Fortunately, after the vines softened, the small thorns became less hard. The orangutan ran all the way here without any injuries. It was just that it was seriously injured when it was entangled by the vines, and its overall condition was not very good. Before it ran to Zhao Sun, it was already shouting, "I want to go back! Let me go back!" To the cloaked man, it was a series of orangutan screams. He didn't understand what the orangutan was saying, but he could see that the orangutan was anxious. Zhao Sun put the remaining little poison back into the small medicine bottle and put it in the storage compartment. Then he took out the small millstone and took the initiative to step on the vines at the intersection. The gorilla ran faster and stretched out his arms to try to touch the small millstone earlier. The moment the gorilla's fingertips touched the small millstone, the gorilla's figure disappeared. On the small millstone, the silhouette of the gorilla was slightly dim. It was a reminder that the primate was recuperating. After taking back the gorilla, Zhao Sun used control fire again to burn all the vines. Then he walked straight to the last stone slab along the stone slab that the gorilla had walked on before, and then disappeared. The cloaked man was stunned for 2 seconds and didn't react to what happened. He rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he just saw. How could such a big person be there in the previous second and suddenly disappear in the next second? Is this also one of the traps in the maze? Did the trap of the maze make the man disappear? The cloaked man was puzzled and walked towards the end boldly. With the experiment of the gorilla and Zhao Sun, he walked calmly and smoothly this time. But after reaching the second to last stone slab, he hesitated. He didn't know what choice he should make. The last stone slab on the straight line must not be chosen. But the other stone slabs are not necessarily safe. What if there are other traps? But now, he can only try it on his own. After hesitating for a long time, the cloaked man looked at the corner of the right turn and finally chose to step on the stone slab closer to the right. All is safe. The cloaked man heaved a sigh of relief. His expression also became relaxed, and he walked briskly towards the corner. Just as his foot stepped on the last stone slab belonging to this road near the corner, the stone slab suddenly turned into a crocodile's mouth. Biting his legs tightly, he fell heavily to the ground. His head hit the stone slab at the corner, and a little blood oozed out. So there is a trap here too? Zhao Sun's voice suddenly sounded. The cloaked man, who was a little dizzy, was startled. He didn't even care about the pain in his head and legs, and immediately looked up at the source of the sound. Zhao Sun suddenly appeared again. Just like he suddenly disappeared just now. There was no sign. What are you? The cloaked man barely asked 3 words, and then screamed uncontrollably. He looked back and found that the crocodile mouth that the stone slab had turned into was swallowing his body bit by bit. Fear instantly climbed into his heart, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Save me! He subconsciously asked Zhao Sun for help. Chapter 203. If you don't die, who will die? Zhao Sun looked down at the cloaked man for a few seconds and stretched out his hand to the cloaked man. The cloaked man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and tried to raise his arm, trying to reach Zhao Sun's hand. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sun's hand missed the cloaked man's hand, crossed the cloaked man's head, and grabbed the cloak worn by the cloaked man. In the puzzled eyes of the cloaked man, Zhao Sun pulled off the cloak on the cloaked man. The cloaked man's face turned pale in an instant. At this time, what else did he not understand? Zhao Sun didn't intend to save him at all, and he wanted to take away his special items. You? The cloaked man only had time to say this one word before he screamed again. His legs had been swallowed up to his knees by the big mouth of the stone crocodile. Every time the sharp teeth bit an inch, his pants and flesh were pierced, and strands of blood flowed out. Zhao Sun folded his cloak slowly and calmly, with a warm smile on his face. You don't think that I am so kind that I will let you take advantage of me for nothing, do you? What advantage did I take from you? The cloaked man endured the pain and squeezed out 2 sentences. I didn't do anything, and I didn't get any benefit from you. Without me, can you walk this road so easily? Zhao Sun was a little more patient at this time, and he didn't rush to leave. He said to the cloaked man, You know very well that your fire can't burn those vines at all. The cloaked man choked for a while, and defended himself a little unconvinced. But I still fell into the trap, and I didn't walk this road safely because of you. Without me, you wouldn't even have the chance to fall into this trap. You would die directly in the hands of those vines, and there would be no one to help. Zhao Sun's face was still smiling, and his warm appearance formed a sharp contrast with his ruthless words. With me, you have advanced a long distance. Besides, who stipulated that I have to save you here? The cloaked man choked again. He watched unwillingly as the cloak that originally belonged to him disappeared in Zhao Sun's hands, and asked with gritted teeth, You deliberately hid, just to steal my special items at this time? You can think so. Zhao Sun shrugged indifferently. He knew that the cloaked man was staring at him the whole time. So when he was about to leave this road, he turned into a mosquito, flew directly over the remaining stone slabs, and lay on the wall quietly waiting. As he expected, the cloaked man came over impatiently, although he was not sure whether there were traps in the remaining stone slabs. Since someone was willing to try, it was okay for him to squat and watch. What if there was a trap? And the weapon he wanted was in this trap? In other words, if the cloaked man left consciously after being discovered at first, and did not keep staring at Zhao Sun would not chase him. Even if Zhao Sun completely left this road and returned quietly after half an hour, Zhao Sun did not intend to squat here. But the cloaked man wanted to take advantage of this, and was reluctant to leave. He also saw Zhao Sun using various special abilities throughout the whole process. Then Zhao Sun couldn't let this man go easily. Greed was the real cause of the cloaked man's death. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, the cloaked man was furious. He waved his hands desperately at Zhao Sun, and several flames the size of soybeans were scattered on Zhao Sun's body. Zhao Sun raised his hand lightly, and a stream of water flowed out, instantly extinguishing all the flames and soaking the cloaked man. The next second, Zhao Sun raised his hand and put it on the cloaked man's shoulder. In the cloaked man's doubtful eyes, he pushed hard and sent most of the cloaked man's body directly into the mouth of the stone crocodile. The cloaked man screamed again, and he cursed in a hurry. "I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? If you burn the stone crocodile with fire, there may be a glimmer of hope." Zhao Sun's eyes were like looking at a stupid clown. "But you have to use this only chance of survival to attack me. If you don't die, who will die?" After saying that, he no longer gave the cloaked man a chance to speak, and used force again to stuff the cloaked man into the crocodile's mouth, leaving only his head outside. The chest cavity was violently squeezed by the stone crocodile's mouth, and the cloaked man felt that his ribs were broken. The intense pain made him unable to make a sound. He could only open his eyes and stare at Zhao Sun with resentment. Zhao Sun kicked again and successfully stuffed the cloaked man completely into the crocodile's mouth. Afterwards, the crocodile's mouth that completely swallowed the cloaked man slowly disappeared and turned back into an ordinary stone slab. Zhao Sun watched the whole process and was sure that no weapons would emerge from this trap. He took back the hammer that was wrapped by the vines before, turned around, and looked at the fork in the road in front of him. This time, there were 2 forks in the road. He marked it, and still chose the left road. The walls and ceiling on both sides of this road looked ordinary, but the ground was no longer a stone slab, but a river. There was not a single stone slab on the ground of the whole road, which was filled with river water. The river water was not clear, so it was difficult to see how deep the river was, and what was in the river. However, even the most brainless person could guess that there must be some aggressive animals and plants in this river, which would jump out and attack the player when passing by. Zhao Sun threw the hammer in his hand out first, and it was unobstructed all the way without triggering anything underwater. It seems that the underwater things have no reaction to dead objects. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Sun used the hammer to knock on the ceiling and the walls on both sides. In total, only 1 trap on the ceiling was triggered. Something like a shower head fell down, spinning and spraying silver needles as thin as hair, just like a rain of pear blossom needles. Zhao Sun was far away, so the needle's jet force could not hit him. In the end, all the needles fell into the water, because they were too light. They could not sink to the bottom of the water, and could only float on the surface. Zhao Sun raised his hand, and all the needles floated in the air. This kind of light thing can really control more at one time, and as long as it is not particularly delicate, it will hardly consume his mental power. But if you want to be so delicate as to control the movement trajectory of each needle differently, the consumption of mental power will be very large. Zhao Sun checked and confirmed that there was no poison on the needle tip, and then poked all the needles one by one on the hem of his clothes. Maybe it will be useful later, so don't miss the wool you should grab. After doing all this, he threw the hammer into the water again. Under his control, the hammer stirred in the water and touched many obstacles. Although he couldn't figure out the depth of the river, he at least confirmed that there was more than one animal in it. However, these animals were like dead things. Even if they were touched by the hammer, they didn't react at all, and didn't even move. This gave him room for maneuver. Zhao Sun took out an axe and threw it into the river. When he touched an obstacle, he immediately attacked with the axe and hammer. After a while, strands of blood floated on the water. He didn't feel any obstacles throughout the whole process. It seems that these things in the river will not wake up even when they are threatened, as long as no living creatures enter their sensing range. That's really great. Zhao Sun followed the same method and solved all the creatures in the river that he could touch. He couldn't guarantee that there would be no fish that slipped through the net. But after all this trouble, at least half of the troubles were solved. The entire river surface turned a light red, and one could even smell the obvious smell of blood. After doing this, Zhao Sun took back the hammer and axe and summoned the pygmy marmoset. The pygmy marmoset is the smallest of the 10 primates. He let the pygmy marmoset lie on the hammer, and then he controlled the hammer and flew quickly across the water. The flying speed was so fast that even the afterimage could be seen. Even so, it instantly triggered the few surviving creatures in the river to jump out of the water. Each one looked like a fish, and the size was no more than the size of a palm. But they all had a huge mouth that occupied half of the body, and a mouthful of sharp teeth. Fortunately, Zhao Sun had been prepared, and almost the moment those creatures appeared, a group of flames rushed over. Instantly, the fish were burned into charcoal, which broke into powder and fell back into the water. After a round of burning, Zhao Sun controlled the hammer to fly back. The pygmy marmoset held the handle of the hammer tightly, with its eyes tightly closed, for fear that it would fall down. On the way back, it hooked a few more small fish. Zhao Sun used the same method to get rid of these fish. Then, he let the pygmy marmoset fly back and forth several times, and only after making sure that no fish flew out did he retract the hammer. The pygmy marmoset quickly climbed onto his shoulder. The pygmy marmoset's body trembled slightly, and it held Zhao Sun's clothes tightly. "How terrible!" it muttered. "It flew so fast. I felt that the wind could blow me down." Just now, its claws grabbed the handle of the hammer so hard that it felt a sharp pain in its claws now. The wind was so strong that it couldn't even open its eyes. It was even more frightened and could only hold the handle tighter. It felt like its nails were about to break, although it was sure that it was safe. Its heartbeat was still very fast, and it couldn't calm down for a while. Zhao Sun touched the pygmy marmoset's head. "If you don't fly faster, you will be bitten by the fish." The pygmy marmoset said, "Oh," but didn't say anything else. It curled up its body and snuggled tightly against Zhao Sun's neck to give itself a little warmth. Zhao Sun did not give the pygmy marmoset too much time to be tender, and took the pygmy marmoset back into the small stone mill. Then, he turned into a bird, flew over the river, and arrived at the corner safely. There was no road ahead. After turning the corner, there was a wall in front of him, and there was no way out. This was a dead end. Zhao Sun did not rush to fly back, but controlled a hammer to knock on the stone slabs, walls and ceilings on the dead end. Although this was hardly a road, there was still a 1-meter-long ceiling and wall. Maybe there were traps here. When he knocked on the last stone slab, the stone slab suddenly turned over. Several flaming arrows shot out at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun reacted quickly and made a fire curtain to block himself. The sharp arrows turned into powder the moment they touched the fire curtain. The fire on the sharp arrows was also swallowed up in an instant. The next second, the stone slab flipped again, and several water columns rushed towards the fire curtain. The water columns evaporated with a sizzling sound. But the fire curtain did not decrease at all. After a while, the water columns disappeared completely. The area was surrounded by water vapor, with thick water mist, but it was quickly evaporated by the hot flames. Immediately afterwards, the stone slab flipped again, but this time there was no attack, and a treasure chest appeared on the stone slab and floated quietly. Zhao Sun immediately became interested, but he did not approach easily, but used control gold to open the lock on the box and open the lid. Inside was a ball of red thread. A ball of thread? Zhao Sun couldn't help but think of the myth about the Minotaur. Princess Ariadne, the king's daughter, fell in love with Theseus, who was about to be sacrificed, and gave Theseus a sword and a ball of thread. Theseus tied one end of the ball of thread to the entrance of the maze, and then followed the rolling ball of thread until he found the Minotaur and killed the monster with the sword. It can be said that the ball of thread and the sword played a big role in Theseus' successful killing of the Minotaur. This ball of thread might be the one in the myth. In other words, even if this ball of thread cannot be used to kill the Minotaur, it should at least be used to find the Minotaur. Zhao Sun first tried it with a hammer to make sure that neither the treasure chest nor the ball of thread showed any aggressive behavior. He took out a 9-claw hook from the storage compartment, easily hooked the ball of thread, and pulled it back to his side. He wanted to put the things back into the storage compartment first, and then fly back to study the ball of thread carefully. But the 9-claw hook and the hammer entered the storage compartment smoothly. But this ball of thread could not enter. Now Zhao Sun was more certain of the special nature of this ball of thread. He grabbed the ball of thread with his claws, and a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Red ball of thread full of love. This ball of thread given by Princess Ariadne to Theseus is full of the princess's love and hope. This love and hope is something that a monster like the Minotaur cannot understand. And this is the fundamental reason why Theseus was able to defeat the Minotaur. As long as you can get this ball of thread, you will have the ability to kill the Minotaur. Come on, warrior. Sure enough, this is one of the weapons. It's a pity that the ball of thread didn't find the ability of the Minotaur. Otherwise, he would be close to victory. In addition, it can't be put into the storage compartment, so the player can't hide the weapon. And it's easy to be noticed when encountering other players. This also gives other players a chance to scramble. Zhao Sun thought while flying back. Back at the fork in the road, he turned back into a human and tried to put the ball of thread into his coat pocket. Unfortunately, the ball of thread was too big, twice as big as his fist, and his pocket couldn't fit it at all. He could only unzip his coat and put the ball of thread into his arms. Chapter 204 Smells So Good. Chapter 204 Smells So Good. The belly is bulging out. And it looks like a big belly. But on Zhao Sun, it looks a bit abrupt. After all, he has long arms and legs. And he doesn't look fat anywhere. It's easy to make people wonder if there is something in his stomach. But for Zhao Sun, it's better than holding it in his hands. Otherwise, he can't use different abilities with both hands at the same time. Zhao Sun looked at the road on the right. There was a lion lying in the middle of the road, sleeping soundly. Apart from that, there was nothing else strange on this road. Zhao Sun didn't rush over, but sat down on the spot, took out his food and started eating. From entering the game to now, he has been busy for more than 12 hours. From 3 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He almost never stopped and didn't eat anything during this period. Now it's time to take a break. He quickly finished the buns and drank a few sips of water, just sitting at the intersection, watching the sleeping lion snoring. He didn't deliberately move lightly, but the noise he made didn't wake the lion at all. After thinking about it, he clapped his hands deliberately to make a bigger noise. The lion still didn't react. He threw a hammer at the lion again. The hammer landed not far in front of the lion, making a bang sound. The lion was still snoring like thunder, with no sign of waking up. So Zhao Sun controlled the hammer in the air and hit the lion's nose. He used a lot of force and showed no mercy. The lion's nose was bleeding instantly. The snoring stopped immediately. The air was strangely quiet. And the next second, the lion suddenly opened his eyes. Its eyes accurately locked onto Zhao Sun, and its eyes were full of the bloodthirstiness of a beast. Then it growled and rushed towards Zhao Sun quickly. Zhao Sun sat there without moving, observing the lion's expression and movements. In theory, the noses of animals are relatively fragile parts. Once attacked, the animals will react greatly, and screaming in pain is inevitable. Besides, he had just put in a lot of effort. But judging from the lion's reaction, it seemed that it didn't feel any pain at all. Seeing that the lion was about to rush in front of Zhao Sun, it suddenly stopped, opened its mouth, and roared at Zhao Sun. When the saliva was about to spray on Zhao Sun's body, it was intercepted by the wall of fire that suddenly stood up and burned it clean. Zhao Sun smiled at the lion. It was indeed so. The range of activities of things on each road was limited to the current road and would not exceed this range. So, the lion was the same. It could not run out of this road and attack Zhao Sun, who was sitting outside, even if it was only a dozen centimeters away. The lion's head did not exceed the edge of this road at all, and it could only use its roar to poison Zhao Sun's ears. Zhao Sun operated the hammer and the newly taken axe to attack various parts of the lion's body. The lion suddenly lost the energy to roar with Zhao Sun, and jumped up and down to avoid the attack. It seems that although the lion cannot feel physical pain, it can still die if seriously injured. Otherwise there is no need for it to hide. While Zhao Sun forced the lion to jump up and down, he took this opportunity to test all the stone slabs, walls and ceilings on the whole road. The objects did not trigger any traps. The lion ran back and forth and did not trigger any traps. But this does not rule out the possibility that the trap will recognize the lion as one's own side and will not trigger the trap. So, after the test, Zhao Sun directly burned the lion to death with fire. Then he summoned the gibbon and let it test it step by step. This time, his luck was good. He walked all the way to the end without triggering any traps. Zhao Sun followed the path that the gibbon had taken and walked quickly. After reaching the end, looking at the corner, he found that there were 4 forks in the road ahead. Zhao Sun marked the forks, but did not rush to go, but returned to the previous road. He took out 2 axes and worked on the lion, cutting off the burnt fur on the outer layer. He saw that a lot of meat inside was not burnt, but had a smell of cooked meat. He took out his backpack and rummaged through it, and indeed found a portable seasoning bag. After getting the backpack, he checked everything inside. When he saw the portable seasoning bag, he was a little moved. It was indeed an official distribution of supplies, and even such things were taken into consideration. I really didn't expect that he would actually use these things. Zhao Sun cut off several pieces of good meat, sprinkled cumin and chili powder on it, and tried to eat a bite. Well, the meat was a bit dry, but for someone who hadn't eaten big fish and meat for half a month, it was still delicious. It happened that he had just eaten only 1 meat bun, which was far from enough to fill his stomach that had been hungry for 12 hours. This meal was quite comfortable. Zhao Sun feasted for a long time, and when his stomach felt a little full, 2 curious voices came from the direction of the 4 forks. Why do I seem to smell the aroma of meat? This was a woman's voice. Is it an illusion? How could someone cook in the maze? This was a man's voice. But it really smells like meat. The woman seemed not convinced that she was refuted and tried to defend herself. The man was silent for a few seconds before saying, It seems to be true. A few seconds later, a man and a woman stood at the end of the road, staring at Zhao Sun, who was eating with oil dripping from his mouth. Is this a lion? After a long while, the man said this in a daze. Although the body has been disassembled and the skin has been burnt out of shape, it is still easy to tell what kind of animal it is from the claws and head left. The woman swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Is this a lion delicious? It smells so good. General. Zhao Sun stood up and looked at the man and woman. Which road did you come from? The man and the woman subconsciously looked back at the fork in the road at the same time, and then answered in unison. From the third road. Zhao Sun nodded, indicating that he knew. Then, he walked towards the fork in the road. When passing by the two people, the woman asked cautiously, Aren't you going to eat the remaining meat? Well, I can't eat it anymore. Zhao Sun replied. Then, can I eat it? The woman swallowed uncontrollably after asking. Since becoming a player of the endless train, she only dared to buy fast food from the cart every day. She has been eating for half a month, and it is so bland. Before, she had no choice and could bear it. But now she suddenly smelled such fragrant meat. Her gluttony was aroused all of a sudden, and it was really hard to control herself. She really wanted to eat it, but it was someone else's. She didn't dare to pounce on it and eat it directly. Although this lion should be in the maze and not considered a player's, it was always cooked by someone else. It must be allowed by others. Right? You can do whatever you want. Zhao Sun waved his hand indifferently. When the man and woman heard what Zhao Sun said, they immediately rushed to the lion as if they were having fun, tore some meat with their bare hands, and stuffed it into their mouths. From the moment they smelled the fragrance of the meat, all their attention was attracted by the food, and they didn't care about Zhao Sun's particularly bulging belly at all. At this time, he was so focused on eating meat that he didn't care about anything else. Zhao Sun walked into the corner and looked at the road on the far left. It was another road that looked completely normal. Moreover, there was nothing on this road. Animals, objects, plants, nothing. Just a bare road. Just as Zhao Sun was about to test it with a hammer and then with a gibbon in order, a figure actually walked over at the end of the road. Zhao Sun paused with his hammer and looked carefully at the person walking slowly. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Strictly speaking, this should not be a person. It is a monster with a bull's head and a human body. According to legend, the Minotaur was a monster that was half man and half bull. So, are you the Minotaur? Zhao Sun asked directly. The other party paused, and he looked at Zhao Sun vigilantly without speaking. On the road behind Zhao Sun, the man and woman who were eating meat were shocked when they heard Zhao Sun's words. They wiped their hands quickly, stood up and ran towards Zhao Sun's position. They swallowed the meat in their mouths with difficulty while running. After seeing the monster with a bull's head and a human body, the man and the woman both exclaimed. The monster probably felt that it was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, so it immediately turned around and wanted to run. Zhao Sun quickly raised his hand and formed a fire net in front of the monster. The monster paused. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Zhao Sun with anger in his bull eyes. Zhao Sun closed his fingers without changing his expression. The fire net quickly shrank and wrapped around the monster. The monster didn't even have time to struggle before it was ignited by the fire net. A scream sounded, and the monster fell to the ground. This is so easy, the woman said in a daze. The rules of the game say that only the two weapons in the maze can kill the Minotaur. Our special abilities should not be able to kill him, the man said confidently. He will definitely be able to stand up unscathed in a while. Then, the man and the woman looked at the monster very carefully. More than 10 seconds passed, but the monster did not move at all. Instead, there was a burning smell in the air. The woman asked doubtfully. Are you sure he can stand up again? Should. The man's tone sounded less confident. He's not the real Minotaur, Zhao Sun said calmly. Almost at the moment when he finished speaking, the monster disappeared with a puff, leaving only a tuft of cow hair on the ground. Woman. Man. Isn't this the ability of Sun Wukong to pluck hair and split himself? How come the Minotaur can also do this trick? How did you see that? The man couldn't help asking Zhao Sun. Feeling, Zhao Sun said concisely. The first time the monster saw him, it didn't rush to eat him, but looked at him with caution. According to the description in the myth, the Minotaur is brutal and fierce. With such a character, it is impossible to act timidly, let alone run away when seeing many people. Moreover, as the master of the maze, even if the Minotaur has no other powerful abilities, it can walk sideways in the maze by relying on the fact that it will not be killed by the player's special ability. On the contrary, the player needs to avoid and hide before finding a weapon. No matter how he looked at it, the monster with a bull's head and a human body that appeared in front of him did not look like the real Minotaur. But he did not expect that this was a clone made of cow hair. What he was more concerned about was whether the Minotaur would receive the memory of the clone after the cow hair clone died. If it could, with the violent character of the Minotaur, he might be so angry that he would come to him on his own initiative when he found that his clone was killed so easily. That would save him a lot of trouble. Zhao Sun glanced at the couple who were still in a daze. "Aren't you leaving yet?" The couple came back to their senses at the same time. They instantly understood what Zhao Sun meant. Zhao Sun did not want to go with them. The two of them nodded with a dry laugh almost in unison. "Let's go! We'll leave right away." Although they had only been in contact for a while, both of them could see that they were no match for Zhao Sun. They did not want to annoy each other. Otherwise they might end up like the lion and the cow hair clone. After that, the two quickly walked into the second road next to them. However, they were afraid of the danger of traps, so they just entered the intersection first, and did not dare to go deeper immediately. Zhao Sun heard the footsteps beside him stop, and he could probably guess where they stopped. From that position, they could not see here even if they stretched their heads. Only when standing at the corner can you see the situation at each intersection. Once you enter the intersection, you can no longer see other roads. These two people are quite conscious, so Zhao Sun did not care much. According to his previous habit, he first tried it with a hammer and did not trigger any traps. Then he asked the gibbon to explore the way. The gibbon walked all the way to the middle of the road unimpeded. And suddenly a strong yellow light appeared above his head, and the magic circle covered the entire road. Almost in an instant, countless locusts swarmed out of the magic circle. The gibbon reacted quickly, and at the moment the light appeared, it ran toward Zhao Sun with its hands and feet. When the locust appeared, it had already run half the distance. Just as the locusts were about to fall on the gibbon, several fireballs the size of ping-pong balls flew over the gibbon's head and burned all the locusts along the way. But the magic circle was still glowing, and locusts kept coming out of the magic circle as if they were free. The gibbon didn't even dare to look up, just staring at Zhao Sun's position and running towards Zhao Sun desperately. Under Zhao Sun's fire attack, the gibbon finally ran back. When it came in front of Zhao Sun, the gibbon subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Just because it was a second slower, a locust immediately fell on the gibbon's right calf. Then the gibbon screamed in pain. "This thing actually bit me!" It ran back to Zhao Sun while yelling. The next moment, Zhao Sun built a fire net barrier around himself, covering himself and the gibbon inside. He glanced at the gibbon's leg. The locust bit the gibbon's flesh tightly, and had not let go until now. The gibbon pulled the locust off in a rage, and the locust's body and head were immediately separated. But the locust head that remained on the gibbon's leg was still firmly biting the gibbon's flesh, as if the locust had barbed teeth in its mouth, nailing itself to the gibbon's leg. "I'll deal with you after you finish this road," Zhao Sun said to the gibbon. The gibbon said, followed Zhao Sun side step by step, and walked quickly to the end of the road. Halfway through, it seemed to be really unbearable, and said to Zhao Sun, "My legs hurt. It seems to be swollen." The next moment, it felt dizzy. Its body shook a little. If Zhao Sun hadn't grabbed its arm, it would have hit the fire net. Zhao Sun took a look at the gibbon's thigh. There were indeed very obvious signs of redness and swelling, and the whole calf was swollen almost as thick as the thigh. Looking at the gibbon's current reaction, it was obviously poisoned. It seems that this locust not only bites people, but also has toxins. Zhao Sun took out a dagger and cut off a piece of meat from the gibbon's calf neatly, along with the locust's head. The gibbon howled and grimaced in pain. Zhao Sun took out a small stone mill and took the gibbon back. The gibbon was in a very bad condition. It seemed that the poison was very serious. If it stayed any longer, it would die. After doing all this, Zhao Sun reduced the fire net a little, covering it within a range of 20 centimeters around his body, and walked towards the end of the road step by step. Soon he reached the corner. Like the lions on the road before, these locusts were just running around on this road no matter how active they were. They would never run out. After confirming this, Zhao Sun removed the fire net. The magic circle on the ceiling of the road behind him was still extremely bright, as if it would not stop until the road was completely filled with locusts. Zhao Sun did not look back, turned right, and came to a new intersection. A monster with a bull's head and a human body stood in the middle of the road, and it seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Seeing Zhao Sun appear, the monster tilted its head, and a cracking sound came from its neck. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you the Minotaur?" The monster suddenly rushed over to answer Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not move. Watching very calmly, the monster swung a punch and directly crossed the line at the intersection. But when it was about to hit Zhao Sun's face, its hand was chopped off by a machete. Zhao Sun observed. Being able to cross the restriction of the intersection means that this monster does not belong to this road. It is also very impulsive and attacks right away. It looks like a real Minotaur. But is the Minotaur so weak? A machete can cut off the wrist. Zhao Sun had doubts in his heart, so he did not easily take out the ball of thread in his arms. The monster grew a hand again after a few seconds, and stepped out of the intersection and flew toward Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun fought back with a fireball, and burned the monster into charcoal in an instant. The monster stood up again after a few seconds. It seems that this is really a Minotaur, although its attack power is average. It has such a recovery ability. Chapter 205. You are not the only one who can make preparations. Zhao Sun was sure in his heart, so he took out the ball of yarn in his arms. He tied one end of the yarn to the handle of a dagger, and by controlling the dagger, he wrapped the yarn around the monster. The moment the yarn ball touched the monster seemed to be immobilized. Although it tried to twist its body to break free, it was in vain. It couldn't even lift its arms, and couldn't pull off the entangled yarn. Only the pair of eyes, rolling around, full of ferocity. Only ferocity. No fear. Zhao Sun pulled the yarn ball in his hand until all the yarn balls were torn apart and wrapped around the monster, wrapping the monster into a mummy. The yarn ball gradually melted on the monster's body and gradually merged into the monster's body, and the monster let out an uncontrollable painful wail. The more I listened to the cry, the more it sounded like a human voice, without any feeling of a monster. Zhao Sun frowned slightly, and saw that the melted ball of thread had completely merged into the monster's body. The monster seemed to have lost all its strength and fell heavily to the ground. As the monster's head hit the ground, the bull's head made a crisp, click, sound and was separated from the body. But it was not the head and body that separated, but fell off like a headgear, revealing a handsome young face inside. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. "Who are you?" According to the myths he knew, the Minotaur was a monster with a bull's head and a human body, not a human with a bull's headgear. This person is not the Minotaur. The other party was not dead yet, and he looked up at Zhao Sun with some effort. He opened and closed his mouth several times before he could barely spit out a few words. I am Theseus." Zhao Sun's face sank slightly, and he understood it instantly. Therefore, the sentence mentioned in the game rules, "If the weapon is destroyed before the Minotaur is killed, it will be regenerated at a random location," does not only refer to the possibility he guessed before, but also refers to the situation where the weapon is destroyed by mistakenly killing a fake Minotaur. Now, he killed a fake Minotaur, and the weapon was destroyed. The ball of thread will be regenerated randomly in other places. He has to spend time looking for it again. "Did the Minotaur hypnotize you?" Zhao Sun asked. "Did you become his substitute without knowing it?" Theseus's previous performances were very consistent with the character of the Minotaur, as if Theseus also thought he was the Minotaur himself. But Theseus's purpose was to kill the Minotaur, so it didn't make sense for him to take the initiative to become the scapegoat of the Minotaur. So, this can only be the work of the Minotaur. Theseus was blank for a moment. Then he murmured, "I don't remember. I only remember that I was holding a ball of thread and a sword, and saw a monster with a bull's head and a human body in front of me. I was about to attack, but I was suddenly hit on the back of my head. Before I fainted, I vaguely felt something was wrapped around my head." He was unable to lift his head again, and his head slowly drooped. He turned over with some effort, lying on his back, and then he uttered another sentence intermittently. "After that, I have no memory of what happened afterwards." After he finished speaking, his face was full of pain. After a brief burst of rapid breathing, his breathing gradually became shallower and lighter, and finally stopped. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes to look at Theseus' body, and he had a general understanding of the whole incident. The monster with a bull's head and a human body that Theseus saw was probably a clone made of cow hair, specially used to attract Theseus' attention. And the one attacking from behind was the Minotaur himself. The thing Theseus felt on his head must be the bull-shaped headgear on the ground. Theseus would lose himself and his memory. And his behavior was exactly like the Minotaur. He should be inseparable from this headgear. Zhao Sun raised his foot and kicked the headgear. Just when he was about to confirm whether he could take it, the headgear suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. He thought for a few seconds, picked a hair of Theseus, and held it in his mouth. Unfortunately, the owner of this item does not have any special abilities or supernatural powers. Zhao Sun threw the hair away casually. It seems that the situation is the same as he expected. Theseus can heal quickly, which is also the credit of the cow-shaped headgear. The Minotaur is still capable. Not only can he use the cow hair clone, but he can also make this kind of headgear, allowing others to pretend to be him and have the same characteristics as him in all aspects. In other words, the Minotaur himself should also have a strong self-healing ability. In addition, the latter must be more consuming for the Minotaur. And perhaps there are also requirements for selecting the target, which should not be as easy to make as the cow hair clone. But the point now is that if this is a deliberate setup by the Minotaur, it means that the Minotaur can see the situation of the clone being killed through the cow hair clone. And he also knows that Zhao Sun has a weapon on him. That's why he deliberately sent Theseus, who is even more flawless, to induce Zhao Sun to use weapons to attack. Then it is very likely that before Zhao Sun finds a weapon again, the Minotaur will find Zhao Sun first to avenge the killing of the clone. The bull-shaped headgear might also allow the Minotaur to see Zhao Sun's current situation. Maybe he will come soon. 20 minutes later. Zhao Sun still did not leave the road. He sat at the intersection, looking at the body of Theseus lying on the ground. Very silent. There was no expression on his face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. "It seems that you guessed that I would come." A man's sneer suddenly came from the front. "Waiting for me here specially?" Zhao Sun looked up and saw a monster with a bull's head and a human body. "Are you the Minotaur?" Zhao Sun asked in a deep voice. "Why do you only ask this question every time?" The monster snorted and did not answer, but just slowly approached Zhao Sun step by step. Zhao Sun looked up at the monster that was gradually approaching, and there was no change in his expression on his face. Neither panicked, nor prepared to attack. The monster stood 2 meters away from Zhao Sun. It looked at Zhao Sun with some suspicion. "Are you giving up struggling?" It was a little skeptical. This player encountered the monster with a bull's head and a human body twice, and he attacked without hesitation, without any intention of retreating or admitting defeat. Now suddenly doing nothing seems a bit strange. However, the player had weapons that could kill him twice before. Now that he has no weapons, he is timid and desperate, which is logical. But he cannot be 100% sure of the other party's thoughts. After all, he has already had 2 stand-ins die at the hands of this player. And the fire used by this player seems to be much more powerful than other players. So it is better to be careful. "I haven't given up. I'm just waiting for you to make a move." Zhao Sun's tone was calm. He looked directly into the monster's eyes and smiled. "Why? Are you suddenly scared? What am I afraid of?" The monster smiled sarcastically. "You don't have a weapon. You can't kill me at all. The player's special ability can't really kill you." Zhao Sun paused, and then continued. "But as long as the special ability is strong enough, it should be able to put you in a state of death for a period of time." The monster's cow face twisted slightly for a moment, and his eyes revealed obvious annoyance. Zhao Sun smiled. "It seems that I guessed right. Don't be so self-righteous," the monster warned in a low voice. "This is just your guess. Do you really dare to bet? At this time, I really can't kill you. But with your ability, I'm afraid you can't eat me. But I will make you enter a state of death for a period of time." Zhao Sun didn't care about the monster's words at all, but continued his previous topic. "At this time, if you meet other people with weapons, you won't even have a chance to escape. You can only wait to die, unless you are now a stand-in again." Zhao Sun looked up and down at the monster. "But it looks like you are the Minotaur himself." He has a violent personality, but he is more rational than the Minotaur pretending to be Theseus, and he will consider when taking action. This is more like the behavior of a normal creature with thinking and judgment ability. The cow hair clone can't do this, and the stand-ins pretended by others can't do this either, because they are all controlled by instructions. Only the Minotaur himself can think before taking action. Moreover, the Minotaur used a trick to make Zhao Sun lose his weapon, and he must want to see him in person. Only the real Minotaur can eat the sacrifice. Therefore, he is more inclined to believe that the Minotaur in front of him is real. The monster took a step forward, leaned forward slightly, and instantly shortened the distance between his face and Zhao Sun. You are so confident. Let's bet. It looked at Zhao Sun with an imposing manner. If it were someone else, seeing the monster so confident and powerful, they would inevitably doubt their own judgment. But Zhao Sun did not waver at all. He smiled and looked back at the monster calmly. I bet. Then do you dare to come and eat me now? The monster did not move. It is indeed not afraid of Zhao Sun without a weapon. But Zhao Sun's special ability is too powerful, and it will definitely make it die for a period of time. Once during this period of time, if he encounters a player with a weapon, he can't even escape. Moreover, it did not have an accurate judgment on the strength of Zhao Sun's special ability, so it could not be sure how long it would fake death for. If it lasted for a long time, the situation would be very unfavorable to it. This is the fundamental reason why it has been talking for a long time, but has never attacked Zhao Sun. It really wants to eat Zhao Sun to eliminate future troubles. But it doesn't want to put itself in a dangerous situation. Look! You are the one who dares not. Zhao Sun spread his hands, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. It's just a monster with a good mouth. Aren't you just a good mouth? The monster laughed angrily. You sit here without moving. You look very timid. Zhao Sun stood up. The monster subconsciously wanted to retreat, but forced himself to control himself. Zhao Sun moved the body of Theseus in front of him, and said to the monster, I have plenty of time to confront you. You can stay here. As long as other players find weapons, and come to find you here, it will be your death. You really rely on your own skills, and don't take me seriously. The monster sneered. You don't think I will come to you without any preparation? As soon as it finished speaking, Zhao Sun was suddenly attacked from behind. Zhao Sun was caught off guard, and did not even have time to resist before his arms were firmly controlled. He turned his head with great effort, and saw two identical monsters with bull heads and human bodies, clamping him on the left and right. The next second, his hands were broken almost at the same time. He could not help but scream, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. I wasted half a day with you just to wait for them to come and attack you from behind, the monster said as he approached Zhao Sun impatiently. Without your hands, I wonder how you can use your abilities. Its bull mouth quickly opened and cracked, completely exceeding the size of a normal cow's mouth. The teeth in its mouth were not the flat teeth of herbivores, but the very sharp teeth of carnivores. Then, it bit Zhao Sun's shoulder. Zhao Sun groaned in pain, suddenly exerted force on his waist, raised his legs, and tightly entangled the monster's body. Just as the monster tore off a piece of Zhao Sun's shoulder meat and wanted to mock Zhao Sun's futile behavior, it suddenly felt a burning sensation behind it. It didn't have time to turn around or make any resistance before it was wrapped in a huge fireball. The original body, the two clones, and Zhao Sun were engulfed by the fireball. The two clones were burned to ashes in a few seconds, without a single hair left. The burned Zhao Sun made a puff sound and turned into a palm-sized puppet and fell to the ground. The flames on the puppet disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few traces of burns. It was not until this time that the monster finally found something wrong. It stared at the puppet on the ground and pounced on it to tear it apart. But before it could pounce on the puppet disappeared with a puff sound. You don't think I've been waiting for you here for more than 20 minutes, and I really didn't do anything, do you? Zhao Sun's voice sounded on the left wall of this road, with a smile in his tone. You're not the only one who can make preparations. With every word he said, he shot another fireball at the monster. The monster's vision was obscured by the scorching flames, and it couldn't react in time, and it was hit every time. The monster turned back in frustration and looked at the wall on the left, but found nothing. It didn't have more time to find out. It fell heavily to the ground. Its whole body was burned and deformed, as if it was completely carbonized. Even if it had a good healing ability, it eventually entered a temporary state of death under the continuous attack of the Samadhi True Fire. Chapter 2060. What bad luck. Until this time, Zhao Sun took off his hood and revealed his figure. He was wearing a cloak, and the color of the cloak was gradually changing from the iron-gray texture of the concrete wall to the beige of the soft fabric. From the moment he guessed that the Minotaur would come to him, he thought of several ways to deal with it. With his current ability, it is not impossible to just go straight to the head, but he was not sure how many of his special abilities would work on the Minotaur. And he also guessed that the Minotaur would probably find a clone or a substitute to help. In case of any omissions, he made full preparations and chose the safest plan for himself. First, Use doll who is good at imitation to disguise himself. Sit at the intersection to attract the attention of the Minotaur. And then use chameleon's cloak to hide the real self. It can ensure your own safety and wait for an opportunity to attack. Doll that is good at imitating. After observing a person for 5 minutes, you can imitate the other person's demeanor, tone, appearance, and style of doing things vividly. And it is exactly the same as the original one. And the height and figure will become like that. But it will not use special abilities. After being taken back and turned back into a doll, you can turn into the person you imitated before without a cooling off period. If you want to turn into someone else, you need to observe the new person for 5 minutes. If you are killed and turned back into a doll, you will enter a 24-hour cooling off period. Chameleon's cloak. After wearing this product, you can completely integrate yourself into the environment like a chameleon. And you will not be seen by the naked eye or smelled. You will only notice the existence of the wearer when you touch it. Cannot avoid infrared detection. Without the monitoring of the clone and the substitute, the Minotaur will not know what Zhao Sun did in these 20 minutes. And it is only 20 minutes. For most players, such a short time. There is really not much remedial measures. The Minotaur can easily ignore the importance of these 20 minutes. Besides, although Zhao Sun, who was transformed from a puppet, could not use special abilities, there was no problem from his appearance. As expected, the Minotaur was fooled. The Minotaur probably did not expect that he, who was good at using clones and substitutes, would be fooled by the player's substitute. Zhao Sun also avenged the destruction of his weapon by the Minotaur's substitute. In fact, the moment the Minotaur appeared, Zhao Sun tried to hypnotize the Minotaur. But it didn't work. In the mythology, it was not said that the Minotaur could hypnotize. Although Theseus's previous state seemed to be hypnotized, it should not be real hypnosis, but a change in identity recognition. Just like in some movies and TV dramas, wearing a mask will become another person. Theseus was affected by the bowl-shaped headgear, and he would think that he was the Minotaur himself when he put on the headgear. Since Zhao Sun's hypnosis failed not because the Minotaur's hypnosis was stronger than his, he could only think of 2 possibilities. 1. As a monster, the Minotaur cannot be hypnotized by humans. Maybe this is the identity setting in the myth. Another thing is that under the restrictions of this game, some special abilities of the player are ineffective against the Minotaur. For example, hypnosis. Zhao Sun is more inclined to the second possibility. Once hypnosis is effective, he can let the Minotaur take the initiative to explain the location of the weapon, or ask the Minotaur to stay by his side and not run away, until he finds the weapon and lets the Minotaur die obediently. Then the difficulty of this game will immediately drop to a very low level. In short, no matter what the reason is, Zhao Sun's hypnosis has no effect. So he is not in a hurry to show up. When the Minotaur takes out its trump card, he thinks everything is under control and completely lets down his guard, so he can hit it with one shot. The Minotaur doesn't even have a chance to dodge. Although this method can only temporarily kill the Minotaur for a period of time, it is enough for Zhao Sun to take the next step. Zhao Sun patted the black ash of the puppet in his hand and put it back into the storage compartment. As long as the holder has an embroidery needle in the puppet's body, when it turns back into a puppet, it will automatically return to the holder's hand, no matter how far away it is. It saves him from going back to pick it up, which is quite convenient. He glanced at the place where the Minotaur fell. At this time, there was only a piece of ash left there. The clone was burned to ash at the beginning, and the original body was carbonized and shattered the moment it fell to the ground. Now it is all mixed together, and he can't tell which part belongs to the original body. The number of these ashes is still decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it has been integrated into the stone slab. Obviously, after the Minotaur faked his death, he will not stay in the same place for too long. The purpose is self-evident, which is to avoid being picked up by the player. As for where he was teleported to, it is unknown. The time for the player to pick up the corpse is extremely short, and the Minotaur hesitated to attack him before. It seems that he is quite afraid of death. Zhao Sun summoned the mandrill and asked it to explore the road ahead. The mandrill was silent and only silently carried out the tasks given by Zhao Sun. There were still 2/3 of the road to go, and the mandrill walked all the way without any danger. The second and third roads were the same. Zhao Sun curled his lips. It was just as he guessed. After the Minotaur fell into a dead state, all the traps would be temporarily ineffective. In the myth, this maze was built to prevent the Minotaur from escaping and harming humans. But the name of this game is Minotaur's Labyrinth, which sounds like this maze belongs to the Minotaur. Moreover, There are traps everywhere in this maze, and the Minotaur can walk freely, which proves that it is the master of the maze, and the maze will not harm its master. The master died, causing the maze to lose its ability to work normally. This possibility is only 50%. So Zhao Sun didn't try it easily on himself, but let the mandrill try it first. The result was very good. Taking this opportunity, he explored a few more roads to see if he could find weapons. Although the weapons he found before were in traps. But weapons may not always be in traps. Anyway, it all depends on luck. This time, it depends on whether he can find a treasure chest with weapons when there are no traps at all. Zhao Sun couldn't be sure how long the Minotaur would be dead, so he couldn't estimate when the traps in the maze would reopen. So except for the first half an hour when he took the initiative to step into each road, he would let the mandrill test the road conditions before he went forward. Even if there was a situation where the trap reopened just when the mandrill finished testing and he started walking, the probability was not that high. This lasted for more than 3 hours, and no trap was triggered, but no weapons were found. He did meet several players. Those players were very excited to find that there were no traps on the road behind. Some were too optimistic, thinking that the further they went, the fewer players there were, and it would be hard enough to deal with the Minotaur. So there was no need to set traps on the road. They walked briskly, no longer considering the problem of traps, and only wanted to find weapons as soon as possible. Some were more cautious and guessed various possibilities. For example, if there were no traps on a section of the road, people would relax their vigilance, and then traps would appear on the road behind. For example, if there are no traps on several consecutive roads, there may be a greater crisis behind. Players with this idea still walk very carefully. Zhao Sun is the only one who knows the inside story, but he acts more like the former. People who don't know the situation think he is also a blindly optimistic player. He naturally won't explain these, just busy with his own things. But he didn't expect that the Minotaur would be dead for so long. It wasn't until more than 3 o'clock in the morning on the 14th that the traps on each road were reopened. And just 1 second before the trap was opened, Zhao Sun just found a weapon. Strictly speaking, he saw a player holding something that looked like a weapon. A sword that fits the style of the Minotaur myth. By the middle of the month, even new players must have the money to spend 10 points to open the first storage grid. As long as this weapon can be put into the storage grid, no one should hold it in their hands at any time. Moreover, this weapon is very consistent with the content mentioned in the myth of the Minotaur. The 2 treasures given to Theseus by Princess Ariadne, the ball of thread and the sword. Almost at the first sight, Zhao Sun was sure that this was the weapon he needed. The second time, he looked at the player holding the weapon. It was an acquaintance. The bald monk he met in the haunted house game earlier this month. The monk quickly felt Zhao Sun's sight. He looked over and saw that it was Zhao Sun, and his expression was slightly startled. Zhao Sun strode towards the monk. The monk did not run, but stood there, quietly, watching Zhao Sun getting closer and closer, until Zhao Sun walked in front of the monk. Several screams suddenly came from different directions in the distance. Both of them were silent for a while. There was only one possibility for such a commotion to happen at the same time, and several players suffered in different directions. The trap in the maze was restarted. This means that the Minotaur has finally resurrected. After a long while, it was the monk who spoke first. "Hey, it's really bad luck." "What do you mean?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. "If the trap had restarted the moment you spotted me, I could have still run." The monk showed a helpless expression. "But the trap restarted when you walked in front of me, and I had no chance to run. When I first saw you, you had a chance to run," Zhao Sun reminded. The monk shook his head. "I am not your opponent. Without the trap, I will definitely be caught by you. Rather than making a scene, it is better to give this to you and save my life." As he said that, he stuffed the sword in his hand to Zhao Sun. It seemed that he was not reluctant at all. From the moment he and Zhao Sun looked at each other, he knew that Zhao Sun had seen that the sword in his hand was the weapon that could kill the Minotaur. It was not difficult for him to make a choice. Life is always the most important. Even if he lost his weapon, he could still pass the game as long as he could successfully reach the end of the maze before the end of the game. Although he could only get half of the points. But there is a future only if you are alive. And everything else is empty talk. He was sure that he was not Zhao Sun's opponent, and there was no need to seek death. Zhao Sun looked at the sword in his hand, and was a little stunned for a while. He didn't expect the monk to hand over the weapon to him so readily. He didn't even ask for it. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first," the monk said to Zhao Sun. While there's still time, I have to rush to the finish line as soon as possible, so that after you kill the Minotaur, I can also pass the game immediately. You have so much confidence in me? Zhao Sun couldn't help laughing. What if I fail? Then I can only consider myself unlucky. The monk shrugged, and then said, but I don't think you will fail. How about you act with me? Zhao Sun suggested. If you encounter the Minotaur, you can also help me kill him together. Then he added, anyway, I was just thinking about walking to the end to see if I could meet the Minotaur along the way. No. The monk shook his head. I helped you, but the credit for killing the Minotaur will still be counted on you, and you will still get the points. So I'm at a loss. He scratched his bald head and smiled. Besides, I may not be able to help you. Zhao Sun looked at the monk for a while and nodded. Okay, then I won't force you to stay. The monk and Zhao Sun waved goodbye, chanting Buddhist scriptures while walking forward carefully. Zhao Sun looked at the monk's back, with regret on his face. He wanted to keep the monk. Of course, not really wanting the monk to help kill the Minotaur. He just wanted to find an opportunity to get one of the monk's items to see if he could figure out what the monk's special ability was. Unfortunately, the monk was on guard against him, and if he showed it too obviously, it would only make the monk more on guard. He didn't force the monk to kill for this. I had to give up for now. After the monk left, Zhao Sun summoned the mandrill and went back in the opposite direction to explore the way he came. However, he didn't want to go back to the starting point. He just wanted to go to the fork in the road and then take a new road. He knew very well that the violent character of the Minotaur must be very unwilling to suffer such a big loss. As long as the Minotaur thought that he succeeded in killing it by sneak attack. As long as it was careful, it would not give him the opportunity to sneak attack. With this idea, it will come to him again. But the Minotaur has been dead for too long, and it is not clear whether he has found a weapon again during this period. So there will definitely be a new wave of temptations. Once it is discovered that he has a weapon, the Minotaur may calm down instantly no matter how angry he is, and will not show up easily. What Zhao Sun has to do now is to find a suitable way as soon as possible and hide the sword before encountering the Minotaur's clone or substitute. Waiting for the other party to take the bait is always more convenient than looking for it yourself. The Minotaur may be able to determine the location of each player in various ways, but the player does not have such a right. If it is determined not to let the player find it, there are ways to lock the player's location and move away with a purpose. In that case, I am afraid that Zhao Sun will find the end of the game, and there is no way to meet the Minotaur again. However, if this situation really happens, he has also considered a countermeasure. Although it is a bit risky, it can be tried. Chapter 207: The Ownership of the Labyrinth. Zhao Sun quickly found a road that satisfied him. It was a dead end. The total length was only 3 meters. Hiding at the end, he could not be seen from outside. At the same time, because of the protection of the walls behind and on both sides, there was no need to worry about being attacked by the Minotaur. Neither could a clone or a substitute. He only needed to focus on the situation in front of him. As for the sword, Zhao Sun put his cloak on the sword and put it in the corner. The detailed introduction of this special item did not say that it was only useful for humans. Perhaps animals and objects could also be used. Zhao Sun tried it. As he expected, the sword became invisible. On this dead end, the sword was hidden in the corner, and he could reach it with his hand. And he did not have to worry about it being stolen by others. And he could also hide it from the Minotaur's eyes. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Everything was ready, just waiting for the Minotaur to come. While waiting, Zhao Sun ate some food and drank some water. Later, he simply summoned the mandrill to guard, and he took a short rest to recuperate. This wait lasted for more than 5 hours. It was 9 o'clock in the morning on the 14th. Zhao Sun took back the mandrill, patted the dust off his body, and stood up calmly. It had been so long, and the Minotaur definitely couldn't have been unaware of his presence. Even if he had to arrange a layout, make various sneak attack plans, and command people to encircle and suppress, more than 5 hours would be enough. Since even a tentative clone has not appeared until now, it can only prove that although the Minotaur has a violent personality, he is more afraid of death than he expected. Even if the Minotaur doesn't know that he has a weapon in his hand, it can't offset its fear of death. Zhao Sun guessed that the Minotaur might be worried that he would not get any good results if he came again, but would fall into a state of death again. After the Minotaur was killed by him before, he was dead for about 10 hours. Maybe if it was killed in a normal way, It wouldn't die for so long. He let it die for too long. According to the rules of the game, it wasn't really dead, so there was no need to worry. But since it was so afraid and refused to show up in front of him, he could only think of one possibility. If it wasn't alive before the end of the game, it might be disadvantageous to it. Compared with revenge, it wanted to live safely, so it didn't plan to appear in front of him again. Regardless of whether his guess was correct, it was a fact that the Minotaur didn't dare to show up. Zhao Sun picked up the sword on the ground and put the cloak back into the storage compartment. If he continued to wait like this, there was probably no hope. It seemed that he could only use Plan B. He was not sure whether this method would work, but if it succeeded, his next actions would be much easier. If not, he could only use a more troublesome and complicated plan. Zhao Sun took out a fiery red seal from the storage compartment. Fiery red seal. Once the seal is stamped, no matter whether the item is bound to someone else or under someone else's name, it will belong to the holder of this seal within 3 hours, and can be used by the holder of this seal. Even the original owner cannot drive the stamped item during this period, and cannot rob the item. PS1. It can only be used for objects, not living things. PS2. A maximum of 5 objects can be stamped at the same time. If you want to stamp the 6th object, you must wait until the validity period of the first object ends. Zhao Sun opened the lid of the seal and stamped it on the wall of the maze. A pop-up window immediately appeared in front of him. The ownership of the wall of the Minotaur's maze has been temporarily changed. Player Zhao Sun has the right to control it for 3 hours. Within 3 hours, only player Zhao Sun controls the wall, and no one can seize the right to control it in any way. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It works, but not completely. The reason why he is not sure whether using this special item is effective in the maze is because the maze is too big. Although the detailed description of the special item does not limit the size of the object, it is not guaranteed that it will work if you only stamp a small place in such a large maze. The current result is not bad. Although the overall ownership of the maze has not been changed, the ownership of the wall has changed. Since the stamp is on the wall, the ownership of the wall will change. So the next thing will be much simpler. Zhao Sun stamped the stone bricks on the ground and the ceiling on the roof. The ownership of the ground and roof of the maze also changed accordingly, and Zhao Sun was completely in control of it within 3 hours. After doing all this, a complete maze terrain layout map immediately appeared in Zhao Sun's mind. Even the traps on all the routes and the location of each player were clearly marked. The only pity is that it is not possible to see clearly what everyone is doing like a surveillance camera. It can only know everyone's location and moving direction like positioning. Zhao Sun dared to make such an attempt, and through the various reactions of the Minotaur before and the behavior of chasing him, he inferred that the Minotaur, as the owner of the maze, should be able to accurately know the location of each player. So he came up with this response plan. The attempt was successful. Zhao Sun quickly found the small light spot with the name, Minotaur. It was quite far from where he was now. Sure enough, the Minotaur had no intention of coming to him for revenge, and even deliberately ran farther away to avoid being touched by him. At this time, the Minotaur seemed a little confused and kept pacing back and forth. It seemed that it found that it had lost control of the maze, but it didn't know what happened. After it was no longer the master of the maze, the traps of the maze would react to it. If it didn't remember the specific location of the trap, it would definitely not dare to move around at will. Zhao Sun turned into a lion, holding a sword in his mouth, and ran quickly towards the location of the Minotaur. He was now the master of the maze, and the maze would naturally not attack its master. Even if he stepped on it directly, it would not trigger any trap reaction. Therefore, he didn't need to deliberately avoid the location of the trap. Just keep going forward. However, the maze was winding, which increased a lot of distance. He had to run for more than 20 minutes at the fastest speed. Fortunately, at this point in time, there were only about 30 players left. Zhao Sun only met 4 players along the way. He looked like a large beast and was in a hurry. No player dared to approach him and cause trouble, let alone stop him or follow him. They were all afraid that if they were not careful, they would become food in the mouth of the beast. So they tried to avoid it as much as possible. It took more than 20 minutes for Zhao Sun to finally come to the intersection where the Minotaur was. During this period, the Minotaur tried to choose a direction and walked for a while, but was attacked by a trap only 2 meters away. Countless hidden weapons pierced it into a hedgehog, and it died on the spot. But after more than 10 seconds, it quickly resurrected on the spot. Now Zhao Sun was more certain that the more ordinary the attack, the shorter the Minotaur's death time. The Minotaur didn't dare to bother him again because he could keep it dead for a long time. Zhao Sun stood at the intersection, and after turning back into human form, he used the special ability of controlling gold with his left hand to control the sword to fly slowly towards the Minotaur along the roof. At the same time, he stood up to attract the attention of the Minotaur. When the Minotaur saw Zhao Sun appear at the intersection, there was obvious surprise on his bull face. "You! How could you?" It subconsciously took 2 steps back while speaking. It deliberately went to a place far away from Zhao Sun. In its plan, Zhao Sun would not be able to meet it again until the end of the game. But it has only been a few hours? It was found so quickly. How did it do it? "It seems that you have become much weaker after losing your identity as the master of the maze." Zhao Sun smiled and raised his right hand, and a ball of fire rushed towards the Minotaur. On the way here, he had seen the situation nearby. There were only 2 players who were close, but they were also separated by 2 roads and could not get here so quickly. The clones and substitutes of the Minotaur were not nearby. They were all sent to various parts of the maze to find new prey. It should have planned to use the clones and substitutes to determine the prey, and then go over to eat those prey. But it did not expect that it would become someone else's prey in an instant. The Minotaur quickly turned sideways and barely avoided the attack of the fireball. It had suffered a great loss from Zhao Sun's fire, so it was completely different from the way it did when dealing with other players' attacks. It was now afraid that it would be hit by the flames and face more than 10 hours of death. The reaction of the Minotaur further confirmed Zhao Sun's guess. No matter what the reason was, it really didn't want to die for too long. After dodging the fireball, the Minotaur immediately asked Zhao Sun, "I lost the connection with the maze. Did you do it?" Although it was a question, it had already confirmed the answer in its heart. Only the person involved would know that it had lost control of the maze. Zhao Sun knew that it could only mean that he did it. It was really unbelievable. It was just a player. How did he do it? It could actually disconnect it from the maze. Zhao Sun didn't say anything, but just showed a very warm smile. His right hand moved slightly, and then quickly closed. The Minotaur realized something was wrong, and its body reacted faster than its brain, rolling on the ground and then sticking to the wall on the side. Only then did it see that the fireball had turned into several arrows made of fire, shooting towards where it had just stood. After it dodged, it quickly turned, dispersed its position, and attacked again. It almost instantly determined a gap where it could escape, so it ran towards the gap without hesitation and escaped before the arrows surrounded it. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly felt a sharp pain on the top of its head. Its body froze, and it slowly raised its hand to touch its head. The tentacles were cold and hard, as if they were handles. A mouthful of black blood spit out from its cow mouth, and it only felt that its whole body was rolling with severe pain, as if it was going to tear every inch of its flesh and blood from the inside out. Its cow eyes revealed a panicked look. You found a weapon." Only weapons can make it feel such irresistible pain. "You guessed right." Zhao Sun nodded, admiring the Minotaur's bleeding from all 7 orifices. The Minotaur thought it had discovered the flaw in the siege of the fire arrows, but in fact it was the only way out that Zhao Sun had specially left. The purpose was to lead it to the bottom of the sword. When it thought it had escaped, it would be dealt a fatal blow. The long sword went straight into its brain, with only the hilt exposed, ensuring that it would die thoroughly. Fortunately, he got the sword this time instead of the wool. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Minotaur so easily. The Minotaur could not utter a word, and it quickly turned into a pool of thick black blood, melting away with the sword. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for killing the Minotaur before the end of the game, earning 200 points and 200 hours of survival time. After the pop-up window disappeared, Zhao Sun turned his sight and returned to the endless train. He returned directly to the endless train. Carriage 06. Compartment 2. Bunk 2. It was 9:37 a.m. on the 14th. There were 2 players in the compartment lying on the bed without waking up, with a faint glow around them, and it was obvious that they had entered the dream game. Only the female player named Zhao Zhao, who was in the same period as Zhao Sun, was awake and looked like she had just woken up. Zhao Zhao rubbed her eyes and greeted Zhao Sun as usual when she saw him coming in. "Good morning." After that, she seemed to react suddenly and immediately widened her eyes. You are back from the platform game." Zhao Sun glanced at Zhao Zhao and said nothing. "Sorry, I may be a little too excited," Zhao Zhao explained embarrassedly. "I realized that you went to participate in the platform game after you left. I am happy to see you come back safely." Today is the 14th. You haven't entered the dream game yet? Zhao Sun asked this question in return. Well, I plan to enter tonight. Zhao Zhao answered truthfully. I still have enough time to survive. So I want to rest for a few more days. Okay. Zhao Sun responded casually. As he climbed onto his bed, he said to Zhao Zhao, I need to rest. I hope you can make less noise when you go in and out. Yeah. I got it. Zhao Zhao responded very actively and went out quietly. Zhao Sun fell asleep and slept until more than 7 o'clock in the morning on the 15th. When he got up, except for him, the other 3 players in the box were all sleeping in their proxy bodies, and their real bodies had not returned from the dream game. He opened the door and prepared to wash up, and saw Su Tiantian standing in the corridor. Seeing Zhao Sun coming out, Su Tiantian strode closer and asked directly, Did you kill the Minotaur? Chapter 208 Weird Talk about the rules of Zhoujia Village. Zhao Sun did not answer Su Tiantian's question immediately, but asked another question. When did you come back? Su Tiantian did not care, and answered directly. I came back last night. I killed him. Zhao Sun answered Su Tiantian's previous question, and then asked, You came back a little late. Were you having fun inside? I knew it was you. You killed the Minotaur before me. Su Tiantian snorted lightly, and then laughed again. You guessed it all. It's rare that the maze game is quite interesting, and it's fun to watch the excitement. As she said, she moved closer to Zhao Sun. Do you know what the game became after you left? Judging from your expression, it should have become a little interesting. Right. Zhao Sun smiled. It's okay. Su Tiantian stopped keeping the secret and took the initiative to say. After the Minotaur died, all the traps in the secret room disappeared completely. Speaking of this, she deliberately paused for a moment. Seeing that Zhao Sun's expression was normal, and he didn't seem surprised, she showed a look of understanding. It seems that for more than 10 hours before, the traps in the maze were ineffective. It was you who put the Minotaur into a state of suspended animation. When she first found that the traps were ineffective, she didn't think that there would be no more trouble with traps like some naive new players. She guessed that it had something to do with the state of the Minotaur, but she couldn't be sure. It wasn't until the system notified all players that the Minotaur was dead on the public screen that all the traps were completely ineffective that she was sure what happened before. Zhao Sun just admitted that he killed the Minotaur, so he cleared the game at that time and left the game. And he must have known nothing about the subsequent situation of the game. But he was not surprised at all when he heard that the traps disappeared, which only proved that he was the one who made the Minotaur fake his death before. He had experienced similar situations, and discovered the secret that the traps would become ineffective after the Minotaur died earlier than all the players. So he was not surprised now. Yes, it was me, Zhao Sun admitted frankly. You really are. Su Tiantian looked Zhao Sun up and down, more seriously than ever before. You have grown faster than I thought. She did not ask more, but continued the previous topic. Although the traps have disappeared, a large number of Minotaur clones have appeared. Those clones attack everyone they meet. Even if they are much weaker than the original, they still make those new players suffer. During this last period of time, players not only have to find the end point in the twists and turns of the maze, but also have to fight those Minotaur clones. She smiled, as if she remembered something very interesting. Fighting guerrilla warfare and fatigue tactics. There should be no more than 5 people surviving in the end. Well, except you and me. This game started at 2 o'clock in the morning. By the morning of the 14th, everyone had not slept for 2 nights. At first, you just need to get through the traps on each road. When players are tired, they can take a rest, eat something, drink some water, etc. From the beginning of being chased by the clone. If you lose focus or take a nap, you may be ambushed and killed. It's not easier than the previous time when we got through the trap. So that's how it is. Zhao Sun nodded. He had thought about this before. After the Minotaur died, the traps would disappear, and the remaining players could clear the game as long as they reached the end without any threat. The difficulty was almost 0, and they could get half the points. It was so easy. It didn't seem like a survival game. The result Su Tiantian said was much more reasonable. Zhao Sun looked at Su Tiantian. You came to me just to say this? Of course not. Su Tiantian waved her hand, and then asked, When do you plan to enter the dream game? You want to go with me? Zhao Sun showed a surprised look. Su Tiantian glared. How is it possible? I want to avoid the time with you. You didn't ask this before, and we haven't accidentally merged dreams. Now you ask this specifically. Zhao Sun looked at Su Tiantian's face. I always feel that you are a little strange. What's strange? I didn't ask before because I didn't think of it. Su Tiantian smiled and explained to Zhao Sun. I suddenly remembered it and asked, who can guarantee that we won't bump into each other one day? You should be like me. Don't like others to merge dreams casually. Right. After saying that, she blinked at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and replied, I usually choose the noontime period. Although he still felt that Su Tiantian's state was a little strange, he didn't feel any malice. For people like him, whether others have malice or not, he can easily be discovered by him. Since there is no malice, he really doesn't like to merge dreams casually, so it's impossible to say the approximate time period. That's perfect. I prefer to choose the time period of 8 or 9 in the morning most of the time. Su Tiantian smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. It seems that as long as we don't do it deliberately, we won't have the situation of merging dreams. Yeah, Zhao Sun responded, and then said, if there's nothing else, I'll go wash up first. After that, he walked towards the bathroom. Su Tiantian looked at Zhao Sun's back and returned to her own box with a relaxed look. She didn't lie. She asked Zhao Sun about the time period for participating in the dream game, just to avoid accidentally merging dreams with Zhao Sun. Not only in the dream game, she also planned to stagger the time with Zhao Sun in the platform game. If you are always in the same game, you can't be teammates every time, and there is a chance of becoming hostile. Before, she didn't think she would lose to Zhao Sun, but now she is not sure. Although she didn't have the chance to see what Zhao Sun did in person in the maze this time, the speed at which Zhao Sun completed the game and was unscathed showed that he had grown faster than she had imagined. She didn't want to be hostile to Zhao Sun, even if both sides were injured. It was not worth it for her. So she made a decision that they would try to cross-cut actions in both the dream game and the platform game. Asterisk. Zhao Sun returned to the box after washing up and ate some of the remaining food in the storage compartment. For the next 3 hours or so, he stayed in the box to stretch his muscles. During this time, the male player who slept in the lower bunk woke up. After waking up, he lay in bed for a long time without moving, and his face was very pale, as if he was very tired after 3 days in the dream game. After a long rest, the male player got up and went out. He didn't say hello to Zhao Sun the whole time. Zhao Sun didn't care, just busy with his own things. When it was 11 o'clock, he ate the last bit of food left in the storage compartment. Then he went to the ordinary restaurant, spent 30 points to buy some fresh food, returned to the box, and lay on his bed. He took out the ticket and put it in his coat pocket. He spent another 30 points to buy a 3-day safety barrier. Then he entered the dream game at 11:32. There was a familiar dizziness, and soon it returned to normal. Zhao Sun stood in a very dilapidated old house. There was a hole in the glass of one of the windows, and there was also a fist-sized hole in the roof. The winter wind was cold, and the hole made the whole house even colder. From time to time, I felt a gust of cold wind blowing on my body, making my hands and feet cold. A pop-up window appeared soon. Main task: repair the house before dark. After seeing this main task, Zhao Sun looked at the whole house more carefully. In addition to the 2 holes visible to the naked eye, 2 more problems were found. The mud floor in one corner of the house seemed to be dug by an animal like a dog, and it was full of water. The surface of several blue bricks in this area was softened by water. There will be no problems for the time being, but it is easy for the house to tilt over time, which will be a safety hazard. Another problem is the bed. One leg is broken, and the whole bed is tilted, so people can't sleep at all. In general, he is required to solve these 4 problems in the house without using special abilities. Zhao Sun leaned out of the open window and looked at the situation outside. This should be a village, but the population should be very sparse. There were only 2 scattered houses nearby, like the house where Zhao Sun lived. They were old blue brick and tile houses, 1-story bungalows. The main task only required him to repair the house, and there were no restrictions on anything else, so his actions should be unrestricted. Zhao Sun took out Primate Blessing and summoned the mandrill, baboon and golden monkey. He asked the baboon to go out and find some flat large stones to pad under the broken bed legs. He asked the mandrill to drain the water in the corner of the wall, and then go outside to dig some soil to fill the hole. He also asked the golden monkey to quietly go to the roof of the neighbor's house and steal a few tiles back. While the 3 primates were busy, Zhao Sun took out a roll of transparent tape from the storage compartment and patched up the hole in the window. In order to make it stronger, he wrapped the tape around the entire window several times and stuck it tightly. In this situation, I am afraid that the window will not break easily if it hits the wall next to it. It just sacrificed some clarity. It was impossible to see the scenery outside clearly from this window. When Zhao Sun repaired the window hole, the golden monkey came back with 5 tiles. When the golden monkey handed the tiles to Zhao Sun, he said proudly, "I saw that the family next door had some extra tiles behind the house, so I brought some more. You don't have to tear down the roof of the family, and you don't have to be scolded. You are really smart." Zhao Sun gave the golden monkey a thumbs up. Then he put on the goddess's wings, flew to the roof, stuffed a piece of rag found in the house into the hole, and then covered it with new tiles, in order, one tile on top of another, and finally put it together with the other tiles. As long as there is no storm, there will be no problem. When Zhao Sun finished repairing the roof, the tasks of the mandrill and baboon were also completed. It took about an hour in total, and it was very smooth. Complete the main task, repair the house before dark. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 50 points and 50 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun patted the dust on his hands and looked at the new pop-up window in front of him. As soon as the main task was completed, the side task immediately popped up. Side task: safely survive 3 days under the premise of violating all village rules. Zhao Sun paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. Village rules? This sounds a bit like a rule story. However, general rule stories require players to abide by the rules and not violate them. Even if there are fake rules, you still need to test them step by step to determine whether they are true or false. But you still have to abide by the real rules. This is the first time he has seen a direct request to break all the rules. This is to make him break all the rules, trigger all the dangers, and survive for 3 days. It's quite vicious. Zhao Sun didn't panic. He continued to read. Village rules are as follows. First, hard-working villagers don't like lazy people, so you must get up and work at 5 o'clock every morning. Second, you must go to the well at the head of the village to fetch 3 buckets of water at noon every day and fill the water tank at the door of the house. Third, if there is a wedding, you must attend the banquet and drink the wine offered by the bride. Fourth, if there is a funeral, you must go to the host's house to worship and count out 3 times to the coffin. Fifth, after 8 o'clock in the evening, you must not leave your room and must blow out the candles and go to bed. Sixth, no matter what noise you hear at night, you must pretend not to hear it, and don't try to listen carefully. Seventh, between midnight and 5 in the morning, if you hear a knock on the door, never open your eyes. Eighth, no matter when, you can't eat the meat given to you by the villagers, but you can't refuse it. After taking it home, you must dispose of it without being discovered by the villagers. Remember, don't let the villagers find out that you didn't eat the meat. Ninth, don't talk to any woman in the village alone. 10th, if a child behaves impolitely towards you, please smile and ignore it. Be tolerant of children as an adult. 10 rules in total. It seems a bit complicated, but it's not difficult to remember. Anyway, his side quest doesn't require him to break all the rules at once. He can break one first and see how serious the consequences are. In fact, the best situation is to wait until the last day before leaving, and then break all the rules of the game. In this way, even if there are very serious consequences, there won't be so much time for it to play out. Of course, this is impossible, because many rules cannot be delayed until the last day to be violated. For example, if he fetches 3 buckets of water at noon, he will immediately violate this rule. For example, if the NPC holds funerals and weddings on the first day, he can only violate these 2 rules on the first day. In short, he will not have a good rest in the next 3 days. He must always keep a clear mind and be ready for battle. Chapter 209 Pauper. Bachelor. According to the second rule, you must go to the well at the village head to fetch 3 buckets of water every noon and fill the water tank at the door of the house. There are 3 ways to violate the rules. One is not to fetch water directly. One is to fetch water, but not to fill the water tank. One is to smash the water tank directly. Zhao Sun chose the third one. Anyway, we have to break the rules. Let's see what the consequences will be if we break the rules in the most serious way. According to the logic of these survival games, the more difficult the way to pass the level, the higher the points you will get. Such a good opportunity should be tried. Zhao Sun walked outside and saw a tank on the left side of the door. This tank is slightly smaller than expected. It is no problem to hide a child. But it cannot hide an adult. No wonder 3 buckets of water can be filled. Zhao Sun took out a hammer and knocked hard. And the tank broke. The village was very quiet. The crisp sound produced a little echo, and scared away several sparrows in the nearby trees. The next second, a slight creak sound came from the blue brick house 10 meters away. It was the sound of the door opening. Zhao Sun looked in the direction of the sound, but only saw a head that quickly retracted. He only had time to see clearly that it was a head of short black hair. And he didn't know the gender or appearance. What is certain is that the other person is not tall. And the head is in the middle of the door. It is either a half-grown child or a very short adult. He didn't care too much and looked back at the broken water tank on the ground. There was still a little water in the water tank. The upper 2/3 of the part was broken, but the bottom was still intact. The water also remained at the bottom of the water tank and did not overflow. However, some of the broken parts fell into the bottom of the water tank, and some were scattered beside the water tank. Looking left and right, it was very normal. Nothing special. Of course, it is also possible that after breaking the rules of the game, the consequences of the violation will not be immediately shown. Zhao Sun returned to his room, but did not close the door. It was broad daylight and in the village, so it was reasonable for him not to close the door. Besides, this small room only had one room, and he could see the end at a glance. No matter where he sat, he could immediately spot people passing by outside. Not to mention that there was nothing worth stealing in this room. He wanted to see who would come to him first. Was it the consequence of triggering the second rule, or the NPC trying to make him trigger other rules? Zhao Sun sat on a short bench and stared at the door. This was a very backward village. There was no light in the house, let alone a TV. Not only could he not charge his phone, but there was no entertainment to pass the time. He had just slept and eaten before entering the game. Now he didn't want to sleep or eat, so he could only sit there and stare blankly. He sat like this for more than an hour. And at about 1 o'clock, the first person finally came to the door. It was a boy about 8 years old. As soon as he ran to the outside of Zhao Sun's house, he threw the stones he had saved in his pocket into the house one by one. While throwing stones, he shouted loudly, "Poor guy! Bachelor! Poor guy who has no money to buy a wife!" When the boy saw Zhao Sun sitting in the house, he was not afraid or guilty, but laughed at him more proudly. Repeating that sentence in his mouth, the boy threw the stones at his hand even more happily. One of the stones directly smashed the other half of the intact window. Zhao Sun walked out of the door in one step. The boy looked up at Zhao Sun, not afraid at all. "Popper! You?" Before he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Zhao Sun in the chest. He held his breath and fainted immediately. Zhao Sun didn't even look at it. Turned around and patched the window with tape again. Although the main task has been completed, and the hole in the window will not affect his task progress. It is so cold, and the window has a hole. He will definitely catch a cold at night. Almost when Zhao Sun had just patched the window, a white-haired old lady ran over quickly. She saw the boy lying on the ground at a glance, and immediately cried out in panic, "God damn it! Who hurt my precious grandson?" She ran over and picked up the boy and shook him desperately, while questioning Zhao Sun. "Is it you? Did you do it?" "Yes," Zhao Sun admitted frankly. The old lady choked. She had been prepared to curse loudly when Zhao Sun denied it, but Zhao Sun actually admitted it directly, which made her choke on the words that were about to come out of her mouth. "But don't worry. He is not dead. He will wake up soon," Zhao Sun added. "It's not that he is soft-hearted, but if he kills this boy, the village will have to hold a funeral." He didn't think that several village rules would be triggered in a few hours, so he controlled the strength when he stepped on it. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, the old lady came to her senses. She stripped the boy's clothes neatly, and saw the bruises on the boy's chest, and she was even more angry. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Zhao Sun's nose and cursed. "He's just a child. How dare you do such a cruel thing? You're going to kill someone, you murderer!" After that, she sat down on the ground again and cried loudly, "God damn it! Our family finally gave birth to such a precious grandson, but someone wants to kill him! This is our only child, the only innocence." Her voice was so penetrating that people several miles away could hear it clearly without a speaker. Zhao Sun felt a little pain in his eardrums, so he kicked the old lady. Suddenly, the world was quiet. Just when the old lady fell, a sturdy man ran over. "Zhao Sun, the gourd baby saved Grandpa." One fell down and the other appeared. Before the man spoke, Zhao Sun spoke first. You have two choices. Take them away, or lie here like them. After that, he took out a machete and shook it in front of the man. Anyway, he had to break all the village rules in this game. So he would basically offend all the villagers. Instead of being submissive and hypocritical, it is better to directly beat up all the troublemakers. The man was about to swing his fist, but when he saw the machete in Zhao Sun's hand, he immediately put it down. His fierce eyes looked a lot kinder. He laughed dryly, picked up the old man and the child on the ground without saying a word, and left quickly. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the man's figure going away, and he was a little puzzled. He violated 2 rules in succession. But nothing unusual happened. Even when these villagers were looking for trouble with him, it was just a normal situation. They were even scared away because he took out a knife, without even saying a curse. None of the strange and bizarre events he imagined happened. Could it be because it was daytime now, and ghosts were afraid of the sun, so they had to wait until night? Zhao Sun went back to the house and sat down. However, there was one thing that the boy said that caught his attention. No money to buy a wife, could be said from a child, which only proves that this is a common thing in the village. It is common for poor places to buy abducted women because they can't get married. So the 9th rule of the village rules, not to talk alone with any woman in the village, is to prevent him from helping the abducted people escape. Although this is completely Zhao Sun's guess. The combination of remote village plus buying a wife plus cannot talk alone with women makes it easy to make such an association. Well, if that's the case, he should go and talk to a few young women. Maybe it can trigger a hidden mission? He hadn't triggered a hidden mission in several games in a row. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun stood up and prepared to go out for a walk. Who knew that as soon as he closed the door, he saw 3 people running over. The leader was the sturdy man who ran away before, followed by a short man who looked similar to the sturdy man, and looked older than the sturdy man. Behind him was an old man, who looked so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. These 3 people were holding farm tools in their hands. Sickles, shoulder poles and hoes. And they looked aggressive. It was obvious that they were here to get back at each other. You are the one who bullied my grandson? The old man standing at the back was the first to question Zhao Sun. It's him. Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, the sturdy man raised his sickle and rushed towards Zhao Sun. You dare to hurt my baby son! I will never let you go! The other 2 men followed and rushed towards Zhao Sun, cursing, as if they wanted Zhao Sun to pay for his life. People who have been farming for a long time naturally have good physical strength and power. Their posture and movements can really scare ordinary people. But Zhao Sun has experienced so many baptisms of survival games, and his physical strength is not weaker than these 3 people, let alone being frightened by this momentum. He nimbly dodged the siege of the 3 people, and quickly took out a machete and stabbed the sturdy man's arm with his backhand. The sturdy man screamed in pain and then retreated again and again. He looked at Zhao Sun in doubt, as if he didn't expect Zhao Sun to actually dare to do it. Why are you so surprised? Zhao Sun chuckled. When you wanted to attack me, you were serious. Why do you think I was just trying to scare you? After saying that, he turned defense into offense and stabbed the short man in the shoulder again. The short man was fat and his reaction was not quick. When he saw the knife coming, his face changed. But he had no time to dodge. He just watched the tip of the knife pierce his shoulder. He screamed in pain. The old man's previous momentum was gone, and he retreated in fear, not even caring about his 2 sons. Don't leave in a hurry. I just have a few questions to ask you. Zhao Sun pulled out his machete and shook off the blood that was about to drip. Don't worry. The wounds are not deep. You won't die from excessive blood loss. The 3 men looked at the knife in Zhao Sun's hand hesitantly, and then recalled the result of their failed siege, and finally chose to surrender, even if they were unwilling in their hearts. They didn't dare to pick up the farm tools in their hands and greet Zhao Sun again. They didn't want to have another wound on their bodies. How many people are there in this village? Zhao Sun began to ask some basic information about the village. What is the relationship between each other? How big is the area of the village? These questions were just right for these people who came to the door, so that he didn't have to run out to talk to people. The 3 looked at each other and saw doubts in each other's eyes. In their concept, Zhao Sun was also a fellow villager. But now he asked them to tell the situation in the village, which was really strange. But they didn't dare to ask more, and soon answered Zhao Sun's questions one by one. So, Zhao Sun got the basic information about the village. This is Zhojiao village. Except for the daughter-in-law he bought. Everyone has the surname, Joe. With the development of the times, many young people have gone out to work, and few have returned. So the population of the village is getting smaller and smaller. Most of them are old people and children, and a small number are middle-aged people with little education. There are only about 30 people left in Jojia village. Many people moved away with their families and never came back. The houses have been uninhabited for years, either overgrown with weeds or collapsed, in order to take care of each other. The remaining 30 or so people gathered in the area at the entrance of the village, and the large area of houses behind were abandoned. There are only 3 middle-aged men among them. The strong man Joe Dagui, the short and fat man Joe Dafu, and a madman who wanders around the village. Joe Dagui and Joe Dafu both looked contemptuous when they mentioned the madman, but they were not clear about the specific experience of the madman. As an elder, Grandpa Do knows more. That madman was born with a weak brain. He was fine when he was young, but he looked a little stupid. Grandpa Joe took the initiative to explain. His father thought that as long as he could carry on the family line, it would be fine if he was a little stupid. Who knew that he worked so hard to raise the madman? But one day he became crazy and killed his father. At this point, Grandpa Joe showed a look of fear, as if he had seen the scene with his own eyes. He murmured, "After that, the madman ran around the village, and no one dared to control him." "How long has it been?" Jiao Sun suddenly asked. Grandpa Joe was stunned for a moment. "What? How long has no one cared about the madman?" Jiao Sun asked again patiently. "About a year," Grandpa Joe answered. Jiao Sun didn't say anything. The people in the village obviously didn't like the madman, and it was impossible for them to take the initiative to feed him. Even if the madman would dig bird eggs and catch fish to eat when he was hungry, it would still be difficult for him to survive in such a harsh environment for a year. He was more inclined to the possibility that someone fed the madman. "Well, we can check it out." Jiao Sun looked at Joe Dafu and Joe Dagu again. "What is the relationship between you? Tell me in detail." So Jiao Sun got the general information of the people in front of him. Joe Dafu and Joe Dagui are brothers, but now they have married and live separately. Joe Dagui lives farther away, with Grandpa Joe and Grandma Joe. Joe Dafu and his wife and children live next door to Jiao Sun. Jiao Sun immediately remembered the head that flashed by when he smashed the water tank. "Did my smashing the water tank affect you?" Jiao Sun looked at Joe Dafu and asked. "You want to peek at me?" Chapter 210. Why do you say everything? Joe Dafu subconsciously denied it. But when he met Jiao Sun's gaze, he suddenly felt that the wound on his shoulder hurt more. He chose to tell the truth. That is the rule passed down from our ancestors in our village. There is a water tank at the door, which is filled with water every day. If the tank is broken, there will be trouble." "What trouble?" Jiao Sun asked. "This. I don't know either." Joe Dafu hurriedly looked at his father, looking for help. "I only know that the rules are like this, and no one has ever dared to violate them." Grandpa Joe immediately spoke for the safety of his son. "This rule was passed down from our ancestors, and no one has ever violated it. We really don't know what the consequences of violating it are." Jiao Sun looked directly at Grandpa Zhou's eyes and hypnotized him. "Really?" After a brief second of daze, Grandpa Zhou changed his words. "No, this is a habit that has only existed for more than 20 years. Not a rule passed down from our ancestors." Joe Dafu and Joe Dagui's faces changed in unison. They looked at Grandpa Zhou. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes conveyed a meaning. Why did Dad tell the truth? Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to stop him, for fear that their actions would make Jiao Sun unhappy, and they would be stabbed again. After all, Jiao Sun really did it. Jiao Sun was not angry because of the 3 people's previous concealment. He continued to ask, "What happened more than 20 years ago that made you develop such a habit?" Grandpa Zhou seemed to be trapped in some kind of memory. He was silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. "One day more than 20 years ago, young women in the village suddenly fled collectively." Hearing this, Joe Dafu and Joe Dagui's faces were not very good. They are now in their 30s. More than 20 years ago, they were already children around 10 years old. Naturally, they have an impression of what happened at that time. At this time, hearing Grandpa Zhou mention that incident, they couldn't help but recall the disaster at that time. Even though they have grown up, even though more than 20 years have passed, when they think back, they can still feel the fear at that time. At this moment, they are all silent. Grandpa Zhou continued. "Before they ran away, They set a fire and wanted to burn everyone in the village to death. There was a wedding in the village that day, and many people gathered at a house to drink. They were drunk and couldn't react at all, so most of them were burned to death. He sighed deeply. After that, every household developed the habit of preparing a full tank of water at the door every day, just in case a similar disaster happened again. Did all those young women run away? Zhao Sun asked. Of course not, Grandpa Dou sneered, with a bit of hatred in his tone. In a small mountain village like ours, without acquaintances to lead the way, it would be a ghost if they could run away. Were they all caught back? Zhao Sun asked again. Yes, all those who are still alive have been caught back, Grandpa Zhou said in a tone of venting his anger. These stinky women thought they could run away, but they ran to the mountains, and at least half of them were eaten by wild beasts. Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui both subconsciously glanced at Zhao Sun's expression. Although in their concept, Zhao Sun should be a fellow villager of theirs, and should share the same hatred with them on such matters. But after experiencing what had just happened, they were always worried that Grandpa Zhou's words would cause Zhao Sun's disgust and anger. Zhao Sun did not show any emotion, but continued to ask questions. Were these young women bought from your village? Yes. Grandpa Zhou nodded. How many women were captured? Are there any alive? Zhao Sun asked again. All dead? Grandpa Dou sneered. Only 4 were captured. The villagers hated them. They were tortured to death. The longest lived only 10 years. As if he still felt angry when he recalled it. He cursed several more times. We spent money to buy them, but they were restless and dared to run away. They also set fire to the village. Naturally, they will not have a good ending. Zhao Sun automatically ignored Grandpa Zhou's complaints and fell into deep thought. From this story, the main function of the water tank is to put out the fire in case of fire. He has water power, so he doesn't worry about the fire problem without a water tank at the door. And in this whole story, the only supernatural events that can be related to the villagers who were burned to death and the 4 women who were captured and tortured to death. But no matter how you look at it, it has little to do with him smashing the water tank. Unless, did my house get burned during the fire? Zhao Sun asked Grandpa Zhou. Did anyone die in this house? No. Grandpa Zhou shook his head. The houses that were burned were all abandoned ones deep in the village. Then did the 4 women you captured die in my house? Zhao Sun asked again. Grandpa Zhou tried to recall. It seems that there was one. At the end, he explained. This house was abandoned very early. Before you came, no one lived in it. It is close to other houses where people live, which is convenient for travel. So when we tie someone up alone, we often choose this kind of house. Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. He basically knew what the consequences of triggering the second rule would be. So he pointed at Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui and changed the subject. Did their wives also get bought? Dafu's wife was bought, and Dagui's wife was exchanged with the one from the next village. Grandpa Dou explained. Exchange? Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. The village next door is also very poor. Grandpa Zhou paused for a moment before continuing. According to our custom here, when we can't afford to buy a daughter-in-law from outside, if 2 families happen to have a daughter, they can exchange with each other. So, your family originally had a daughter, and in order to help Zhou Dagui marry a wife, you exchanged the daughter with a family in the next village who also had a daughter? Zhao Sun concluded. Yes, that's it. Grandpa Zhou nodded repeatedly. Zhou Dagui's face was a little embarrassed. Dad, why do you tell everything to others? Originally, it was a common thing for them, but I don't know why. Facing Zhao Sun, I always feel a little awkward. He subconsciously felt that he shouldn't say it. Zhao Sun had seen a similar tangled look on Zhou Dagui's face several times, and he could probably guess what Zhou Dagui was tangling about. After thinking for a while, he asked, In your impression, am I from the same village? When Zhou Dagui and Zhou Dafu were still hesitating about how to answer, Grandpa Zhou, who was still in a hypnotic state, had already spoken. You moved here half a year ago. Although you are a stranger with a different surname, you have lived here for so long that the villagers don't reject you very much. Zhao Sun nodded. No wonder the brat said that when he came to trouble him before. It sounded like he had lived here for a long time, and the other party knew that he was poor and lonely. But looking at the attitude of these villagers towards him, they had obvious xenophobic behavior. He asked about the village, and although these 3 people answered, they seemed to think that there were some things he should have known. It turned out that he was set as a stranger who lived in the village for half a year. That made sense. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at Zhou Dafu. Your wife was bought from outside. So is she locked up at home now? Or can she come and go freely? It's not locked up. Zhou Dafu touched his somewhat fat neck and said awkwardly. But I basically let her do housework at home and don't let her go out casually. I have something to do with her. Ask her to come over. Before Zhou Dafu spoke, Zhao Sun hypnotized Zhou Dafu. Zhou Dafu's house is next door, and it is very convenient to come and go. It is more convenient to have a ready-made target than to look for the right person everywhere. Zhou Dafu closed his open mouth and nodded honestly. Then I will go now. He hurried home, not caring about the injury on his shoulder. Zhou Dagui was stunned. He felt that his father and brother seemed to be a little crazy, but he didn't understand what was going on. No one could explain it to him, so he could only remain silent. But Zhao Sun did not let Zhou Dagui go because of his silence. He said to Zhou Dagui, Call your wife too. He also used hypnosis. So Zhou Dagui also tried to call his wife. Zhao Sun looked at Grandpa Zhou again and asked, Did anything unusual happen in this house before I moved in? Grandpa Zhou's eyes flashed, as if he thought of something. Whenever there is no mood at night, there are always some crying sounds coming from this house. He lowered his voice and said to Zhao Sun, But those who were brave enough came to see it. But they didn't see anything. So we all suspect that it was the sound caused by the wind after the hole in the house was broken. Zhao Sun said, and changed the subject. Does the madman you mentioned before usually move around deep in the village? From the information he got from the Zhou family, the madman he is more interested in at the moment. If an NPC with a special identity setting has no use at all in the game, it would really be a bad taste. He has to ask about these noteworthy characters. Maybe there are people related to the hidden mission among them. Yes. He lives alone in those abandoned houses. Grandpa Zhou showed a look of disgust. A bastard who killed his own father with his own hands. He is lucky to be alive. Why did he kill his father? Zhao Sun asked. There is no reason for a madman to kill people. He just got crazy, Grandpa Zhou said, as a matter of course. Zhao Sun was still hypnotizing Grandpa Zhou, so Grandpa Zhou's answer would not be fake. It seemed that Grandpa Zhou really didn't know the reason why the madman killed people. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Sun asked again, Is the madman's mother also bought? Yes. Grandpa Zhou nodded. Was she on the list of escapees more than 20 years ago? Zhao Sun asked. The only 3 strong men in the village should be about the same age. The madman should be about the same age as Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui. All about 10 years old at the time. The madman's mother would not be too old at the time. And she might be one of the escapees. Yes. Grandpa Zhou nodded again. And without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask, he took the initiative to say, But she died outside and was not caught. How do you know she is dead and not escaped? Zhao Sun questioned. Her husband recognized her clothes, which were torn to pieces by the beasts, and there were several pools of blood on the ground. How could she be alive? Grandpa Zhou made a gesture of wiping his neck. She must be dead. As soon as Grandpa Zhou finished speaking, Zhou Dafu, who lived nearby, had already dragged his wife over. It was a haggard woman, who seemed to have a sallow complexion due to long-term malnutrition and hard work, and was extremely thin, as if she would fall down if the wind blew. Years of torture and hard work made her look a bit old, and it was impossible to imagine that she was originally a city girl. Her eyes were full of fatigue and numbness. When Zhou Dafu pulled her over, she just stumbled and followed, like a puppet. I brought the person. Zhou Dafu showed a flattering smile to Zhao Sun. I want to talk to her alone. You go home first. Zhao Sun waved to Zhou Dafu. While speaking, he took a special look at Zhou Dafu. Zhou Dafu's originally frowned brows suddenly relaxed, and the suspicion and vigilance in his heart disappeared. Okay, then I'll go back and wait, he said to Zhao Sun with a smile. After you finish talking to my wife, let her come back. After that, he left. Zhao Sun looked at Grandpa Zhou again. You too. Grandpa Zhou then left behind Zhou Dafu. The woman looked at this scene with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. This was the first time she had a more vivid expression since she appeared. What's your name? Zhao Sun asked the woman. He did not use hypnosis on the woman. Talking alone with a woman is related to Article 9 of the village rules. He was not sure whether the answer obtained after hypnosis would be considered invalid. Will there be an invisible rule that requires a woman to take the initiative to tell the secret in order to violate the rules? He has to break all the rules and live to the 3rd day before he can pass the game. He can't get stuck on this one. The woman came back to her senses. She looked at Zhao Sun and whispered, "Zhang Qin." It seems that after years of training, she has become accustomed to showing an obedient attitude to everyone in this village. She did not reject or guard against Zhao Sun's question, and answered very cooperatively. "You were abducted." Zhao Sun's words were not an inquiry, but a statement. Zhang Qin's expression froze for a moment, but she nodded silently. This matter was not a secret in the village, whether she admitted it or not. Everyone knew the truth. "Then do you have anything to say to me?" Zhao Sun suddenly asked. Zhang Qin stared at Zhao Sun blankly, and did not react to Zhao Sun's meaning for a long time. "I am a foreigner," Zhao Sun coaxed. "You are not guarded by anyone from Zhoujia village now. This is a good opportunity. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chapter 211. What the H.L. is 12. Zhao Sun could probably guess what the other party would say. After all, being trafficked, plus being alone, plus foreigner, easily made it possible to think that Zhang Qin would ask for help from outsiders to rescue her. But this might be part of what Zhang Qin wanted to say. If it was just that simple, he would know that these women wanted to run away without talking to him alone. Rule 9 specifically requires not to talk to any woman alone. So it is impossible to just reveal something that players can already guess. Either the woman needs to say the words of help in person to trigger the hidden task, or the woman has other things to say, and he can't think of them for the time being. No matter which possibility it is better for him to let Zhang Qin say it than for him to say it himself. Zhang Qin seemed to finally understand what Zhao Sun meant, and her numb eyes suddenly had a little light. But then, she looked around nervously, pursed her lips again, and didn't say a word. "I'm not familiar with the people in the village, and they have always been very repulsive to me. You should know this." Zhao Sun softened his voice. "You don't have to worry that I'm colluding with those people to trap you and test whether you still want to escape." Zhang Qin twisted her clothes unconsciously with her hands, and was struggling in her heart. Zhao Sun didn't urge her, and waited patiently. Just when Zhang Qin seemed to have made up her mind, and was about to speak, hurried footsteps came from not far away. Zhao Sun looked up, and saw Zhou Dagui running over quickly, and the woman running over with some momentum. This woman looked obviously younger than Zhang Qin, and her complexion was much better than Zhang Qin. Although her appearance was average, she was obviously treated much better at home than Zhang Qin. "My wife." Zhou Dagui pointed at the woman next to him, and said to Zhao Sun with a smile, "Lu Cuihua." Lu Cuihua glanced at Zhao Sun. Her originally impatient expression became slightly better when she saw Zhao Sun's handsome face. "What's the matter with calling me here?" When she asked this question, there was no complaint on her face at all. "You go back first." Zhao Sun did not answer Lu Cuihua's question, but gave Zhou Dagui a hypnotic instruction. "After I finish talking to your wife, I will let her go home." "Okay." Zhou Dagui responded and left quickly. Lu Cuihua looked at Zhou Dagui, who was walking hurriedly, in confusion. "What's going on?" She turned to look at Zhao Sun again. "Why does my Dagui listen to you so much? He usually doesn't trust me to be alone with other men. Stand a little further away first." Zhao Sun hypnotized Lu Cuihua directly. "I didn't ask you to come over, so you are not allowed to come over. Nor can you leave, let alone talk." Lu Cuihua's situation is different from Zhang Qin's. She is more like a native of this village, and is more accepted by the village. It can be seen from the fact that she lives better than Zhang Qin. This means that her heart is more inclined to the village. Without using hypnosis, it is more troublesome to get any useful information from her than Zhang Qin. Therefore, it is more appropriate to start with Zhang Qin. Lu Cuihua originally had many questions to ask, but after Zhao Sun finished speaking, her mind seemed to be empty, and she could not think of anything she wanted to ask. She walked to a farther place honestly, without moving or making any sound, just staring at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun then looked at Zhang Qin. "If you have anything to say, just say it." The surprised expression on Zhang Qin's face had not disappeared yet. She lowered her voice and asked, "How did you make them listen to you so much?" Zhao Sun naturally would not answer this question. He just smiled and said, "Such a good opportunity. Don't miss it." Zhang Qin had made up her mind, but she was interrupted just now, and her courage disappeared again. But hearing Zhao Sun's words and looking at Zhao Sun's eyes, she inexplicably felt trust. After hesitating for a moment, she still spoke. I was abducted." When she said this, her voice was very low, and there was a tremor that could not be concealed, as if she was afraid of being heard by a third person. The fear of being discovered and thinking of running away had already made her react instinctively. Almost as soon as the first sentence came out, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. After Zhang Qin finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Hidden task January 2nd. Help the trafficked woman who wants to leave escape from Zhoujia village. He didn't show it on his face, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Triggering the hidden task was one of his guesses, and he didn't feel surprised about it. But this one half was very surprising to him. In the past, when there were multiple tasks, only digital marks such as 1, 2, and 3 would appear. This was the first time I saw a mark like January 2nd. This means that only half of this hidden task has been triggered, and the other half is yet to be triggered? If the other half has not been triggered, and only half of the hidden task has been completed, will you get half of the reward? Or nothing? Although there were doubts in his heart, Zhao Sun still looked at Zhang Qin intently, without showing any abnormality. Zhang Qin hugged her arms tightly, trying to suppress the terrible images that kept emerging in her mind. And then she could continue to speak. I was only 16 years old. It's been more than 10 years. I'm almost 30 years old. Her voice became more and more trembling, and there was some crying. In the first few years, I tried to escape, but I was caught and beaten every time. Once I was almost beaten to death. Zhou Dafu said that if I didn't behave, he would tie me up in an empty house. When she said this, she paused for a long time, her lips trembling all the time. She stammered, but couldn't make any sound in her throat. Zhao Sun didn't say anything all the time, just looked at Zhang Qin with a gentle look, giving Zhang Qin some spiritual comfort. At this time, if he spoke, it might interrupt Zhang Qin's emotional catharsis, but it would make her return to reason, and the fear of Zhoujia village would quickly prevail, so that she would lose the courage to speak. So, he just listened quietly. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhang Qin finally spoke again. Those women who were tied to the empty houses would be taken away by all the men in the village. As long as they were willing to give the women's husbands a little money, they would do whatever they wanted. She couldn't help but retched, and continued for a long time. In the end, those women were tortured to death. None of them could come out of the empty house alive, and not even one could survive for 3 days. I was too scared. I just wanted to live. She hugged her arms tighter. I knew Zhou Dafu was not trying to scare me. If I ran again, he would definitely do it. So I completely gave up the idea of escaping, and spent more than 10 years here. But her tears fell down, as if the bitter water of so many years could not be exhausted. But I miss my parents so much. I want to go home so much. She didn't cry out loud, afraid that Lu Cuihua behind her would hear it. If she complained to Zhou Dafu after returning, Zhou Dafu might suspect that she said something she shouldn't say. Zhao Sun waited quietly for a while, and seeing that Zhang Qin was just crying all the time and didn't seem to plan to speak again, he spoke. When you ran away, where did you run to the farthest place? He asked Zhang Qin in a calm tone. Zhang Qin was stunned for a few seconds before she recovered from her sadness and despair. The farthest I went was when I was almost running away, she said in a low voice. I ran to the town, and as long as I got on the bus, I could leave. At this point, she was immersed in regret. I shouldn't have talked to an old woman next to me while waiting for the bus. Although that person was not from this village, she knew that I ran away, so she secretly contacted several villages. When I was about to get on the bus, Zhou Dafu caught me and took me home. She shuddered, as if she remembered the terrible experience after being caught. So, as long as you have the opportunity to leave this village safely, you can still run away with your own ability? Zhao Sun asked again. Zhang Qin hesitated. I haven't been out for many years. I don't know if the outside has changed. If the road is built, or there are more buildings, then I might. There won't be much change, Zhao Sun said confidently. Otherwise this place wouldn't have been poor, and so many villagers would have moved away and never come back. If their own environment and conditions can be improved, many people are still willing to stay at home. Most people choose to leave, which only means that it is better outside. So the changes in the village and town will not be too big. Moreover, in such a remote mountain village, building roads or houses is not a trivial matter. If there is such a project, the villagers will definitely get the news. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked Zhang Qin again. You have been here for so many years. Have you heard of any road or house construction nearby? Zhang Qin tried to recall and shook her head. I haven't heard of it. That's okay. Zhao Sun smiled kindly. At least the nearby villages will not change much. You should be able to run to the town by yourself. As for whether the town has changed, that won't affect your departure by long-distance bus. Right. Even if the changes in the town are really big, you can find out whether the long-distance bus has changed its location by asking someone. As for whether you can find a reliable person to inquire about the news, that is Zhang Qin's own business. Zhao Sun was only responsible for getting Zhang Qin out of Zhoujia village safely. Zhang Qin blinked twice slowly and asked in disbelief. You want to help me? Of course. Zhao Sun nodded, and then asked, Besides you, are there other people in the village who have been trafficked? If so, just take this opportunity to run away together. Zhang Qin shook her head. Except for me and Lu Zuihua. The rest of the people in the village are very old ladies. Even if they have been trafficked, they have lived in the village for so many years and have been assimilated. They will not have the idea of escaping. Okay, you wait for my notice these 2 days. I will make arrangements and let you go. Zhao Sun made a promise. At the latest the day after tomorrow, I guarantee that you will escape from Zhoujia village safely. Zhang Qin looked at Zhao Sun cautiously. Really? She may have been disappointed too many times, and now hope is right in front of her. But she doesn't dare to believe it. She is afraid that she will be happy first and get despair again. Just wait for my news. Zhao Sun didn't say more, and asked, Do you have anything else to tell me? Zhang Qin thought hard for a while, and shook her head. No. Then you go back first. Zhao Sun waved to Lu Zuihua. Come here. Zhang Qin was locked in the house most of the time, and she certainly didn't know much about the things in the village. So, if he wanted to find out more about the village, it would not be appropriate to ask Zhang Qin. Since Zhang Qin couldn't think of anything to say, he could only ask someone else. Zhang Qin quickly wiped the tears from her face and lowered her head to prevent Lu Zuihua from seeing her red eyes. She walked slowly all the way home. Lu Zuihua walked quickly to Zhao Sun and took the initiative before Zhao Sun opened his mouth. I just suddenly remembered that you kicked my son unconscious. Right. The moment she saw Zhao Sun's face, she forgot about it. But she remembered it again after standing alone for so long. The reason she agreed to come here was to seek justice for her son. I kicked your mother-in-law unconscious, and I injured your husband. Zhao Sun still had that warm smile on his face. Do you want to feel it too? Lu Zuihua's momentum, which had just risen, suddenly deflated like a deflated ball. Somehow, looking at Zhao Sun's smile, she felt terrified. She didn't dare to ask the question on her lips. But when she thought of her son crying and shouting in pain just after waking up, she still plucked up the courage to say, He is my only son. How could you hit him so hard? Zhao Sun was too lazy to talk about this topic with Lu Zuihua. He asked directly, Do you have anything else to say to me? Lu Zuihua obviously didn't expect Zhao Sun to say this, and couldn't keep up with Zhao Sun's rhythm for a while, and was stunned. What do you want me to say? She asked subconsciously. Is there anything you don't want to tell your husband or parents-in-law? Zhao Sun gave an example. Or a secret you have never told anyone. How can I have such a secret? Lu Zuihua immediately retorted. Zhao Sun was a little impatient, and simply used hypnosis on Lu Zuihua. Although Rule 9 does not allow talking to any woman in the village alone, it does not mean that talking to any woman can get useful information. Lu Zuihua is completely different from Zhang Qin. Although she is from the next village, she has the same ideas as this village. So Lu Zuihua is probably not the target of his conversation. With this idea, Zhao Sun did not want to waste time on Lu Zuihua. The result of hypnosis was as he thought. Lu Zuihua really had nothing to say to him. He let Lu Zuihua leave. The problem now is who can trigger the other one half of this hidden task. Chapter 212 Madman and Female Ghost. Since a hidden task is divided into two halves, the characters that trigger the hidden task should be related to each other. Either they are people with the same identity as Zhang Qin, or they are people who know Zhang Qin, or they are people who have some kind of connection with Zhang Qin. There are no abducted women in Zhoujia village who have the same idea of escaping as Zhang Qin. The people in Zhoujia village that Zhang Qin knows are unlikely to be of the same mind as Zhang Qin, and they should not be able to trigger the hidden task. For the same hidden task, it is impossible that the first half and the second half have completely opposite content requirements. Therefore, the possibility of someone who is related to Zhang Qin is the greatest. However, Zhao Sun has not yet figured out what the specific connection is. This matter can only be put aside for the time being to see if there are any new gains in the subsequent exploration. This is also the reason why he told Zhang Qin that he would help her escape the day after tomorrow at the latest. He did not know whether he could get half of the reward by completing only half of the hidden task. It would definitely be better to complete the complete task. Zhao Sun stood up and walked towards the depths of the village. In this case, why not go meet that madman first? The deep part of the village has indeed been uninhabited for many years. Most of the houses have obvious signs of being eroded by wind and rain, and are dilapidated and decadent. The road is also full of half-human high weeds. Without the smell of humans, these are the easiest to grow wildly. Even though it is winter now, many weeds have withered and the leaves have drooped. But there are still a few dead grasses that are still standing upright, swaying with the wind, and will not fall down. They poke the back of people's hands. Itchy and uncomfortable. It is very quiet here. Even quieter than the village entrance, where Zhao Sun stayed before. There is no sound of insects. Only the occasional rustling sound of the grass leaves swaying when the wind blows, and the creaking sound of shoes stepping on the grass leaves. It is lifeless, making people feel uncontrollably cold in their hearts. No wonder the remaining villagers never go into the depths of the village again after moving to live near the village entrance. Zhao Sun was not afraid. He walked deeper while looking at the road carefully. Judging from the ground, the weeds are overgrown, and even the original roads in the village many years ago have been completely covered, and there are no traces left after long-term trampling. There are indeed no people living here. Probably only madmen wandering here. And madmen either don't go out often, or they don't walk the same road step by step. So there are no traces of any roads here. The trouble is that it is impossible to find the exact location of the madman through the traces of walking. However, even if the madman is really crazy, there should be a place where he usually stays. Pay more attention to observation, and you may be able to find some traces. Zhao Sun walked slowly deeper, carefully checking the grass and soil on the ground all the way. After walking for about half an hour, he finally saw a series of footprints. This is obviously the trace left by stepping on the soft soil when it rains. After the weather is clear, it becomes hard and formed. It will not disappear easily without thinking of damage. Zhao Sun looked up and looked around. There are several dilapidated old houses here, and the weeds at the door of 2 of the houses have obvious traces of being repeatedly trampled. Zhao Sun was about to choose one of the rooms to go in and take a look, when he suddenly saw a dirty man rushing out of the room on the left. The man's hair was very long and tangled, as if it had not been trimmed or washed for many years. He was very thin, wearing a thick, black cotton jacket and cotton pants, but it was obvious that his trouser legs and cuffs were loose, and his exposed wrists and ankles had distinct bones. Because his hair was too messy, it covered most of his face, making it impossible to see his appearance and expression. But when he rushed out, he was still babbling and waving his hands randomly, and it seemed that he was not very welcome to the appearance of Zhao Sun, a stranger. Zhao Sun directly used hypnosis on the man. Unexpectedly, the effect of hypnosis was somewhat discounted. Although the man no longer had the intention to attack Zhao Sun, and could stand there quietly and listen to Zhao Sun, he often answered Zhao Sun's questions incoherently. It seems that the madman's own confusion of thinking cannot be corrected even by hypnosis. The madman can only answer every question with his own thinking, which is naturally not normal logic to ordinary people. However, Zhao Sun still gained something. The madman did kill his father with his own hands. But it was not the madness that the villagers thought. But the madman had hatred for his father. But the madman could not explain clearly what kind of hatred it was. Zhao Sun asked in several ways, but in the end, he did not get a reference-worthy answer. He simply gave up this question temporarily and asked another one. Has anyone given you food in the past few years? The madman looked up at Zhao Sun, and finally revealed a pair of eyes covered by messy hair. His eyes were clear. There was no calculation or turbidity. Just like a child who had never experienced the world. With a bit of ignorance and confusion. Food. He murmured these 2 words. Yes. Food. Zhao Sun patiently induced. You are hungry. What to eat? Catch fish. The madman laughed. Burn eggs. Delicious. Then he showed an unhappy expression again. Brass. It tastes bad. Is there anything else? Zhao Sun followed the madman's words and asked. Have you ever eaten anything else? Fruits. The madman laughed again. Sweet. Insects. It tastes bad. Trees. Hard. Leaves. Bitter. He kept talking like this for a long time, and it sounded like the food given by nature that he found all over the village. It didn't look like someone was feeding him. Has no one given you food? Zhao Sun asked the question again. The madman shook his head. No one. No one. Zhao Sun tried to ask some other questions, but didn't get any more results. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, he temporarily let the madman go and walked towards the village entrance alone. When he returned to the door of his house, it was completely dark. There was a faint light in Zhou Dafu's house next door, which should be from an oil lamp or candle. Zhao Sun only found 2 candles and a box of matches in the house, and no other lighting objects. He didn't have anything to see for the time being, so he simply didn't light a candle and went to bed in the dark. Closed the door and went to bed. The quilt on the bed was very thin and had little warmth-keeping effect. Zhao Sun simply took out his sleeping bag and finally felt less cold. He summoned the mandrill again and let it guard beside him. And then he quickly fell asleep, although it was still very early, only about 6 o'clock. But he knew that it was unlikely to have a good sleep tonight, so he would sleep for a while there was still some time. I don't know how long he slept. Zhao Sun vaguely heard a little sound in his sleep. He immediately opened his eyes alertly, and his brain quickly returned to a state of wakefulness. After listening carefully for a few seconds, he was sure that he had not heard it wrong. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! It sounded like the sound of water drops dripping into a puddle. The speed was very slow, and there was an interval of about 5 seconds between each drop. But the location was very close. It should be at the door, outside the house. Zhao Sun immediately thought of the water tank that he had smashed. He had violated 3 rules at present. Second, go to the well at the entrance of the village to fetch 3 buckets of water every day at noon, and fill the water tank at the door of the house. 9th, do not talk alone with any woman in the village. 10th, if a child behaves impolitely towards you, please smile and ignore it. Be tolerant of children as an adult. The 9th and 10th rules have nothing to do with water. Only the water tank is related to water. In addition, the sound of dripping water is just outside the door, almost where the water tank is. It is easy to think that it is the consequence of violating the 2nd rule. At present, it is just the sound of dripping water, which has no hypnotic effect, nor will it cause confusion or hallucinations. Of course, it may also be because he has psychic abilities, and these ordinary psychic attacks can no longer have an effect on him. In short, he feels good now, and the dripping sound outside is just the sound of dripping water. Just thinking about this, Zhao Sun suddenly noticed that the dripping speed has increased, from the initial interval of 5 seconds to the interval of 2 seconds. After a while, it became 1 second interval again. As the speed increased, the sound became louder. There was even a tendency to gradually approach. Zhao Sun lay quietly, not moving for the time being. Now, he should have violated the 6th rule. 6th, no matter what noise you hear at night, you must pretend not to hear it, let alone try to listen carefully. He was very careful to distinguish the speed of the dripping sound. However, the current consequences seem to be only related to the 2nd rule. Is it not time to show other consequences? Tick-tock! Tick-tock! The water drops seemed to hit the wooden door, and the sound became a little dull. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! The dripping sound penetrated the door and sounded inside the door, and the sound became particularly crisp and clear. As the tick-tock sound got closer and closer, the humidity in the room seemed to be increasing. The mandrill issued a low warning sound. Zhao Sun knew he couldn't lie there any longer, so he quickly got out of his sleeping bag and took out a strong flashlight to shine at the source of the sound. The dripping sound suddenly stopped, but the humidity in the room continued to increase. It was almost to the point where it would automatically condense into water droplets. In the light of the strong flashlight, a young girl in a snow-white dress was seen. Her hair was wet, and her pale face showed a strange smile. She was not afraid of being illuminated by the light. Instead, she shook her feet in the air, wanting the other party to see her appearance clearly. Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Sun, but she saw that Zhao Sun's face was always normal, and he was not scared. Her smile froze for a moment. Then, she swung her legs more vigorously, and the water droplets on her legs were sprinkled everywhere. I know you are a ghost. Stop shaking, Zhao Sun said calmly and yawned. Do you have something to do with me? If you don't have anything, don't perform here. It's late at night, and disturbing people's sleep. Young female ghost. She looked at herself blankly. Isn't she scary like this? How could the other party not be afraid at all? After the blankness, there was anger. How could he not be afraid of himself? The next second, her body suddenly swelled up. Her hair flew wildly, and the sound of dripping water around her body became more and more rapid. There were some water droplets on Zhao Sun's high-intensity flashlight. The young female ghost ran towards Zhao Sun quickly, with a pair of hands growing sharp nails. pointing directly at Zhao Sun's heart. Zhao Sun raised his right hand calmly, and a ball of football-sized flame rose up, instantly evaporating all the water vapor around. The young female ghost keenly noticed that the flame was unusual. She quickly withdrew her hand, and quickly stepped back a few steps. In her sight, the water droplets on the high-intensity flashlight were slowly shrinking until they disappeared. Even though they were already far away, the young female ghost could still feel the heat of the flame, the heat that made her afraid. I can only tolerate you to explain clearly before you leave. Zhao Sun still looked calm. Or you can choose to be wiped out immediately. The perception of danger made the young female ghost choose to know the situation. She returned to her original appearance. Her hair was wet and scattered, and the swelling on her face disappeared. I was killed by them. She almost immediately told her situation clearly. I died in this house, tortured to death by many men. My soul can't escape this room, and can only get into that water tank at most. Her expression was ferocious for a moment, and then returned to normal. You broke the water tank, as if you had freed me from my restraints, and I can leave this room. In that case, you should thank me. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you want to kill me? The female ghost didn't know whether she felt embarrassed or guilty, and stammered. You are from the village, and you are in the same group as those men. You are all bad people. Zhao Sun showed a sympathetic look. You were abducted, and it should be because of your stupidity. Right, ghost. Even if you don't know what kind of person I am, the first thing you should think about when you regain your freedom is revenge, and deal with those murderers who killed you who are still alive in the village. Zhao Sun said while throwing fireballs around, steaming most of the moisture in the room. You don't bother those people, but come to me first. What else is not a bad brain? Ghost. I have too much resentment and lost my mind, she explained without confidence, lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Zhao Sun glanced at the ghost and said nothing. It is indeed a common phenomenon that resentful ghosts lose their minds and attack living people indiscriminately. It is probably the fear of Samadhi true fire that made the ghost regain her sanity. Not the Samadhi true fire itself has the ability to restore the resentful ghost to reason. Chapter 213, Is there a possibility of someone slipping through the net? Seeing that the female ghost could communicate normally, Zhao Sun began to ask questions. Are you one of the women who set fire to the village more than 20 years ago, took the opportunity to escape, and were caught again? The female ghost nodded honestly. Yes, except for those who were caught. Did the others die in the mountains? Zhao Sun asked again. The female ghost hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, I don't know. Don't know? Zhao Sun showed a questioning look. I was the first one to be caught. The ghost girl spoke of this incident with some anger in her voice, but soon returned to normal. I don't know if anyone escaped. I only heard from others that those who were not caught died. Zhao Sun was not discouraged by this answer. He asked again, Is there a possibility that there are fish that slipped through the net? The ghost girl shook her head. I don't know. Have you heard the villagers talk about the situation of other women who escaped? Zhao Sun asked. For example, have the bodies been found? The ghost girl shook her head again. I don't know. Zhao Sun smiled. You don't know anything when you ask, so you are of no value to me. Then ask me something I know. The ghost girl was a little anxious. If it doesn't work, I will tell you everything I know. Don't ask one by one. Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak again, the ghost girl said everything she could think of in her mind. I was the first one they caught. I died after being tortured for a day and a night. During this period, I heard those men say that they caught other people. A total of 4 were caught, and the rest died in the mountains. It seems that several women were eaten by wild beasts in the mountains. They kept cursing that they deserved it. From what they said, no one escaped alive. But I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't guarantee it to you. After I was caught, it took about half a day before the second person was caught. I was caught too early, so I don't know a lot of things. Oh, by the way, in addition to most of the villagers who went to the same house to drink being burned to death, 2 men died on the way to catch women. Hearing this, Zhao Sun showed an interested look. Seeing that Zhao Sun was interested, the female ghost continued. I don't know exactly what happened to the 2 men, but I heard from others that one of them should have been pushed off the cliff by several women. What about the other one? Zhao Sun asked. The other one seemed to have been killed by a wild beast, the ghost girl explained. At that time, they had already captured 4 of us, and they found several body parts bitten by wild beasts. In addition, a man was bitten to death by a wild beast, so they gave up the idea of continuing to search the mountain, fearing that more wild beasts would be alarmed and cause trouble for themselves. Zhao Sun said, and did not speak for the time being. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of there being a fish that escaped among the women who escaped is very low. After all, it is a fact that wild beasts roamed around. And it is also a fact that several women were bitten. And even one of the villagers suffered. But this is a game. For games and novels, the low probability of surviving a cliff jump is basically standard. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that there are still women who have not been caught and have not been eaten by wild animals. The reason why Zhao Sun has such a guess is mainly because of the half-hidden task. Among all the information currently known, there is no character suitable for triggering the remaining half-hidden task. If there is still a fish that slipped through the net, it makes sense. If it is really as he guessed, there is such a fish that slipped through the net, then this fish must not have escaped from the village. After all, the first half of this hidden task requires him to help the abducted woman escape. But no one in the village knows the existence of such a fish. So the most likely possibility is that the fish is hiding deep in the village. Since the madman can survive by digging wild vegetables and taking bird eggs, it must not be a problem to keep one more woman alive. Of course, these are all his guesses. The specific situation can only be found when he goes to the depths of the village to explore the situation tomorrow. Zhao Sun recalled the village rules and asked the ghost girl, "I heard that when this village holds a wedding, all the villagers will attend. Why didn't everyone attend the wedding 20 years ago? How could it be possible that everyone really attended?" The ghost girl was speechless. There are always people in a village who don't like each other. They will definitely not attend each other's weddings or funerals. Sick people will not attend to avoid conflicts. If someone is sick, they must need someone to stay and take care of them. At this point, she paused and suddenly showed a self-deprecating smile. And people like me, women like us who have been trafficked, will only be tied up at home and rarely have the opportunity to go out. She sighed again, with a bit of unwillingness in her tone. The family that held the wedding that time had a bad relationship with several families in the village. Those families, as well as those who had a good relationship with those families, did not attend the wedding banquet that time. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. The number of people attending the wedding banquet was less than you expected. So you were arrested. This also explains why, 20 years later, after many villagers moved out, there are still dozens of people left in the village. Yes. The ghost girl nodded. We don't know enough about the relationship between the villagers. We didn't expect that we had such bad luck that time. Only half of the villagers attended the wedding. As for our escape, the villagers worked together to catch us. Zhao Sun thought for a while and asked again. I asked the villagers, and they said that most of the people who attended the wedding were burned to death. Do you know who survived? I know. The ghost girl nodded, and then showed a sarcastic smile. But they didn't live for too long. They were all burned. The medical conditions here are simple. Even if they survived, the wounds were not well treated and would still cause repeated infections. The longest lived for only 1.5 years. So, the villagers in the village now are not those who escaped from the fire at that time? Zhao Sun confirmed. Yes. The ghost girl answered affirmatively. Zhao Sun nodded and changed the subject. Are there other ghosts in the house? Yes. But they are not hiding in the water tank. They will not appear just because you smashed the water tank. The female ghost explained in detail. And each of us ghosts has formed a different environmental magnetic field. And two scenes cannot appear at the same time. They are all weaker than me. So they can't appear after my environmental magnetic field appears. When she said this, the ghost girl looked a little proud. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. No wonder only this ghost girl appeared so far. He was still wondering. He had violated several rules. Even if not every rule was related to ghosts. It was impossible that only one of the 3 or 4 rules would attract ghosts. Then it seems that they are more vulnerable than you. Zhao Sun commented pointedly. Ghost girl. Without mentioning the word. Vulnerable. She could still speak well. Zhao Sun changed to a comfortable posture and touched the fur of the mandrill squatting beside him. He said to the female ghost. Call them all out. I just have some questions to ask them all. The female ghost reminded. You haven't violated the relevant rules. They won't appear. Zhao Sun changed his words. Then the corresponding female ghost should be able to come out for the rules I have violated. Right. Then I will remove my environmental magnetic field. And those who meet the conditions will appear by themselves. The female ghost was very sensible, and got rid of the wet state. The air suddenly lost the dull and humid feeling, and her body was no longer dripping. Only her hair was still wet. Zhao Sun took back the fireball in his hand. The next moment, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside. A cold wind followed. It seemed to penetrate the gap between the window and the wooden door and drill into the house. The temperature in the whole house dropped suddenly. The mandrill couldn't help shivering and felt a little cold. Seeing this, Zhao Sun simply took the mandrill back into the small millstone. Then he looked at the female ghost. Is this female ghost hiding somewhere outside the door like you? Does she need the same process to come in? The female ghost had a bit of confusion on her face. And then, as if she had thought of something, she quickly floated to a place very close to Zhao Sun and said in a very low voice, This is not my sister. This should be the villager who was burned to death. Zhao Sun said, Oh, without much surprise in his expression. It seems that after the female ghost withdrew her environmental magnetic field, the villager ghost outside had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Before the other female ghosts had time to show up, the villager ghost had to start the environmental magnetic field first. Dong dong dong. The knocking sound continued, neither hurried nor slow, with a consistent rhythm. It seems that if there is no interruption, the things outside can keep knocking like this. If you have nothing else to do, stay here first. Zhao Sun got out of bed and whispered to the female ghost. Wait until I solve the trouble outside the door, and then come to talk to you. After that, he didn't care about the reaction of the female ghost, and walked directly to the door. 6th. No matter what noise you hear at night, you must pretend not to hear it, and don't try to listen carefully. 7th. Between midnight and 5 in the morning, if you hear a knock on the door, never open your eyes. He broke 2 rules at the same time. But it doesn't matter. He was going to break the rules anyway. Not only did he open his eyes now, he also had to open the door. Zhao Sun opened the wooden door directly amid the knocks. Outside was a male ghost covered in black, with several burn marks on his face. He maintained the posture of raising his hand to knock on the door. And the moment he opened the door, his action paused. He opened his mouth to Zhao Sun, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The temperature around him seemed to be even lower. What do you want to talk to me about? Zhao Sun asked. You shouldn't talk to Murakami's woman alone. The male ghost's voice seemed to be chilling. As his words came out, Zhao Sun felt the coldness around him even worse. It seemed to freeze to the bones. Oh, it turns out to be because of Rule 9. Zhao Sun nodded. Then, he raised his hand, and a basketball-sized fireball rushed towards the male ghost. The distance was too close, and the male ghost had no time to react before he was swallowed by the flames. He didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Zhao Sun immediately felt that his body was much warmer. He closed the door and returned to the house. The female ghost stood not far away and watched the whole process. She couldn't stop shivering. You just burned him like that? The fire was really powerful. If all the ghosts were burned, there would be nothing left in this world. Fortunately, she knew the situation and chose to slide down. Otherwise, she would be the one who turned to ashes. Why do I keep so many ghosts around? Zhao Sun spread his hands innocently. You also said that he was one of the ghosts who were burned to death at that time. I'm afraid he doesn't know as much about what happened back then as you do. Since you are willing to cooperate with me and answer my questions, why do I keep him around? The reason why he didn't go up and burn the male ghost to death was purely to determine which rule this male ghost appeared because he violated. This way, it is also good to determine what the corresponding consequences are for each rule he violated. In addition, from the incident of this male ghost, he also determined one thing. Some rules are connected. For example, just now, because he violated the 9th rule, a ghost knocked on the door in the middle of the night, which led to the event of Rule 7. This means that after violating some rules, it is equivalent to violating several rules in succession. There is no way to try one by one as he planned. However, not every rule is related to each other, so it is not necessary to violate all 10 rules at once. Zhao Sun looked around and asked the female ghost, Where is your sister? Why hasn't she appeared yet? You? Don't burn me. A voice as thin as a mosquito hum sounded from above. Zhao Sun looked up and saw a short-haired female ghost sitting on the beam. She had a pretty face, but her clothes were a little tattered. There was a bit of fear on her face, and she was obviously frightened by Zhao Sun's flames. It depends on your performance, Zhao Sun said meaningfully. I don't like ghosts who don't cooperate with me. As long as I know, I will tell you. The short-haired female ghost took the initiative to express her position. Did you appear because of which rule I violated? Zhao Sun went straight to the point. You didn't pretend not to hear the noise at night. You not only listened carefully, but also responded. The short-haired ghost girl answered while carefully floating to the side of the long-haired ghost girl. It's Rule 6. You should have heard what she just said. Zhao Sun pointed at the long-haired ghost girl and said to the short-haired ghost girl. Can you say anything else? The short-haired ghost girl tried very hard to recall. After a long while, she suddenly said, I know why the madman killed his father. Zhao Sun became interested again. What's the reason? It's because of the madman's mother. The short-haired ghost girl was relieved when she saw that Zhao Sun was willing to listen. She continued. The madman's mother was also trafficked. Chapter 214, A Big Discovery. The madman's mother was trafficked here. Zhao Sun had heard about this from Grandpa Zhou. However, the point that the short-haired female ghost wanted to say was probably not here. So he did not interrupt her, but motioned her to continue. After receiving the signal, the short-haired female ghost had more confidence and her voice was a little louder. The madman's mother was trafficked here at about the same time as us. But she has always been very obedient. So the villagers treat her better. Not only do they allow her to go to the river to wash clothes, but they also ask her to be responsible for persuading the women who have just been trafficked. She got pregnant 3 months after being trafficked, and gave birth to the madman. The madman was not crazy at first, but just a little mentally retarded. But compared with the mentally retarded, he is not that bad. He just reacts a little slower and speaks a little later. But everything else looks healthy. The family is still very satisfied that she can give birth to a son. Even if this son is not as lively as a normal boy, they think it is enough to be a descendant who can carry on the family line. So, the family has fewer restrictions on her. And she can even go to the town with the villagers to buy daily necessities. The route we escaped was actually provided by her. Zhao Sun finally interrupted. So she is the leader among you? Yes. The long-haired female ghost who was very quiet at the side took the initiative to speak. The escape route and the time of escape were all set by her. The plan of arson and what each of us should do were all arranged by her. Yes. The short-haired female ghost nodded repeatedly. She has gained the trust of most villagers in the village, and her actions are more convenient than ours. And she is the only one who knows the escape route. If we want to escape, we must have her help. So we all follow her arrangements. Did she cheat you? Zhao Sun asked. No. The two female ghosts said in unison. They looked at each other, and it was the short-haired ghost who spoke. She ran away with us. But she should have died in the mountains and forests, eaten by wild animals. What does this have to do with the madman killing his father? Zhao Sun did not forget what the short-haired ghost said at the beginning. She said she knew the reason why the madman killed his father. But up to now, he did not hear the correlation between the two. It's like this. We are worried that a group of people acting together will be easily discovered. And once caught, the whole army will be wiped out. The short-haired ghost explained. So after we escaped from the village, the leading woman gave each of us the route map she had drawn long ago. And then we scattered. She paused and looked at Zhao Sun's face. In the dark, it is difficult to see the expression on the face with the naked eye. But she is a ghost, so she can see it clearly. Seeing that Zhao Sun still looked very patient, she continued. I happened to be on the same road with the leading woman for a while, and she told me a secret. What secret? The long-haired ghost looked curious. Obviously, she didn't know about this. Every time she was alone with her son, she secretly instilled in him the idea that everyone in the village was a bad person. The short-haired female ghost didn't keep it a secret and said directly. And she told her son that if she disappeared one day, it must be her father's fault. And she hoped her son would avenge her. The long-haired ghost girl opened her mouth in surprise. This kind of thought is instilled into the child from such a young age. Yes. The short-haired woman nodded. She also told her son that this is a secret between the two of them and must not be shown in front of outsiders. And she always said that if she disappeared, her son would have to wait until he grew up to have enough strength to take revenge. You mean, because of the brainwashing of this woman since childhood, the madman killed his father when he grew up? Zhao Sun sat down on the bed and chose a comfortable posture. I think so. The short-haired ghost girl felt that her logic was completely correct. Otherwise, how could the madman kill his father? He was not really a madman when he was a child. Zhao Sun did not speak, but he had reservations about what the short-haired ghost girl said. More than 20 years ago, the madman should be less than 10 years old. Even if the woman started brainwashing the madman when he was 3 years old, it would only take about 7 years until he was 10 years old. After the woman disappeared, no one brainwashed the madman anymore. The madman killed his father a year ago. Between the age of 10 and 30, the madman had more than 20 years to slowly fade away his childhood memories. 7 years compared to more than 20 years is still too far. If the madman saw his mother die in front of him, it would be another matter. Even if that happened only for a short moment. Even if the madman's brain was not good, he would remember it for a lifetime. But this did not happen. In all likelihood, the madman's family and villagers have been brainwashing the madman for more than 20 years, saying that his mother abandoned him. Then the possibility that the madman has forgotten his mother's words is even higher. Moreover, if the madman really remembered his mother's indoctrination and waited until he grew up to kill his father, then he should have done it in his 20s, not in his 30s. He did not think that the madman killed his father because he was crazy. But he did not think it was just because of the 7 years of brainwashing. He always felt that there was something missing in the middle. But obviously, these two female ghosts only knew this in this matter. Zhao Sun looked at the short-haired ghost. "Do you have anything else to say?" The short-haired ghost showed a panicked look. She tried hard to recall for a long time, but still shook her head dejectedly. "I know. That's all. Well, you go." Zhao Sun waved his hand. The two ghosts were surprised. The short-haired ghost thought Zhao Sun was not satisfied with the news she had just revealed, and she thought she might be burned to death. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sun wanted to let her go. Really? She asked in disbelief. "If you don't want to leave, I can burn you to death immediately." Before Zhao Sun finished speaking, a ball of fire came out of his palm. No. Of course I want to leave," the short-haired ghost hurriedly said. "But my soul is trapped on this beam. I need your help." At the end, her voice became lower and lower. She didn't have confidence that Zhao Sun would be willing to help her. After all, she couldn't beat Zhao Sun, and force would definitely be useless. And she couldn't offer any benefits to attract the other party. And bribery wouldn't work. "Okay," Zhao Sun raised 2 fingers. "But you have to agree to my 2 conditions." "What conditions?" the 2 female ghosts asked in unison. "First, don't do anything to the living villagers for the time being. It's easy to ruin my plan," Zhao Sun said slowly. "Second, you help me go deep into the village tonight. Well, just think of it as monitoring that madman. Come back before dawn and report to me. We agree." The short-haired woman immediately expressed her position. Aren't you worried that we will go back on our word?" The long-haired woman couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Let them go. They will have no constraints. If they don't follow Zhao Sun's requirements, they can just run away. "Don't worry," Zhao Sun smiled and said. "I guess, given your current situation, you two should not be able to leave the village. As long as you can't escape the village, I can find you. If you don't do what I ask, your end will be burned to death." In terms of quantity, the number of kidnapped female ghosts is far less than the number of burned villager ghosts. From the situation of the villager ghost who knocked on the door before, the villager ghosts can wander in the village. But the kidnapped female ghosts can only become earthbound spirits, even if they break the shackles and can move freely. The villager ghosts have a deep hatred with them. Once they find their traces, they will definitely chase and intercept them, and will never give them a chance to run away. The long-haired ghost sighed. "Okay, you guessed right. But since you guessed this, you should know that we dare not wander around the village at will." The long-haired ghost showed a sad face. "Besides, those villagers who were burned to death are mainly gathered in the depths of the village. We have no way to go there to monitor the madman. I guess the villagers' ghosts can't enter the house where the living live. But you can." Zhao Sun still had that calm smile. "I will tell you the specific location of the madman. You just go in and stare at the madman." He was not guessing randomly. The long-haired ghost can easily enter his house, while the village ghost needs to knock on the door, which basically determines the difference between the 2 types of ghosts. "Okay, I know." The long-haired ghost compromised. "I agree to your conditions." The short-haired ghost couldn't wait to say that. "I need you to help me break the beam, so that I can get rid of the restraints." Zhao Sun looked up at the beam where the short-haired ghost was before, which was the main beam. "If this beam is broken, the roof of this house will collapse. I will liberate you at dawn," Zhao Sun said to the long-haired woman. "You should act now." The long-haired female ghost did not dare to ask more questions, and she slipped out through the crack of the door. The short-haired female ghost asked hesitantly, Why do we have to wait until dawn? I can't go out at dawn. I'm afraid of the sun. Once the beam is broken, the house will collapse. Where can I find a suitable new residence at night? Zhao Sun got into the sleeping bag on the bed. Be quiet. Don't disturb my sleep. When it gets light, it will be convenient for him to find a suitable new place to live. The short-haired ghost dared not say anything more, and she shrank back to the beam again. She was very worried. What if the long-haired ghost could get the result that Zhao Sun wanted from the madman tonight? Then she would not need to take action tomorrow. Then, could she still be liberated? There was no contract between them, and she was the weaker party, so it was difficult for her to protect her rights. The more she thought about the short-haired ghost, the more she felt that her future was bleak. While the short-haired ghost was worried, Zhao Sun had summoned the mandrill again and fell asleep quickly. Asterisk. It was 5 o'clock in the morning on the 16th. Before dawn, the voice of the long-haired ghost sounded in the house. Hey! 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 I have a great discovery! She was very excited and fluttered around the bed. Wake up and listen to me! The mandrill bared its teeth and issued a warning. The long-haired ghost was not afraid of the mandrill, and still fluttered around the bed. Zhao Sun was woken up immediately and sat up. What did you find? While asking, he put away the sleeping bag and put the mandrill back into the small millstone. When the short-haired ghost heard this, she felt her heart sink. Although she didn't know what new discovery the long-haired ghost had made, she felt that the worst situation she was worried about was about to happen. She had lost all her usefulness, and Zhao Sun might not release her. The long-haired ghost didn't notice the short-haired ghost's expression. Her mind was full of the picture she saw. The madman's mother is still alive, the long-haired ghost said to Zhao Sun. What? The short-haired ghost widened her eyes in surprise. She floated down from the beam and asked the long-haired ghost in disbelief. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be wrong? The long-haired ghost was obviously unable to hide things. She told everything she saw in detail. It turned out that after she found the madman's residence according to the location Zhao Sun said, she saw a haggard woman as soon as she entered the house. She looked to be in her 60s, thin and shriveled, weak and sickly, and kept coughing. The old lady huddled in a corner, wearing torn and dirty clothes and wrapped in a dirty quilt. But she seemed to be very afraid of the cold and shivered from time to time. The long-haired female ghost was wondering who this old lady was. And then she heard the madman call the old lady Mom. She carefully identified it, and the look between her eyebrows and eyes showed that she was indeed the madman's biological mother. It's just that more than 20 years have passed, and she has aged a lot. Maybe it's because life is too hard, and there is no way to maintain a balanced diet. So she looks even older. The actual age should be in her 40s. But she looks like she's in her 60s. So that's it. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. He instantly figured out something. The madman's killing of his father was indeed related to his mother's brainwashing. But it was not just 7 years of brainwashing, but more than 20 years of brainwashing. This makes sense. The madman attacked his father when he was in his 30s. It was probably at this moment that he was completely brainwashed and had enough resentment and courage to kill. The low-intelligence madman was able to survive in the depths of the village without any villagers feeding him. And it was also with the help of his mother. Of course, the most important thing for Zhao Sun is that the madman's mother is likely to be the other half of the person who can trigger his hidden mission. Chapter 215. The other half. Like Zhang Qin, she was a trafficked person, alive, and had tried to escape. She had a deep hatred for Zhoujia village. In any case, the madman's mother was a target worth trying. But it was still dark now, and Zhao Sun was not in a hurry to go out. He asked the long-haired female ghost. Then you have been there for so long. Have you figured out how the madman's mother survived the escape more than 20 years ago? Yeah, the long-haired female ghost replied. She knows the terrain better than all of us, and knows better than us where to hide, and even memorized 2 safer paths. After she saw the villagers chasing her and the beasts attacking, she knew it would be difficult to escape. So she found a hidden cave to hide. In order to prevent people from finding out that she was still alive, she deliberately took off her coat and threw it on the ground with other people's blood. The broken limbs and arms near her clothes were all from others. But the villagers thought she was dead. She hid for a night and wanted to run away. But her leg was injured during the escape. She couldn't run far and could only return to the cave to barely spend a day. Because of the inflammation in her leg, she had no choice but to return to the village and hide in the depths of the abandoned village. Speaking of this, the long-haired female ghost sighed. This hiding has been for more than 20 years. At the beginning, There were still a few people living in the depths of the village, and she had to hide all the time. Later, many villagers moved away, and the depths of the village became more and more desolate, and she was safer. Zhao Sun listened quietly to the long-haired female ghost, and he had completely understood what happened. The woman chose to return to the village. It must be because the inflammation of the leg wound was very serious. She could only choose the option with a greater chance of survival. Not every house in the depths of the village was burned down, and there was always an empty house suitable for hiding and living. If you are lucky, you can also find herbs left in the house, and the chance of survival is much greater than continuing to wander outside. Did the mother and son find you? Zhao Sun asked the long-haired ghost. Yes. The long-haired ghost nodded a little guilty. If I didn't show up, it would be impossible to figure out so many things in a short time. I must have shown up and asked the madman's mother directly. At the end, she explained. She knows me and knows that I have no ill towards her, so she told me everything. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. A sick old lady may have difficulty speaking, and she doesn't have the habit of talking to herself. It's impossible for her to talk about things that happened more than 20 years ago. The long-haired ghost can learn so much about the past. It can only be that she asked the old lady. So he expected the long-haired ghost to expose herself. Zhao Sun looked through the window at the sky outside, which was gradually turning pale. It's almost time. He got up, walked to the door, and opened the wooden door. The short-haired ghost showed a desperate look. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Zhao Sun stepped out of the door, turned around, raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the beam. The beam broke and the entire roof collapsed. The short-haired ghost floated in the air in a daze, and it seemed that she had not recovered from the sudden change of the situation. You freed me, she murmured. Zhao Sun smiled warmly. You are still useful. Of course, he understood the anxiety and worry of the short-haired ghost, but he didn't think he needed to explain anything to her. When it's time to act, he will act naturally. Hearing Zhao Sun's words, the short-haired ghost was relieved. Although she didn't know what Zhao Sun wanted to do with her, she would rather be useful. At least not be abandoned here. At this time, the long-haired ghost spoke. 2 doors away from Zhou Dafu's house. That house can be lived in. Zhao Sun looked at the long-haired ghost. Is it also a house where female ghosts live? Zhang Qin had said before that the empty house became the final destination of those women who were captured. They will all die in the house. The 2 female ghosts in front of him have become earthbound spirits, and the fate of the other 2 should be the same. The long-haired ghost was so sure that the house was vacant, which could only mean that the house was used to lock up escaped women when she was alive. Yeah. The long-haired ghost nodded repeatedly. Let's go and explain the situation to them. They will definitely not hurt you. At the end, she muttered in a low voice. You are so powerful. Even if they want to hurt you, they probably won't have the chance. No. Zhao Sun refused decisively. Why? The long-haired ghost was surprised. You want me to untie their bonds? Right. Zhao Sun waved his hand. I have no obligation to save all of you ghosts, and there is no such requirement in my mission. It was a coincidence that he untied the long-haired ghost, and he untied the short-haired ghost because he felt that she could be used. But he did not come specifically to save these female ghosts. Everything must be based on his completion of the mission. He did not need to live in a house with female ghosts. Hearing what Zhao Sun said, the long-haired woman was silent. She had no reason to ask Zhao Sun to save other female ghosts. She was also afraid that her repeated requests would annoy Zhao Sun, so she remained silent. Before it gets bright, you should stay in the room with the female ghosts, so that I can find you later. Zhao Sun changed the subject. I have other things to do. The 2 female ghosts did not ask any more questions, and soon floated away. As soon as the female ghosts left, Zhao Sun turned around and saw an old man with a cane and a gray beard walking towards him quickly. He walked in front of Zhao Sun and asked, This house is fine. Why did it collapse? He looked at Zhao Sun with a bad face, as if he had already determined that the house was collapsed by Zhao Sun. This house is old and broken. How can it be in good condition? Zhao Sun shrugged. It looks like it will collapse at any time. I am lucky to be able to run out safely. After that, he asked, Who are you? The old man raised his crutches and pounded the dirt ground twice. You kid, you have lived here for half a year. Don't you remember that I am the village chief? Oh, it turns out to be the village chief. Zhao Sun nodded and asked again. Then do you have anything else to ask me? You are so embarrassed to ask. The old man showed a dissatisfied look. In our village, we should get up and work at 5 o'clock. It's already 5:30. And you haven't gathered yet. It's too unreasonable. We have to gather to work? Jiaosun asked casually. There are so few people in our village, and we can't finish the work at all. We can only gather together to assign tasks, the village chief explained, and then said, Anyway, come quickly. No. Jiaosun refused directly. First, hard-working villagers don't like lazy people. They must get up at 5 o'clock every morning to work. This is also one of the rules he must break. He refused the village chief's request without hesitation. The village chief's face sank. You are late. I didn't punish you immediately. Instead, I came to call you over in person. Don't be ungrateful. As soon as he finished speaking, his beard fluttered gently. In the absence of wind, Jiaosun immediately noticed the abnormality of the village chief. In addition to the fluttering beard, there seemed to be a layer of overlapping shadows behind the village chief, covered with a thin black mist. As the village chief's anger grew, the black mist gradually wrapped around the front half of the village chief's body. I understand. This should be another type of ghost. A possessed ghost. When he breaks the rules, it will appear. Jiaosun raised his hand, and a ball of fire floated above his palm. The black fog paused, and the progress of wrapping the village chief decreased instead of increasing. Jiaosun looked at the black fog that slowly retreated behind the village chief, and felt a little funny. The ghosts in this game seemed to be quite sensible. It saved him a lot of trouble. It seems that there should be nothing to do here. Jiaosun waved to the village chief. Then I will leave first. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the depths of the village. The village chief stood there in a daze, watching Jiaosun's back as he went away, and it seemed that he couldn't recover for a while. With yesterday's experience, Jiaosun quickly found the house where the madman lived this time. He walked directly into the house. The madman was sleeping in a ball on a shabby straw mat, and an old woman lying in the corner, shivering, raised her head vigilantly after hearing the footsteps. When she saw Jiaosun, the old woman said confidently, You are not from Zhoujia village. Jiaosun nodded and admitted, and then said, You are the mother of the madman. Right. A female ghost talked to you yesterday, and she told me all the details. The old woman showed a look of astonishment, and then a strong light burst out from her turbid eyes. Can you take me away from here? She struggled to get up and approached Jiaosun with all her limbs. Are you here to help me? As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar pop-up window appeared in front of her. Hidden mission 1/2. Take Xia Mei's ashes out of Zhoujia village. Jiaosun asked the old woman. Your name is Xia Mei? The old woman paused and froze for several seconds. She suddenly smiled sadly. Yes, my name. No one has called my name for many years. I almost forgot my name. She laughed and cried again, her face full of fatigue and grief. My name is Xia Mei. Yes, I am Xia Mei. After confirming that the other party was the target, Jiaosun said to Xia Mei directly, Your physical condition is too poor. You should die in the next 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Mei's whole body froze. She stared at Jiaosun blankly, as if she didn't hear clearly what Jiaosun had just said. Even if you can survive these 2 days, your condition cannot withstand a long journey. Jiaosun continued. You are not going to help me. The light in Xia Mei's eyes gradually dimmed, and the whole person fell to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength and could no longer support her heavy and tired body. I can only take your ashes away. Jiaosun took the initiative to walk in front of Xia Mei. He squatted down and said to Xia Mei, Although you can't leave here alive, your soul and body can be liberated and will not be imprisoned. Xia Mei was silent for a moment, and she struggled to get up again. As soon as she sat up, she coughed repeatedly, almost coughing out her lungs. The coughing woke up the madman lying not far away, and the madman got up. Bomb! He didn't open his eyes completely, and he called while walking towards Xia Mei's side along the source of the sound. It was not until he walked to Xia Mei's side that he noticed Jiaosun's existence. The madman was stunned for a moment, and then protected Xia Mei behind him. He said nothing, but stared at Jiaosun with a defensive look. He's not a bad guy, Xia Mei said quickly. He just wants to chat with me. Be good. Don't block us. The madman stood aside after hearing what Xia Mei said. At this moment, he didn't look like a madman at all, but only made people think he was a submissive and obedient child. Can you really take my ashes away? Xia Mei asked softly. Her tone was very calm, and she seemed to have quickly accepted the fact that she couldn't leave here alive. In fact, she knew her own physical condition best, and she was already at the end of her strength. She had been lingering on, but she was unwilling to die in the village that had imprisoned her for decades. She wanted to leave here. From the first day, she was trafficked here. This idea had never disappeared. The only chance to escape was missed because of her leg injury. It would take at least a day and a night to walk from the village to the town and cross a mountain. Her legs couldn't let her walk for such a long time. She had to come back. After that, her legs were useless. She no longer had the ability to escape on her own. The only thing she could do was to brainwash her son and let him kill the man who put her in H.L. But for her, this could not eliminate the hatred in her heart at all. It was just a drop in the bucket. What she wanted most was to leave here. The farther the better. Leave here forever. With this idea, she could keep herself alive and not die. But what Zhao Sun said was true. With her physical condition, she had no way to travel long distances. What's more, she was getting weaker and weaker in the past few days. Not only did she lose her appetite and couldn't eat anything, but she also easily fell into a coma. She knew very well that she would not live long. Really? Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively. I will take your ashes out of the village, and then give them to another woman who is also trafficked, and let her take you out of the mountains. So that's how it is. Xiao Mei smiled. You still have to save other trafficked people. She made up her mind almost instantly. Okay, you take my ashes away. Even if I die, I don't want to stay here. Then, she turned her head to look at the madman, with some reluctance in her eyes. If possible, I hope you can also help my son leave here. It's hard for him to survive alone. Chapter 216. You should hold a funeral. I can't promise. This time, Zhao Sun did not make a promise. If the time is right, I can help. But if I have a lot of things to do, I won't take him away on purpose. In addition, if he doesn't want to leave, I won't take him away by force. After a pause, he added, if he leaves this village, he will have to live alone. Life outside is not necessarily much better than here. Think about it carefully. Xiao Mei was silent for a long time. She raised her hand with difficulty and touched the dirty head of the madman, and asked in a soft voice, Child, are you willing to leave this village? The madman seemed to rarely think about problems on his own initiative. Suddenly, he had to make a life choice. He was stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. Don't be afraid, Xiao Mei gently guided. Just choose what you like. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to leave, follow him. After that, she pointed at Zhao Sun. The madman glanced at Zhao Sun, still looking confused. Mom is dying, and can't take care of you and guide you all the time. Xiao Mei coughed for a long time before she finished her words. In the future, you can only live on your own. Do you want to stay in the village and live alone for the rest of your life? Or do you want to leave with him and see the outside world? Mom won't die. The madman finally responded. He grabbed Xiao Mei's arm anxiously. Mom must live. I don't want to die either. Xiao Mei smiled bitterly. But I can't decide my own life anymore. She knew that the madman couldn't understand such words. So she changed her way of speaking. After I die, I can completely leave here and get relief. This is the result I want. Relief. Mom can be relieved. The madman's eyes were bright, and his expression was a little happy. If you are relieved, Mom will be happy. Yes, I will be happy. Xiao Mei touched the madman's head again, and carefully cleaned the broken hair on the madman's cheeks. This is what I have been looking forward to all my life. I will leave too. With Mom. The madman gave the answer almost immediately. Xiao Mei smiled with relief and told the madman. Then, in the next period of time, you must completely obey his words. And you must remember it. The madman turned to look at Zhao Sun again. Compared with before, his expression was much more serious. Okay, I remember. I will listen to him. He will take my ashes away. Xiao Mei thought for a while and explained. After I die, he will burn me. This is to help me. Don't stop him. The madman nodded. I know. Xiao Mei turned to look at Zhao Sun. Then I'll leave it to you. If possible, I hope you can take my son away from here. Strictly speaking, it's not me who takes him away, but the person who takes your ashes away. Zhao Sun smiled. She will take your ashes and your son and completely walk out of this mountain village. Xiao Mei was a little confused. She didn't understand why Zhao Sun didn't plan to leave here, but she didn't ask more. Her energy had been exhausted in the conversation just now, and she almost didn't have the strength to speak again. Besides, she was a dying person, so she couldn't care so much, as long as Zhao Sun could fulfill her wish. Other things were none of her business. She just nodded, indicating that she could accept Zhao Sun's plan. Zhao Sun smiled. What container do you want to use to hold the ashes? His tone was very casual, as if he was asking the other party to choose a favorite drink. Xiao Mei was stunned, and then her eyes were filled with tears. For decades, she hadn't heard anyone ask her about her preferences and respect her wishes for decades. During the years when she was abducted, she was just an object. For the past 20 years, she has been hiding in the depths of the village and struggling to survive. She has been a wandering soul. At this moment, she suddenly felt like a person again, with the dignity of being a human being, even if she had to choose to hold her own ashes. Use a wine bottle. Xiao Mei quickly sorted out her mood and gave her choice. There are wine bottles in this room, which are convenient to put in, and the slender bottles are also more convenient to put in the bag. Okay. Zhao Sun agreed. He stood up and said to Xiao Mei, if you have anything else to say to your son, please say it now. I will leave first, and I will come here every morning and evening. If you die, I will start the follow-up action. Okay. Xiao Mei looked up at Zhao Sun and thanked him sincerely. Thank you. I just want to complete the task. Zhao Sun waved his hand and turned to leave. Asterisk. Zhao Sun returned to the village entrance and found a house that looked good and was relatively intact. He decided to sleep here tonight. Compared with the previous house, this house is smaller, but the quality is much better. At least there are no holes, no air leakage, and the bed is intact. After determining the place to stay tonight, Zhao Sun went out for a stroll again. Not long after walking, he saw Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui standing outside the collapsed house. Whispering something, Zhao Sun walked behind them and asked, What are you doing? Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui were startled. When they turned around and saw Zhao Sun, they looked a little embarrassed. Where did you go? Zhou Dafu asked stutteringly. I saw the house collapsed, and I thought you were trapped underneath, and I was worried about your safety. You live next door to me. It's impossible for you not to hear the loud noise of the house collapse. It's been several hours, and you suddenly come here, saying that you are worried about my safety? Zhao Sun showed a funny look. Do you think I believe it? Zhou Dafu tapped his fingers awkwardly. Seeing this, Zhou Dagui hurriedly changed the subject. It's like this. We are having a wedding tonight, and all the villagers will attend. You are also a part of the village, so we invite you. Wedding? Zhao Sun was a little surprised. What kind of wedding? My brother is going to have a son. Zhou Dagui patted Zhou Dafu's shoulder beside him and said to Zhao Sun, There hasn't been a baby in the village for several years, and everyone wants to celebrate and add to the joy. Zhao Sun understood instantly. He looked at Zhou Dafu. Is your wife pregnant? Yes. Zhou Dafu was in a particularly good mood when he mentioned this. His short body stood straight, as if he felt particularly tall. The first child was a daughter. This time it must be a son. That's right. My first child was a daughter, and the second child was a fortune. Right. Zhou Dagui echoed. Your family will definitely have a son this time. No. Without waiting for the Zhou brothers to continue to express their own thoughts, Zhao Sun directly refused. Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui fell silent at the same time. They looked at Zhao Sun in unison, their expressions becoming a little strange. When there is a wedding in the village, all villagers must participate. Zhou Dafu's tone also became strange. This is your obligation as a villager. Although Zhou Dagui on the side did not speak, his eyes undoubtedly conveyed the same meaning. Zhao Sun was too lazy to find a reason, and only spit out 2 words. No. Third, if there is a wedding, the banquet must be attended, and the wine offered by the bride must be drunk. Although the wedding held by the Zhou brothers is not exactly the same as the wedding mentioned in the game rules. Since Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui both call this a wedding, he cannot participate. Maybe the last sentence of this game rule is to confuse the players. When it comes to bride, everyone thinks of the wedding. But if the last sentence is removed, the previous sentence can also be established. In other words, this rule should be understood as, any happy event must be attended. If it is a wedding, you need to drink the wine offered by the bride. So, even if it is not a wedding, Zhao Sun will not attend. As Zhao Sun said, no, for the second time. A thin layer of black mist appeared behind Zhou Dagui and Zhou Dafu at the same time. The Zhou brothers showed a weird smile at the same time. You? As soon as Zhou Dagui said a word, a ball of fire appeared in Zhao Sun's hand. Zhou Dagui was startled, and the rest of the words were suddenly stuck in his throat. The fireball in Zhao Sun's hand instantly turned into countless tiny fire needles, shooting straight at the black shadow behind Zhou Dagui and Zhou Dafu. The next second, the fire needle ignited the black shadow, and the black shadow screamed miserably. The flames spread quickly, and in an instant, they burned a big hole in the two black shadows. Under Zhao Sun's control, the flames did not burn Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dagui, but the two brothers seemed to feel the pain, and they screamed with their hands waving wildly. After a few seconds, the black shadow was burned to a small remnant, and the Zhou brothers collapsed to the ground as if they had run out of strength. Zhao Sun retracted the flames and walked closer. The two brothers had fainted, and the small black shadow behind them just lay on the brothers' buttocks, not disappearing, but not moving anymore. Both the man and Gui looked half dead. Zhao Sun murmured to himself, "They must have been possessed for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so painful to peel them off. Maybe it's so serious that forcibly peeling off the possessed ghost will cause the possessed human to die. It seems that the remaining humans in this village should be possessed by ghosts. In this way, when the player violates the village rules, the possessed ghost will appear at any time to punish the player." Zhao Sun thought carefully and found that he had not violated rules 4, 5, and 8. Given that the requirement of the side quest is to safely survive 3 days while violating all village rules, then he must break all the village rules first. Now that the hidden mission has been triggered, he has nothing else to worry about, and it's time to speed up his actions. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun splashed some water on Zhou Dafu's face. After being poured thoroughly, Zhou Dafu finally woke up. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and he barely climbed up while crying out in pain. Before Zhou Dafu could speak, Zhao Sun said, "You see clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, a fruit knife appeared in his hand, and he stabbed straight into Zhou Dagui's back. Zhou Dagui twitched uncontrollably, and died without making any sound. Zhou Dafu was so shocked that his eyes widened. You. He stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Zhao Sun pulled out the dagger and wiped the blood on the dagger with Zhou Dagui's clothes. Then he turned to Zhou Dafu and smiled warmly. "He's dead. Shouldn't you hold a funeral? You?" Zhou Dafu retreated again and again, his face full of horror. "You dare to kill people!" The shadow behind him grew a little bigger for a moment, but soon shrank back again. It seems that killing the villagers in front of him will also cause the possessed ghost to react. It's just that this possessed ghost was burned so weak that it couldn't make any waves. As for the possessed ghost on Zhou Dagui, Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and glanced at Zhou Dagui, who had long died on the ground. The shadow had completely disappeared. The possessed ghost that has been possessed by humans for many years is too closely connected with humans. When humans are killed, they fail to escape in time and should die with humans. Zhao Sun still had that warm smile. "I didn't use fire on purpose, leaving you a good body, so that you can hold a funeral. What on earth do you want to do?" Zhou Dafu looked like he was about to collapse. "We just came to invite you to the wedding banquet. If you don't want to attend, forget it. But how can you kill people? I said I didn't want to, and you plan to attack me. How can it be forget it? I was just self-defense at most," Zhao Sun said confidently. "It's just that I didn't expect you to be so weak. I just offended him a little bit, and he died." Zhou Dafu. "That's because they are not strong enough," Zhao Sun reminded Zhou Dafu. "I won't kill you. Not because I can't kill you, but because I let you go back to inform your family so that they can collect the body." He raised the clean dagger in his hand. "You'd better move faster. My patience is very limited." Zhou Dafu didn't dare to say anything more, and ran away. Zhao Sun didn't stand there waiting, but went directly back to the new residence he had chosen. After a while, all kinds of noises were heard outside, and there were also the heart-wrenching cries and shouts of the old man. This lasted for about half an hour, and then it became quiet again outside. Zhao Sun took out the reserved food from the storage compartment and ate while waiting quietly. 3 hours later, the door of his new residence was knocked. As he expected, even if he had not mentioned his new residence to anyone, these NPCs would always find a way to find him. He opened the door and saw Lu Tsuehua, who was pale, Zhou Dagui's wife. "My family is going to hold a funeral." Lu Tsuehua's nasal voice was very heavy, as if she had just cried. "Everyone in the village will attend, And you have to come too. Okay. Zhao Sun agreed readily and asked, "What time will you go?" Chapter 217. You should run away quickly. Lu Tsuehua was stunned. Apparently, she had learned the details from Zhou Dafu. She was prepared to be rejected. But she did not expect such an answer. She was stunned for a few seconds before answering. 5 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Zhao Sun still agreed very readily. I will go. Lu Tsuehua looked at Zhao Sun deeply and left without saying a word. Zhao Sun looked at Lu Tsuehua's back and felt that the power of the game rules was really strong. He was the murderer who killed Zhou Dague. But the victim's wife was able to invite him to the funeral according to the rules of the game. And there was no extreme behavior throughout the whole process. Normal people can't do this. It can only be an NPC. Zhao Sun agreed to attend the funeral. Not because he forgot that he needed to break the rules, but because he wanted to see if he could trigger Rule 8. Fourth, if there is a funeral, you must go to the host's house to worship and count out 3 times to the coffin. Eighth, no matter when, the villagers give you meat. You can't eat it, but you can't refuse it. After taking it home, you must dispose of it without being discovered by the villagers. Remember, you must not let the villagers find out that you did not eat meat. Zhao Sun has been in this game for more than a day, and no villager has taken the initiative to send meat to him. It is very likely that this rule is an event that will only occur after he triggers other rules. Whether it is a funeral or a wedding, there will always be meat on the table. It feels that there is a high possibility that these 2 rules are related to the 8th rule. Since he refused the wedding, he should participate in the funeral. Anyway, the 4th rule is not violated by only not attending. He can still violate the rules by not worshipping or kowtowing after he goes. Zhao Sun waited until 4:30 in the afternoon and went deep into the village again. He may not be able to finish the funeral for a while, so he has to see if Xiaomei is still alive. When he walked to the madman's residence, he heard suppressed crying. He had a vague guess in his heart and walked into the house quickly. Sure enough, he saw Xiaomei, who had already died, and the madman who was covering his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying too loudly. Hearing footsteps, the madman looked up and saw that it was Zhao Sun. He put down his hand covering his mouth and pointed at Xiaomei. Mom! Burn! I know, Zhao Sun said, and he set off a ball of fire. In a short while, Xiaomei's body was burned to ashes. He controlled the intensity of the flame, and the body was burned very cleanly, leaving not much ashes. Then he found an empty wine bottle in the house and handed it to the madman. Your own mother! You put it yourself! The madman wiped his tears, took the bottle obediently, and carefully stuffed all of Xiaomei's ashes into the bottle. It was just full. Zhao Sun found a cork, cut it to the right size, stuffed it into the bottle mouth, and wrapped the whole bottle with a piece of rag to tie it tightly, and then returned it to the madman. Hold it well. Don't smash it, he told the madman. The madman said, and asked, When are we leaving? If everything goes well. Tonight. Zhao Sun thought for a moment and said, If not, tomorrow. Oh. The madman nodded and said nothing more. He didn't have much idea about when to leave, but he remembered that Xiaomei had told him to listen to Zhao Sun. As long as Zhao Sun was sure to take his and his mother's ashes away, he would listen to Zhao Sun's arrangements. You stay here and don't go anywhere, Zhao Sun told him. I'll come to you after I finish my business. The madman nodded again. Yeah. Zhao Sun glanced at the time. It was already 5:15. It took him about 20 minutes to walk from where he lived to where the madman lived. It also took him 20 minutes to walk to Zhou Dague's house now. The fastest he could get there was around 5:30. But it didn't matter. He didn't say he had to be on time. When Zhao Sun walked to the door of Zhou Dague's house, everyone else in the village had arrived. They should have finished their worship and were sitting at the round table in the yard, waiting for dinner. Zhao Sun walked in, and everyone looked at him in unison. No one had any expression on their faces, just staring at him without blinking, which was a bit creepy. Zhao Sun laughed. Why are you all looking at me? Grandpa Zhou stood up first and walked in front of Zhao Sun. Why are you so late? Didn't Suiwa tell you that it would start at 5 o'clock? I didn't say I would be on time. I just said I would come, Zhao Sun said as he walked in. Did you leave a seat for me? Wait. Grandpa Zhou stopped Zhao Sun's way. You have to go and worship first. He pointed to the direction of the main hall. The coffin was placed in the main hall, and there was a futon and a brazier in front of the coffin, which was convenient for kneeling and burning paper. Forget it. Zhao Sun refused directly. There is no relationship between me and you. And I killed Zhou Dague. How could I worship him? Grandpa Zhou. The whole audience was silent for a while. Everyone looked at Zhao Sun with obvious astonishment. No one expected that Zhao Sun would speak out so frankly about killing Zhou Dagui. Even though this was a fact known to everyone, no one took the initiative to bring it up, just to maintain the surface peace. After Zhao Sun said this, these NPCs didn't know how to face Zhao Sun for a while. Continue to maintain the surface peace? Question why Zhou Dagui was killed. Curse Zhao Sun to die a bad death? Punish Zhao Sun and make Zhao Sun pay for his life? After a fierce struggle in their hearts, the NPCs exchanged glances and finally chose the first way. Only in this way can the incident proceed smoothly. Grandpa Zhou laughed dryly and changed the subject abruptly. The dishes are almost ready. You should sit down quickly. He actually skipped the topic of asking Zhao Sun to worship. Zhao Sun didn't hesitate and sat down directly in the empty seat pointed by Grandpa Zhou. On his left was Grandpa Zhou, and on his right was the pale-faced Lu Cuihua. Zhao Sun looked around, but didn't see Grandma Zhou and their beloved grandson Zhou Fatsai. It seemed that the two were seriously injured by him and have not recovered yet. They are probably lying in bed. The food was served quickly, although it was not rich. There were meat and vegetables, and it looked good. Everyone started to pick up their chopsticks, talking and laughing while eating. Zhao Sun just watched and didn't eat anything, although the rules didn't say he couldn't eat vegetables. He had food reserves anyway. There were too many ghosts here, and it was hard to guarantee that there was any food that wouldn't harm his body. It was better not to eat, just in case. The villagers didn't seem to care whether Zhao Sun ate the food or not. They ate by themselves, chatting with the people sitting next to them from time to time. No one persuaded Zhao Sun to eat. Zhao Sun didn't feel strange because he was ignored. He just quietly observed everyone. A dinner party ended in an hour, but everyone didn't leave immediately. They all sat there, as if waiting for something. Zhao Sun didn't ask, and watched the situation. Grandpa Zhou and Lu Cuihua stood up and went into the house. After a while, the two of them came out with a lot of raw meat. This is a gift for everyone. Thank you for attending the funeral, Grandpa Zhou said as he gave each person present small strips of raw meat. When it was Zhao Sun's turn, Zhao Sun refused. I don't want it. Very good. As he expected, the event of the 8th rule really happened. Such a good opportunity. Of course, he had to refuse immediately. Then, without waiting for the NPCs to express anything, Zhao Sun took the lead in conjuring 2 huge flames. The NPCs, who had been a little moved, suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Zhao Sun looked at Zhang Qin not far away with a very good mood. Come here. I have something to find you. Zhang Qin's expression instantly became very nervous. She glanced at Zhou Dafu, who was sitting next to her, hesitated for a few seconds, and still stood up bravely and ran toward Zhao Sun. She knew very well that Zhao Sun was her only hope, even if she was afraid that she would be tortured by the people of Zhoujia village after the action failed. She had to fight for herself at this time. The people in the yard watched Zhao Sun lead Zhang Qin out of the yard, and no one dared to chase them. Zhao Sun led Zhang Qin to the depths of the village. I will take you out of the village later, he said to Zhang Qin. After you leave the village, you will have to rely on yourself. Zhang Qin was excited and nodded repeatedly. After a few seconds of silence, she realized what Zhao Sun said and asked, You? Are there others? Yes. Zhao Sun did not explain too much, just said, The ashes of the madman and the madman's mother. Zhang Qin was stunned. She never thought that the person who was going to go with her was actually a madman. And, how could the ashes of the madman's mother be in the hands of the madman? Didn't they say that the madman's mother was eaten by wild beasts in the mountains more than 20 years ago? Zhang Qin had many doubts in her heart. But time was tight at this time, and she didn't have time to ask more. She could follow Zhao Sun's arrangements for all these, and she was more concerned about other things. She suddenly stopped and asked Zhao Sun, Can I take my daughter with me? Zhao Sun did not answer but asked, Is she willing to go with you? She is willing. Zhang Qin nodded vigorously. I have asked her many times. She really wants to leave here. She is afraid that one day in the future, she will become the object of exchange and sale. Then, she emphasized, she is already 10 years old. Very sensible. She will never cause trouble for you, and will stay by my side obediently. Okay. Zhao Sun agreed without hesitation. But if she gets lost, I will never allow you to look back for her. You have to remember this. I know, Zhang Qin said, and walked towards Zhou Dafu's house impatiently. Her daughter had a slight cold, and did not attend Zhou Dagui's funeral. She should still be sleeping at home at this time. Zhao Sun followed. Zhou Dafu had not returned home yet, and the two took Zhang Qin's daughter away smoothly. The little girl was a little thin and looked malnourished, but she was really well-behaved and sensible. She kept holding Zhang Qin's clothes tightly and followed Zhang Qin step by step. She didn't speak the whole time, even if it was difficult to walk through the bushes. She just tried to keep up with the pace silently, without complaining or crying. 20 minutes later, Zhao Sun and the other two came to the madman's residence. The madman stood up immediately when Zhao Sun came. He held the bottle tightly in his arms, his eyes sparkling. "Let's go! Let's go! Yes, let's go now!" Zhao Sun pointed at Zhang Qin and said to the madman, "If you want your mother to be at ease, you have to listen to her after leaving the village." The madman glanced at Zhang Qin and said to Zhao Sun, "Mom said that if she wants to go out, she will listen to you. I will listen to whoever you tell me to listen to." "Very good." Zhao Sun was very satisfied, and walked towards the entrance of the village with 3 people and ashes. In order to avoid meeting villagers, they took a little detour and walked along the edge of the village to the entrance of the village. After walking all the way to the entrance of the village smoothly, Zhao Sun said to the madman, "You go out and take a look first." The madman obediently stepped out of the boundary marker at the entrance of the village. It was very smooth, without any obstacles. Zhao Sun carefully observed the whole process, and saw the situation and looked at Zhang Qin again. "You and your daughter, cross slowly." Zhang Qin was a little puzzled, not knowing what Zhao Sun meant, but she still did it. The moment one of her feet stepped out of the boundary marker, she suddenly showed a painful expression, and at the same time, a thin layer of gray fog emerged behind her. But Zhang Qin's daughter walked out very smoothly, like a madman. There was no discomfort or hindrance. Zhang Qin's face was full of confusion and fear. She felt as if her body was pulled by an invisible force, preventing her from leaving the village. It seemed that once she took another step, her body would shatter. The pain and fear made her expression a little distorted. Zhao Sun's expression was the same as usual. He calmly conjured up several fire needles and stabbed the gray fog. The gray fog suddenly let out a shrill scream. In just a few seconds, it was burned out. As the gray fog disappeared, Zhang Qin suddenly felt much more relaxed. She tried to step out of the village without any discomfort. She was relieved, but also surprised. "What happened just now?" Zhao Sun did not answer, but waved to Zhang Qin. "You should run quickly. The sound of that thing just now was so loud that it may have attracted the attention of other people in the village. If you delay for a second, they may catch up with you." Zhang Qin did not dare to ask any more questions, and hurriedly dragged her daughter away. The madman held the bottle tightly and followed Zhang Qin closely. As they disappeared from sight, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Complete the hidden task. Help the traffic woman who wants to leave escape from Zhoujia village and take Xia Mei's ashes out of Zhoujia village. Congratulations to the player for getting 200 points, 200 hours of survival time, and obtaining the special item Unyielding Bones. Chapter 218, Take them all at once. Just as Zhao Sun was about to look at the details of his new special item, a series of footsteps came from behind him. He turned back slowly, and saw many figures running towards him. He raised his hands, and formed a long wall of fire in front of him. The figures running fast slowed down instantly. Even though they were far away, they could feel the threat brought by the fire. The wall of fire blocked the entire village, and they couldn't cross the wall of fire. But they heard the screams, and knew that something must be unusual. Even if they knew the danger, they had to come to check the situation. So, although the speed slowed down, no one stopped. They were all approaching Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun just stood there, neither dodging nor attacking. After sending away the target of the hidden mission, there was no one in the whole village that he needed to take care of, so he could let go and fight directly. The only problem was, Zhao Sun glanced at the time. There were still 5 minutes until 8 o'clock. Well, we have to wait a little longer. Fifth, after 8 o'clock at night, you must not leave your room and must blow out the candles before going to bed. This is the only rule he has not violated yet. Just in case, he plans to take action after violating the 5th rule, to avoid the situation where there is no one left in the village. His violation of the village rules will be treated as invalid. Soon, all the villagers came to Zhao Sun. The white-bearded village chief, leaning on a cane, was the first to ask. "We heard screams. What happened?" Zhao Sun did not respond, and did not even look at the village chief. The other villagers were very dissatisfied with Zhao Sun's attitude and spoke out to criticize him. Hey, the village chief asked you a question. Why don't you answer? What's your attitude? Don't young people know the most basic respect for the elderly? You are uneducated at first glance. Among them, only Zhou Dafu, Grandpa Zhou, and Lu Cuihua did not say a word. These three people suffered a lot from Zhao Sun, and they did not dare to be as arrogant as others. Zhao Sun remained unmoved, as if he could not hear them at all. Time passed by minute, and the 5 minutes were over soon. At the moment when 8 o'clock arrived, the faces of all the villagers changed, and then black fog emerged from behind them. Zhao Sun looked around calmly. As he guessed, the black fog behind these villagers was all thick black. After he found that several villagers were possessed by ghosts one after another, he guessed that all the living people in this village might be possessed by ghosts. After all, nearly half of the villagers died more than 20 years ago, and each villager had a possessed ghost, and there were still some. It was because of this guess that when he brought Zhang Qin and the other two to the entrance of the village just now, he asked them to walk carefully and slowly. He suspected that they also had ghosts. However, it was proved that children and lunatics with IQs equal to children would not be possessed by ghosts. And Zhang Qin was indeed possessed. But the color of Zhang Qin's possessed ghost was light gray, much lighter than that of other villagers. And the impact on her was much smaller. She would not look hideous because of the appearance of the possessed ghost, nor would she feel pain or faint because of the injury of the possessed ghost. Obviously, the degree of integration between the possessed ghost and her is not high, so the death of the possessed ghost has no great impact on her. Low degree of integration is generally understood as a short time of possession by the possessed ghost. Therefore, the depth of color displayed by the possessed ghost is related to the time it possesses the villagers. The possessed ghosts on the villagers in front of him are all dark black, which means that they are highly integrated with the possessed ghosts. If the possessed ghosts die, they will not survive. It also saves him from distinguishing them one by one, and he can kill them all at once. It's 8 o'clock. Why don't you go home to sleep? It was the village chief who took the lead in attacking Zhao Sun again. The other villagers kept repeating the slogan, 8 o'clock, go to bed, and slowly approached Zhao Sun, constantly compressing the distance between each other. Zhao Sun counted the number of people. In addition to Grandma Zhou and Zhou Fatsai, there seemed to be one less person. But this is already quite complete. He raised his right hand, and countless tiny fire needles immediately appeared on the fire wall, stabbing at the crowd in unison. Everyone's face changed. But before they could dodge, they were pierced by the extremely fast fire needles. In an instant, every villager and the black fog were covered with tiny flames, which quickly turned into a big fire. Amid screams and wails, Zhao Sun shot a fist-sized fireball at each villager. The fire became more fierce in an instant, and the screams soon disappeared. It lasted for about 5 minutes, and there was not even a bit of ashes left on the ground, all of which were burned clean. Zhao Sun retracted all the flames, patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and walked towards Zhou Dagui's home. He walked slowly, and met several wandering souls along the way. However, these ghosts seemed to have seen Zhao Sun's atrocities just now. They ran away in a hurry when they saw Zhao Sun, and did not give Zhao Sun any chance to get close. Even so, 2 of them were burned to death by Zhao Sun's long-range fireballs. Zhao Sun also roughly understood his range and accuracy. In general, it has nothing to do with the special ability he uses, but is related to his mental power, vision and accuracy. For example, a sharpshooter who never misses a shot, whether using water balls, fireballs or lightning, will have a much higher hit rate than a fat otaku who only knows how to watch TV at home. In addition, with better vision and stronger mental power, the distance that can be seen is farther, and the range that can be controlled is also farther. When Zhao Sun walked into the gate of Zhou Dagui's house, he heard 2 screams from inside. He stepped in and saw Grandma Zhou and Zhou Fatsai, who died miserably, and the short-haired female ghost and the long-haired female ghost who were laughing happily. It was dark, and the ghosts began to act. Most of the villagers gathered to besiege Zhao Sun, and these 2 female ghosts would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Their strength was not good enough to deal with those village ghosts, but they could still deal with the villagers who were so sick that they were lying in bed. The 2 female ghosts were startled when they saw Zhao Sun appear, and stopped laughing at the same time. Why are you here? The long-haired female ghost was a little guilty, and didn't dare to look at Zhao Sun. The short-haired female ghost also lowered her head, looking like she had done something bad and was caught. Zhao Sun, on the other hand, looked normal. He just glanced at Grandma Zhou and Zhou Fasai, and after confirming that the two people were really dead, he stopped paying attention to them. He looked up at the two female ghosts. Where is the daughter of this family? When he was at the head of the village, he counted the number of people, and only 3 villagers were missing. In addition to Grandma Zhou and Zhou Fasai, the other one should be Zhou Fasai's sister. In this village, there are no strong men except Zhou Dafu, Zhou Dagui, and the madman. This means that only these 2 families have children. Zhou Dagui said before that he had a daughter before he had a son, and there were no children among the people he burned to death. Therefore, the daughter who had not yet met should be the last fish that slipped through the net. The 2 female ghosts looked at each other. Obviously, they did not expect Zhao Sun not to ask them why they killed people, but to ask them where their daughter was. Although she was surprised, the long-haired female ghost still answered Zhao Sun's question. She was sold. Just last night. Zhao Sun showed a surprised look. No matter how old the girl was, she should have been only 12 or 13 years old. But she was sold. In order to treat their son, they needed more money, so they sold their daughter. The long-haired female ghost explained. Zhao Sun checked the situation in the house and asked, You 2 were with me last night. How did you know about this? We just asked this old woman. The short-haired female ghost also spoke. What she said should be true. People in this village often do this. If they are short of money and have a daughter at home, they will sell her. Zhao Sun did not see the figure of the little girl in the house, but found a stack of money in Grandma Zhou's bedside table. A very new stack of 100 yuan bills, wrapped in a handkerchief. In this village, people generally don't keep so much money at home, mainly because they are poor. It is difficult to have so many 100 yuan bills. It seems that what the 2 female ghosts said is true. The girl was sold. Zhao Sun looked at the 2 female ghosts again and asked, Can you leave the village now? The 2 female ghosts were confused. They felt that they really couldn't keep up with Zhao Sun's train of thought. How could he suddenly jump from the topic of where the little girl was to the topic of whether they could leave? It seemed that there was no connection between the two. Zhao Sun ignored the 2 female ghosts' confused state and asked again, Can you? The 2 female ghosts came back to their senses at the same time. We haven't tried it. The long-haired female ghost replied. But it shouldn't be possible. Without waiting for the long-haired female ghost to finish her words, Zhao Sun said again, You can try it. Now the living villagers are dead, and the possessed ghosts are all dead. The only ghosts who can stop you are the village ghosts. The villagers are all dead? The short-haired female ghost was surprised. You killed so many people in such a short time? She came out after dark, so she knew that most of the villagers went to surround Zhao Sun. It was for this reason that she and the long-haired female ghost took the opportunity to attack Grandma Zhou and Zhou Fasai. When they saw Zhao Sun appear, they were both surprised. At that time, they just thought that Zhao Sun had left all the villagers behind and ran over. They didn't expect that he would kill them all in such a short time. None of this matters. Zhao Sun waved his hand and continued his conversation. The important thing is that you should try to see if you can leave the village. With those ghosts blocking us, we definitely can't leave. The long-haired female ghost looked worried. There are too many of them, and the 2 of us have no way to break through their encirclement. I'll let you try. This is a request, not a suggestion. Zhao Sun smiled. I advise you to start taking action immediately, before I lose my patience. The 2 female ghosts were stunned for 2 seconds, and finally understood what Zhao Sun meant. Zhao Sun was not asking for their consent, but threatening them to do so. Even though he didn't say the threatening words directly, the 2 female ghosts knew very well that if they didn't cooperate, they would die immediately. They had experienced it, and knew that they were not Zhao Sun's opponents. They also knew that Zhao Sun must be a man who could say and do. So after being stunned for 2 seconds, they quickly floated towards the village entrance. Even though they didn't know the purpose of Zhao Sun asking them to do this, they didn't intend to obey in public. As long as they stayed in the village, Zhao Sun would always find them, especially during the day when they couldn't run around and could only stay in the room. At that time, they would go against Zhao Sun's intention. Once they were caught, they would have no choice but to die. It would be better to act according to Zhao Sun's plan, although they would be chased by the village ghosts. As long as they reacted quickly and moved flexibly, they would still have a chance to avoid being caught. The 2 female ghosts floated towards the village entrance at the fastest speed. They also held a glimmer of hope that maybe they were fast enough and those village ghosts had not reacted yet. and they could really escape. However, expectations are always beautiful, and reality is always cruel. When the two female ghosts were about to reach the village entrance, several village ghosts suddenly rushed out from the dark and blocked the two female ghosts. They seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and had been ambushing here. They would act immediately when the prey appeared. The two female ghosts braked urgently, and turned around to run. But they didn't expect that several village ghosts would appear behind them. Immediately afterwards, village ghosts appeared from all directions, and sealed the two female ghosts in the encirclement in an instant. The faces of the two female ghosts turned extremely pale. They almost thought of flying upwards at the same time, using the space dislocation to pass the village ghosts who were blocking them. But it was obvious that the village ghosts had been prepared. While the two female ghosts were flying upwards, more village ghosts appeared and floated high. For a moment, it seemed as if a steamer was formed, locking the two female ghosts tightly in the cage. Just when the two female ghosts were in despair, the village ghosts who were surrounded in circles suddenly let out a shrill scream. The two female ghosts looked around in a daze, looking out of the situation. The next second, the sky-high flames instantly engulfed all the village ghosts. And the flames were so hot that they seemed to burn the sky. The two female ghosts were in the middle of the encirclement, about 5 meters away from all the village ghosts, but formed an isolation barrier, and were not affected by the flames. While the two female ghosts were still in a daze, the flames disappeared instantly, and the huge number of village ghosts before were gone. "Well done!" Zhao Sun's voice rang out, and he clapped his hands. The two female ghosts turned around, and found that Zhao Sun was standing not far away. They didn't see Zhao Sun on the way here, and the floating speed of ghosts must be faster than the speed of people running. How did he keep up? How did so many village ghosts not notice his existence? If a village ghost discovered Zhao Sun's existence, they would at least make a sound to remind their companions. But no village ghost made a sound during the whole process. Obviously no ghost discovered Zhao Sun's existence. In fact, Zhao Sun asked the two female ghosts to try to run out of the village in order to gather the village ghosts. As long as he is not there, the village ghosts should not let go of the two female ghosts who have a grudge against them, and will definitely come to encircle and suppress them, even if they don't come out in full force. The number will not be small, which is much more convenient than him catching them one by one. So, he let the two female ghosts be bait, and at the same time he turned into a sparrow and put on the chameleon cloak, which can not only ensure that he will not lose the two female ghosts, but also hide his breath and not be detected by the ghosts. Chapter 219 Do It Yourself. Until the number of village ghosts had accumulated, and it seemed that there would be no more increase, Zhao Sun used fire control to burn these village ghosts to death. It was much easier to burn so many village ghosts at once than to find them one by one and burn them one by one. Even if there were still some village ghosts who had not come, the number should have been greatly reduced. Even if he needed to burn them one by one, it would not be too strenuous. It was not until this time that the two female ghosts realized that they were used as bait. But they were not angry, but rather floated towards the village entrance again with some joy. This time, they successfully stepped out of the village. We are out! The long-haired female ghost excitedly circled in the air. "We are finally free!" The short-haired female ghost also jumped happily. Before they had time to be happy for a few seconds, they felt their bodies suddenly weaken. Their figures became more and more transparent, as if they would soon dissipate. Both female ghosts were startled and hurried back to the village. The discomfort quickly disappeared, and even the body returned to its original state. At this moment, the joyful mood disappeared instantly, replaced by loss and sadness. They always thought that they could not leave Zhoujia village because of the pursuit and interception of the villagers' ghosts. But now they found that without the obstruction of the villagers' ghosts, they still could not leave Zhoujia village freely. Such cognition made them feel very desperate. Could it be that because they died here, their souls were bound to Zhoujia village and could not be free forever? When they thought of this possibility, they felt extremely suffocated. "Are we only able to stay here forever?" the short-haired female ghost cried, and her whole body stopped floating and fell to the ground, looking as if all her strength had been drained. I don't want to be trapped here forever." The long-haired female ghost was full of despair. "Maybe if you kill all the villagers' ghosts, you can leave the village." Zhao Sun spoke at this time. The two female ghosts turned their heads and looked at Zhao Sun at the same time. "Is there any necessary connection between them?" the long-haired female ghost questioned. "We don't feel any unbreakable constraints between us and the village ghosts. I think it is this land that binds us, not those village ghosts. There is indeed no necessary connection." Jiao said frankly. But even if there is a 1% possibility, isn't it worth trying for you? The long-haired female ghost was stunned. The short-haired female ghost sat on the ground, listening carefully to Jiao words. Jiao continued. If you do nothing, you are doomed to be trapped here. Anyway, you are already ghosts, and you have plenty of time. Even if the method you think of has a low chance of success, why not try it? At this point, he laughed. Besides, with me here, your chances of winning against those village ghosts are higher. The two female ghosts immediately regained some spirits. That's right. The long-haired female ghost nodded repeatedly. It's better to give it a try than to do nothing. If it succeeds, we will be free. Yes, the short-haired female ghost echoed. Even if it doesn't succeed, those village ghosts are dead. And we don't have to worry about being surrounded and suppressed in the village anymore. The two female ghosts hit it off immediately, looked at Jiao in unison, and asked, What plans do you have? No special plans, Jiao said as he walked into the village. There shouldn't be many remaining village ghosts. You can fight guerrilla warfare and kill them all by yourself. He looked at the two female ghosts. You are bent on revenge. Aren't those village ghosts also your targets of revenge? Wouldn't it make you feel more satisfied to be able to kill them yourself than to let me do it for you? The two female ghosts subconsciously looked at each other and then nodded at the same time. They really agreed with Jiao words from the bottom of their hearts. Killing the enemy with your own hands is much more satisfying than letting others do it. Before, they were tied to a fixed place and couldn't get away, so they didn't dare to think about revenge. Yesterday, although they could move freely in the village, the difference in number compared to the village ghosts was too great, and they didn't dare to do anything. But now, so many village ghosts have died, and there are probably only a dozen left. If they defeat them one by one, they can kill the remaining village ghosts by themselves. Seeing that the two female ghosts were determined, Jiao went to free the other two first. After the four female ghosts gathered together to discuss the current situation, they all decided to kill the remaining village ghosts by themselves. So, the four female ghosts worked in pairs, and Jiao wandered around the village alone. Jiao did not wander aimlessly, but walked out from the deepest part of the village, setting fires as he walked. Those village ghosts were very afraid of him, not to mention the threat of fire. In order to survive, they would definitely run. He compressed the activity area of the village ghosts, and the chances of the village ghosts and the female ghosts meeting were greater. What the female ghosts had to do was to hide in the dark, wait for the opportunity, and then defeat the village ghosts one by one when they saw the lone village ghosts. In theory, there was nothing wrong with this action plan. The key was the adaptability of these female ghosts. In this way, Jiao set fire to most of the village, and the fleeing villagers were killed one by the female ghosts. When the whole village was about to be completely engulfed by the sea of fire, only 3 female ghosts and 1 village ghost were left standing at the entrance of the village. In this guerrilla war, the female ghosts lost a member, but there was only 1 village ghost left. 3-1. Naturally, there was not much suspense. The only one was killed. The remaining 3 female ghosts looked at the gradually spreading flames and instinctively ran towards the entrance of the village. But the result was the same as before. Even if all the village ghosts were killed, even if the village had become a ruin, they still could not leave the village. As long as they left, they would quickly become weak and their bodies would become transparent. Just when the 3 female ghosts felt desperate, Jiao suddenly appeared. This time, the 3 female ghosts saw clearly that it was a little sparrow, which suddenly flew out from behind the boundary monument at the entrance of the village and turned into a human form the moment it landed. It seemed that Jiao had been behind the boundary marker for a while, quietly observing the actions of the female ghosts, and only appeared after everything was settled. Jiao absorbed all the flames to prevent the fire from spreading further. After doing all this, his face turned pale. He had used a lot of special abilities in the past 2 days, especially today, when he used them frequently and for a long time. Although the flames would gradually weaken after most buildings were burned to ashes, the amount of flames he needed to absorb was still huge. It was normal to feel tired. Jiao wiped off the sweat on his forehead and looked at the 3 female ghosts who had already flown back to the village. Have you been watching us from the boundary marker? The long-haired female ghost slumped on the ground. She didn't question what she asked, but just wanted to ask. Yeah, Jiao answered concisely. When he didn't need to take action, he just sat and watched the show. By the way, he had tried it. In this dream game, His range of activities was within Jojiao village. The biggest difference between him and those villagers and female ghosts was that he couldn't take a step beyond the boundary marker. So he chose to squat behind the boundary marker and watch the show. There happened to be a patch of grass over there, which was more than enough to block a little sparrow. "Why don't you come to help?" the ponytail ghost complained to Zhao Sun. "If you help, we won't lose a companion. I let you out. You should be grateful to me." Zhao Sun greeted with a smile. "I didn't ask for your return, but you still want more help. Are you not clear-headed?" The short-haired and long-haired ghosts on the side pressed the ponytail ghost's shoulders together, signaling the ponytail ghost to stop talking. The ponytail was sensible and shut up. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was 4:13 in the morning of the 17th. This game will not end until noon on the 18th. And he has to stay here for the remaining day and a half. However, there is no need to worry about being attacked by village ghosts, nor to worry about being disturbed by living villagers. So he can sleep peacefully. "I didn't expect that all the villagers died, and we are still trapped here." The long-haired female ghost sighed. "Although there is no threat from those village ghosts, we can stay here safely. But I want to leave more." "Yes." The short-haired female ghost also sighed. "Although it is quite refreshing to kill all the village ghosts, staying in this village always reminds me of all kinds of unpleasant memories. I really want to leave here." For a while, the atmosphere was a bit depressed, and the three female ghosts didn't speak again. Zhao Sun didn't say anything either. However, he had two guesses in his mind. One is that maybe after he left, these female ghosts can leave the village. After all, according to the setting of the game, he is also one of the villagers of Jojiao village. Perhaps Jojiao village will become a deserted village only when all the villagers are gone, and the constraints on the female ghosts will completely disappear. There is another possibility. That is, no matter what, these female ghosts can't leave the village. Either live here as souls forever, or take the initiative to leave the village and get liberation with the dissipation of souls. It all depends on whether they are willing to let themselves die completely. However, these are just Zhao Sun's own guesses, and he does not intend to tell these female ghosts. Zhao Sun took back his phone and looked at the three female ghosts. "It's almost dawn. If you don't want to be killed by the sun, you should find a suitable place to hide. All the buildings have been burned to ruins by you. We have nowhere to hide." The short-haired ghost looked around anxiously. "Aren't there a few trees here that are still good?" Zhao Sun pointed to the row of trees near the entrance of the village. "Hiding in the shadows under the trees is enough to ensure your safety. This is too aggrieved." The ponytail ghost couldn't help complaining again. "Although we were trapped in the house before, the space of the house is much larger than that of a tree. You can also choose to be burned to death by me, and you don't need to consider whether it's aggrieved or not." Zhao Sun's smile remained, and there was no anger at all. But his words were not polite, and he even directly generated a ball of fire in his palm. "I don't think I should give you another chance to choose. Just burn you to death." After that, the fireball flew towards the ponytail ghost. The ponytail ghost was startled, and she didn't expect Zhao Sun to start a fight as soon as he said it. She floated up in a panic, and evaded the attack of the fireball not very flexibly. The fireball flexibly turned into a fire needle, turned flexibly, and stabbed at the ponytail ghost at a 360-degree angle, in the horrified eyes of the long-haired and short-haired ghosts. The ponytail ghost screamed and was burned to ashes. Zhao Sun retracted the flames and turned his eyes to the remaining two ghosts. The ponytail ghost's many words and deeds showed her restlessness and ingratitude, which might affect his restful rest. If she realized that he didn't exist, they might escape from the village, and maybe even find a chance to kill him. Although he was 100% sure that the ponytail ghost was not his opponent, it was troublesome to keep a hidden danger around. It would be easier to kill her. The long-haired ghost met Zhao Sun's gaze and quickly expressed her opinion. "I think it's good to stay under the tree." After that, she immediately floated to the side of the row of trees and squatted in a suitable position. The short-haired ghost didn't say a word, but the speed of floating under the tree was no slower than that of the long-haired ghost. These trees are evergreen and have leaves in winter, so there is no need to worry about not being able to block the sunlight. As long as they hide in the shade of the trees, they can avoid being exposed to the sun. Zhao Sun saw that the two female ghosts were very sensible, so he walked towards the village. The whole village was burned to scorch, and there was no good place. The houses were naturally burned down. Zhao Sun was not looking for a place to live, but just wanted to stay away from the two female ghosts to avoid being woken up when he was sleeping. After walking to a suitable distance, he chose a flat and clean area, took out his sleeping bag, summoned the mandrill to guard it, and then got into the sleeping bag to sleep. He slept until 7:30 p.m. on the 17th. He was awakened by hunger. The moonlight tonight was bright, not as gray as the previous 2 nights. When Zhao Sun opened his eyes, he saw the 2 female ghosts squatting not far away and looking at him in the bright moonlight. He sat up, rubbed his hair, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is there something wrong?" The 2 female ghosts floated to Zhao Sun's side. After looking at each other, the long-haired female ghost said, "Why don't you leave the village?" Zhao Sun got out of the sleeping bag and said nonchalantly, "I will leave tomorrow." The long-haired ghost said, "Oh," and was silent for a moment before speaking again. "We discussed it for a day and felt that we could leave after there was no living person or ghost in the village. That's why I wanted to ask you when we would leave." "Yeah," Zhao Sun responded and didn't say anything more. The long-haired ghost was silent for a long time again. After a while, she whispered, "Thank you for not killing us. We will never disturb you next time." After that, she and the short-haired ghost floated away, far away, without even looking at Zhao Sun. The whole world was quiet, without even the sound of insects. Zhao Sun took out the spare food from the storage compartment, ate it, and looked up at the sky. The dark blue night sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was bright and soft. Everything seemed so quiet and beautiful. For a moment, people forgot that they were in a survival game, and forgot about killing and blood. Chapter 220 Absolute Good Luck. The following time was spent very quietly. Zhao Sun ate and drank water and slept until noon on the 18th. The game time ended. A familiar pop-up window appeared. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and a new pop-up window appeared at the same time. Complete the side quest. Safely spend 3 days, under the premise of violating all village rules. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 500 points, and 500 hours of survival time. Immediately after the feeling of weightlessness and the pop-up window disappeared, Zhao Sun returned to the endless train. He stared at the ceiling of the compartment for a while. He did not have a hard time in this survival game. The reason why the side quests can get so many points is probably because it is very difficult to survive even if you violate the village rules. It's just that he chose to kill all the enemies, which greatly reduced the trouble of solving the problem. But he has the ability to kill all the enemies, which is also his ability. So he deserves high points. Zhao Sun opened his personal panel and checked his new special items. Unyielding bones. When the mental power is exhausted, eat a piece of bone to replenish the mental power instantly. There are marks on the bones, and you should eat according to the marked amount each time. PS1. If all the mental power is consumed again within 2 hours, you will enter a 24-hour weak state. Continuing to use the mental power forcibly will cause damage to the body and mind, which can be recovered. PS2. If you use this product 3 times in a row in 1 day, you will fall into a deep sleep. Please use your mental power reasonably, or choose a safe place to stay before you fall into a coma. This product is a consumable. 1 less section is eaten, and it can be used 10 times. Please cherish it. Zhao Sun looked at the big bone in his hand. There were indeed scales on the bone, dividing the bone into 10 equal parts. This special item is not bad. It can replenish mental power. Although he has not yet encountered a situation where he had to fight after his mental power was exhausted, he cannot guarantee that he will not encounter such a situation in the future. It is better to be prepared. However, compared with Xiaohong's special ability, unyielding bone replenishing mental power will bring certain side effects, while Xiaohong's replenishment of mental power will not have such consequences. But Xiaohong cannot carry it with her, and the amount of mental power she can replenish should depend on her own mental power and the level of her special ability. Unyielding bone can replenish mental power after eating 1 section. Even if the mental power is vast, it can be replenished instantly, which is more useful than Xiaohong. Each has its pros and cons. After such a long time, Xiaohong's special ability should have been upgraded by at least 2 levels. I don't know what changes will happen after the upgrade. If it is specifically used to replenish the mental power of others, it is useless to him. But if he could absorb other people's spiritual power, then he would be somewhat interested. He could try devouring it. There is also Wu Wei's beast transformation. I don't know how far it has been upgraded now. When he first became an old player, Wu Wei only participated in the Dream Game 3 times a month, and his points were definitely not enough to upgrade to LV5. Starting this month, Wu Wei also participated in the platform game, accumulating more points and upgrading faster. However, he has not seen Wu Wei's box number suddenly fall behind, probably because it has not yet reached the highest level. It only takes 200 points to upgrade from LV2 to LV3, and 500 points to upgrade from LV3 to LV4. As long as Wu Wei participates in the platform game and dream game continuously, and tries to trigger and complete all tasks in the game, when the points are counted and ranked, there will not be a significant drop in ranking. But it takes 1,000 points to upgrade from LV4 to LV5. Wu Wei participates in the platform game less frequently than him. Once so many points are consumed to upgrade special abilities, unless he gets a lot of points in the game, and all hidden tasks, side tasks, and main tasks are triggered and completed. Otherwise the points ranking will definitely drop significantly. At present, he has not found that Wu Wei's ranking has dropped significantly, so he has not devoured Wu Wei's special abilities again for the time being. He wanted to wait until Wu Wei's special ability was upgraded to the highest level before devouring. After all, he was a volunteer, and the leader among the volunteers, and he was alive until now, so he shouldn't die so easily. Well, let's wait until the end of this month or the beginning of next month to see what happens. As for Xiao Hong's special ability, he could see if it would have the changes he expected after the upgrade. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun sat up and prepared to get out of bed. "You're up!" Zhao Ao's voice sounded, still as cheerful as ever. Zhao Sun glanced at Zhao Zhao and nodded politely to greet him. This Zhao Zhao always looked energetic, which was different from the lifeless appearance of most players. But she was also different from him and Su Tian. She really looked like a young girl, and her smile really revealed a kind of clear stupidity, not the innocent and simple appearance that Su Tian pretended to be. Such a person could still live until now, which made him curious about her special ability. As Zhao Sun got out of bed, he took the initiative to talk to Zhao Zhao. "When did the platform game start these days?" The last platform game he experienced ended on the evening of the 15th. But he had returned to the endless train on the 14th and entered the dream game at noon on the 15th. So he didn't have the opportunity to hear the start time of the next round of platform games announced by the broadcast. "Yes," Zhao Zhao replied. "When I came back from the dream game, the platform game had already started. I asked others, and it started at noon on the 17th. She entered the dream game on the evening of the 14th and came back on the evening of the 17th, just missing the start time of the platform game. But this matter can be known by asking a little bit, and no player will deliberately conceal this." "I know. Thank you," Zhao Sun thanked politely. In this way, he could only miss this platform game. He walked in front of Zhao Zhao and pretended to be curious and asked, "Have you ever thought about participating in the platform game?" "Oh?" Zhao Zhao obviously didn't expect Zhao Sun to suddenly ask such a question. She was stunned for 2 seconds before answering. "If the points are enough, I don't want to go to the platform game. I think you can live until now. You must be quite capable." Zhao Sun smiled friendly. "Have you ever thought about accumulating more points and getting the opportunity to get off as soon as possible?" "You said so." Zhao Zhao seemed to have just thought of this question. She answered blankly. After a while, she said, "But I can live until now, mostly by luck, and my strength is still weaker than many people." She scratched her head embarrassedly. "I'm afraid that if I participate in the game too frequently, my luck will be gone, and I will die faster. So that's it." Zhao Sun stretched out his hand and patted Zhao Zhao's shoulder casually. "Then you can do it according to your own ideas." After speaking, he walked out of the box. After leaving the box, he calmly held the hair in his hand. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window appeared. "Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Absolute Good Luck LV4. Currently Devour ability level LV5. Can have 10 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold Resurrection Rage Beast Transformation LV2 Control Fire LV3 Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5 Evil Spirit LV5 Psychic Ability Water Ability Telekinesis Lightning Ability." Zhao Sun looked at the 4 words, "Absolute Good Luck," and suddenly realized that Zhao Zhao's good luck was not a polite remark, but a fact. Although he has not seen the detailed introduction of this special ability, it is easy to understand what kind of ability it is just from the name of this special ability. Good Luck Buff Bonus. Zhao Sun chooses to cover Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. Absolute Good Luck LV4 covers Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. Due to the rarity of the special ability Absolute Good Luck LV4, it cannot get a 5-fold amplification effect and can only be upgraded to the current highest level LV5. Currently Absolute Good Luck LV5 can be used 5 times. Due to the special nature of Absolute Luck LV5, there is a necessary condition to use this special ability. Please click for details. When Zhao Sun saw the last sentence, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He had also seen this sentence on the special ability Wi-Fi signal tower of the whistle. And then he found that he could not use the special ability of the whistle. Could it be that he could not use Zhao Zhao's special ability? He clicked for details. Absolute Luck LV5. Rarity, only. Ability details. Whether in the survival game or in daily life, you can get an absolute luck bonus. At the critical point of life-threatening, the luck bonus is 100%. And there is no limit to the number of good lucks. And the percentage will not be reduced due to the continuous effect of the good luck bonus. Usage conditions. You can use this special ability only if you have full optimism, love, and kindness for this world. If you are not optimistic, love, and kind enough, the luck bonus will be reduced accordingly. Zhao Sun. Good guy. Sure enough, it is another special ability that he can't use. Optimism, love, kindness. He has nothing to do with any of them. But this special ability is very suitable for Zhao Zhao. This girl is the epitome of optimism, passion, and kindness. Just like Shozi. They all got the special abilities that suit them best. So they can live to this day. If it were someone else, if the degree of optimism, passion, and kindness was not enough, the good luck buff would be weakened a lot, and they might not be able to live to this day. If you lose your positive attitude due to the torture of the survival game, the good luck buff will never be used again, and death is a matter of time. But Zhao Zhao is still innocent and enthusiastic, maybe a little silly, which is very suitable for her ability. In other words, Zhao Zhao's current special ability level is LV4. Not as amazing as LV5, but according to the ability details of LV5, the difference of LV4 may be reflected in 100% good luck bonus, unlimited good luck times, and continuous bonus reduction percentage. Not necessarily all three are different, but the gap should be among these three. To be honest, people with this kind of good luck bonus, or 100% bonus, no matter how powerful the enemy is, it is easy to fall. Therefore, Zhao Zhao is the one Zhao Sun should try not to provoke. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao is kind-hearted and will not take the initiative to conflict with others. Well, in other words, Zhao Zhao is a person worth winning over. As a human-shaped koi, becoming a teammate of his own will also bring a lot of benefits with the good luck buff. However, he has no need to form a team for the time being, so just treat it as a backup option. Zhao Sun went to carriage number 7 to find Xiao Hong. As a result, he learned that Xiao Hong went to the platform game. It seems that Xiao Hong did not pass the dream game smoothly, and she already needs to complete the platform game to gain survival time. In this way, his only gain today is to confirm that Zhao Zhao cannot become an enemy. Others are basically nothing. Zhao Sun was not disappointed. He focused on recuperating for the next 2 days, occasionally talking to Zhao Zhao to maintain a friendly personality. November 20th came quickly. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the players who participated in the platform game came back, and at the same time, the players' points ranking was updated. Zhao Sun opened his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 2076. Ranking, 123. Survival time, 90 days and 18 hours. Ability, Devouring LV5. Currently devouring special abilities Control of Gold. Ability Resurrection Frenzy. Special ability Beast Transformation LV2. Special ability Fire Control LV3. Special ability Evil Spirit LV5. Special ability Absolute Good Luck LV5. Spiritual ability. Water ability. Teleport. Lightning ability. Special items. Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. Primate Blessing. Cowardly Shackles. Fiery Red Seal. Imitated Puppet. Chameleon Cloak. Unyielding Bones. The points increased by nearly 800. But the ranking only moved up 5 places. As expected, the higher the ranking, the harder it is to climb. This is still a ranking outside the top 100. Within the top 100, there may be a difference of more than 1,000 between 2 rankings. However, the point score for the top 10 players in Car 01 might be very close. Zhao Sun took out the ticket and took a look. Zhao Sun. 06 Carriage 1 Box 1 Bunk 1. He immediately stood up and moved to the next compartment. When he walked out of the door, a familiar electronic sound rang out from the train horn. The train will arrive at the 5th station at 1:01 p.m. on November 22nd. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. This time point is very suitable. Zhao Sun decided to participate. As soon as he walked into compartment 1, Zhao Sun saw Su Tiantian sitting on bunk 2. Su Tiantian was not surprised to see Zhao Sun appear. The difference in the rankings was not big, and it was expected that Zhao Sun could catch up. But when she saw Zhao Sun lying on bunk 1, Su Tiantian was a little surprised. Although there was only one more person, but in such a short time, he advanced several places. How many points did he have to accumulate? They both participated in the platform game together. Zhao Sun got all the points, and Su Tiantian only got half of the points. But this shouldn't make Zhao Sun's ranking move up so much. It seems that Zhao Sun has gained a considerable amount of points in the dream game. Su Tiantian looked at Zhao Sun, who was sleeping on the lower bunk, and whispered, "You accumulated points very quickly this time. You ranked ahead of me so quickly." Zhao Sun smiled and said honestly, "I was lucky. I completed a difficult side quest." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhao also walked into box 1. Seeing Zhao Sun, she happily greeted him. "We are in the same box this time. What a coincidence." Chapter 221 Werewolf Game. Su Tiantian glanced at Zhao Zhao, then looked at Zhao Sun again. "Are you two on good terms?" There was a hint of teasing in her tone, and a look of watching a good show. "Not bad." Zhao Sun nodded. "In mid-November, she and I lived in a private room." "Yeah." Zhao Zhao sat down on bunk number 4, echoing Zhao Sun's words. "Mr. Shui participated in the platform game and the dream game, and I only participated in the dream game once. I thought Mr. Shui would go to the front carriage, but he moved to the private room and stayed with me. We are now in a period where the points gap between players is getting bigger and bigger." Su Tiantian explained to Zhao Zhao with a smile. "It's not that easy to move up one place. So that's how it is." Zhao Zhao seemed to have thought of something and patted his head. "You're right. At this ranking stage, when players from different batches are mixed together, it is easier to have a large gap in points." "Yes," Su Tiantian responded, and then asked Zhao Zhao, "You only participated in the dream game once, and your ranking can move up several places at once. You should get a lot of points." "Right." Zhao Zhao laughed embarrassedly. "It's all luck. I completed a main task, 2 side tasks, and a hidden task, so I accumulated more points at once." Zhao Sun. "Indeed. In every sense, it's luck. By the way, I don't know your name yet." Su Tiantian blinked at Zhao Zhao. "My name is Tiantian." Zhao Zhao smiled well-behavedly. "Hello, Tiantian. My name is Zhao Zhao. Hey, can you stop talking?" The male player in bed number 3 complained dissatisfiedly. "It's late. You don't want to sleep. I still want to sleep. Sorry, I disturbed you." Zhao Zhao apologized to the male player immediately, and laid down on the bed honestly without saying anything. Su Tiantian didn't care about the male player's attitude, but looked at Zhao Sun, who was on the lower bunk. Zhao Sun felt Su Tiantian's gaze and looked up. The moment their eyes met, he understood Su Tiantian's thoughts. "It's interesting that there is such a silly and innocent person in the game." Zhao Sun shrugged without comment and lay down quietly. Su Tiantian didn't see Zhao Sun express his opinion. She curled her lips and lay back. Asterisk. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 21st, Zhao Sun got up and went to find Xiaohong. As a result, Xiaohong entered the dream game. With the protection of the safety barrier, he couldn't get close to Xiaohong at all, let alone expect to get the items on her body. Zhao Sun had to temporarily give up the idea of devouring Xiaohong's special ability. A day and a half passed quickly. At noon on November 22nd, Zhao Sun had a full meal as usual, and bought 30 points of reserve food, quietly waiting for the time to come. Soon, an electronic voice sounded on the radio. "The endless train will stop at the werewolf game platform at 1:01 p.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared." Hearing the name of this platform game, Zhao Sun raised an eyebrow slightly. It sounds like werewolf. He had heard of this game and had a general understanding of the rules, but he had never really played it. He didn't know how it would be played in a survival game. However, since it was a survival game, it shouldn't be as simple as an ordinary werewolf. Zhao Sun showed an interesting look. He was looking forward to it. Soon, the train stopped. This train will stop for 4.5 days and will depart on time at 12 p.m. on November 26th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 p.m. on November 26th. This game time is a little longer, but fortunately, there is still time to participate in the dream game after returning. The moment the carriage door opened, Xiao Sun jumped off the train. There was a gust of cold wind outside, but the sun was very bright. It's a pity that no matter how bright the winter sun is, it can't resist the baptism of the cold wind. Xiao Sun wrapped his down jacket tightly around him, walked quickly through the white fog, and soon came to an open space. He looked into the distance and found an old-style hotel there, but it was too far away to see how many floors it had. It seemed that was the background of this game. 10 minutes later, everyone was there. Xiao Sun glanced around and found that there were 15 people including him. It seemed that there were not many new players left. A public screen appeared above everyone. Welcome to the Werewolf Game platform game. After entering the game, players will be randomly assigned a game identity. They need to do things that match their identity in this identity state to help their own camp win. The game identities and number of people are as follows: 5 villagers, 5 werewolves, 1 prophet, 1 hunter, 1 guard, 1 gravekeeper, and 1 cupid. Villagers do not have any skills, but can exercise their voting rights during the day and vote out werewolves. Werewolves can kill 1 player every night. The prophet can check the identity of 1 person every night to determine whether the other party is a good person or a werewolf, but cannot know whether the other party has a priesthood. When a hunter is voted to be executed or killed by a werewolf, he can shoot and take away a player. The guard can guard 1 player every night. The player will not die when being stabbed. He cannot guard the same player for 2 consecutive days. He can guard himself or not use the guarding ability. The gravekeeper can check the identity of the player who is voted dead every night to determine whether he is a good person or a werewolf, but cannot know whether the other party has a priesthood. Cupid designates any 2 people, including Cupid himself, to establish a romantic relationship before the game. When one of the lovers is voted to death or killed, the other will also die. Lovers can never point fingers at each other and kill each other. Cupid cannot tell outsiders who is the lover, but can tell the lover his identity as Cupid. If both lovers are good people, Cupid and the lover belong to the good camp. If both lovers are werewolves, Cupid joins the werewolf camp. If one of the lovers is a good person and the other is a werewolf, Cupid and the lovers form a third party. True love camp. When the true love camp appears, if both lovers survive at the end of the game, the true love camp wins. If the good people want to win, they must get rid of all the werewolves. If the werewolf wants to win, it needs to reduce the number of good people to the same number as or less than the number of surviving werewolves. When seeing this, the scrolling text on the pop-up window suddenly stopped and repeated. It is obviously giving all players time to remember these game identities and game rules. For those who have never played Werewolf, everything is unfamiliar. All identities and corresponding abilities must be remembered, which takes some time. For those who have played Werewolf, these rules are also different from the table games they play. The most obvious thing is that there is no witch that must appear in every round of Werewolf, and the rules of the game seem to have changed slightly. For Xiao Sun, the most noteworthy thing is the identity of Cupid, which almost affects the situation of the entire camp in the game, since other players do not know who the couple is. The overall direction of the game is still based on the werewolf, and the good people fighting for victory or defeat, according to the game rules mentioned above. When the number of werewolves and good people is the same, the werewolf will win. But at this time, if the couple happens to be in the third camp and both survive, then the true love camp actually wins, and both the good guys and the werewolves lose. Once the true love camp appears, the situation will become much more complicated. After the text scrolled 3 times, the content on the pop-up window was updated. From 6 to 7 every night, it is the time for all players to speak and vote. You must gather in the lobby on the first floor on time at 6 o'clock. There must be a voting result before 7 o'clock. Otherwise the system will randomly determine that one player is dead. If there is a tie, the tied players will enter a battle situation until one of them dies, and the other can continue the game. At 10 o'clock every night, players must return to their respective rooms, close the doors, and cannot come out at will. Between 10 and 12 o'clock, the prophet, gravekeeper, and guard can exercise their respective abilities. From 12 o'clock every night to 5 o'clock in the morning, it is the activity time of the werewolf. Except for the werewolf, other players cannot leave the room. When a werewolf attacks a player, It must be dealt with by the werewolf itself. The werewolf group will discuss and choose a representative. After selecting a target, they will enter a battle situation. If the selected player is killed by the werewolf, the hunt is successful. If the selected player kills the werewolf dies, and the system generates a proxy body to continue the game. The selected player can leave the game safely, but will not get any points or other benefits. And this round of the game will not be counted in the number of 3 rounds of platform games completed. The proxy body is not as flexible as a real person, and it is easy to reveal flaws. Once voted out, it will automatically disappear. The voted out player is dealt with by other players and enters a battle situation. It can be killed in groups to ensure that the voted out player will die. Daytime is free time for players to move around. They can enter and exit any place in the hotel at will, communicate and test each other, and even eavesdrop. PS1. The battle situation is equivalent to an independent barrier. In it, any special abilities and special items used, no matter how loud the noise is, will not cause any harm to the outside world, nor will anyone outside the barrier hear any noise. PS2. If a result is not reached within the game time, all surviving players will be deemed to have failed the game. After deducting a special item and 500 points, they can leave the game alive. However, this round of the game cannot be counted as completing 3 rounds of the platform game. This part of the content also scrolled 3 times. This time, Zhao Sun read it carefully 3 times and wrote down every rule. Once these rules appeared, they were more in line with the tonality of the survival game, and they were also more different from the werewolf. After a long list of rules scrolled 3 times, the familiar ending words appeared again. I wish all players a happy game. After that, the public screen disappeared, and a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Player Zhao Sun's identity in this round of the game is werewolf. The next second, his sight flashed, and he was in the hotel. At the same time, another pop-up window popped up. Cupid designated you as one of the lovers, and the other lover is Cupid himself. Zhao Sun. Okay. Give him a double identity bonus right from the start. The key is that Cupid is a god and belongs to the good camp, while he is a werewolf, which means that a third camp has been formed. His winning condition has also changed from the original. Kill the good camp until the number of people is the same as the werewolf camp. 2. Help the werewolves win while ensuring that he and Cupid survive to the end. The most troublesome situation has appeared just like this. It really is, making him look forward to the next direction. Zhao Sun looked at the room he was in. There was a bed, a bedside table, a bedside lamp, no TV, and the overall decoration was old and had a faint musty smell. It was indeed the appearance of a room in a very old hotel. Zhao Sun went out and took a look, and found that there was no room number on the door panel, but a half-length photo of him. In this way, there was no need to worry about going to the wrong room. Zhao Sun was thinking about this when the door opened in the next room. He tilted his head and saw a haggard woman walking out of the room. When she saw Zhao Sun, the woman subconsciously wanted to go back to the room, but she was afraid that her behavior would make the other party think too much. So she forced a smile and took the initiative to say hello. 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 Zhao Sun responded politely, and said with a smile, It seems that when we were teleported in, we were all in our respective rooms. As soon as he finished speaking, the door on the other side of the woman and the door opposite Zhao Sun were opened almost at the same time. The players greeted each other and fell silent. For a while, no one returned to the room, but no one spoke again, and they all looked at each other carefully. Zhao Sun's demeanor was natural, neither too active nor making people feel that he didn't want to communicate. There was no need for werewolves to communicate their identities during the day. When they acted at night, they would naturally know who was the werewolf. Anyone with a little bit of brains would not ask who was the werewolf at this time, as it would not ensure that the identity information obtained was true, and it would be easy to expose themselves. But he couldn't be passive. If he was very silent during the day and had no desire to talk to others, he would be easily suspected of being a werewolf. So, it was best to behave calmly. Soon, the doors of other rooms were opened, and 15 players gathered in the corridor. Everyone looked at each other for a few minutes, and one of the young men in a baseball cap spoke up. Why don't we go downstairs? According to the rules of the game, we have to go to the lobby on the first floor to gather and vote in the evening. I guess there should be tables and stools there so that we can sit down and talk. Chapter 222. What do you think? Everyone agreed with the proposal of the man in the baseball cap and went to the lobby on the first floor. There was no big round table as expected, but there was a 3-seater sofa and 2 single-seater sofas, in addition to 10 plastic stools. The 3-seater sofa could accommodate 4 people, so it was enough for 15 players to sit down. Jalson picked up a plastic stool and sat down in the corner. Others also chose the seats they thought were suitable and sat down. After everyone sat down, they looked at each other for a few minutes. It was the man in the baseball cap who took the initiative to speak. I want to ask, how many of us have played the game Werewolf? Raise your hands if you have played it. As he said that, the man in the baseball cap raised his hand first. Among the remaining people, 3 people slowly raised their hands. They were the bald uncle, the yellow-haired girl, and the fat man. It seems that few of us have played this game before. The man in the baseball cap put down his hand, sighed, and looked at the others, asking, have you figured out the rules and abilities of each identity? Although the rules of this game are somewhat different from those of Werewolf, many basic settings are still similar. I've seen it so many times. Who can't figure it out? The bald uncle interrupted the man in the baseball cap impatiently. Even the dumbest person should memorize it by rote. The man in the baseball cap's face flushed, not knowing whether he was embarrassed or angry. He looked at the bald uncle and tried to speak in a calm tone. You have played Werewolf before, so of course you think it's easy to remember. But for those who have never played it, they may not be able to remember all the roles and rules in a short time. The bald uncle tisked Ed, and was very disdainful of the man in the baseball cap's words. The man in the cap could not keep calm immediately. He said angrily, I just want to sort out the rules carefully before voting tonight, to avoid the game going wrong because of unclear rules or confusion of identity and ability. Why are you so impatient? As if he had thought of something, the cap suddenly asked the bald uncle, Are you a werewolf? What nonsense are you talking about? The bald uncle slammed the coffee table. Don't spit blood. Then why did you stop me from sorting out the rules for everyone? The cap asked. Only werewolves want the situation to be as chaotic as possible. If everyone is confused, it is easy to vote for the wrong person, and the werewolf will have a greater chance of winning. As soon as the cap finished speaking, the expressions of other players changed. Some looked at the bald uncle quietly, some directly questioned him, and some nodded subconsciously after the cap finished speaking. Obviously, most people were suspicious of the bald uncle. The bald uncle's face darkened, but he knew that if he acted too aggressively at this time, everyone would confirm their suspicion. He had to slow down his tone and explain. I just think that everyone must have understood the rules very well. You are wasting time sorting out the rules. We should just get into the process. Let everyone introduce themselves, and find a way to prove that they are not werewolves. Oh? The haggard woman showed a puzzled look. How to prove that I am not a werewolf? We don't have any identity cards or anything like that. And everyone will definitely say that they are not a werewolf. But no one will believe it just by saying it. So it requires a process of logical reasoning. The bald uncle patiently explained. Through behavioral analysis, attitude analysis, etc. Prove that you are not a werewolf, or suspect who is a werewolf. But the game has just begun. It's hard to see who has a problem. The dwarf man, who was less than 1 meter tall, questioned. If I have to say who I suspect you the most now. The veins on the bald uncle's forehead were throbbing, and he held back for a long time before he resisted the urge to curse. I've said it before. I just want to advance the game, and don't want to waste time explaining the rules of the game. He emphasized again. Because I think it's impossible that there are still people who haven't figured out the rules of the game. Why do you think so? The dwarf's face was full of dissatisfaction. You can't represent everyone at all. Normally, you should ask us if there are still people who are not clear about the rules, like the guy in the baseball cap just did. The rules of the game have been scrolled 3 times in total. Even a fool can remember them. Is there any need to ask? The bald uncle said, as a matter of course. Instead of arguing about this here, it's better to ask everyone directly. Jalson said at the right time. If there are still people who haven't completely figured out the rules of the game, then sort out the rules first. If everyone has figured out the rules, then start to advance the game process. As soon as he finished speaking, most people took the initiative to express their understanding of the rules. After a round of discussion, it was found that everyone really remembered the rules very clearly, without any misunderstandings or omissions. Look! The bald uncle seemed to have confidence. He glared at the dwarf and the man in the baseball cap. What I said is right. It is impossible for someone to not remember the rules of the game. At the end, He seemed a little unsatisfied and said, "It's not the first time to experience the platform game. Everyone should be very clear about the cruelty of the game. If you can't even remember the rules of the game, you deserve to die." As soon as he said this, the faces of others became ugly, even if the bald uncle was telling the truth. He said it like this, and in the tone of a superior. Anyone who heard it would feel disgusted. Jiaosun glanced at the bald uncle and didn't say anything, but he could probably guess in his heart that this bald uncle might be the first person to be voted to death. The first round of voting was before the werewolf killed people and before the prophet checked their identities. At this time, there was too little effective information to get, and it was almost blind voting. Anyway, I don't know who to vote for, so it's better to vote the person I hate to death first. It's normal to have this mentality. Besides, among the 15 people, not many had played werewolf before. Although everyone remembered the rules clearly, it was easy for them to have no correct judgment logic due to lack of experience. Although Jiaosun had never played werewolf before, he knew that this game would involve all kinds of conspiracies and plots, and they had to carefully test each other, playing with psychological tactics and disguise abilities. In the case of all experienced old players, everyone's attitude is not very important, as long as the analysis is reasonable. But in the case of most newcomers, everyone has no idea, and it is easy to suspect those who jump the most and have the worst attitude. At this time, the more people want to control the overall situation, the worse the attitude, the more likely they are to be voted to death first. In other words, the bald uncle has played werewolf, but he put himself against everyone so quickly. It can only show that he is not smart. After all, played does not mean won, let alone good at. The man in the peaked cap was also dissatisfied with the bald uncle's attitude. But he did not waste time arguing with the bald uncle, but continued the next process. "Then let's talk about our respective identities first." After thinking for a while, the man in the baseball cap added, "Players with priesthood identities cannot easily reveal their identities. Otherwise, they will easily become targets of werewolves." "Yes, yes." The fat man who also had experience in killing werewolves echoed. "Priesthood identities refer to those with skills, such as prophets, hunters, guards, gatekeepers, and cupids. Then players with identities can't say anything?" A petite young woman showed a tangled look. Zhao Sun's eyes swept across the petite woman's face. This woman, maybe she is a priest. "Just say that you are a good person." The man in the baseball cap talked patiently. "Don't say the specific identity, but you can prove that you are a good person from other aspects. If you really can't think of how to say it, just mainly talk about who you suspect is a werewolf." The petite woman said, "Oh," twice, and took down the words of the baseball cap very seriously. "Actually," the pockmarked man suddenly said, "I have another idea." Everyone looked at the pockmarked man. The man in the baseball cap asked as a representative, "What do you think?" Seeing that everyone was willing to listen, the pockmarked man said excitedly, "Didn't the rules of the game say that? If the game is not over within the game time, the living players can leave the game alive. Then none of us will vote, and the werewolves will not kill people. So everyone can survive. Right? What are you talking about?" The bald uncle frowned, with a look of disgust. "If you do what you said, it will be judged as a game failure, and it will not be counted in the number of 3 rounds of platform games completed. It's hard to say whether there will be platform games next. What if one of us only completes 1 round of platform games? What about the game? Who would be willing to miss the chance to complete the game?" Speaking of this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just for this reason, you can't let everyone follow your ideas together. If the game is judged to fail, a special item and 500 points will be deducted. The dwarf man also complained, whether it is a special item or 500 points. It is a huge loss that is unbearable for anyone. Yes. The haggard woman nodded repeatedly, and asked with some worry, "I don't have a special item. Does this mean that if the game is judged to fail, I won't even have the chance to leave the game alive? Will I die directly?" As soon as she said this, everyone was silent. This may indeed exist, and most of them don't have special items. After all, it's not so easy to trigger hidden tasks in the game. Even if you trigger a hidden task, it's hard to say whether you can complete it. They have only experienced 1 or 2 platform games. It's good enough to know the existence of special items. How could so many people have special items? The bald uncle looked at Ma Zi with dissatisfaction. "If you can't use your brain, don't make blind suggestions. Who will follow what you say?" The dwarf man echoed again. That's right. If we can't complete the three-wheel platform game or don't have enough points, it will be more difficult for us to survive in the endless train. Who wants to die for nothing? I just gave a suggestion. If you don't agree, forget it. Don't attack me. Mozzie was speechless. I don't have any bad intentions. The bald uncle snorted from his nose. Don't dream big. Playing this game according to the rules of the game is the only way out. If you always think of crooked ways, you will kill everyone. Although their tone is not good, what they said is indeed right. The peaked cap also spoke, and the rules of the game say that if the player does not vote, the system will randomly select a player to die. We can't let all 15 people leave the game alive. Mozzie was silent for a moment. He was thinking about his plan and forgot this rule. After being said by the peaked cap, he suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Jowson watched the whole process and had a general understanding of Mozzie's IQ. Even if he remembered all the rules of the game, he could not use them flexibly, and he might not be able to remember the relevant rules in time when the time came. Once he had a plan, he would only immerse himself in beautiful imaginations and could not consider the problem in all aspects. To put it bluntly, this kind of person's brain is not enough and is more likely to be fooled. As long as he is not a teammate, he can be used. Okay, let's start the self-narration. The peaked cap restarted the queue process and took the initiative to say, I am a good person. I have been so active in sorting out the rules of the game for everyone, and reminded the clergy players in the good camp not to easily reveal their identities. Even the process is actively guided by me. These are enough to prove that I am a good person. Right? As he spoke, he looked at everyone with a calm look, appearing very calm and composed. When several people looked into his eyes, they subconsciously nodded, obviously agreeing with his statement. Seeing this, the man in the baseball cap smiled comfortably, and then he continued, I suspect the bald uncle is a werewolf. And the reason I mentioned before is that he has been sabotaging. Although he gave the reason, his reason cannot convince me. When the bald uncle heard this, his brows knitted tightly, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. But he held back and did not get angry. I'm done. The baseball cap turned his head and looked at the petite woman sitting on his left. You tell me. Oh. The petite woman responded repeatedly. She rubbed her clothes nervously and stammered. I'm a good person. After thinking for a while, she seemed to find no evidence to prove her identity as a good person. So she had to say, I also suspect the bald uncle is a werewolf. And the reason is the same as his. When she said, him, she turned her head to look at the baseball cap. The man in the baseball cap gave an encouraging look. There's nothing wrong with your expression. Just say it like that. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with it? The bald uncle couldn't help it. She obviously has no brains. She's just following your lead. You're encouraging everyone to vote for me in disguise. Chapter 223. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Uncle, don't take advantage of your age and speak nonsense. The man in the baseball cap obviously couldn't hold back his temper. He glared at the bald uncle. You always say that others don't have brains. It's too disrespectful. I have brains. The petite woman also quietly defended herself. Your behavior is very strange, which makes me suspicious. I didn't follow his trend just because he suspected you. Didn't I explain the reason later? The bald uncle glared. It's impossible for someone to not remember the rules. It's a waste of time to sort out the content of the rules. And the facts prove that what I said is right. Everyone remembers the rules. He pointed at the baseball cap and questioned. Others. He is clearly wasting everyone's time. Why don't you suspect he has ulterior motives? Are you trying to turn the tables? The man in the cap was angry. My contribution to everyone is obvious to all. Why do you doubt me? You pretend to be considerate of everyone just to make everyone trust you. But in fact what you do is to waste everyone's time. The bald uncle snorted coldly. Only people with no experience will believe you with this kind of routine. After that, he turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired woman and the fat man. You two have also played werewolf. Haven't you seen the werewolves who jump out and pretend to be good people at the beginning of the game? The yellow-haired woman and the fat man subconsciously looked away, neither looking at the bald uncle nor at the cap. Of course, they have all had such experiences. As experienced old players, they naturally know that those who jump out to take charge of the overall situation and actively look for werewolves at the beginning are not necessarily good people. But they don't want to express their opinions at this time to avoid getting burned. Seeing that the yellow-haired girl and the fat man didn't speak, the bald uncle laughed angrily. Okay. Okay. You all want to help that brat, right? I now suspect that you two are also werewolves. Are you sick? The yellow-haired girl couldn't help but scold. If I don't help you, I'm a werewolf. We just entered the game. And we don't even have the opportunity to communicate privately. No one knows who others are. How can werewolves determine each other's identities so quickly and gather together to deal with good people? That's right. The fat man followed up and complained. Don't be so anxious that you want to bite anyone you catch. The peaked cap also spoke again. Everyone has their own judgment. Your behavior makes people suspicious. I'm not the only one who thinks so. If you want to prove your innocence, it's not too late to speak when it's your turn to speak. Attacking everyone like this will only make everyone more suspicious of you. This time, several people followed suit. Obviously, everyone's dissatisfaction with the bald uncle increased. Faced with the accusations and suspicious eyes of the crowd, the bald uncle's patience ran out immediately. He stood up suddenly, looking like he was going to fight to the end. How about this? Zhao Sun said when the situation was getting out of control. There are still several hours before the evening vote. Why don't we check the situation in the hotel first? Then observe the people around us. And wait until the evening vote time. Then sit down and express our own ideas. The man in the baseball cap thought for a moment and nodded. You are right. Even if we have finished speaking, we cannot vote immediately. It is better to learn about the hotel first and give each player more time to observe others and prove themselves. He looked at the bald uncle. Uncle, you will not object to this, right? The bald uncle still widened his eyes, looking unconvinced. Zhao Sun spoke again. Mr. Bald, I suggest you not to act impulsively. Bald uncle. Although he knew that everyone did not exchange names with each other, and generally used each person's characteristics as a nickname. But, Mr. Bald, sounded a bit awkward. Zhao Sun did not care about the bald uncle's expression, and continued. You should remember that the first sentence of the game rules is players need to do things that are in line with their identities in this state. The bald uncle did not expect Zhao Sun to suddenly mention this sentence at this time. But he did not understand what Zhao Sun meant. He asked unhappily. So what? I think this sentence is a double entendre. Zhao Sun explained. At first glance, it seems that players are required to play the game according to the assigned game identity. But if you think more deeply, doing things that are not in line with the game identity is considered a violation of the rules. What is considered a violation of the game identity? He looked at the bald uncle and asked himself. This game has some fixed procedures, and the game identity also has some fixed things to do. For example, after voting, you need to kill the voted players. For example, when the werewolf is in action, you need to kill the selected players. We all know these, and you don't need to repeat them. The bald uncle interrupted impatiently. Zhao Sun didn't care about the bald uncle's attitude and continued to finish his words. On the other hand, when it's not time to fight, players fight or kill each other. It's a violation. The bald uncle was stunned. Obviously, he didn't think of this. As a player who has played the platform game once or twice, don't you have any game experience? Zhao Sun said, casting a sincere look at the bald uncle. There are some hidden rules in the game. Really? The bald uncle showed a suspicious look. You are not saying this deliberately to scare me and make me afraid to do anything to those people? If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Zhao Sun shrugged, his tone casual. The consequences of violating this hidden rule may not necessarily determine that you fail the game, nor will you necessarily die. You will know the specific punishment after violating it. He smiled at the bald uncle. If you really want to try it, I won't stop you, and it will just satisfy my curiosity. The bald uncle's face froze. Zhao Sun didn't mean to threaten me, nor did he rush to obstruct me. Precisely because of this, he believed what Zhao Sun said. What he said should be true. The man in the baseball cap spoke again. I encountered similar situations in previous games. He swept his eyes over everyone one by one, as if he wanted to gain everyone's trust with his sincere eyes. Since this game requires everyone to play werewolf killing, in order for the process to proceed smoothly, players must be prohibited from harming each other outside of voting and werewolf hunting. I think what you said makes sense. The yellow-haired girl was the first to express her opinion, and then she looked at the bald uncle. So, if you don't want to be punished, you'd better be quiet. The bald uncle snorted and didn't speak again, although he still looked indignant. He finally calmed down. He didn't want to try what the consequences of violating the hidden rules would be. He still had some rationality. Seeing that the bald uncle finally stopped making trouble, everyone was relieved. Then let's start checking the hotel. The peaked cap continued to preside over the overall situation. I suggest that we act together. On the one hand, we can take care of each other and be safer. And on the other hand, it is convenient to observe each other. No one objected. So a group of people began to check the rooms one by one. In addition to the lobby and front desk on the first floor, there is also a public toilet and a 5-square-meter kitchen. There's actually a kitchen here. The haggard woman was surprised. Generally, there's no kitchen in a hotel. Indeed, this kind of old hotel doesn't provide meals. Even the hotel staff have to order takeout meals. The man in the baseball cap walked into the kitchen and looked around, saying, "A kitchen shouldn't be set up casually in the game. Could it be that food has been prepared for us for the past few days?" He opened the cupboard door. A cupboard full of instant noodles and sandwiches. Everyone's eyes widened. It really exists. The petite woman muttered with some joy. Then at least we don't have to worry about food. Then the baseball cap opened the cupboard on the other side. A cupboard full of mineral water and milk. Now, we don't even have to worry about what to drink. The man in the baseball cap couldn't help laughing. His expression relaxed. This is much better than I expected. As he said that, he opened the refrigerator again, and then widened his eyes. There's actually fruit here. Fruit is not a necessity. If the points are not sufficient, no one is willing to spend points to buy fruit. So the players present hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. When they saw the refrigerator full of apples, bananas and pears, the players swallowed subconsciously. How about we share some fruit to try first? The fat man spoke with some saliva, as if his saliva was secreted too quickly, and he didn't have time to swallow it. Others echoed. Anyway, there are so many fruits here. It's okay to eat some now. I want to eat too. I haven't eaten fruit for more than half a month. There are only 15 of us players here, and there are no NPCs or anything. These foods must be prepared for players. Then eat it. The man in the peaked cap obviously couldn't resist the temptation of fruit. He took out an apple and a banana first, and said to others, "Take 2 each. Don't take too much. After all, there are still several days to come." No one else objected, and they took the fruits they wanted. Zhao Sun took 2 bananas, but didn't rush to eat them, just held them in his hands. The other players walked to the second floor while eating and began to check every bedroom. The hotel has only 2 floors. Everyone has seen the first floor, and the second floor is the rooms of 15 players. There is no house number on the door of each room, but there are photos of the players to ensure that each player can find his or her room accurately. The photos seemed to grow on the door, with no gap between it and the door, so there was no possibility of digging it down. The area of each player's room was the same, and the layout inside was exactly the same. Simple, but clean, and suitable for sleeping. The things in each room were exactly the same, and the patterns of the quilts, pillows, and sheets were also the same. Nothing special. After looking at all the rooms, most of the players finished eating the fruit in their hands. Zhao Sun saw that everyone had nothing to do after eating, so he ate a banana, although he thought that the food here should not be a problem, and the focus of this game was on werewolf killing. It did not prevent him from being cautious. All the rooms have been seen. The dwarf man glanced at his watch. It's just after 4 o'clock now, and there are nearly 2 hours before 6 o'clock. He looked at the baseball cap. What should we do next? The baseball cap thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the lobby on the first floor. Sit down and rest." Everyone had no objection, so they sat down in the lobby on the first floor together. The man in the cap went to the kitchen and got 15 bottles of mineral water, distributing them to everyone. Everyone drank the water in silence, and no one spoke for a while. After a while, the yellow-haired woman sitting next to Zhao Sun whispered, "This water can't be put into the storage compartment." Her voice was very low, but Zhao Sun was close and still heard it. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. If these foods and water can be put into the storage compartment, then if a player steals all the food and water, the meaning of distributing them to the players will be gone. After another half an hour of silence, Mozzie couldn't sit still. "Why don't we start speaking now? Most players are playing this game for the first time, and the process may not be smooth. If we start at 6 o'clock, 1 hour may not be enough. Your consideration is right." The man in the cap nodded. "Then let's start." After a pause, he said, "I still maintain my previous statement and opinion." Then, he looked at the petite woman, who was still sitting next to him. The petite woman immediately responded, "Yeah, I also maintain my previous statement and opinion. The rest of the people spoke in order of their seats, and their statements were similar. They stated that they were in the good camp, and suspected that the werewolf was the bald uncle. As Zhao Sun expected, the bald uncle attracted a lot of discuss points, and everyone pointed their suspicions at the bald uncle. Zhao Sun was no exception. At this time, if you say something contrary to the majority of people, but there is no sufficient reasonable reason to support it, you will become the second person to be suspected. So, it is most appropriate to follow the trend. As more and more suspicious remarks were directed at him, the bald uncle's face became darker and darker. When it was his turn to speak, he laughed out of anger. How many of you really doubted me? Or did you all just follow suit and choose me because I was doubted by that stinky guy in a baseball cap, so you could avoid being voted out? As he spoke, he glanced at everyone with a vicious look. A bunch of brainless and useless cowards. The more you attack us like this, the more we doubt you. The man in the baseball cap glanced at the bald uncle. You have plenty of time to prove your innocence now, but you don't take this opportunity and curse people instead. I reasonably suspect that you can't defend yourself, so you want to shake everyone's mind through verbal attacks. Chapter 224. Which ability is better to use? How can I prove my innocence when all of you suspect me? The bald uncle yelled angrily. I don't have an ID card to show you. Besides, I've already explained the reason, but you still point to me? Isn't it futile to say anything now? He glanced at everyone one by one, with anger in his eyes. You want to see me repeatedly defending myself like a clown, but I won't let you do that. Your thoughts are too extreme. The yellow-haired woman used the strange, looked at the bald uncle with a look of contempt. You are the one who is looking for trouble first. Why do you say that we are deliberately going against you and causing trouble for you? That's right. With your thoughts and attitude, normal people will doubt you. The fat man immediately echoed. He looked at the bald uncle with contempt. You also said that you have played werewolf. I think you are talking nonsense. The yellow-haired woman followed up. That's not necessarily true. People who have played it are not necessarily good at it. Playing it once or twice is also considered playing it. That's true. The fat man nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the yellow-haired woman's statement. Who are you two disgusting with your singing the same tune? The bald uncle showed a contemptuous expression. You have determined me now, and it's useless for me to say anything. He stood up, took off his coat directly, and rolled up his sleeves. Come on! Just vote, and then fight with me. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that the bald uncle would give up the opportunity to defend himself and take the initiative to ask everyone to vote for him. Once this vote is cast, everyone can kill the bald uncle, and it is a death sentence. Doesn't the bald uncle fear death? Or is it that the bald uncle's special ability is very powerful, and he is confident of self-protection? Although the rules do not say that the players who are voted out have a chance to survive. What if they survive, does that mean that all other players will be killed by the bald uncle? Is the bald uncle really that powerful? With this concern, everyone dared not vote easily. For a while, the entire front hall was quiet, and no one spoke. The bald uncle glanced at everyone, his eyes full of mockery. Why? I asked you to vote directly, and you don't dare again? Are you sure you want to completely give up the opportunity to defend yourself? The peaked cap asked cautiously. What chance do I have to defend myself? The bald uncle snorted coldly. I have said all the reasons I could say before, but you all refuse to listen. Can I make up another reason? Without waiting for others to say anything, he urged impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Everyone remained silent. They really wanted to know whether the bald uncle felt that his situation was hopeless and simply stopped struggling and went to die directly, or whether he had something to rely on to ensure his survival. But they didn't dare to ask. Even if they asked, the other party might not answer. To be honest, they did suspect that the bald uncle was a werewolf. But if the other party had something special to rely on, would it lead to their annihilation in the first round? In the final analysis, they all just wanted to survive. If voting for the bald uncle means that they will die, then, should they vote for someone else? Just when everyone was hesitant and wavering, the man in the baseball cap spoke again. Vote for me. Don't be impatient. It's not 6 o'clock yet, and the earliest voting can start is after 6 o'clock. After he finished speaking, he looked at everyone. I know what you are worried about, but I don't think he has such a strong ability, and I don't believe that he can deal with all of us alone. Think about it. We are all new players. How could there be such a big gap in strength? Although the survival game cannot guarantee absolute fairness, it is not possible for a new player to crush more than a dozen people. The expressions of everyone were shaken again. Indeed, what the baseball cap said makes sense. If there is such an obvious gap in strength, it is too unbalanced. This situation should not happen. The bald uncle made this scene because he felt that he was going to die anyway, so he might as well die quickly. It would be more pleasant to curse people before dying than to die timidly and aggrieved. With the bald uncle's brain circuit, it might really be possible that he thought so, seeing that everyone's expressions were somewhat relaxed. But everyone's eyes looked uneasy. The man in the peaked cap took the initiative to say, "I will make the first move after the vote, and you will watch from the side. You will know how strong he is after observing for a while." Everyone still did not speak, but many people nodded subconsciously, obviously agreeing with the suggestion of the peaked cap. Zhao Sun did not say much throughout the whole process, but he kept observing everyone's expressions. When the peaked cap made up his mind to vote for the bald uncle, the bald uncle's eyes panicked for a moment. Since he panicked, it means that the bald uncle is not really fearless of life and death, nor does he have very powerful special abilities. He said those words before, playing psychological tactics. He knew that no matter how he defended himself now, he could not clear himself of suspicion. Even if his attitude changed 180 degrees, it would not make others dispel their suspicion of him. On the contrary, because his attitude changed too much, it might deepen everyone's suspicion of him. Since conventional tricks did not work, and he had no confidence to prove his innocence through verbal explanations, he simply let go and fought. If most people were stunned, there would be a chance to change their votes. But unfortunately, the bald uncle had too many enemies before, and the peaked cap who had been leading the rhythm still had some brains. So the chances of winning this psychological tactic were too low. Seeing that everyone agreed with his suggestion, the peaked cap looked at the bald uncle again. "So, you should have no objection, right?" The bald uncle barely maintained his unfriendly appearance. "Okay, let's try it one-on-one." 7 minutes later. It was 6 o'clock. Everyone pointed at the bald uncle tacitly, confirming that the bald uncle was voted out. The next second, a gentle white light flashed, and the surrounding scenes and furniture were quickly retreating. Everyone felt that they were deep in an independent pure white space. This is the battle situation, mentioned in the game rules, because this level allows a group of people to besiege the player who was voted out. All players entered the battle situation. The peaked cap walked to the front and faced the bald uncle. "Come on!" The bald uncle's face had become very dark at this time. He stood there without saying a word, neither approaching nor retreating, just staring at the peaked cap. Seeing that the bald uncle didn't move, the man in the duckbill cap raised his right hand. "If you don't move, I'll attack first." As soon as he finished speaking, a small ball of fire appeared in his palm. Zhao Sun, who had been standing at the edge observing the situation, saw this and understood it. The special ability of this duckbill cap is fire control. Compared with the fire control players he met when he was a rookie, the fireball used by the duckbill cap is bigger. It's about the size of a tangerine. Therefore, the duckbill cap's fire control level should have risen to level 2. Compared with Zhao Sun's fire control, it's far worse. But among rookie players, it's still okay. The duckbill cap threw the fireball in his hand at the bald uncle. The bald uncle snorted and dodged. His dodging skills were not agile, but the duckbill cap's attack speed was not fast either. Moreover, there was only a small ball of fire, and the space to dodge was too large. The man in the cap was obviously aware of this. He conjured up more fireballs, and threw them at the bald uncle one after another. As the number increased, it became more difficult for the bald uncle to dodge. Finally, after the cap threw more than a dozen fireballs, one of them hit the bald uncle. Before the cap could be happy, he saw that the bald uncle's shirt was burned, revealing the metallic skin inside. The cap was stunned for a moment, and then understood. "Your special ability," the bald uncle sneered. "I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you can only play with small fireballs." He patted his belly, making a sound of metal collision. "That little flame can't cause any harm to my body." Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow without expression. "Oh, another special ability he has seen. He can metalize his body. This is the third player with this special ability he has seen. For him, it is not difficult to deal with this special ability, especially since the bald uncle was still a rookie. His special ability level was only LV2 at most. He could think of 3 ways to deal with it in an instant. Use Samadhi True Fire to melt the opponent's metal body. Use Thunder Power to electrocute him to death. used water power to drill into the opponent's eye sockets, ears, or nostrils, and controlled all the water in the opponent's body from the inside, turning him into a metal stick. But he was not in a hurry to do it. He wanted to see what the special abilities of other players were first. The results of the first round of voting had been determined, and no one could regret and change them. If the peaked cap couldn't deal with the bald uncle, others would always take action to ensure the smooth progress of the game. Now he knew more about the special abilities of others, which would facilitate subsequent targeted attacks and hit them with one shot. The peaked cap threw dozens of fireballs at the bald uncle again and again. The bald uncle's shirt and pants were burned to tatters, but he was unharmed. "It seems you don't have any tricks left." The bald uncle strode towards the cap. "Then it's my turn to fight back." He raised his fist and hit the cap. The cap quickly dodged. Fortunately, the bald uncle's reaction was not very sensitive. Although the attack was powerful, the speed was not fast enough, giving the cap enough time to dodge. After this back and forth, the situation became stalemate. The fireball of the peaked cap could not hurt the bald uncle's body, and the bald uncle's fist could not hit the peaked cap. "It's time for you to help." "Right." After dodging the iron fist of the bald uncle again, the peaked cap hurriedly said to the players behind him, "If he can't be eliminated, it will definitely affect all of us." Everyone looked at each other, and no one moved for a while. It's not that they are unwilling to help the peaked cap, nor that they don't believe what the peaked cap said, but their special abilities may not work on the bald uncle. What's the point of rushing up if it doesn't work? Realizing that no one came forward, everyone's face was not very good. Does this mean that no one among them can kill the bald uncle? The initial worry actually came true. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, the dwarf man suddenly came out. "Let me try." He didn't dare to get too close. The moment he raised his hand, a hair-thick lightning hit the bald uncle. The bald uncle was not in a hurry to dodge, and was hit directly. He immediately felt a sense of electric shock all over his body, and even the fist that was swinging towards the cap was stiff for a moment. "This trick works." The cap, who was very close, immediately noticed the change in the bald uncle and shouted to the dwarf man, "Keep going!" The dwarf man was encouraged and released several small lightning bolts at the bald uncle in succession. The bald uncle really seemed to be electrocuted. His body would twitch uncontrollably from time to time, and his movements became like an old screen with poor contact, skipping frames from time to time. But he did not fall down. The amount of electricity was not enough to kill him, let alone make him unconscious. The dwarf man attacked with more than a dozen lightning bolts, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his face. Zhao Sun knew at a glance that the dwarf man's special ability had not been upgraded yet, and his mental strength was not strong enough. So it was about to reach the limit so soon. And the bald uncle's special ability was probably upgraded to level 2. LV1 lightning control is hard to deal with the LV2 metal body. Back then, the first metal body Zhao Sun encountered was an old player, who was at a higher level than his lightning control at that time. He used lightning control continuously, and it took more than an hour to electrocute the guy to incontinence, and then to remove the metal body, and then he successfully killed the player. At that time, he also relied on Xiaohan to replenish some mental power. The dwarf man couldn't even last 10 minutes, and there was absolutely no way to kill the bald uncle. In such a situation, the other players all looked anxious and nervous, but no one stood up again. It seems that among the remaining players, there is no special ability to deal with the metal body of the bald uncle. Zhao Sun thought seriously to make sure that he would not wait for more players to take action. Which ability should he use better? 2 seconds later, his right index finger slightly bent. A finger-thick lightning appeared from his fingertips and struck down from the top of the bald uncle's head with lightning speed. The bald uncle staggered to the ground, and the metallization of his body was instantly released. The second lightning struck the bald uncle's head again, and the bald uncle twitched continuously. Smoke came out of his 7 orifices, and he died in a few seconds. For a moment, the space was strangely quiet, and everyone looked at Zhao Sun in unison. Zhao Sun showed a very friendly smile. "Thanks to the reminder of the dwarf brother. Otherwise, I would not have reacted. Lightning attacks on metal bodies are very effective." Chapter 225 Protect Me Tonight. Everyone was very silent. They didn't know whether they should believe Zhao Sun's words. Did they really realize that this special ability was effective against metal bodies only after seeing the dwarf man's lightning attack was effective? Didn't they want to see what other people's special abilities were? So they delayed their actions until now? But looking at Zhao Sun's sincere and friendly smile, it didn't seem like a lie. Maybe he really didn't react for a while? After all, when the dwarf man attacked, He was not sure that his special ability could effectively deal with the metal body. While everyone was analyzing themselves in their hearts, the dwarf man cast a more inquiring look at Xiao Sun. They both used lightning, but he could only make the bald uncle's movement slow, while the other party could kill the bald uncle directly. The gap between people is too big. What the dwarf man didn't know was that the lightning released by Xiao Sun looked only as thick as a finger, but it was actually condensed under his deliberate control, and was more condensed and more powerful than ordinary lightning of the same thickness. But for the inexperienced new players, the lightning flashed too fast, and it was difficult to see what was wrong. With the death of the bald uncle, the white light slowly faded, and everyone withdrew from the battle situation, except for the bald uncle. When everyone found themselves standing in the lobby of the hotel again, they also noticed that the bald uncle's body was left in the pure white space. But no one expressed any thoughts on this. "Let's go to the kitchen to get some food for dinner," the peaked cap suggested. "Let's discuss the next thing while eating." Everyone agreed. Everyone went to the kitchen in a swarm and picked out their favorite food. Xiao Sun took a bottle of milk, a bucket of instant noodles, and 2 bananas. There was electricity in the kitchen, and there was also a pipeline machine connected to the water purifier, which could directly produce hot water. He made the noodles and returned to the lobby with the main force. While waiting for the instant noodles, everyone had already started discussing what to do next. The man in the baseball cap said, "The gravekeeper must remember to check the identity of the bald uncle tonight to see if he is a werewolf. But after the gravekeeper checks, only the gravekeeper himself knows the result." The dwarf man raised his doubts. "For us, it is still unknown which camp the bald man belongs to, so the gravekeeper needs to report his identity tomorrow." The man in the baseball cap replied, "Players with the identity of a priest cannot keep hiding themselves. Otherwise, the game will be very disadvantageous to good people." When everyone heard this, they were a little silent. After a while, Mazi suddenly said, "If the gravekeeper reveals his identity, won't it be easy for him to become the target of the werewolves? There is indeed this risk," the peaked cap admitted frankly. And then he said, "However, after the gravekeeper reveals his identity tomorrow, I suggest that the guards choose to protect the gravekeeper that night. But the guards can't protect the same player for 2 consecutive days." Mazi questioned. "Then the gravekeeper will still be the target of the werewolves the day after tomorrow." The peaked cap looked at Mazi and said, "We are playing a survival game, and there is no risk-free plan. Even in the table game Werewolf, players from both camps need to make certain sacrifices to ensure the final victory. But in table games, even if the sacrificed players are dead, as long as the team wins, the dead players can also share the fruits of victory." Xiao Sun said slowly, "In survival games, if a player dies, he is really dead, and he will not be resurrected even if the team wins." "That's right," the dwarf man echoed. "This is not a table game. Who wants to sacrifice themselves? For dead players, the subsequent victory has no meaning at all." The peaked cap sighed. "Of course I know this. But if the stalemate continues and the clergy players never show up, the werewolves will kill all the players in the good camp sooner or later. The result will not only kill many people, but also the good camp will lose." Everyone was silent again. The peaked cap continued, "If the bald uncle is the werewolf, we can successfully vote for the werewolf player tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Then there will be only 2 werewolves left, and the chances of our good camp winning will be greatly improved." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but no one spoke. He looked at everyone and said, "Moreover, as long as the gravekeeper is strong enough, even if he is chosen by the werewolves to be hunted at night, he still has a chance to escape. After all, when the werewolves kill at night, they can only fight one-on-one." As soon as these words came out, many players showed excited expressions. The peaked cap has been paying attention to the expressions of the crowd. Seeing this, he immediately said, "The number of werewolves is decreasing rapidly. Maybe the powerful ones have been voted out. The remaining werewolves are not strong. When they act at night, the players in the good camp have a greater chance of killing the werewolves and escaping from the game." "What you said makes sense." Mazi nodded. "Although that way of escaping cannot allow players to get game points and other rewards, at least they can save their lives." Seeing that someone agreed with him, the peaked cap smiled with relief. "We can't stop the werewolves from hunting. If we want to keep the players in the good camp alive, we must reduce the number of werewolf players as soon as possible." No one else spoke, but the resistance on their faces had been reduced a lot. The man in the baseball cap breathed a sigh of relief and continued the previous topic. "Then, I hope the guards can protect me tonight. He looked at the other players one by one and said very seriously, the werewolves must know that with a player like me who can take charge of the overall situation, the good camp is easier to unite, and it is more difficult for the werewolves to win. So they may choose to kill me tonight. I beg the guards to protect me tonight. Thank you very much. After that, he stood up and bowed to everyone with a very sincere attitude. Although everyone did not speak, many people showed moving expressions. That, the haggard woman suddenly whispered. We don't know who Cupid is. Who are the two players in the designated relationship? What if the true love camp happens to be formed? This does need to be considered, the baseball cap said very carefully. But it is difficult to infer who the couple is with the clues we have now. Cupid cannot reveal the identity of the couple to other players. Nor can he reveal his own identity casually. So we have to see the situation in the next few days, and then infer whether there is a possibility of a true love camp. After hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously, agreeing with the man in the cap. For the next period of time, no one spoke, and they finished their food attentively. Although it was not yet 10 o'clock, everyone did not want to stay outside any longer, and returned to their rooms. Although the hotel was simple, it still had the necessary facilities, such as a bathroom in each room. So, Zhao Sun, who had just entered the room, took a hot bath immediately. After the bath, he took out the primate blessing and summoned the gorilla. At this time, the gorilla had already recovered its healthy appearance, with no signs of injury at all, and was very energetic. Zhao Sun stuffed the 3 bananas he had saved into the gorilla. Here! Catch 3 first. The gorilla did not expect that he was summoned this time not to work, but to have food. And Zhao Sun actually remembered the promise to give it bananas. It immediately smiled and praised Zhao Sun while eating. Zhao Sun wiped his hair with a towel in one hand, and took out the charger and plugged it into the socket at the head of the bed to charge his phone. He glanced at the time. It was only 8:45. There was still more than an hour before 10 o'clock. And between 10 and 12 o'clock was the time for the priest players to exercise their abilities. And the werewolf needed to act after 12 o'clock. He threw the towel into the towel rack in the bathroom. And while lying on the bed, he said to the gorilla, I will sleep for a while. If there is any movement outside, wake me up in time. Then he set an alarm for 10 o'clock and closed his eyes. He fell asleep quickly, and his breathing became even after 2 minutes. The gorilla ate a banana quietly and sat aside without making any noise. Asterisk. At 10 o'clock, Zhao Sun was woken up by the alarm on time. He quickly opened his eyes, turned off the alarm, and sat up. He rubbed his hair and waited quietly. He didn't have to get up at 10 o'clock. But he didn't know who Cupid was who bound him as a couple. I think there should be an answer during the 10 o'clock period. After about 5 minutes, a dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Cupid, hello. I am Cupid. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it appeared. The identity of couple is a secret among all players. In order to prevent other players from easily discovering clues, the first communication of couples must be secret. Zhao Sun quickly replied. Werewolf, hello. I am a werewolf. Cupid. Cupid. Cupid, you are a werewolf. Cupid, you are actually a werewolf. Werewolf, calm down. Cupid, sorry. Cupid, then we really form the true love camp. Cupid, what should I do? The true love camp is so hard to win. Werewolf, I need to know who you are. Cupid, I am the shortest girl among all players. Zhao Sun recalled and had an impression. It was the petite woman who sat next to the man in the baseball cap when voting. At that time, he saw her conversation with the man in the baseball cap, her subconscious reactions and inquiries, and he suspected that she was a priest. But I didn't expect that this priesthood was Cupid. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun said another sentence. Werewolf, why choose me? Cupid needs to choose a binding object, not a random match by the system. In other words, Cupid chose him at the beginning. Cupid, I think your aura is very different among all the players. Although you didn't deliberately show it. I just think you are very powerful. Cupid, it can be regarded as a woman's sixth sense. Cupid, but I didn't expect you to be a werewolf. Werewolf, if the true love camp wants to win, it must help the werewolves reduce the number of good camps and ensure that you and I survive to the end. Do you know this? Cupid, yeah. I remember it firmly. Werewolf, tomorrow you will be the same as today, except for the self-introduction in the voting link. Try not to speak. You don't need to actively identify anyone. Just follow others to vote for the one with the most votes. Cupid, okay. I know. Cupid, what if I vote for other werewolves? Werewolf, I will try my best to reverse the situation. If I can't reverse it, you can vote with me. Don't let anyone doubt your identity. Although he has almost no contact with Cupid. From the various performances of Cupid he has seen before, at least one thing is clear. Cupid has no game experience and is not good at disguising himself. The more silent and invisible this kind of person is, the better. Once it attracts attention, it is equivalent to telling everyone that her identity is in doubt. Therefore, he does not need Cupid to help him disrupt the situation. He only needs Cupid to protect himself. Cupid, oh, I remember. Werewolf, no matter when. You remember 2 sentences. Werewolf, we are now a community of life. If one of us dies, the other must die. Werewolf, your best help to me is not to cause trouble. Cupid, yeah. I will definitely remember it. Werewolf, tomorrow. If someone comes to talk to you, whether it's with multiple people or one person, you should pretend to be confused. Don't feel guilty. And don't talk too much. You can flexibly use, you make sense, or, I don't know, to respond to others' questions. Cupid, wow. That's awesome. I've made a note of it. Werewolf, will this private chat interface always be there? Cupid, it can only be used between 10 p.m. and 12 a.m. Werewolf, I see. Werewolf, if you're worried that you'll be exposed tomorrow, then use the next time to imagine the possible conversation content tomorrow and what kind of response you should make. In this way, when you're really asked tomorrow, your reaction will be more natural. Cupid, okay. Okay. I'll try my best. Werewolf, don't come to me during the day. Unless it's something very important. Or you're just following the crowd. Cupid, yeah. I see. Werewolf, do you have any other questions? Cupid, no for now. Werewolf, okay. While using this chat interface, you can ask whatever you want to say, and I will answer it when I see it. Cupid, yeah. Cupid, thank you. I suddenly have some confidence that we can win the game. After seeing the last sentence said by Cupid, Zhao Sun did not reply. He laid down again, set an alarm for 12 o'clock, and fell asleep again quickly. Chapter 226 Grey Keeper. 12 o'clock arrived quickly. Zhao Sun quickly got up and dressed, and put the orangutan back into the small stone mill. Then, he opened the door and walked out. It was very quiet when he opened the door, without making any sound. It was not that Zhao Sun deliberately controlled the strength, but the game was set to open the door at this time without making any noise. He walked out of the room, and soon met the other werewolves in the corridor. When Zhao Sun saw the yellow-haired woman and the fat man among them, he showed a look of understanding. No wonder the 2 players with werewolf killing experience spoke so little during the voting session. Even when the bald uncle took the initiative to cue them, they reacted flatly. It turned out that the 2 of them werewolves, under the premise of not knowing who the werewolf companions are, and there is no opportunity to discuss a suitable countermeasure. It is indeed a better choice to say less and make fewer mistakes. In addition to these 2 players with werewolf killing experience, there are 2 other werewolves. A woman wearing a bright red long and wide down jacket, and a man wearing a black short down jacket. These 2 people basically didn't talk much in the previous voting session, and they didn't say much when they described themselves, so their presence was not high. The 5 werewolves looked at each other, and walked to the lobby on the first floor tacitly. I didn't expect that the bald man was not a werewolf. The fat man spoke first. I listened to the analysis of the peaked cap, and I really suspected that the bald man was a werewolf. I also suspected that the peaked cap was a werewolf. The yellow-haired girl sat down on the single sofa and snorted. Werewolves pretend to be good people, guide all players, and control the situation of the entire game. This is very common in werewolf. She casually patted the armrest of the sofa. But now it seems that I thought it was complicated. Who to kill tonight? The fat man looked at the other companions. The peaked cap must not be killed. The guards are 10 times. 89 will choose to protect him. It would be better if the guards didn't protect the duckbill cap. The black-clothed man showed a regretful look. Kill the duckbill cap tonight, so that he won't be the one to set the pace tomorrow. Killing the duckbill cap tonight is likely to lead the way on Christmas Eve. The yellow-haired woman reminded, we must try to reduce the number of people in the good camp. And Christmas Eve is not good for us. I know. The black-clothed man sighed and said, but apart from the duckbill cap, I don't know who to kill to benefit us. I suspect that one of the dwarf man and the pockmarked man is the Grey Keeper. Zhao Sun suddenly spoke. The other 4 people were stunned. and they all looked at Zhao Sun. What is the reason for your suspicion? The yellow-haired woman asked. When the Duckbill Cap suggested that the Great Keeper would take the initiative to show up tomorrow. The dwarf man and the pockmarked man asked the Duckbill Cap several questions. Zhao Sun answered. Just based on this, the yellow-haired girl was somewhat skeptical. They have never played werewolf and have no gaming experience. Some players who are not aware of their clerical identities need to hide, and some need to actively expose themselves. This is normal. It is precisely because they have no gaming experience that some things that are common sense to people with werewolf experience are unknown to them. Zhao Sun smiled and continued. And as a player of a survival game, what they subconsciously care about most is only their own life and death. The yellow-haired girl and the fat man understood what Zhao Sun meant instantly, and they said in unison, they both care whether the Great Keeper will die. That's right. Zhao Sun nodded. Ordinary villagers have nothing to expose. Only players with a clerical identity will care whether exposing their identity will lead to death. So one of them should be a Great Keeper, and the other is probably also a clerical player. Your analysis makes sense. The fat man looked at Zhao Sun. You don't look like someone who has never played werewolf. I really haven't played it, but I've seen my colleagues play it a few times before, and I have some understanding of the rules and general process. Zhao Sun explained. I see. The fat man nodded. Speaking of which, only players who have never played the game are more likely to notice such details. For example, I didn't pay much attention to the questions about the Great Keeper asked by the dwarf and the pockmarked man. The yellow-haired woman felt the same way. Yes, I just thought it was a curious question from an inexperienced player. After all, several players had asked the peaked cap other things before, and I didn't really think about it deeply. So who do you think is more like a Great Keeper between the dwarf and the pockmarked man? The black-clothed man understood what Zhao Sun meant. He said, as long as we can successfully kill the Great Keeper tonight, the good camp will not know that the bald man is not a werewolf. And then the situation will be favorable to us later. The yellow-haired woman and the fat man looked at each other. Once again, they said in unison, Pockmarked. The woman in red was a little surprised. Are you so sure? Pockmarked asked the man in the cap several questions about the Great Keeper in a row. He seemed to care more about the Great Keeper's life and death than the dwarf man. Zhao Sun explained. So, I also tend to think that Pockmarked is the Great Keeper. That makes sense. The man in black nodded. Then kill Pockmarked. Then, the woman in red looked at everyone. Who will do it? Me. Without waiting for others to think and hesitate, Zhao Sun spoke directly. In order to ensure the success rate of the werewolves' night operations and avoid wasting the opportunity to slaughter, I think it is more appropriate for me to do it. As soon as the voice fell, the other four people remembered the scene where Zhao Sun knocked the bald man to the ground with one move. So, they unanimously agreed to Zhao Sun's proposal. They don't have to take risks themselves, and they can get a favorable situation. Of course, they are happy to see it happen. What's more, Zhao Sun's previous strength is not bad. And if he does it, the success rate is indeed higher. Then let's do it now, the fat man urged. The sooner we finish the killing, the earlier we can go to bed. When we get up the next day, it won't be easy for people to see that we stayed up all night. Before we start, there are some things we need to discuss, Zhao Sun reminded. Who will we vote for tomorrow? Is there anyone who wants to pretend to be a certain clergy player? After a pause, he added. Also, who is the couple player designated by Cupid? Which camp do they belong to? And whether they have formed a true love camp? It's hard to infer about Cupid now. The fat man carefully recalled his experience during the day. I really can't tell who Cupid is, let alone who is the designated couple. The woman in red interrupted. When one of the players dies, and the other player dies with him, won't we be able to determine who the couple is? If we are lucky, it would be best if we kill the couple during the voting and hunting process. The yellow-haired girl frowned slightly. But if we let them live to the late game, it will be very disadvantageous to us. Indeed. The fat man nodded in agreement. The probability of forming a true love camp is not low. The safest way is to determine who is the couple and kill them directly to prevent future troubles. He raised his eyes and scanned the companions in front of him one by one. If there is a true love camp, then one of you will be one of the couples. Hey, isn't it appropriate to fight internally at this time? The man in black showed a dissatisfied look. At present, everyone is very active in solving the problems of the good camp. You may not have that couple among us? What you said may indeed exist, the fat man admitted, and then said, But what I said may also exist. Since we can't judge now, we can only observe it later. Zhao Sun said. During the day, we can see who among the other players meets alone, or has other words and deeds that attract attention. I agree, the yellow-haired woman said. Now we continue to discuss the couple players, and we can't discuss a result, so let's not waste time on it. Then she changed the subject. As for who to vote for tomorrow, I suggest voting for the dwarf man. He is indeed likely to have the identity of a priest. No matter what his identity is, the more priests are eliminated, the more players with higher identities, the more beneficial it is to our werewolf camp. Speaking of this, she suddenly laughed. I really hope he is a prophet. As long as the prophet dies, the good camp will not be able to accurately judge who is good and who is bad. The fat man nodded and agreed. Indeed, we don't have any other suspects for the time being, and the dwarf man is very likely to have a priesthood identity. Instead of blindly voting for others, it is better to vote for him. But what if the dwarf man is a hunter? The woman in red expressed her concerns. When a hunter is voted to be executed or killed by a werewolf, he can shoot and take away a player. She subconsciously hugged her arms tightly. This way of taking away should not require a battle situation. Decide life and death. Right? He directly designates someone, and that person must die with him. The player he chooses doesn't even have a chance to struggle. If it's a hunter, he should be voted out earlier. Zhao Sun showed a warm smile, with a bit of soothing power. The longer the hunter stays on the field, the easier it is for him to accurately suspect the target. And then it will be easier for him to take the werewolf away. In the early stage of the game, he is not sure who the werewolf is, and can only choose based on his feelings. So our chances of safety are higher. That's right. The yellow-haired woman nodded. So I said before, no matter what his clergy identity is, it will be beneficial for us to find a way to vote him out tomorrow. The red-clothed woman said. Oh, obviously convinced. The man in black raised a new question. Then what is the reason for us to vote for him? Who can say it? Just say that we suspect that the dwarf man did not use his full strength when dealing with the bald man. Zhao Sun opened his mouth and said, his special ability is the same as mine, which is to use lightning. Even if his level is not as high as mine, he should not be so weak that he can't last for 10 minutes, and can only make the bald man's movements slow and stiff. The man in black said in a daze, I feel like you've made me doubt whether he really didn't use his full strength. At the end, he asked curiously, is your special ability higher than his? Zhao Sun smiled and didn't answer, but continued the previous topic. As for questioning the dwarf man, let me say that I have the same special ability as him, so it's more reasonable for me to question him. The others agreed. After discussing these, Zhao Sun got up and went upstairs. The other four followed him up. When he came to the door of Ma Zi's room, Zhao Sun stretched out his hand and gently turned the doorknob. There was no sound, but the door lock was opened so easily. As the door opened, the white light slowly spread, forming a battle situation. In the whole space, there was only Zhao Sun with a smile on his face, and Ma Zi with a look of astonishment. All other people and things disappeared. It's you? Ma Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. You're actually a werewolf. Are you a Grey Keeper? Zhao Sun's tone was as polite and courteous as asking passers-by if they wanted to taste the new products of the season. Ma Zi's expression was stiff for a moment, and then he turned his face away and looked aside. I don't understand what you are saying. Well, it seems that I was right. You are really a Grey Keeper. Zhao Sun nodded. Very sure. Ma Zi glared at Zhao Sun fiercely, a little angry. I didn't say anything at all. Body language is also language. Zhao Sun shrugged. You are too panicked and can't hide your thoughts. A simple sentence instantly pierced through Ma Zi's few disguises, making him unable to hold his expression anymore. He retreated again, and the panic on his face could no longer be hidden. Give me a way out. I just want to leave the game alive. He begged Zhao Sun for mercy. I can make your death quicker, Zhao Sun said, staring at Ma Zi without blinking. Ma Zi's panic still remained on his face, but his eyes had become a little dull. You have to answer the questions I ask you truthfully. Zhao Sun said this and asked, Are you a Grey Keeper? Ma Zi opened his mouth, but he was about to answer, but no sound came out, as if an invisible big hand was strangling his throat. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. It was almost the same as he expected. In this game, if hypnosis is useful, he can not only immediately figure out the identities of all players and take targeted actions, but also control the daily votes of each player. Then the meaning of the game itself is completely lost. Therefore, his hypnosis is subject to certain restrictions in this game. He cannot let the players tell him their game identities. He should not let the players vote according to his hypnosis. However, even if Ma Zi didn't say it, Zhao Sun could be sure that Ma Zi was the Gravekeeper. The reason he asked this question was just to confirm whether his hypnosis was restricted. Zhao Sun slightly bent his right index finger, and a bolt of lightning struck Ma Zi's head straight down. Ma Zi didn't have time to use his special ability, didn't have time to make any resistance, and didn't even realize what was happening. And he died just like that. Chapter 227 Loss of Trust. After the battle situation receded, Zhao Sun walked out unscathed. The other 4 werewolves showed surprised expressions. So fast? The fat man couldn't help but ask. You solved it in just 2 or 3 minutes. He is too weak, Zhao Sun said very sincerely. It's not difficult to deal with him. As for the different judgments of weak by each person, it is beyond his explanation, Zhao Sun said again. By the way, he is indeed the Gravekeeper. You asked all this? The yellow-haired woman was a little surprised. Could it be that he saw that he was about to die and couldn't bear to see other players in the same camp doing well? So he told you his identity? Who knows what he thinks? Zhao Sun shrugged. Anyway, he said it. Is it possible that he deliberately revealed false information to you? The man in black asked cautiously. It's unlikely. Zhao Sun shook his head. If the Gravekeeper is still there, he will definitely show up during the voting session tomorrow. There's no need for him to tell a lie that will be exposed soon. That's true. The man in black nodded in agreement. During the voting session today, most players were persuaded by the peak cap. They should have automatically assumed that the Gravekeeper would reveal his identity during the voting session tomorrow. The question now is whether one of us needs to pretend to be the Gravekeeper tomorrow. Zhao Sun looked at the other 4 werewolves, confirmed the identity of the bald uncle as a werewolf, and confused all the players in the good camp. It's indeed a good idea, the yellow-haired woman agreed. Unless the Gravekeeper is still there, it's hard for everyone to suspect that the Gravekeeper is fake. Then, one of us is confirmed as a good guy, and the other is considered dead. The good camp must be more confused and more likely to suspect each other. The woman in red frowned slightly and hesitated. But if something unexpected happens and makes everyone realize that the Gravekeeper may be fake, then the werewolf pretending to be the Gravekeeper will be equivalent to exposing his identity. There is indeed this possibility. Energy. But in the early stage, we can grasp more advantages. 5 werewolves. And as long as we keep the number of ourselves, the players who died and killed are all good people camps. Then they can win on the 3rd day. He looked at the red girl, and once again emphasized. In other words, they may have won the game. However, if you really want to pretend to be a tomb, I think experienced players are not easy to expose the filling. We have not played at all. If you do it, you will expose himself in any detail. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors, Zhao Sun suggested. To save time, the fat man and the yellow-haired woman looked at each other and stretched out their hands. 1 round determines the winner, and the winner becomes the Gravekeeper. Zhao Sun spoke again. So, the yellow-haired woman's scissors won over the fat man's cloth, and became the Gravekeeper. After deciding on the candidate to pretend to be the Gravekeeper, Zhao Sun said again. After the bald uncle's identity as a werewolf is confirmed, other players will trust the duckbill cap more, and are more likely to be led by him. So we must choose to kill the duckbill cap tomorrow night. I also think tomorrow night is a good time to kill the duckbill cap. The fat man agreed very much. The guards cannot guard the same player for 2 consecutive nights, and the duckbill cap will have no protection tomorrow night. I agree. The sooner we get rid of him, the better. The man in black nodded repeatedly. He not only has experience in werewolf killing, but also has the trust of most people. The more united the good camp is, the more disadvantageous it is for us. This point was unanimously agreed by all werewolf players. So Zhao Sun asked another question. Does anyone want to play the role of the prophet? After a moment of silence, the fat man took the initiative to speak. We'll see what happens. If the time is right, I'll play the role of the prophet. But if the time is not right, I won't say anything. Okay. After you play the role of the prophet, we'll show our trust in you. The man in black said. If you don't, then the rest of us will stay put. Don't be too obvious. The fat man said worriedly. People who didn't have much contact with each other during the voting today suddenly trust me extraordinarily tomorrow. Which looks very suspicious. He's right. The yellow-haired woman also echoed. Only werewolves can confirm each other's identities and show extraordinary trust for no reason. Which is actually, it is easy to make people suspect that you are a werewolf. Then I understand. The black-clothed man nodded. We can still remain silent like today. But when voting, I will vote for the same person as you. Yes. The yellow-haired woman nodded. That's good. Then, she yawned and said vaguely, I hope everything goes well tomorrow. If there are any unexpected accidents, everyone can only adapt to the situation. Finally, she emphasized again with concern. Remember, you must adapt to the situation without exposing your identity. It's getting late. Everyone go back to rest. The fat man also yawned. Don't let those people suspect that we are werewolves who act at night because of lack of sleep. Everyone responded and went back to their own rooms. When Zhao Sun was lying on the bed, he was still thinking about tomorrow's voting in his mind. During the voting session, the 5 werewolves will definitely vote for the dwarf man, and Cupid will definitely vote silently with Zhao Sun. Then, the dwarf man will get at least 6 votes. There are still 7 players left, and they have to get at least 1 vote to ensure that the one who is voted out is the dwarf man. The best way is to make the peaked cap suspicious of the dwarf man, and then use the peaked cap's influence on other players to make other players follow the peaked cap to vote. This is the most ideal state. But if the peaked cap is a priest, in fact, Zhao Sun thinks that the probability of the peaked cap having a priest is very high. Then, it is best not to be a prophet. Otherwise, once a werewolf is found, the situation tomorrow may be more complicated. Asterisk. November 23rd. 9 a.m. Zhao Sun got up, washed up, and went downstairs to the kitchen to get a bottle of milk, a bag of sandwiches, and 2 bananas. As soon as he walked out of the kitchen, he saw the man in the baseball cap coming over. Do you know who died last night? The man in the baseball cap asked without saying hello. Zhao Sun shook his head. I just got up and didn't have time to see. You don't have to see it. The man in the baseball cap waved his hand. I went to see it, and it was the pockmarked man who died. Zhao Sun showed a somewhat surprised expression. It turned out to be him? I guess the werewolf may think that the pockmarked man is a priest. The man in the baseball cap did not hide his thoughts and said directly, But I think the werewolf killed him by mistake. Why? Zhao Sun asked puzzledly. How did you guess that the werewolf thought that the pockmarked man was a priest? And why do you think the werewolf made a misjudgment? Let's talk together when everyone is together. Otherwise it will be very difficult to talk one by one. The man in the baseball cap said, while motioning Zhao Sun to go to the front hall. Then I'll go back to my room first. Zhao Sun pulled his collar. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. I'm so hungry. I'll go downstairs and get some food first. Okay. The man in the baseball cap nodded. There are still 4 or 5 people who haven't left the room yet, and you can still make it in time after you finish washing up. Zhao Sun nodded and went upstairs calmly. Back in the room, he summoned the gorilla, gave the 2 bananas to the gorilla, and ate the milk and sandwich himself. After the gorilla finished eating the bananas, he took the gorilla back and went downstairs. When Zhao Sun arrived at the lobby on the first floor, there were still 2 people who hadn't arrived. Everyone sat there in silence, without speaking, and even rarely made eye contact. After a while, the last 2 players arrived. The man in the baseball cap then spoke. Actually, I didn't fall asleep last night. I waited until 5:10, and I was sure that the werewolf hunting time was over. So I came out to take a look. You actually went out so early? The yellow-haired woman showed a surprised look. Players can come and go freely during other time periods outside of the werewolf hunting time. The man in the peaked cap smiled. I really couldn't sleep, so I went out to take a look. So I knew at that time that it was Ma Zi who died. The photo of the dead player on the door will be marked with a red X. One look will confirm the authenticity of the death without any mistakes. You said before that the werewolf chose to kill Ma Zi because they thought he had a priesthood. The haggard woman asked. Why? Compared to yesterday, her face looked more haggard. The paleness revealed a little black, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well. I just mentioned this to several players in private, but in order not to repeat myself, I want to wait until all the players are here before explaining the details. The man in the peaked cap explained first, and then continued. When we were discussing countermeasures here yesterday, Ma Zi asked me some questions about the priest players. Everyone should have heard it. This is what made the wolf man suspicious of him. As for why I think the wolf man killed by mistake, he took the initiative to say before everyone asked. A player who has never played werewolf is curious about the specific role of each identity and how to use it flexibly. It is normal to ask a few more questions, so I don't think Ma Zi is a priest player. Although your analysis makes sense, we can't completely rule out this possibility. Right. The tall and thin man put forward a different opinion. Maybe the pockmarked man is a priest player, so he pays special attention to the situation of even players. I think so too. The long-haired man nodded. I even think that the pockmarked man may be the Greykeeper, so he asked so many questions about the Greykeeper. It's true that this possibility cannot be completely ruled out. The peaked cap did not deny it, but just said, but even if a player has no experience in killing werewolves, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Right. If you are a Greykeeper, and you keep asking about Greykeepers, isn't it equivalent to exposing yourself to the werewolves? It's because you have no experience at all that you can make such a low-level mistake. The tall and thin man still insisted on his own idea. He was very interested in the peaked cap. The cap said, you are experienced, so it may be difficult for you to understand what unintelligent things such inexperienced players would do. He paused for a moment, fearing that the cap still could not understand, and emphasized again. Although there are inexperienced players who will not do stupid things, it does not mean that there are no inexperienced players who will do stupid things. Stop arguing, the yellow-haired woman suddenly said. What you two said makes sense. She looked at the tall and thin man. Your concerns are indeed reasonable. But don't worry. The cap is right this time. The tall and thin man showed a puzzled look. What do you mean? Because I am a Greykeeper. The yellow-haired woman showed a matter-of-fact expression. So the pockmarked man who died last night was indeed killed by the werewolf by mistake. Before the yellow-haired woman finished speaking, everyone's eyes looked over. So it's you. The man in the baseball cap smiled with relief. That's right. As an experienced player, it's common sense not to expose yourself easily. It's normal that you didn't reveal your identity until now. You believed her so easily? The long-haired man was surprised and puzzled. Is it impossible? Is she a fake werewolf? Although he had never played werewolf, he had heard about some of the tricks of werewolf from others. Werewolves pretending to be good people is a common situation in werewolf games. For inexperienced players, pretending to be good people may be very difficult. But for experienced players, like the yellow-haired girl, pretending to be good people may be a routine operation. Logically, the man in the baseball cap should understand this. Hey, don't suspect me randomly, the yellow-haired girl said angrily. I mustered up the courage to reveal my identity. It really hurts my heart that you suspect me like this. I know your concerns, but I have my own reasons. The man in the baseball cap did not answer everyone's questions frankly as before, but said half-heartedly, I hope you can trust me. I didn't make this judgment rashly. Everyone looked at the baseball cap again. Some people still have complete trust in the baseball cap, but some people are puzzled by the baseball cap's various behaviors today. If you have a reasonable reason, why don't you say it? The long-haired man questioned. You will make everyone lose trust in you. I promise that I will tell all of you the details tomorrow, and I won't hide anything. The man in the cap raised his hand and swore. It's not appropriate to tell you today, but I sincerely hope that you can trust my judgment. Okay? Everyone looked at each other, and they were all a little confused for a while. At this time, Jiaosun spoke up. Let's assume that the cap's judgment is correct. Then, the Greykeeper should tell us what the result of checking the bald uncle was yesterday? Of course. The yellow-haired girl nodded, and immediately answered. The bald uncle is indeed a werewolf. It's true. The man in the cap showed an expression that everything was under control. His various performances yesterday were too much like a werewolf. Most of the players nodded subconsciously in agreement. Obviously, even if the cap's behavior today was a lot of strange things, there was basically no objection to the fact that the bald uncle is a werewolf. It was the tall and thin man who raised the question. I don't think this can prove whether she is the real Greykeeper. He pointed at the yellow-haired woman and continued. The bald uncle is dead anyway, so she can say whatever she wants. Of course, I think the bald uncle is indeed a werewolf. But as a werewolf companion, there is no need to help the dead companion conceal his identity. Telling the truth directly can win everyone's trust. What do you mean? The yellow-haired woman frowned. Are you sure I'm not a Greykeeper? I just have a reasonable suspicion. The tall and thin man said very rationally. At present, you have no conclusive evidence to prove your identity, and anyone has the right to question it. That according to what you said, you don't have any evidence to prove it. I also have the right to suspect that you are a werewolf. I deliberately said these words to mislead other players. Okay. Okay. Stop arguing. The man in the cap smoothed things over. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, and there is still a long time before the voting time in the evening. Let's just state what happened last night. He looked at the tall and thin man and said, during the rest of the day, everyone can focus on observing their suspects and analyze the details in the evening. I estimate that it will take a long time to discuss tonight. So why not start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? He looked at the other players again. How about gathering here at 4 o'clock? The others looked at each other and agreed. The tall and thin man also nodded. Then let's talk about it in the evening. After that, he stood up and left. It can be seen that since the cap was vague and helped the yellow-haired woman to speak many times, the tall and thin man's trust in the cap has been greatly reduced. The cap also understood this, but he didn't explain anything after all. Just sighed helplessly. Jiaosun walked to the side of the man in the baseball cap and whispered, although what the tall and thin man said makes some sense. He does seem to be trying to instigate. Your efforts are obvious to all, but he still doubts you, which makes me feel that his identity is questionable. The man in the baseball cap glanced at Jiaosun, and he said, he is indeed a little too aggressive. Let's observe him for a while. After that, he also left the front hall. Jiaosun looked at the back of the man in the baseball cap leaving, and he was in a good mood. He probably guessed why the peaked cap chose not to speak, even though he knew that not telling the truth directly would greatly reduce other players' trust in him. However, no matter what the reason, for Jiaosun, this was a good opportunity to alienate the good camp. As long as the good camp no longer trusts the peaked cap wholeheartedly, it will be difficult for the good camp to unite and vote for one person during the voting session tonight. Then, the werewolf camp will have a greater chance to vote for the dwarf man according to the plan last night. Asterisk. Probably to avoid suspicion. Everyone rarely communicates privately during the day. Either one person stays alone in his room, or a group of people stay together to chat. They are all afraid that if two people are alone, they will become the focus of suspicion. Jiaosun slept directly in the room, and didn't get up until 3:30 in the afternoon. After taking a shower and having a late lunch, it was almost 4 o'clock. He went directly to the lobby on the first floor to gather. At this time, more than half of the players were already sitting on the stools in the lobby. Obviously, everyone was eager to discuss a result, and had no intention of doing anything else. At 4 o'clock, the remaining 13 players gathered. The man in the baseball cap spoke first. I still say the same thing. I can't give a clear answer to the doubts about me this morning. I have to wait until tomorrow. So, if you want to ask about this, don't speak up yet. Let's discuss something else. The tall and thin man's face darkened when he heard the man in the baseball cap say this. But he didn't say anything after all. The man in the baseball cap looked at the others. Based on your observations during the day, do you have other suspects? I suspect that the dwarf brothers are werewolves. Jiaosun spoke almost immediately. The dwarf man looked slightly surprised, and he looked at Jiaosun. Why do you suspect me? The man in the baseball cap was also surprised. He and I worked together to deal with the bald uncle yesterday, and he worked harder than anyone else. I shouldn't suspect him. Right. To be honest, I started to suspect you yesterday. Jiaosun looked back at the dwarf man. It's just that the bald uncle had already been voted out yesterday. I was afraid that if I showed my suspicion of you, I would become the target of the hunt that night. So I chose to remain silent for the time being. The dwarf man was puzzled and angry. Tell me, what is the reason for your suspicion of me? It's simple. You didn't use your full strength when you dealt with the bald uncle. Jiaosun said the words he had thought of last night. You and I have the same special ability, but you are more powerful when dealing with the bald uncle. Uncle, the effect is too different. Hearing this, the dwarf laughed. The difference between you and me is nothing more than that your special ability has been upgraded. Such a simple reason can be thought of by moving your toes. At this point, his facial muscles tightened, and he asked sternly, You don't want to say that your special ability has not been upgraded at all, right? Jiaosun looked calm, not frightened by the dwarf's expression at all. My special ability has indeed been upgraded, and it is normal to be stronger than yours. However, even the first level lighting control should not be so weak. You can't even last 10 minutes. And the maximum effect can only make the bald uncle's movements a little slower. And you can't even make him fall to the ground. It's really fake. The dwarf widened his eyes, and he didn't expect Jiaosun to say that. Jiaosun rarely showed a serious expression. It is precisely because you and I have the same special ability, so I know very well what the effect of the first level lightning control should be. so I can be sure that you didn't use your full strength. Chapter 228 I am a prophet. The dwarf man felt that his breath was stuck in his chest, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to curse and defend himself, but seeing the suspicious eyes of many people, he knew very well that Zhao Sun's words had caused many people to doubt him. If he couldn't say something very powerful, it would be difficult to change these people's minds. Facing the dwarf man's brief silence, Zhao Sun chose to continue attacking. So I suspect that you are a werewolf. In order to gain the trust of the good camp, it is a sure-win business to take the initiative to attack another werewolf who has been eliminated from my PAO. He shrugged and changed the subject. Of course, I just have doubts about you, and I can't be 100% sure that you are a werewolf. So I want to hear your explanation. If what you say makes sense, then I will change my mind. After Zhao Sun finished speaking, many players looked at the dwarf man. Everyone's eyes were full of suspicion. But because of Zhao Sun's last sentence, they were still calm. No one said anything offensive directly, and they all waited quietly for the dwarf man to refute them. The dwarf man felt his pressure doubled under the gaze of everyone. After barely organizing his thoughts, he spoke. My performance that day was obvious to all. I am an ordinary person, not an actor, and it is impossible for me to act strenuously. At that time, I even had sweat on my head, which can prove that I tried my best. He looked at Zhao Sun. As for what you said, the effect of your level 1 lightning control and mine is too different. I can only think of 2 reasons. Either you lied, or the same special ability will be different when used by different people. After a pause, he said the last sentence. If you lied, then you are a werewolf. If different people use the same special ability, there will be differences. Then you will misunderstand me. I can understand. We new players don't know enough about special abilities. This is normal. He looked at Zhao Sun very sincerely. But I hope you will consider the possibility I mentioned carefully. And don't let the werewolves take advantage of it in the end. And we good people will suspect each other. Zhao Sun. He showed a thoughtful look. What you said makes sense. He turned to look at other players. I wonder if there are other players with the same special ability among the players present. If so, it can be confirmed whether there will be differences when different players use the same special ability. He looked at the dwarf again. If it is really my misunderstanding, I will apologize to you. How can it be such a coincidence that there are other players with the same special ability? The dwarf frowned slightly. Besides, special abilities can be regarded as everyone's last means of survival. If you easily expose your abilities at this time, when the werewolf hunts, it is easy to be targeted by the werewolf purposefully, and the selected prey will lose even the last chance to escape. That's right. Zhao Sun nodded again in agreement, and then said, but in this way, we can't judge whether the possibility you said exists, and we can't dispel my doubts about you. The dwarf opened his mouth and was about to say something. The fat man suddenly spoke up. I think there is no need to find any more players with the same special abilities. The dwarf man was surprised and hopeful when he heard this. Have you thought of a way to help me prove my innocence? He looked at the fat man with hope in his eyes. The fat man looked at the dwarf man with a fake smile. I haven't thought of a way. But I think that even if the same special ability does have different effects when used by different players, the difference shouldn't be that big. Hearing this, the dwarf man's expression froze. Anyone with a little bit of common sense should understand that even if there is a difference in special abilities of the same level, the difference is not so big that it can crush the opponent. The fat man continued. You didn't even last 10 minutes, and you only produced lightning as thin as a hair, which is too weak. The dwarf opened his mouth and uttered a word after a while. You? The fat man did not give the dwarf a chance to finish his words, and said, compared with the special ability of the peaked cap, your lightning control is also much weaker. He looked at the peaked cap. Have you upgraded your special ability? Yes. My special ability has been upgraded. The peaked cap answered with certainty. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then said, oh, and asked again. Then when your special ability was at level 1, was it as weak as his? When talking about him, the fat man pointed at the dwarf. The man in the baseball cap hesitated. My special ability is different from his, so it's hard to judge. But at level 1, it was really weak, and the fireball was usually only half the size of what it is now. That's right. The fat man immediately became alert. After you upgraded, the fireball doubled in size, which is in line with a conventional upgrade routine. When the dwarf was level 1, the lightning was only as thin as a hair. After upgrading, it doubled in size, so it couldn't be as thick as a finger. Hearing this, Everyone subconsciously recalled the lightning Zhao Sun used at the time, which was as thick as a finger. In other words, the level 1 lightning control should be half the thickness of a finger, which is about the same as chopsticks. No matter what, it won't be as thin as a hair. Thinking of this, everyone's suspicion of the dwarf man deepened a little. The dwarf man's face suddenly became very ugly. I said, there is a high possibility of difference. He had to emphasize his point again. The difference between hair and chopsticks is not that big. I think the difference is quite big. Zhao Sun added at the right time. Twice the hair can't catch up with the thickness of chopsticks. Many players nodded and agreed with Zhao Sun's statement. There must be a misunderstanding. The peaked cap suddenly stood up and tried to smooth things over. I believe the dwarf is in a good camp. Don't doubt him. What's wrong with you? The tall and thin man finally couldn't help but speak. Why do you trust the dwarf so much for no reason? If you have any special reasons, you should tell everyone. Otherwise, you will go against us again and again, and we have to doubt your intentions. Be patient. I promise to tell you the reason tomorrow, and I will never break my promise. The peaked cap's expression gradually became a little irritable. It's just one more night. You can still wait. I can't wait. The tall and thin man was angry. We will vote later. The werewolves will have to kill players again tonight, and 2 people will die in total. Who knows what the situation will be tomorrow? That's right, the long-haired man said. Double cap. Don't exhaust everyone's trust in you. Even if you performed very well yesterday, it's hard for people to dispel their suspicion of you with your various behaviors today. I think they are probably in the same group. The fat man pointed at the dwarf man and the double cap and said, the 2 werewolves tacitly thought of pretending to be good guys to deceive everyone. When most players have no experience in killing werewolves, suddenly someone is willing to take charge of the situation, and everyone subconsciously trusts this person more easily. In this way, he can easily deceive the world. Hearing what the fat man said, the double cap's face gradually darkened. Don't cry, thief, he said to the fat man in a stern voice. I can understand that some people suspected the dwarf at the beginning, and the reason is reasonable. But when the 2 of them were discussing harmoniously, you suddenly intervened and immediately made the atmosphere awkward, instantly leading everyone to suspect the dwarf. I think you are the werewolf. Why? You can't argue with others now. So you want to blame them? The fat man sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools. The look of the man in the peak cap changed several times, as if he had made up his mind, and finally said, okay, I'll lay things out. He stood up straight, glanced at everyone, and said word by word, I am a prophet. The person I checked last night was the fat man. He is a wolf. Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly. His expression did not change much, but he sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that the worst situation he expected has occurred. Today's voting session is destined to be chaotic. However, as long as he keeps his rhythm, there will be no big problem. It depends on whether the other werewolves will lose their composure. The fat on the fat man's body shook uncontrollably twice, and then he stood up suddenly. You are seeing that you are at a disadvantage. So you want to pretend to be a prophet to confuse people? I am indeed a prophet. The man in the cap said this, not looking at the fat man, but at the thin tall man who had been questioning him. The reason why I want to wait until tomorrow to talk about this is because the guards probably guarded me last night. So I will not be guarded by the guards tonight. Exposing my identity as a prophet at this time means that I am likely to become their prey during the werewolf hunting time. The thin tall man's pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. The efforts of the cap yesterday were still vivid in his mind. As long as he could give a reasonable reason, the thin tall man was still inclined to believe the cap's words. And the reason the cap said at this moment was reasonable. The thin tall man believed the cap's words almost immediately. After he dispelled his suspicion of the peaked cap, he began to regret that he was too impulsive and too aggressive, forcing the peaked cap to reveal his clerical identity at this time. If the peaked cap died tonight, wouldn't it be his fault? I am exposing my identity now. Not because of your coercion, but because of him. The peaked cap pointed at the fat man. He is leading the pace too seriously. If I don't stand up, I'm afraid that a good person will be voted out today. The fat man snorted disdainfully, not showing any guilty conscience at all. You are quite good at pretending. Since you said you are a prophet, then why did you choose me to check? Because I don't have a particular suspect. But I think that the 4 of us who have experience in werewolf killing can never all be in the same camp. So I chose to check the old players first. The peaked cap said reasonably. As for why I chose to check you first between you and the yellow-haired girl, I can only say it's a coincidence. When I had to choose between the two, I just picked one at random. Hearing this, the yellow-haired girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the peak kept checked the fat man last night. Otherwise, her action of jumping the gravekeeper today would have been in vain. The fat man laughed sarcastically. It's such a coincidence that I questioned you today. And you checked me yesterday? The man in the peaked cap didn't care about the fat man's ridicule, and continued, the reason why I believe the yellow-haired woman is the gravekeeper is because I checked that the fat man is a werewolf. I guess that the 4 players with werewolf killing experience are likely to belong to 2 camps evenly. So the experience level difference between the 2 sides will not be too big. He said very reasonably. The bald uncle is the werewolf who was voted out. And the fat man is the werewolf I checked. 2 of the 4 of us have confirmed the identity of the werewolf. So the yellow-haired woman must be in the good camp. The yellow-haired woman smiled with relief. I'm glad you can trust me. She was relieved again in her heart. Although the formula used by the peaked cap was correct, the data was wrong. Of course, this is a great thing for her. She has confirmed her identity as a good person. At least she doesn't have to worry about being checked again. And other players are not likely to doubt her. The man in the cap looked at Zhao Sun again. You suspected the dwarf at first, although your direction was wrong. But your reason was reasonable. But your suspicion was immediately used by the fat man and led a wave of rhythm. If you continue like this, you will definitely vote for the dwarf. Which is the result I don't want to see. Zhao Sun showed a thoughtful look, neither denying the words of the cap nor expressing his trust in the cap. We need to vote out 5 werewolves within the game time to win the game. The cap looked at everyone again and continued. Although the hunter can shoot and take away a player, we also have the opportunity to vote for error within the 4.5 days of game time. But I hope to vote correctly every time. This error tolerance rate should not be used easily. Several players showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if they realized this at this time. I can tell you with certainty that dwarfs are good people. The man in the peaked cap took a deep breath. I have a special item that can tell me once in a game which player I can absolutely trust as a companion. I used this special item last night, and the one I told was the dwarf. Hearing this, the dwarf man relaxed a lot. Thanks to you. Otherwise I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the yellow river. He cast a grateful look at the peaked cap. The peaked cap gave the dwarf man a comforting look and said, although this special item can only tell me one player, its hint can 100% ensure that the other party is definitely my companion in this game. Most of the players who listened to the whole process also looked at the dwarf man with a relaxed look. They still have a sense of trust in the peaked cap, even if the peaked cap's various behaviors today have caused them to have a crisis of trust. Under the premise that there are no more doubts, they are still more willing to trust the peaked cap who has paid a lot. It's just a coincidence that you are not only a prophet, but also have a special item with a similar effect to that of a prophet. The fat man questioned again. And it's just a coincidence that the good guy you identified last night happens to be the main suspect in today's voting session? Chapter 229. Who do we vote for? Who knows if the special item you mentioned really exists? The fat man added, maybe you made it up? This is indeed a coincidence. It's just your bad luck that you chose to make a fuss about a player like me who has already confirmed the identity of a good person. The man in the peaked cap confronted the fat man very calmly. As for my special item, he opened his right hand, and a small radar-like thing appeared in his palm, which was a little smaller than his palm. As long as anyone with a discerning eye can see that this must be a special item. He stretched his arm forward and raised the small radar slightly. No one would carry such a meaningless toy with them. Right? Everyone looked at the small radar and nodded. As a toy, this kind of small plastic toy is really ordinary. Slightly older children are not interested in playing with it, and adults are even less likely to carry it with them. So, this must be a special item. The fat man snorted. Even if it is really a special item, it cannot prove that its function is the same as you described. Why? Do you want me to hand the special item to you so that you can take a look at the details of this special item yourself? The man in the baseball cap flipped his wrist, and the small radar disappeared. Do you think I would do such a stupid thing? If you take the special item away, is there any chance to return it? Then you can give the special item to others to see. The fat man immediately seized the opportunity to question the baseball cap. As long as 3 people are randomly selected, and they are willing to prove what you said after seeing the details of your special item. That's right. Then your words are credible. At this point, he showed a look of contempt. Like you. You directly hid the special items and dared not show them to anyone. It is easy for people to doubt that the special items you said have fake abilities. Even if the players belong to the same camp in this game, they are only companions in this game. When going through the game process, you can trust your companions wholeheartedly, but you can't be completely unguarded in other things. The peaked cap said very frankly, I think everyone should have the same idea as me. He deliberately paused and looked at the expressions of the crowd. Seeing that most of the people did not show disgust, and even a few nodded subconsciously, the peaked cap felt relieved. He continued, in this case, if I am not sure who my companions are, I will not easily hand over my special items to others. Special items are not bound to players, and anyone can take them away. Once the other party hides them, I may not be able to snatch them back. He said this tactfully. In fact, even if he is sure who his companions are, he will not easily hand over his special items to his companions. The companions in this game may be enemies in the next game. Companions can work together to find werewolves, but who can guarantee that they will not be greedy when it comes to special items? He only has this one special item, and he doesn't want it to be taken away by others. As soon as the man in the peaked cap finished speaking, several players showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Then a whispering voice sounded. So special items can't be bound. The man in the cap was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that many players didn't have special items and didn't know any information about special items. His words exposed the most important feature of special items. Even if they didn't have any special thoughts before, they might have become more active now. In this way, he couldn't easily take out his special items again. Your reason sounds sufficient, but we can't be sure whether the effect of your special items is what you said. So your previous analysis is questionable. The fat man spoke again. The man in the cap didn't change his expression, and he didn't panic because of the fat man's words. He continued to analyze. My efforts are obvious to all. I believe that most players can confirm that I am in the good camp. Since I am in the good camp, then my identity as a self-destructing prophet cannot be false. He looked at the fat man. So, the fact that I found out that you are a werewolf is true. The fat man frowned slightly, with dissatisfaction on his face. The cap did not give the fat man a chance to speak, and continued, since I am in the good camp, then I have no reason to lie about the function of special items. You should believe that the dwarf is in the good camp. He exhaled and said, let's take a step back. Even if you doubt the specific function of my special items and are not sure whether I lied about this matter, you should believe that he is a werewolf. He pointed at the fat man. He has been making trouble today. Isn't his behavior enough to make you suspicious? Everyone was a little confused by the verbal battle between the cap and the fat man. After hearing the last sentence of the cap, they finally felt that they had sorted out a line of thought. Putting aside other things, it is true that the fat man is more likely to be a werewolf. The fat man received several suspicious glances, and his face sank slightly. At this point, he was riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off. If he can't gain more trust now, he will definitely be voted out tonight. I didn't expect it to be so unlucky. The prophet turned out to be a cap, and the first person the cap checked was him. The fat man cursed the man in the baseball cap in his heart, but he showed a painful expression on his face. Since you insist on framing me, I can't keep hiding it. He sat back on the stool, with an attitude of, everything is under control. I am the real prophet. He raised his chin slightly, tried to relax his posture, and looked at the baseball cap with a bit of mockery in his eyes. The object of the inspection last night was a dwarf, and he was a werewolf. So when someone suspected that the dwarf was a werewolf, I responded so actively. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. What's going on? There are two prophets now. People like them, who have never played werewolf at all, didn't realize that there would be a situation where a werewolf would pretend to be a prophet. Although at this moment, most people are more inclined to trust the baseball cap. They dare not make a conclusion about the game of life and death. Everyone looked at each other carefully, and finally decided to listen to what the fat man would say before making a judgment. The man in the baseball cap laughed angrily after hearing what the fat man said. Why? You realize that you are about to be voted out, and you want to make a last-ditch effort. The werewolf pretending to be a prophet. I am the prophet. The fat man's eyes were very firm. You are the werewolf pretending to be a prophet. He turned his head and looked at the others. I know that you are more inclined to trust the baseball cap, and I have no evidence to prove my identity as a prophet. But I hope you can listen carefully to my next analysis. I believe that when I finish everything, you will definitely realize that he is not a prophet at all. The baseball cap sneered. I'd like to hear what you have to say. I don't mind you arguing and trying to prove your identity, Chalson said at this time, with a distressed look on his face. However, In order for us all to accept the information you convey more easily, I hope you will refute after the other party has finished speaking. Yes, 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 the haggard woman echoed. Don't talk at the same time, let alone interrupt someone before they finish a sentence. Otherwise, I really can't react. She already felt very tired playing these survival games, and she didn't expect that this game would require her to use her brain to analyze the logic. It was okay to hide your identity, or reveal your identity, step by step before. But now the situation of disguising your identity suddenly appeared, and she really felt overwhelmed. Usually she thought her brain was pretty good, but today, when the man in the baseball cap spoke, she felt that what he said made sense. And when the fat man spoke, she felt that what the fat man said was right. It really killed her. She suddenly found that her brain was not working well. After the haggard woman finished her sigh, a few more people followed suit. So the fat man and the man in the baseball cap promised not to interrupt the other person when he was speaking. Then the fat man began his own analysis. Suppose the peaked cap is really a prophet, and the dwarf is really a player in the good camp. No matter from which angle, the peaked cap's self-exposure at this time, in order to protect the dwarf, is very disadvantageous to himself. The peaked cap himself said that he will not be protected by the guards tonight. Exposing his identity at this time is tantamount to sending himself to the werewolf's eyes. The possibility of being killed is too high. The death of the dwarf will not lead to the loss of the good camp. When the guards can protect the peaked cap again tomorrow, the peaked cap will reveal his identity again. Not only can he reveal the information of the two inspection objects, but he can also ensure that he survives the third night. No matter how you think about it, it is much more cost-effective than his self-exposure now. Right. The fat man swept his eyes across everyone one by one, and said word by word, if you are a prophet, will you take the initiative to expose your clerical identity for the life and death of a player who does not affect the winning or losing? Knowing that you are in danger of death? Everyone was silent. Although no one spoke, everyone knew their choice in their hearts. They would not do this. This is not in line with common sense. If it is the kind of dedicated and passionate protagonist in anime, it is another matter. But they are not passionate protagonists. And everyone is very eager to survive. How many people are willing to choose to die in order to let others live? Anyway, they are not so great. Are you done? The man in the peaked cap looked unhappy. He was gloomy and began to explain without waiting for the fat man to answer. If the player who voted out today is a player in the good camp, and another one will be killed at night, then our good camp will lose 2 companions at once. Although a werewolf was also voted out, a total of 3 good people died, and the ratio of the remaining werewolves to good people is 4 to 7. According to this trend, the gap between the number of werewolves and good people will become smaller and smaller, which is very unfavorable to the good camp. The peaked cap looked at the fat man with a serious expression. The most important thing is that if you, the werewolf, master the rhythm of today's voting session and let other players trust you, then the subsequent situation will be good for the good camp. The camp is very unfavorable. Wait until I tell everyone that you are a werewolf tomorrow, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Maybe someone will take the initiative to help you talk. Knowing how risks are self-explosive. But I know more about it. If I continue to be silent, I am afraid that it is difficult for you to vote for your werewolf tomorrow. But he did not blindly report to trust. Compared to the faint anxiety of the man in the baseball cap, the fat man seemed much calmer. He crossed his legs with some effort. You performed so well in the voting session last night. Even if you didn't say it, the guards would most likely choose to protect you. The werewolves would think you are a threat and choose to kill you. Without knowing each other, the werewolves chose you who are protected by the guards as their prey. And Christmas Eve would be formed. Christmas Eve has too many benefits for players in the good camp. I don't need to say more. Everyone should be able to figure it out. But you insisted on saying it directly last night and asked the guards to protect you, which resulted in no Christmas Eve. If there is no guard protection, according to your performance yesterday, as long as you are in the good camp, the werewolves will kill you. If you are not dead the next day, people will doubt your identity. You deliberately asked the guards to protect you, just to make everyone think that the werewolves knew that it was impossible to kill you last night. So they would naturally choose other targets. And no one would suspect that there was something wrong with your identity. In fact, your behavior not only caused the good camp to lose a companion, but also covered up the fact that you could not be killed by the werewolf. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, you are the werewolf who hides the deepest. Hearing this, the thin tall man couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. He felt a little headache. Before today, he trusted the duckbill cap 100%. Even if the duckbill cap's vague words during the day caused him to trust the duckbill cap less. But after the duckbill cap explained clearly, he still trusted the duckbill cap 90%. But after the fat man's analysis, he felt that his thoughts were completely overturned. There was a feeling that he didn't want to accept it. But he had to admit that this analysis made sense. Could the duckbill cap really be a werewolf who planned to sneak into the good camp from the beginning? The thin tall man felt that his mind was a little confused. One more thing. The fat man did not give the cap a chance to breathe and started to attack again. So far, among all of us players, how many people have dark circles as serious as yours? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at the cap's eyes. The cap subconsciously raised his arm, as if he wanted to pull the brim of his hat. But in the next second, he realized that his behavior would only make others suspect that he was guilty. So he retracted his arm. In fact, he was not guilty. But suddenly so many eyes stayed on his face, making him feel very uncomfortable. After making sure that everyone saw the dark blue under the cap's eyes, the fat man continued, "Only werewolves need to act between midnight and 5 in the morning. And only werewolves are prone to such serious dark circles." The cap's face became uglier and uglier. The fat man said to the cap in a very good mood, "You said you couldn't sleep at night, and you went out to see who was killed after 5 o'clock. In fact, you wanted to cover up the fact that you committed the crime at night. Don't slander me," the cap scolded. "In this kind of survival game, is it strange to be so nervous that you can't sleep? Besides, everyone's physique is different, and some people are prone to dark circles." He looked at others, trying to get their approval. "What I said is true. You should be able to understand it. Right. In a survival game, it's normal to be nervous and unable to sleep. And dark circles vary from person to person. Some people stay up all night without dark circles, while some people will get dark circles if they go to bed half an hour later." This time, unlike in the past, many players subconsciously avoided the cap's sight and did not look at the cap. The situation the cap said did exist, but with so many doubts, they couldn't help but suspect the cap. The cap was a little panicked. He had expected that things would not go smoothly after he blew up the prophet. But he had not expected such a bad situation. He thought that as long as he appealed to people's emotions and reason, the little twists and turns would soon pass, and he could still control the overall situation like he did yesterday and gain the trust of all the good guys. But he did not expect that the situation would gradually get out of control and develop in a worse and worse direction. In fact, he overlooked the most important point. From the first time, he concealed something. People's trust in him was discounted. In survival games, trust between people is weak. Once a crack appears, it is even more difficult to repair. In addition, the fat man's words can indeed form a complete logical chain, which makes other players more hesitant, and their trust in the peaked cap is getting lower and lower. After a moment of silence, the peaked cap suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "I was the first to question the bald uncle, and I advocated voting him out. If I were a werewolf, I could choose to remain silent to avoid losing a teammate. The loss of a werewolf's companion will increase the difficulty of winning the game, which is of no benefit to the werewolf." Before others could digest the peaked cap's words, the fat man said, "This is where you are smart. You put yourself in the position of a good person and everyone will trust you. If the bald man is a good person, you win. If the bald man is a good person, you win. It's a werewolf. You can prove your identity as a good person and hide in the good camp without worry. You are not at a loss. You are really good at confusing right and wrong." The man in the cap laughed angrily. "You are the one who wants to get into the good camp and sleep peacefully. Right." Seeing that the two people were about to quarrel again, the yellow-haired woman stood up. "If we continue to argue like this, each of us will have his own reasons. It is difficult for us to judge who among you is the real prophet. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you can listen to it. You say." The fat man and the cap said these two words almost in unison. "I suggest not to vote for you two today. Wait until you give new inspection objects tomorrow, and then judge who among you is the fake prophet based on the inspection object situation and some things that happen tomorrow," the yellow-haired woman said, looking at the others. "As for today's voting session, we will vote for the player who is most likely to be a werewolf from the others." The haggard woman showed a worried look. "What if one of them is killed tonight? One of them must be a real prophet, and the other is a werewolf," the yellow-haired woman replied. "So, the one who was killed at night can only be the real prophet, and the one who is alive is the werewolf. Then we will lose the real prophet. The haggard woman shook her head repeatedly. I don't think this plan is good. If something else really happens, if one of them is killed, the werewolf will explode. Tomorrow we will definitely vote for this werewolf. The yellow-haired woman explained patiently. So, if the werewolf wants to protect itself, it will not choose to kill the real prophet tonight. The tall and thin man understood what the yellow-haired woman said. You are right. This method can save the life of the real prophet. The prophet is someone who can check the identity of all players. We have to try to keep the prophet alive longer, so that the good camp has more chances to win. Then who should we vote for? The haggard woman looked around blankly. My mind is a mess now. I can't tell who is the prophet between the two of them, let alone who is the werewolf besides them. The yellow-haired woman did not speak. She looked up unintentionally and looked at Zhao Sun for a moment. In just a second, no one noticed. But Zhao Sun immediately understood what the yellow-haired woman meant. He spoke at the right time. I suggest voting for the dwarf. I have said the reason before. I still think he is a werewolf. Are you stupid? The dwarf jumped off the stool in anger. I am the person the peaked cap wants to protect. Doesn't that prove that I am a good person? You still want to vote for me? Chapter 230 Buried Together. But it is not certain that the man in the peaked cap is the prophet. And I still have not dispelled my suspicion of you. So I want to stick to my choice. And it seems that there is no problem. Right. Zhao Sun pretended to be innocent according to the appearance of Su Tian in his memory. The dwarf man was so angry that his lips trembled. Before confirming who the prophet is, the good people checked by the players who are suspected of being the prophet should not be voted out. He has some truth in his words. The thin tall man said. If the man in the peaked cap is the real prophet, then the dwarf is the real good person, and voting him out is the wrong person. Then according to you, who should I vote for today? Zhao Sun did not force him. He turned his head to look at the thin tall man and asked very sincerely. The most suspected man in the peaked cap and the fat man cannot vote at present. And the second suspected dwarf is also not allowed to vote. Among the remaining people, who do you think is most likely to be a werewolf? The thin tall man was stunned and speechless for a while. He really didn't have any other suspects. Nor did he see who was more suspicious among the other players. In other words, Zhao Sun paused for 2 seconds, attracted everyone's attention, and then continued, without any basis for suspicion. Who do you think can be voted for and recognized by everyone? Every player hopes that it is not him who is voted out. Once the voting object is changed, it means that the rest of the players may become scapegoats. No one will be willing to be this scapegoat. And there is no logical reasoning to designate a suspect. And it is impossible to convince everyone, which makes it difficult to return the votes in the end. Compared with finding a new voting object, voting for a player who is already suspected is what everyone wants to see. Even if there is a risk of wrongly accusing a good person, it is much better than being voted out. The biggest difference between this game and Werewolf is that players will really die, which also makes it impossible for even players in the same camp to be completely united, especially on the issue of life and death. Zhao Sun did not force everyone to vote according to his wishes, which would not cause disgust among the people. At the same time, as soon as he said this, everyone immediately considered their own interests and safety. Even the tall and thin man fell silent. When the dwarf man saw the expressions of the crowd, he knew that the situation was not good, and he was a little panicked. He subconsciously looked at the peaked cap. At this time, the peaked cap avoided the dwarf man's sight. Before, he was willing to speak for the dwarf man. But now, his trust in the hearts of the people has declined. He dared not sing against the wishes of most players again at this time, fearing that he would cause more disgust and cause everyone to increase their suspicion of him. Then, he would have no chance to turn over. Always protect yourself first, then consider others. The dwarf man immediately understood what the peaked cap meant. He made up his mind and said loudly, Originally, we were going to choose the voting object between the two prophets. Why did it suddenly become voting for me? Do I deserve this bad luck? Without waiting for others to speak, he said again, Why don't you just choose one of them? That's definitely not okay. The tall and thin man retorted before the man in the baseball cap could get anxious. The prophet must be kept. So I deserve to be a scapegoat? The dwarf man was angry. Is this fair to me? But if I choose someone else, it will be even more unfair to them. The haggard woman muttered in a low voice. So far, the others have no suspicion at all. Her voice was very low, but several players who were close heard it. They didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with the haggard woman's words in their hearts. The yellow-haired woman looked up at the wall clock hanging on the wall, and her tone suddenly became urgent. There's only 1 minute left to 7 o'clock. We can't delay any longer. Let's vote quickly. Seeing everyone raise their arms, as if they wanted to point at themselves, the dwarf man made a final struggle. If you don't want to vote for the prophet, then no one should vote, and the system will decide who will be voted out tonight. No one responded to his words. Random means that there is a risk of being voted out. No one wants to take such a risk. In the end, with the dwarf man unwilling to give up, a total of 10 people voted for him. In addition to the 5 werewolves and 1 cupid, there were 4 more people who followed suit. The remaining peaked cap, the tall thin man, and the dwarf man himself voted for the fat man. 10-3. The dwarf man was finally voted out. The dwarf man's face was pale, and under great fear. Anger arose spontaneously. I want to activate the hunter skills, he suddenly said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the people present changed. Being able to say such words at this time is definitely not acting or lying. So, the dwarf man is a hunter, not a werewolf at all. Zhao Sun showed a look of surprise and self-blame at the right time. Anyone who saw it would think that he was blaming himself for suspecting the wrong person. The dwarf man's eyes swept back and forth between Zhao Sun, the fat man, the tall thin man, and the peaked cap several times. The others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It makes sense. These 4 people all participated in the voting process this time. It can be said that these 4 people are the ones who caused the dwarf man to be voted out in the end. Therefore, the person that the dwarf man chooses to shoot must be among these 4 people. After thinking about this clearly, the other players were not panicked. They also looked at the 4 people and waited quietly for the dwarf man's choice. The dwarf man was no longer thinking about how to make the players in his camp win. He was about to die. So why should he care about the final result of winning or losing? He only thought about one thing now: dragging the most people to be buried with him. Since others have abandoned him at this time, he will make everyone die miserably. He will do his best to let more people die together. In a heart of anger, the dwarf man's mind was more flexible and clear than usual. In just 1 minute, he thought of a plan. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the fat man. I choose to shoot him. The fat man's face instantly became extremely ugly. But before he could utter a word, it was as if he was hit in the middle of his eyebrows by an invisible bullet. A streak of blood appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground. His eyes were still open, but there was no life in them. The next second, the battle situation unfolded, and all the players were wrapped in a white barrier. Before everyone could be shocked that the fat man died so quickly, they had to face the question of how to kill the dwarf man. The dwarf man laughed. Come on! Kill me quickly! As he spoke, he swept his eyes over everyone, cursing in his heart that they must die as many as possible, and it would be best if they were all wiped out. In the heart of the dwarf man, he believed that the peaked cap was a real prophet, so the fat man must be a werewolf. But he used the hunter's ability to take the fat man away, not to help the good camp deal with the werewolf. Killing the fat man, reducing 1 person in the werewolf camp, and increasing the difficulty of the werewolf camp to win, is only the most superficial purpose. The deeper purpose is that without the constraints of the fat man, the fake prophet, the werewolves can attack the real prophet tonight without scruples, and the peaked cap will definitely die. Without the help of the prophet in the cap, the good guys can only guess the identity of the werewolf blindly, and it is difficult to win. In this way, the next situation will definitely be worse. He wants to kill those 4 people, but the hunter's skills can only take away 1 player, so he must make a choice. In comparison, killing the fat man can bring the greatest linkage effect, which is why he chose the fat man. The dwarf man even secretly hoped that the true love camp would exist in his heart. Maybe most of the players would die with him. Although everyone has confirmed the identity of the dwarf hunter, and knows that the dwarf is a player in the good camp, they can't regret it now. Only when the dwarf dies can the game continue. If the dwarf wants to leave the game alive, he must kill all the players. At this time, the camp is no longer important. The important thing is that they must let the dwarf die. Just when everyone wanted to take action, the dwarf man suddenly spoke again. Let him come! He pointed at Zhao Sun. Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, he said, I will do my best to fight you. The voice emphasized the word. Do my best. Zhao Sun instantly understood the dwarf's intention. The dwarf wanted to prove that after he tried his best, he could only create lightning as thin as a hair. He wanted everyone to think that Zhao Sun's suspicion of him was deliberate, and began to doubt whether Zhao Sun was a werewolf. If Zhao Sun refused to fight, it would be fine, because someone would always think that Zhao Sun was guilty. Although this trick might not be useful, as long as it could create some cracks, it would be enough to relieve the dwarf who had no way to survive. Zhao Sun was not panicked at all, but sighed with regret. I'm sorry for choosing you by mistake. If I can save you, I would like to save you. But now, none of us have any other choice. Since you chose me, that's fine. He sighed again, and then moved his finger slightly. Before the dwarf could react, a finger-thick condensed lightning struck the dwarf's chest. The dwarf's eyes widened. After personally feeling the power of lightning, he realized belatedly that Zhao Sun's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. This is definitely not the power that a new player has. The dwarf man opened his mouth subconsciously. He wanted to say that Zhao Sun must be an old player, but he couldn't say a word after all. The battle situation slowly retreated, leaving the bodies of the dwarf man and the fat man in the barrier. The dwarf man didn't even have a chance to attack, so naturally he failed to realize his plan to lead everyone to suspect that Zhao Sun was a werewolf. Even because of the difference in strength shown by Zhao Sun, others even felt a little afraid. The voting session is over. After a while, the yellow-haired woman took the lead and said, Or, let's have some dinner and go back to our rooms to rest. Wait a minute. The man in the duckbill cap suddenly said, I have a few things to explain. Everyone looked at the duckbill cap. It was not until this time that they realized that the duckbill cap's face was bloodless, and he looked like he had been drained of his energy. Tonight, the duckbill cap said with some difficulty, the werewolf should kill me tonight. Hearing this, several players were stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand why the duckbill cap was so sure that he was the one who died. Zhao Sun sighed helplessly, and he explained for the duckbill cap. The fat man is dead, and there is only one player who calls himself a prophet. If the duckbill cap is a good guy, the werewolves will definitely kill him. If the duckbill cap is a werewolf, he can survive tonight. But tomorrow everyone will realize that he is a werewolf and vote to kill him. With the existence of the fat man, the fake prophet, the werewolves dare not easily attack the duckbill cap in order to save their companions from death. Once the fat man died, the werewolves didn't have to worry about killing the duckbill cap and exposing his companions' werewolf identities. The duckbill cap was already in a situation where he was doomed to die. This was the dwarf man's revenge on the duckbill cap. When the dwarf man chose to shoot the fat man away, Zhao Sun realized the dwarf man's purpose. Obviously, the duckbill cap also understood this. His face was so pale because he knew that his death was approaching, and he felt desperate. But unlike the dwarf who wanted to take revenge on everyone, the man in the cap seemed to want to give a few more instructions before he died, trying to make a final contribution to the good camp. Zhao Sun looked at the cap, waiting for his next words. The man in the cap pulled his mouth hard, but couldn't smile. I am indeed a prophet, so I know that I will die tonight. He took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and then continued. First of all, the guards must not choose to guard the Great Keeper tonight. The werewolf will definitely kill me tonight, and the Great Keeper is safe. Wait until tomorrow night, and the guards will guard the Great Keeper, so that the Great Keeper can live longer. What if the werewolf chooses to kill the Great Keeper tonight? The tall and thin man asked. No. The peaked cap shook his head firmly. Among the clergy players, the prophet plays the most important role. As long as the identity of the prophet is confirmed, the werewolf will choose to kill the prophet first no matter what. The peaked cap continued. Although the role of the Great Keeper is not as great as that of the prophet, the Great Keeper can check the identity of the dead player after all, which will also expose the werewolf. Therefore, after killing the prophet, the werewolf will definitely choose to kill the Great Keeper first. The guards must protect the Great Keeper tomorrow night. The Great Keeper can check the identity of the fat man tonight. The man in the cap smiled bitterly. In fact, as long as you find me dead tomorrow, you will know that the fat man must be a werewolf. But the Great Keeper has no one else to check tonight, so it's best not to waste this opportunity to check. Check again, and it can also prove my words. The yellow-haired woman heard the instructions to herself and nodded heavily. Okay, I know. I have another chance to check tonight, but I can't tell you in person tomorrow. The cap said again. I will find a way to hide the information in the room. Remember to look for it in my room. This is what I can do. The last effort. Everyone was silent, and their expressions were a little heavy. The cap's words were sincere, and anyone could feel his sincerity. This dispelled all their previous doubts, and they even regretted that they easily lost their trust in the cap. I have nothing else to say. You can do as you please. After saying that, the Cap turned and left the front hall, went upstairs directly, and didn't even eat dinner. Chapter 231. There is more to you than this. After finishing dinner, Zhao Sun took 2 bananas back to his room as usual. The gorilla ate happily, and at the end it counted on its fingers, and told Zhao Sun that it still owed it 3 bananas. Zhao Sun directly rewarded the gorilla with a big bag. Don't just eat. Remember to keep watch for me. After that, he laid down on the bed, set the alarm clock for 10 o'clock as usual, and quickly fell asleep. At 10 o'clock, Zhao Sun woke up immediately. After a while, he received a message from Cupid. A series of messages. Cupid, I was really scared today. Cupid, when I knew that the dwarf was a hunter, I was really afraid that he would choose to shoot and take you away. Cupid, fortunately, he chose someone else. Cupid, is the fat man a werewolf? Is the man in the peaked cap really a prophet? Cupid, what is the ratio of werewolves to good people now? Can you tell me so that I can have an idea? Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy. Zhao Sun did not answer Cupid's question immediately, but spoke at his own pace. Werewolf, you performed very well today. You were very quiet, and did not attract anyone's attention. The other side was silent for a long time before replying a message. Cupid, thank you. I am very obedient. Cupid, as long as I can pass the game and stay alive, I can do anything. Werewolf, the fat man is indeed a werewolf, and the peaked cap is indeed a prophet. Werewolf, the peaked cap will definitely die tonight. After his death, the ratio of werewolves to good people will be 4 to 6. Cupid, so, as long as we vote out a player from the good camp tomorrow and let the werewolf kill another, we can win. Werewolf, if everything goes well. It is true. Cupid, then can you tell me who the other werewolves are? Werewolf, no. Cupid, we are in the same camp. I will never betray you. Werewolf, you have no gaming experience, and your mentality is not good. If you know too many secrets, you will be easily exposed. Werewolf, it is best for you to know nothing. The reason why he revealed the identities of the fat man and the peaked cap is that these 2 players will be dead tomorrow. Everyone will be able to determine the identities of these 2 players tomorrow, and Cupid will know. And it will not be abrupt. Cupid, okay. I know. Cupid, then will I be the same tomorrow as today? Cupid, try not to talk and reduce your presence. And then when you express your opinion on who to vote for, I will vote too. Werewolf, yes. Cupid, then can I ask in advance who you plan to vote for tomorrow? Werewolf, not sure yet. Need to discuss with other werewolves. He does not have a very clear candidate in his mind, and he always has to listen to the opinions of other werewolves. If he behaves too authoritarian, those werewolves may suspect that he is one of the couples. Werewolf, tomorrow you will see who I point to when I vote, and you can follow my lead. Cupid, okay. Cupid, do you have anything else to say? Werewolf, just don't expose yourself. Cupid, I know. Cupid, actually, I've always wanted to ask. Aren't you worried about being exposed? Cupid, you've always taken the initiative to speak, and sometimes you'll lead the rhythm, although it's not obvious in many cases. If someone reacts, it will be hard for you to explain clearly. Werewolf, don't worry. It'll be fine. He didn't intend to explain, and only said this. In fact, he really didn't worry about being exposed. Starting tomorrow, the only player with werewolf experience is the yellow-haired girl. And the yellow-haired girl, and he belonged to the werewolf camp. As long as he doesn't make obvious mistakes, the yellow-haired girl will not take the initiative to expose him, unless he reveals his identity as a couple. But even so, he is not worried. Among the new players, as long as they don't have particularly weird and awesome special abilities, they are basically not his opponents. If he was really voted out, it would only be the end of him killing all the remaining players. However, if it turned out like this, he would definitely not get the game points and survival time. Then he would play this game in vain. Therefore, he would try his best not to expose his couple identity. Cupid, although you said so, I am still a little worried. Werewolf, you just need to do what you should do. Werewolf, other things are what I need to worry about. Cupid, I know. I listen to you. The conversation ended quickly. Zhao Sun set the alarm for 12 o'clock again, and then fell asleep again. Asterisk. As soon as it was 12 o'clock, Zhao Sun woke up immediately. After taking back the gorilla, he walked out of the room. The other 3 werewolves were already waiting in the corridor. The 4 of them went to the lobby on the first floor without saying a word. although they knew that due to the restrictions of the game, talking in the corridor on the second floor at this time would not be heard by the players in the room. But it was still uncomfortable. They preferred to discuss plans in the front hall. As soon as the four of them sat down on the sofa, the woman in red and the man in black sighed almost at the same time. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily at the same time. I didn't expect the fat man to be taken away by the hunter's skills. I was a little panicked at the time. The red-clothed woman looked very depressed. With one less werewolf, the number of good people we have to reduce will increase. Yeah. The black-clothed man also looked a little depressed. I never thought that the player we always wanted to vote out was actually a hunter. And the one he shot and took away was a werewolf. He was really accurate. Among the 4 people he wanted to kill at the time, there were 2 werewolves. The probability of being selected is still quite high. The yellow-haired woman spoke up. And the peaked cap has always wanted to protect him. He should believe that the peaked cap is a prophet. It's not surprising that he chose the fat man. But the fat man has always performed well. If it weren't for his identity as a hunter, I feel that he can make other players follow his thinking with just his mouth. The red-clothed woman sighed again. It's a pity that the player who was voted out happened to be a hunter. No matter how well the fat man performed, it was all in vain. When I saw the fat man's comments during the voting session, I applauded him in my heart. The man in black also sighed. I was thinking that with such a powerful old player, our werewolves have a much higher chance of winning than the good camp. But he just died like that. It can only be said that I was unlucky. The yellow-haired woman shrugged. Compared with the red-clothed woman and the fat man, she was much calmer. On the one hand, she is also a player with experience in killing werewolves. Even if her level is not as good as the fat man, she is still much more mentally prepared than the new players. On the other hand, starting tomorrow, she will be the only experienced player. The hunter has died, and she has successfully infiltrated the good camp. As long as she does not underestimate the enemy, she will never expose herself. She can also be the only experienced player in the good camp, and let everyone follow her thinking. Okay, don't be discouraged. Xiao Sun comforted. No matter what, if we can kill 2 players from the good camp today, as long as we kill people from the good camp during the voting and hunting operations tomorrow, we can win. The woman in red was stunned for a moment. That's true. She was so lost that she forgot this point. When she thought of victory in sight, she immediately felt much better. The man in black was not as optimistic as the woman in red. He looked at Xiao Sun and asked, Do you think tomorrow will be so smooth? I'm not sure. Xiao Sun told the truth. Then, he looked at the woman in red. You just said that you panicked at the time. Did anyone around you notice it? The woman in red was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that Xiao Sun was talking about the time when the dwarf man activated the hunter skill to take away the fat man. No, she said confidently. Everyone's attention was on the dwarf at that time. Not to mention the people around me. Even the people opposite me didn't look at me. Xiao Sun nodded. It's good that you can be sure. Otherwise, you may be unlucky tomorrow. Hearing this, the woman in red felt a panic. She recalled it carefully and didn't recall anything unusual. But her tone was not as sure as before. There shouldn't be. Anyway, I don't remember it. Then, she turned to look at the man in black and the yellow-haired woman. Did you notice it at that time? The man in black and the yellow-haired woman gave the same answer. They were paying attention to the dwarf at that time and didn't pay attention to the situation of the woman in red. The less eye contact we make during the voting process, the less likely we are to be suspected, the yellow-haired woman emphasized. Once someone finds out that we are always looking at each other, they will definitely suspect that we are in the same group. She was afraid that the red-clothed woman would not understand. So she explained, Among all the players, only the werewolves can identify their accomplices. I know. The red-clothed woman frowned a little unhappy. I know this even if you don't say it. The yellow-haired woman was not very satisfied with the red-clothed woman's attitude. Her face was slightly cold. So none of us knows whether other players saw you when you panicked. Since you all went to see the dwarf man, others must be no exception. The red-clothed woman half-analyzed and half-comforted herself. No one should have noticed me. No, that's the best. Xiao Sun changed the subject. So, who will you vote for tomorrow night during the voting session? The yellow-haired woman glanced at Xiao Sun and said, Vote for the tall and thin man. I guess he might be a guard. For the same reason as you guessed the Great Keeper before. I have the same guess. Xiao Sun thought for a while and added, But I'm not as sure this time as last time. Because the tall and thin man only said 2 sentences. and his performance was not as obvious as the Great Keeper. Since there is a chance, then choose him. The yellow-haired woman wanted to make a final decision. He seems to have some brains, and is not so easily fooled. When voting tonight, except for the man in the peaked cap and the dwarf man, he was the only one who voted for the fat man. People who are not easily fooled should be dealt with as soon as possible. This is the only way to control the situation to the greatest extent. The red-clothed woman and the black-clothed man didn't have any particularly good ideas, so they both agreed to vote for the tall and thin man. What reason should we find? The black-clothed man asked. If we want everyone to believe that the tall and thin guy is a werewolf, there must be a very reasonable reason. He looked at Zhao Sun. Just like when we framed the dwarf. I can't think of any reason. The red-clothed woman shook her head first. It's hard for people to doubt that he is a werewolf with his performance today. And apart from the dwarf and the peaked cap, he is the only one who chose the real werewolf. This alone is enough to gain the trust of many people. It's difficult to get the tall and thin guy voted out. Zhao Sun also spoke. I haven't thought of a reasonable reason for the time being. If I vote for him, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of other players. The yellow-haired woman showed a disappointed expression. But the others can't do it either. They don't even have much time to show themselves. And there is no reasonable reason to suspect them. Zhao Sun laughed. In fact, I have thought of a plan. Although it's a bit risky, I think it's worth a try. The yellow-haired woman immediately became energetic. What plan? Zhao Sun chose a comfortable posture to sit on the sofa and slowly told his plan. After listening to Zhao Sun's words, the yellow-haired woman asked worriedly, Will this work? If there is an accident in one of the steps, the final result may not be what you expected. That depends on your performance. Zhao Sun showed a warm smile to the yellow-haired woman. As long as you can do it, the plan can go smoothly. The yellow-haired woman did not hesitate and agreed readily. Okay, then I will think about the logic tonight and see how to perform better tomorrow. Since tomorrow's plan has been discussed. What about the hunting target tonight? Zhao Sun stood up. I don't think everyone has any objections. The other three people expressed no objection. They all knew that the peaked cap must be killed. The profit was too risky for the werewolf to be alive. Then let me solve it, Zhao Sun said, and walked upstairs. The other three followed Zhao Sun and stood at the door of the peaked cap's room. Zhao Sun held the door handle and opened the door. The familiar white barrier appeared again. When the man in the baseball cap saw Zhao Sun, he was surprised for a moment. But then he realized it. So you are also a werewolf. His smile was a little bitter. Think carefully. During the voting session, although you didn't say much, you always led the rhythm in a direction that was not conducive to the good camp. You should indeed be a werewolf. It's just that the fat man's performance was too outstanding, overshadowing you. He sighed. It's because I'm inexperienced that I didn't realize this. Zhao Sun smiled. His tone was very gentle. You didn't realize more than this. Chapter 232 I found it. What do you mean? The man in the cap asked almost subconsciously. Is there anything else I haven't realized? You're almost dead. What's the point of knowing this? Zhao Sun didn't intend to answer the man in the cap's questions. He looked directly at the man in the cap, with a glimmer in his eyes. The man in the cap's eyes immediately became empty. You must answer the questions I asked you truthfully. Zhao Sun used his mental control ability skillfully. Where did you put the results of tonight's inspection? The man in the cap will definitely find a place that is not easy to find. Although this will make it difficult for the players in the good camp to find it. It is better than being found by the werewolves in advance and then destroyed directly. As long as the information is still there, it is possible to be found by the good camp. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun has a simpler way to find it, and he doesn't need to search hard at all. Moreover, the question he asked is most likely not restricted by the rules of the game, because hiding the inspection results is not in the established process of this game setting. It is feasible. The man in the cap had a hollow look in his eyes, and answered Zhao Sun's question without any struggle. Under the bed. The two of them were now trapped in a battle situation, and Zhao Sun could not immediately go under the bed to check the situation. However, since the cap could answer this question, it was impossible for him to lie. If there were restrictions on the rules of the game, then the cap should refuse to answer. Since he answered, he must be telling the truth under the effect of hypnosis. After getting the answer he wanted, Zhao Sun sent the cap on his way neatly. It was easy for Zhao Sun to get rid of the cap. So, the other three werewolves saw Zhao Sun go in 2 minutes, and then quickly came out of the barrier. Has the person been dealt with? The man in black stared. Although Zhao Sun dealt with it quickly last night, Zhao Sun said at the time that Ma Zi's strength was too weak, so he didn't think much about it. But now, it was dealt with so quickly again. In addition, Zhao Sun also won the battle with the dwarf man in the daytime in seconds. The man in black finally realized that Zhao Sun was very strong. In Zhao Sun's eyes, these opponents were too weak. If compared with him, those opponents might not be as weak as Zhao Sun said. After realizing this, the man in black was very glad that Zhao Sun was a werewolf like him. Otherwise, the werewolf camp would be in trouble. Zhao Sun nodded. Well, I also asked where he hid the inspection results. The man in black, the woman in red, and the yellow-haired woman all showed joy at the same time. How did you do it? The yellow-haired woman couldn't help asking curiously. In such a short time, you can make him tell the hiding place. Zhao Sun didn't answer this question. He turned around and re-entered the room of the cap. The other three werewolves didn't care whether Zhao Sun answered or not. They followed him into the cap's room. Zhao Sun walked directly to the bed, took out a flashlight, and shone it under the bed. There was nothing, but he didn't panic. He was sure that the cap couldn't lie. Since there was nothing extra under the bed, it was most likely on the bedboard. Zhao Sun shone a light on the bedboard. He didn't see anything special. He did not lose heart and went directly under the bed. This time, he finally saw a sentence engraved on the back of the bedboard at the innermost part. The woman in the red down jacket is a werewolf. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the man in the cap chose to check the woman in red, it means that he has some doubts about her. The biggest possibility is that the woman in red panicked during the voting process and was seen by the man in the cap. The man in the cap still has some brains. Although he was fooled about the bald man and the yellow-haired woman, his performance in other places is remarkable. Just by looking at the changes in the expression of the woman in red, you can see the clues. It's a pity that he met Zhao Sun, and the last effort of the man in the cap was in vain. Zhao Sun took out a fruit knife and scratched the sentence under the bed. Hearing the movement, the yellow-haired woman bent down and looked at Zhao Sun under the bed. Did you find anything? Yeah, Zhao Sun responded. He engraved the results of the inspection on the bedboard. What did it write? The yellow-haired woman asked immediately. Zhao Sun repeated the original words truthfully. The woman in the red down jacket is a werewolf. The red-dressed woman beside him was stunned when she heard this. How could he suspect me? She stammered to herself. It should be that you were panicked and he noticed it. The black-dressed man could only think of this possibility. The red-dressed woman was even more panicked when she heard it. What should I do? Will other people also notice my panic at that time? It's unlikely. The yellow-haired woman comforted the red-dressed woman. At that time, most of the players' attention must have been on the dwarf, and there must have been few people looking at you. I remember that the peaked cap was sitting opposite you, and he was indeed more likely to notice your expression than others. That's true. Despite saying this, the red-dressed woman was not confident. Since the peaked cap could notice it, it is possible that others would notice it too. Once she had such an idea, she felt uneasy. Zhao Sun crawled out from under the bed. It's not a big problem. The woman in red looked at Zhao Sun. Do you have any good ideas? The information left by the cap has been cleaned up. If no one tells you, it's hard for anyone to notice that corner. Zhao Sun said to the woman in red. As for tomorrow's plan, haven't I made it clear before? The woman in red finally calmed down. Yes, Zhao Sun had already made a rough plan before. She was so panicked that she forgot this for a while. Then tonight, we shouldn't have anything to do. Right. The man in black looked at Zhao Sun. Why don't we go back to our rooms and rest now? There's one more thing we need to discuss. The yellow-haired woman suddenly spoke up. So far, there haven't been two players who died together, which means that the couple still exists. This is indeed a problem. Zhao Sun followed the yellow-haired woman's topic naturally. Although there are still 10 players left, which seems to be a lot, there are only 6 people left in the good camp and 4 in the werewolf camp. If the couple both belong to a certain camp, they are lucky enough to be alive until now. The man in black heard the implication of Zhao Sun. Do you suspect that one of the couple is a werewolf and the other is a good person? It's just that there is a possibility, but it's hard to be sure. Zhao Sun answered. Yes. The yellow-haired woman nodded. Couples are always a hidden danger, but we haven't found any suspects who might be couples so far. These 2 players are quite good at hiding. If everything goes well, we will win tomorrow. But if the true love camp exists, we will lose. The yellow-haired woman frowned slightly, her expression a little serious. So, tomorrow during the day, We have to chat with the remaining players separately to find out who is more like a couple. And when we hunt at night, we will choose to kill the player who is most likely to be one of the couples. I agree. The man in black expressed his opinion actively. I agree too. Jiao followed suit. How can we ask this? The red-clothed woman was a little confused. If we ask everywhere, will it arouse other people's suspicion? Instead, they will think we are werewolves. Not really. Jiao smiled. The good camp must also want to find the couple. Everyone is the same in this regard. Even if we take the initiative to bring up this matter during the voting session, no one will suspect that we are werewolves. He is right. The yellow-haired woman confirmed Jiao statement. No one will suspect that it is related to werewolves because of this. What if the couple's suspects are not found tomorrow? The red-clothed woman looked worried. We must do our best to find at least one suspect tomorrow, the yellow-haired woman said without question. We must not allow a situation like what if to happen. Jiao nodded seriously, agreeing with the yellow-haired woman's words. Although the true love camp may not exist, we will win tomorrow, and we must try our best to avoid unexpected situations. The red-clothed woman stammered for a while before finally speaking. But if the true love camp exists, doesn't it mean that one of the four of us is a couple? If the purpose is stated in public, the couple among the werewolves will definitely find a chance to inform the other couple to be careful. Right. It will be more difficult to get the couple to be on guard. Yes. The yellow-haired woman's eyes swept across the faces of the black-clothed man, Jiao and the red-clothed woman, and said with a smile, So, if there is a couple among you, be careful not to let me catch the handle. This is just an open conspiracy. Both of them know what the purpose is, but it is difficult for the couple to keep calm and do nothing. After all, couples always need to communicate with each other. Otherwise, if they don't discuss countermeasures in advance, how can two completely strangers have a tacit understanding? On the contrary, it is easier to be exposed. In other words, as long as the true love camp exists, the werewolf couple will take action, which will attract attention. If the werewolf couple does not take action, the good couple will be easily exposed. If there is no abnormality, it is likely that the true love camp does not exist. If the true love camp does not exist, there is no need to worry about the fruits of victory being snatched away. Your attitude, the man in black frowned, seems to have already determined that there is a couple among us. Don't think too much. I'm not sure. The yellow-haired woman waved her hand. It's getting late. If you don't have anything else to say, go back to your room and rest. Everyone looked at each other and went back to their rooms in silence. Jiao slept well this time, and was not troubled by the yellow-haired woman's words against couples. Asterisk. On the 24th, at 7 a.m., Jiao had already heard the noisy movement outside. He got up immediately and opened the door. There were already several people standing outside the door of the baseball cap. What are you arguing about? He asked loudly. Those people turned their heads to look at Jiao. Then, the long-haired man answered, We didn't see the peaked cap in the hotel, and we are sure he was killed by the werewolf last night. Jiao was silent for 2 seconds, and then sighed at the right time. Although I knew it would turn out like this, it's still quite regrettable. This proves that the peaked cap is indeed a true prophet, the long-haired man said in a somewhat urgent tone. So I wanted to go in and find the information he left. But these people wouldn't let me in. We have agreed to wait until everyone is present before going in. The young woman with a black woolen hat said. He insisted on going in now, and I couldn't stop him. I suspected he was a werewolf. This woman didn't have much presence in the previous 2 days. This time, it seemed that she was forced into a corner by the long-haired man, and her face was full of anger. I didn't sneak into the room to check the information alone. The long-haired man glared at the woolen hat with an unhappy look on his face. Besides, aren't you two here? Even if everyone is not here, it's enough for us to supervise each other. The two people he mentioned. In addition to the woolen hat, there is also the tall and thin man. There are still 3 werewolves. The woolen hat raised his voice in anger. If your private actions make others suspect that I am a werewolf, I can't clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. She is right. The thin tall man also said. There are only 3 of us now. It is too easy to be suspected of being a werewolf if we act privately. Okay. If you don't want to go in, then don't go in. The long-haired man was a little angry, but he still retracted his legs I'm just too anxious to find the information left by the peaked cap. Why are you so excited? Besides, don't you worry that when everyone goes in together to find it, the werewolf will find the information first. And the werewolf will quietly destroy the information and pretend that it has not been found. That's why it is even more necessary for all players to supervise each other after they arrive. The thin tall man said, You act privately and make others suspect you. But your behavior will bring bad luck to the two of us. And we definitely can't agree to it. I know. I've said it. I'm not going in now. The long-haired man emphasized it again impatiently. You guys are making so much noise. The others should come out soon. Xiaosun said at this time. I estimate that everyone will be here in about 5 minutes. After that, he closed the door, quickly washed up, and walked out again. As he said, the remaining 10 players gathered soon. This is what I thought. The tall and thin man spoke first. The room is so small. It is definitely impossible for all the players to go in. So we divided into 3 groups. One group of 4 people will stand at the door to supervise people entering the room. The other 2 groups of 3 people each will act together and supervise each other to prevent the werewolves from making small moves in the blind spots of the supervisor's vision. That's a good idea. Xiaosun nodded in agreement. According to our inference yesterday, there are only 3 werewolves left. Even if the 3 werewolves are assigned to the same group, it will be difficult for them to hide or destroy clues because of the presence of the supervisor. This suggestion was unanimously recognized by everyone. So everyone quickly divided into groups by playing rock paper scissors and went their separate ways. The room was indeed very small, with few furniture and items, and there were not many places to search. But even so, everyone searched for half an hour and found nothing. Did he leave any information? The tall and thin man frowned slightly. It is also possible that the werewolves found and destroyed it last night. Xiaosun proposed another possibility. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the whole room became a little depressed. At this time, the yellow-haired woman's joyful voice sounded. I found it! Chapter 233, We Must Not Sit and Wait for Death. When everyone heard this, they gathered around the yellow-haired woman. On the side of the bedside drawer that was pulled out, there was a line of words the size of a fingernail engraved. The tall and thin man who voted for the fat man is a werewolf. Everyone turned their eyes to the tall and thin man. Xiaosun actually fits the description of tall and thin, but with a modifier in front. Everyone knows who this tall and thin man refers to. The tall and thin man was squeezed at the back and didn't have time to see the words engraved on the drawer. He was a little confused when he was suddenly stared at by everyone. When he got in between the gaps between the crowd and saw that sentence clearly, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. This is absolutely impossible. He turned his head and looked at the others. This is definitely not the information left by the peaked cap. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. It's a false message left by the werewolf. It's to frame me and mislead everyone. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke for a while. The thin, tall man's expression became more and more ugly. At this moment, he suddenly understood the mood of the dwarf man yesterday. He knew very well that he was not a werewolf, but he could not produce actual evidence to prove his identity, so he could not defend himself. It seemed that no matter what he said, it was difficult for others to believe him. This feeling was really too aggrieved. When he realized that the dwarf man was wronged yesterday, the thin, tall man just felt sympathy. After experiencing it himself today, he felt this kind of resentment firsthand. But the dwarf man could at least use the hunter's skills to take away a player to be buried with him. The thin, tall man could only rack his brains to explain to himself, and he could do nothing else. After a brief panic, the thin, tall man calmed down a little. He reminded himself to be calm and composed. Once he lost his mind, it would be even more difficult for him to turn over. He sorted out his thoughts and spoke again. The duckbill cap must know that his inspection last night was very important. It was his last chance to provide information to the good camp, so he must carefully choose the person to inspect. Here, he stopped and looked at the other players, as if he wanted to find some recognition. So? The yellow-haired woman took over the conversation and asked, Do you think it is unlikely that the duckbill cap will inspect you? Yes. The thin, tall man nodded immediately. Yesterday, during the voting session, I was the only one who believed in the duckbill cap. I followed him and the dwarf to vote for the fat man. Just for this reason, he should believe that I am a good person. And in this last inspection opportunity, he should try to choose a player who is suspected of being a werewolf to inspect, so as to be more helpful to the good camp. You think that the duckbill cap will not inspect you if he thinks you are a good person. The yellow-haired woman put the drawer in her hand on the bedside table and said to the thin, tall man, "He should check other suspicious players." "That's right." The thin, tall man nodded again. "Who do you think is suspicious?" the yellow-haired girl asked. "Based on the performance in the past few days, especially the vote yesterday. Can you tell who is suspicious?" The tall and thin man opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he got stuck. He wanted to name someone immediately to clear himself of suspicion, but he didn't have a clear suspect in his mind. Then, the cap probably didn't have a suspect at that time. "Look." The yellow-haired woman spread her hands and made a helpless expression. "You don't have a suspect. And the cap probably doesn't have one either." "That's right." The man in black nodded in agreement, and said to the tall and thin man, "I think it's normal for the prophet to choose to check you. There are no obvious suspects among the remaining players. The cap may think that instead of taking a chance and checking one randomly, it's better to choose the person he trusts the most. There's something wrong with your logic." The tall and thin man immediately retorted, "Since he trusts that I'm a good person, he shouldn't check me. Even if he randomly checks others, there is still a certain probability, the chance to find a werewolf. And checking me is a waste of this opportunity. You also said that you were the only one who believed him yesterday and voted for the fat man with him." The man in black said with reason. The man in the peaked cap may think that being able to confirm your good identity and save your life is also a thank you for voting with him. At this point, he showed a mocking smile to the thin, tall man. "As a result, you, a werewolf disguised as a good man, were exposed." The thin, tall man was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. He took several deep breaths and barely held back from cursing. This routine was used yesterday. He turned his head and looked at the other players. "Think carefully. Did the fat man say the same thing about the peaked cap at that time?" "He said he was a werewolf disguised as a good man." The other players, who had been silent all the time, finally reacted. "That's true." The woman in the black woolen hat whispered. "Although there is a possibility that a werewolf disguises itself as a good person, there is also a possibility that a good person is deliberately framed as a werewolf by a werewolf. You are too easily led by the nose." The yellow-haired woman sighed, looking helpless about the woolen hat. Then, she looked at the thin, tall man and asked, "According to what you mean, I should be the werewolf who tried to frame you." As soon as these words came out, the players who were originally a little shaken fell silent again. The thin, tall man muttered, "I," several times, but did not say a complete sentence. "The man in the baseball cap firmly believes that I am a good person, and I have indeed not done anything that is inconsistent with my identity as a good person." The yellow-haired woman took a step closer to the thin and tall man, and raised her voice slightly. "Why do you doubt me?" "I don't doubt you. I just think you are also being led by the werewolf." The thin and tall man hurriedly explained. "Yesterday, everyone was led by the werewolf, and it is still the same today." He looked at the others again. "Think carefully. Is this process exactly the same?" The expressions of several people were shaken again, but no one dared to express their opinions in a hurry, for fear that they would say something later and slap themselves in the face. "Then let's discuss this matter until the voting session," Zhao Sun suggested. "Now, let's search this room carefully to see if we can find other texts that look like the information left by the baseball cap." He looked at the tall and thin man. "If no other information is found, I am more inclined to believe that the text on the drawer was left by the cap. If it is really a false message made by the werewolf, then the real information must have been destroyed." The tall and thin man was a little anxious. Not finding other information does not prove anything. The cap must be very clear that the werewolf will look for the information he left in the room after killing him, Zhao Sun said slowly, "in order to prevent the werewolf from finding it. He will definitely hide the information very deeply. So, it is possible that the real clue still exists, and the werewolf didn't find it. So he simply made a fake clue that is not so difficult to find." At this point, he smiled. After all, under normal circumstances, once everyone finds a piece of information, they will not look for the existence of a second piece of information. Of course, what you said may also exist. Without waiting for the tall and thin man to speak, Zhao Sun said again, "The werewolf found the real clue, destroyed it, and replaced it with a fake clue. But we haven't seen any signs of destruction so far." He looked at the others. "Did you see it?" Everyone carefully recalled the scene of searching the room just now, and shook their heads. "Look." Zhao Sun looked at the tall and thin man again. "There is no paper or pen in the room, But there is a folding fruit knife from the kitchen on the bedside table. Even a fool can see that the cap has engraved the information somewhere in the room. If there really is a true and false clue, then it is impossible for the real clue to be completely without traces after it is destroyed. That's right. The woolen hat subconsciously echoed. The room is so small. There are only a few pieces of furniture. And the walls and door frames have been checked. In fact, all the places that should be found have been searched. But no one has seen any signs of damage. But I still suggest that everyone look again. Jiaosun gave the woolen hat a warm smile. To avoid ignoring a certain detail before. And to prevent the tall and thin man from thinking that we are all framing him. His tone was gentle, without any aggression or oppression. And he did not directly question the tall and thin man's words, and even took the initiative to ask other players to help the tall and thin man find evidence. But his words instantly put the tall and thin man on a high platform. Once no traces are found in this room, then everyone will be more inclined to believe that the information left on the drawer is true. They had made all the efforts they should have made, and given all the opportunities they should have given. The final result was like that. Who could they blame? The thin tall man felt his eyes go dark. He wanted everyone to help him prove his innocence. But he had to ask for it sincerely. Not by others. Now, the rhythm of things was controlled by others again. He suddenly felt uneasy. Then let's all change positions, the yellow-haired woman said to everyone without waiting for the thin tall man to speak. To avoid being suspected that a werewolf was in charge of a certain place. Deliberately not searching carefully, and missing clues. When she said the second half of the sentence, her eyes deliberately stayed on the thin tall man for 3 or 4 seconds. And then she took the initiative to walk to the bed, and asked others to come to the bedside table. Everyone took action. And the thin tall man had no chance to speak. He had no choice but to stand at the door, watching anxiously. According to the previous arrangement, he was the one standing at the door to supervise. Although now, he could switch with other players and search the room himself. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that if he found any clues, it would be regarded as false information he made while in chaos. So, he couldn't move now. The room was indeed too small. With so many people crowded in one room, it was difficult to move. But no one complained and carefully searched every inch of the wall. Of course, someone also checked under the bed. Everyone basically carried a mobile phone with them. Although they couldn't communicate, there was no problem using the flashlight function. However, no matter how carefully they searched, no one noticed the deepest scratches on the bedboard. Jiaosun didn't just scratch the words at that time, but shaved off a layer of the entire wooden board. After discussing the specific plan with other werewolves, in order to look less abrupt, he shaved off a layer of the bottom of the entire bedboard. The wood chips were stuffed into his storage compartment. Anyway, when we return to the endless train, these products in the game will automatically disappear if they are not given by NPCs. He doesn't have to worry about cleaning. A wooden board that has been shaved off with a knife is indeed not as smooth as a planer. But there are no obvious bumps. If you are not a professional carpenter, it would be difficult to see anything. Besides, everyone wants to find the existence of words in the room. The focus is on words. So it is easy to ignore small details such as whether the bottom of the bed is not planed smoothly. Soon, everyone said that they did not find anything. No other words were found. And no signs of damage were found. The face of the tall and thin man turned pale instantly. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. The yellow-haired woman spoke again. It's not the voting stage yet. Let's look for other clues and talk about it together in the evening. Everyone walked out of the room of the peaked cap and went downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast. They started looking for clues when they woke up. And they haven't eaten a bite yet. At this time, they no longer had the patience to listen to the tall and thin man's explanation. The tall and thin man lost the chance to speak again. His heart was cold, and he felt helpless as if he was falling into the abyss. No. No. He absolutely could not sit there and wait for death. He must find a way to prove his innocence. The tall and thin man did not even eat. He went back to his room and closed his eyes to recall, from the first second of entering the game until now, everything that happened. All the details. The reactions of the players during the voting session, and the order of everyone's speeches. He recalled bit by bit, trying to find the flaws of the werewolf from it. In this way, he did not go out all day, trying to dig out the truth and constantly overturning his untenable guesses. On the other hand, Jiaosun, who had participated in several different discussions, went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. At present, Most players believe that the words engraved on the drawer are the real information left by the peaked cap. The reason why I say most is not because some player said something against it, but because two players, who had not spoken much, continued their previous silence and never said a word. One is the fingerless man, who has almost no presence. He only speaks when it is his turn to speak during the voting session. He is basically silent at other times, and his speech does not contain any useful information. The other is a petite woman, Cupid. Zhao Sun does not know what the fingerless man thinks, but Cupid will definitely vote. In addition, other players have doubted the identity of the thin, tall man. If nothing unexpected happens, the thin, tall man will be voted out tonight. At this time, the long-haired man suddenly came over and said to Zhao Sun, "We just discussed it and decided to start the voting session in advance. You should go over quickly." "Okay," Zhao Sun responded, holding the disposable paper cup in his hand, and followed the long-haired man out of the kitchen. When passing the stairs, the long-haired man looked upstairs and muttered, "The thin, tall man has not come out today, and I don't know what he is doing." Zhao Sun heard it and asked, "Did anyone go to call him?" "Yes," the long-haired man responded. "The man in the black down jacket went to call him." Zhao Sun did not speak again. The two of them quickly came to the front hall and found an empty seat to sit down. Compared to the beginning, there were 5 fewer players, and there were a lot more empty plastic stools, which were stacked up in the corner. After a while, the man in black also went downstairs with the thin, tall man. As soon as everyone arrived, the thin, tall man immediately said, "I suspect you are a werewolf." His tone was firm, and he raised his hand to point at Zhao Sun. Everyone stared at Zhao Sun with wide eyes, not believing what they heard. Zhao Sun slightly raised one eyebrow, not panicking at all, and even had a smile on his face. "Oh!" The thin, tall man didn't care about Zhao Sun's attitude. He stared at Zhao Sun and continued, "I carefully reviewed all the games in the room in the past 2 days. Yesterday, you were the first to suspect the identity of the dwarf." He kept paying attention to Zhao Sun's expression while speaking. As long as Zhao Sun showed a trace of guilt, he would not miss it. As long as there was a little looseness in his expression, he could be sure that he had won the bet. But unfortunately, he didn't even dare to blink, and didn't see much change in Zhao Sun's expression. Zhao Sun just stood there, looking at him calmly, with no anger or panic in his eyes. Only a smile that he couldn't understand at all. This made him feel uneasy. But now that things have come to this, he has no way out. He continued, "Although your reason for suspecting the dwarf sounds reasonable, you are the only one who knows whether you know that different players have the same special ability but different strengths. You are the only one who knows whether you really suspect that the dwarf did not use his full strength when he killed the bald man." After patiently listening to the tall and thin man, Zhao Sun spoke up. "From what you said, you think I pretended not to know that different players have different strengths when using the same special ability, and pretended to suspect that the dwarf did not use his full strength. But in fact I know that the dwarf is innocent, and I am framing him?" "That's right," the tall and thin man continued. "Although you didn't say much during the entire voting process, you were on point every time, and played a key role in many cases, affecting everyone's judgment. In fact, you are the one who caused everyone to vote for the dwarf in the end. Also, the line of text engraved on the drawer in the room of the peaked cap is likely to have been modified," the tall and thin man said, getting a little excited. "You and I both fit the description of tall and thin, but as long as you add a sentence that fits my description in front, everyone will think that the peaked cap refers to me." Chapter 234. It's quite refreshing. Zhao Sun chuckled, as if he couldn't help it. After laughing, he showed an apologetic look to everyone and quickly stopped laughing. Such an expression made the thin, tall man's face flushed instantly. It seemed that the words he said before, which he thought were reasonable and well-founded, were all a joke in Zhao Sun's eyes. Embarrassment unconsciously climbed up his face. His original confidence also weakened a bit. "Anything else?" Zhao Sun asked very kindly. The thin, tall man was stunned. "What? You thought about it all day?" Zhao Sun was still kind and showed full patience. "Is this all you can think of?" The thin, tall man's face turned from red to white, and his heart beat wildly uncontrollably. Zhao Sun acted too calmly, with a kind of confidence from the inside out, which made the thin, tall man doubt whether he had made a mistake in some line of thinking that he had spent a day to sort out. Seeing the tall and thin man remain silent, Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. "It seems that these are all." He crossed his legs leisurely and looked up at the tall and thin man, who had not sat down since he appeared. Since you have nothing else to say, please allow me to defend myself. The tall and thin man stared at Zhao Sun blankly, constantly recalling the previous things in his mind, trying to confirm whether he had made a wrong judgment. Zhao Sun has already spoken slowly. I am indeed the first one to question the dwarf. I have the same special ability as him, so I will naturally notice the difference between our special abilities. It is normal that other players do not notice it. Therefore, it must be me who questioned the dwarf. My reason for doubting the dwarf is reasonable. Before this, I did not know that different players have the same special ability, and there will be obvious differences in strength at the same level. He shrugged and looked at the tall and thin man helplessly. You insist on saying that I knew this a long time ago and deliberately wronged the dwarf. I can't provide evidence to defend myself. He turned his head and looked at other players. But, among us, how many players have discovered this before? If most people have not discovered it, I am the same as everyone else. Isn't it normal? Several players nodded subconsciously, agreeing with Zhao Sun's words. Zhao Sun smiled and continued. As for what you said, the words engraved on the drawer in the cap's room were modified. That's even more nonsense, he said to the yellow-haired woman. Why not just bring the drawer over for everyone to take a closer look, so that my explanation can be more supported? The yellow-haired woman nodded. That's right. Then she said to the thin tall man. In order to avoid you thinking that one of us took the opportunity to add or subtract something from the drawer, you can take it yourself. Of course, in order to avoid others suspecting that you took advantage of the short time to do something, I will randomly assign 2 people to go with you. Do you have any objection? The thin tall man wanted to say more at this time, but he didn't know what else to say. He could only stand up and say, So? The yellow-haired woman casually pointed at the man with the broken finger and the man in black. The 3 men went to the cap's room together and came back soon. Zhao Sun signaled the tall and thin man to pass the words on the drawer to the others for reading. And he said, You think both you and I fit the description of tall and thin man. The peaked cap might have originally referred to me, but I discovered the information last night and added some words. So I pointed the target at you. First of all, there are no scratches or signs of wood being cut off on the drawer, so there is definitely no possibility of tampering. Do you admit this? Zhao Sun looked at the tall and thin man again and asked very kindly. The tall and thin man subconsciously looked at the drawer in his hand for a few more times, and then nodded. I admit it. Since there is no tampering, the only thing left is to add words. Zhao Sun smiled and continued. Normal understanding. The words vote for the fat man in front should be added. Right? Yes. The tall and thin man could feel that he was being led by the nose, and the whole rhythm was firmly controlled by Zhao Sun. But he couldn't think of any excuse to regain control of the rhythm. Even if he was unwilling, he could only answer the question truthfully. Zhao Sun's smile became a little warmer. But there is a comma between the tall and thin man and is a werewolf. No matter who it is. The normal writing habits are that when there is no punctuation mark in the middle, the spacing between words is almost the same. If an extra punctuation mark is added, it will look crowded. He looked at the other players. Everyone can see. Does the existence of this punctuation mark look crowded and abrupt? Not at all. The woolen hat happened to be looking at the text on the drawer and immediately gave an answer. This punctuation mark is obviously not added later. Since it is not added later, if the sentence was originally the tall and thin man is a werewolf, there is no need for punctuation marks at all. Zhao Sun looked at the tall and thin man again, smiling. Adding punctuation marks makes it strange, isn't it? It was not until this time that the tall and thin man understood what Zhao Sun was going to say. His face was a little paler than before, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Since the comma already exists, there should be some other sentences before the tall and thin man. Right? Zhao Sun looked at the thin and tall man, then sweat gradually seeping out of his forehead, and the smile in his eyes became even more intense. As I said before, there is no possibility of erasure. It is neither an erasure nor a later addition, which can only mean that this is the original words written by the peaked cap. Zhao Sun's tone was obviously very gentle, but it made the tall and thin man feel invisible and aggressive. The tall and thin man even felt that his breathing became a little difficult. He spent a whole day to draw a line, but Zhao Sun rejected it in just a few words, and it sounded very reasonable. Even he was shaken, not to mention other players. Whether I am a werewolf or not, and who the message left by the peaked cap refers to, I believe everyone knows it in their minds. Zhao Sun retracted his stretched legs and stood up. Then next, I will sort out the suspicion of the tall and thin man. For me, The message left by the peaked cap is already ironclad evidence. But the tall and thin man is obviously not convinced and always wants to prove that the message is false. So I can also prove that the message is true from several other aspects. Zhao Sun looked at the woolen cap and the long-haired man. This morning, you two and the peaked cap were the first to appear at the peaked cap's door. Yes. The woolen cap continued. We opened the door and came out at about the same time. And we happened to meet and walked to the peaked cap's door together. The long-haired man also nodded. Yes. It was the three of us. So, who was the first to open the door? Zhao Sun asked. Or who was the first to walk towards the door of the cap? The woolen hat and the long-haired man looked at each other. And both of them tried to recall the situation at that time. Who opened the door first? I really don't remember. The woolen hat showed a distressed look. And my room is far away from the rooms, so it's hard to see them at the first time. After a pause, she said, but the first person to walk towards the cap's room should be the tall and thin man. Yes, I am also sure that the tall and thin man walked to the door of the cap's room first. Zhao Sun asked the tall and thin man. Do you admit it? The tall and thin man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He wanted to deny it, but he knew he couldn't deny it at all. With two witnesses here, his lies would be exposed immediately, and it would definitely deepen everyone's suspicion of him. But if he admitted it, people would still suspect him. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood what Zhao Sun meant by bringing this up. Sure enough, Zhao Sun spoke up right after that. During the werewolf hunting period, you failed to successfully find the clues left by the cap, and you had to go back to your room to rest when the time came. But you were very worried, or you suddenly thought that you had missed something. So you came out early to check the situation. But it was the long-haired man who wanted to enter the room first. Not me. The thin, tall man defended himself. If I was really in the situation you said, I should be more active than the long-haired man to want to enter the room. There are two possibilities. Zhao Sun raised two fingers. First, the long-haired man was simply impatient and wanted to find the information left by the cap as soon as possible. He proposed to go in faster than you. So you took advantage of the situation and thought of taking the opportunity to let the long-haired man take the blame for you. Damn! You actually want me to take the blame. The long-haired man immediately cursed excitedly. How shameless! The thin, tall man's face froze, and he was about to defend himself. Zhao Sun did not give the tall and thin man a chance to speak. He continued. Second, the long-haired man is also a werewolf. He deliberately made such a scene just to attract the attention of the woolen hat and create an opportunity for you. I'm not a werewolf. The long-haired man was anxious and immediately retorted loudly. Zhao Sun didn't care about the long-haired man's excitement. He continued to say to the thin, tall man. It was the woolen hat who resolutely stopped the long-haired man from entering. Not you. You only said a few words at the end. It should be because my sudden appearance ruined your plan that you spoke. The thin, tall man was confused by Zhao Sun's series of analysis. He could no longer maintain his calm appearance and asked angrily. If I were a werewolf, I would choose to destroy the room of the peaked cap last night. Why would I look for clues slowly? Even if I tried to find clues at the beginning, but didn't find them later. I should have destroyed the room before the hunting time ended. But it is obvious that the room is still good. Zhao Sun shrugged. No matter who is a werewolf, it is impossible not to think of the most direct and simple way to destroy the room. But when it was dawn, we saw a complete room, which can only mean one thing. The room cannot be destroyed. The tall and thin man was startled. Obviously, he had not thought of this possibility. Zhao Sun smiled and continued. It is very simple to prove this point. Just find a room and try it. When everyone heard this, they all stood up and chose a room on the second floor where a dead player had died. The man in black took out his lighter and lit the bed sheet. The bed sheet could be successfully burned. But at the moment when the fire was about to grow, it suddenly disappeared. There was no sign, and no system prompt. It was as if the fire just now had never existed. From the burning situation just now, it can be seen that it is okay to cause minor damage to the room. But once it becomes serious damage, it will automatically disappear. Zhao Sun spoke again. That's why the words engraved on the furniture can be left behind. How can you be so clear? The thin, tall man immediately questioned. If you are not a werewolf, how can you be so clear that the room cannot be destroyed? Because I have a brain. Zhao Sun pointed to his temple and said slowly. When I saw the room of the peaked cap intact in the morning, I had this guess. During the day, when you were hiding in the house alone and thinking hard about the countermeasures, I took my own room to do an experiment. In fact, this was the experiment Zhao Sun did last night. He had no intention of destroying the room of the peaked cap from beginning to end, because leaving the information that the thin tall man is a werewolf is more conducive to today's voting. If everyone can't find the information about the peaked cap, then tonight they can only rely on arguments to canvass votes, which is not as effective as leaving information. But after he rehearsed the possible confrontation today in his mind, he found such a problem. The werewolf can choose to destroy the room, but he didn't. This could easily become a reason for the tall and thin man to defend himself, saying that the information he left was false. While he was thinking about various reasonable solutions in his mind, he tried to set the room on fire. The result was that even the Samadhi true fire would be extinguished the moment the fire expanded. The scars caused by this would also disappear. In this way, he just had a very perfect explanation. Of course, the inscription in the drawer was also engraved by him. Last night, he had made a plan and made all the preparations, just waiting for the big fish to fall into the net. The only surprise was that the tall and thin man actually figured out that he was a werewolf. Whether the tall and thin man had a rigorous logical reasoning result or a half-guessed conclusion, he was right. It was a pity that the tall and thin man pointed out him, and he was not panicked at all. In addition to his good mentality and the confidence that he could dispel everyone's suspicion by being calm enough. More importantly, he was not worried even if he was really suspected by some players. There are currently 10 players left. No matter what happens, for werewolves and one Cupid will definitely vote for the tall and thin man. The worst case scenario is a tie. Once a tie occurs, the two players who are tied need to enter a battle situation and fight one-on-one until one of them dies and the other can continue the game. He is confident enough to win against the new player, so he has no need to worry about anything. The calmer he was, the more the tall and thin man doubted his judgment, not to mention other players. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that this game mode is more inclined to let players use their brains. If you can destroy and fight at will, then you should make a game like a ring match. Zhao Sun tilted his head slightly and looked directly at the tall and thin man. So, in this game, large-scale destruction of houses is not allowed, and players are not allowed to hurt each other outside the rules. It is still easy to understand, right? The tall and thin man's figure swayed slightly, as if the whole person became extremely weak and had difficulty standing. The yellow-haired woman secretly cast an approving look at Zhao Sun, and then said to the others, "Let's go back to the front hall first." When they returned to the front hall again, everyone looked at the tall and thin man with a bit of hostility. At this point, Zhao Sun presented facts and reasoned, proving his innocence from all angles, and also proving the suspicion of the tall and thin man from all angles. It is difficult for everyone to believe that the tall and thin man is innocent. It's already 6:30. The yellow-haired woman stood up to preside over the situation. If everyone has no objection, then let's vote. We have other things to discuss later. What else? The long-haired man couldn't help asking curiously. Let's first confirm the voting. The yellow-haired woman raised her hand and pointed at the thin and tall man. Do one thing at a time. The thin and tall man's expression froze. The time is not up yet. Don't you want to give me a chance to argue? Since the beginning of the discussion, I have been giving you the opportunity to speak, and the results are obvious to all. The yellow-haired woman was a little impatient. If you can still say something new, I will give you some more time to speak. The thin and tall man stammered a few times, but in the end, he couldn't say anything useful. What he wanted to say had been refuted by Zhao Sun one by one. Seeing this, everyone raised their hands and pointed at the thin and tall man. As the battle situation opened, the thin and tall man suddenly said, "The good camp will definitely lose. Can you stop cursing us for no reason?" The long-haired man was a little annoyed. The game has become like this now, which proves that the remaining werewolves are not low in IQ or game skills. The good guys can't beat them at all, and they are doomed to lose. The thin tall man stared at Zhao Sun. "You are the werewolf. You must feel great to play everyone around in the palm of your hand. Right. You are still trying to sow discord when you are about to die. You are quite dedicated," Zhao Sun said as he strode towards the thin tall man. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the thin tall man felt a pain in his head, and his whole face became a little distorted. The next second, he found that he couldn't move. Not only that, he couldn't even make a sound. He was in a panic. What on earth is going on? Why does he seem to have been acupunctured? Psychic ability can not only hypnotize, but also attack people's minds, in addition to destroying the brain. It can also control the other party's physical actions while the other party is awake by controlling the brain nerves. However, the more detailed the control of the other party's physical actions, the greater the difficulty and the more mental power consumed. Xiao Sun walked up to the tall and thin man. His lips curled up, and there was a hint of bad amusement in his smile. It's quite cool. The tall and thin man's eyes widened instantly. But the next second, his eyes lost focus. You must answer the questions I ask you truthfully, Xiao Sun asked. What is your role in this game? After 3 seconds of silence, the tall and thin man spoke. Guard. Very good. Xiao Sun showed a satisfied expression. Then, he used lighting to send the tall and thin man off for the last time. No one heard the conversation between Xiao Sun and the tall and thin man. They only saw the lightning that suddenly lit up at the end, and the tall and thin man's body that suddenly fell. After the battle situation disappeared, the yellow-haired woman motioned for everyone to sit down again. Then she said, Next, I want to discuss the suspects of the couple with everyone. Chapter 235. You are a little too nervous. After hearing what the yellow-haired girl said, everyone remembered that there were players with the special identity of couples among them who had not been found. If one of the couples died, the other would die as well. But so far, there has been no case of death together. That only means that the couples are still alive. How? How do we find them? The long-haired man looked bewildered. I don't see who looks like a couple. Is it necessary to find out the couple? The haggard woman asked. Isn't it said that only when one of the couple is a werewolf and the other is a good person will the true love camp be formed? That is to say, as long as there is no true love camp, whether the couple is dead or alive will not affect the final result of the game. But no one can be sure that the true love camp does not exist, the yellow-haired woman reminded. Once the true love camp appears, the situation will be more chaotic, and both the good camp and the werewolf camp will face the failure together. I don't feel that the situation is chaotic, the long-haired man recalled and said. Isn't the current situation quite clear? The yellow-haired woman showed a speechless expression. People without brains are really happy. They think about problems simply, think from a single angle, and don't realize that they are being led by others. They are really stupid and have no psychological burden. Just in case, it's safer to find a couple. Xiao Sun said. Almost as soon as he said this, the petite woman cast her eyes at him. There was a hint of surprise and nervousness in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. She didn't expect Xiao Sun to take the initiative to agree to find the couple, so she instinctively showed her truest reaction. But she soon realized that she should trust Xiao Sun. It was about Xiao Sun's life and death, and he couldn't take it lightly. So she controlled her emotions again. Fortunately, she was sitting in the corner, and everyone was looking at Xiao Sun and the yellow-haired woman, and no one noticed her flash of abnormality. However, Xiao Sun still noticed the petite woman's eyes, and also noticed that she quickly returned to normal. He didn't show any change in expression because of the petite woman's actions. He knew what he was doing. Throughout the game, he had been very active. If he didn't speak at this time, it would make people feel strange. So he still had to express his position when it was time. Just like after voting for the tall and thin man just now. He didn't directly admit his identity as a werewolf in public during the confrontation with the tall and thin man. In fact, after today's voting session, the werewolf doesn't need to hide himself deliberately, because everything is a foregone conclusion. If he kills another good guy in the evening, the number of werewolves and good guys will become the same 4, and the game will be over. Even if the good guys know that he is a werewolf now, it won't change anything. However, the yellow-haired girl still wants to find out who the couple is. If he reveals his identity now, it is likely that the good guys will not cooperate to find the couple. Naturally, the yellow-haired girl will doubt his identity. Victory is just around the corner, and he doesn't need to lose the chance to win for such a small matter. Xiao Sun did not explain the reason to the long-haired man, but just said to others, I believe most people will think so. Everyone nodded in agreement. The long-haired man saw everyone's situation and could only obey the majority. He quickly expressed his position. I don't object to you finding a couple, but I don't see who looks like a couple. It's useless to ask me. I can only listen to you. I don't expect you. The yellow-haired woman couldn't help but speak out her heart. The long-haired man was not angry, but smiled innocently. Before that, I actually have another question to ask. The man with a broken finger, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. The fingerless man looked at the yellow-haired woman. Did you check the fat man's identity last night? I checked. He is indeed a werewolf. The yellow-haired woman showed a very frank expression and explained. I didn't take the initiative to talk about this before because the tall and thin man started to lead the rhythm when the voting session just started. I thought that the death of the peaked cap was enough to prove that the fat man was a werewolf. Everyone knew it. And I didn't need to interrupt at that time. The fingerless man nodded. You didn't say it. I thought you didn't check it. The yellow-haired woman stared. How is it possible? This is the last task given to me by the peaked cap. I will definitely do it. This matter is no longer important. It's all in the past tense. The man in black said impatiently. The focus now should be to find the couple. How to find it? The fingerless man looked at the man in black. So far, no one should have seen any signs. Which means that this couple is very low-key and doesn't want to attract attention. I guess no one here can give a candidate for a suspected couple. Everyone looked at each other and was really silent. Even if there is a little clue, it will be fine. The yellow-haired woman reminded everyone. Recall carefully, during this period of time, did anyone meet with anyone alone and deliberately avoid others for a while? Everyone looked at each other again and shook their heads. It shouldn't be. The yellow-haired woman frowned. Couples always have to confirm each other's identities and discuss the next countermeasures. It's impossible that there is no contact at all. After a long silence, the woolen hat tentatively said, Is it possible that during the time period when the priest players use their respective abilities, through Cupid's ability, the two lovers can communicate during that time period? You mean, between 10 and 12 o'clock? The yellow-haired woman frowned even more tightly. Yes. The woolen hat nodded. This time period is when all the clergy players use their abilities. Cupid's identity is not clearly stated in this rule of the game. But it does not mean that Cupid cannot use his identity ability during this time period. The yellow-haired girl thought for a moment and agreed. That makes sense. Since no one has noticed the couple communicating, it is only possible that the couple communicated when no one could observe. In this case, we have no way to infer who the couple is. The long-haired man spread his hands. Since we can't come to a conclusion, let's not discuss it. The yellow-haired girl laughed angrily. You are really careless. You don't worry about the existence of the true love camp at all. Which leads to... Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped talking and changed the subject. Are you one of the lovers? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and then looked at the long-haired man in unison. Jalson instantly understood what the yellow-haired girl meant. He chuckled. It is a bit possible. She pretends to be stupid on the surface, but actually guides everyone not to find a couple. The long-haired man widened his eyes. He didn't expect that his unintentional words would actually arouse everyone's suspicion. Only couples don't want others to find couples. The yellow-haired girl stared at the long-haired man. You are a bit suspicious. Really? The long-haired man stood up from his seat in a hurry. I just said that casually. And you suspected me? The yellow-haired woman looked at the long-haired man with scrutiny and said nothing. But she obviously did not dispel her suspicion. I said at the beginning that I don't object to everyone finding the couple. It's just that you all said there are no clues. So I suggested that we stop discussing it. The long-haired man looked at everyone. Otherwise, what's the point of us sitting here staring at each other? Are we just making random guesses? After a few seconds of silence, the woolen hat coughed dryly. What he said makes sense. We can't get the right answer by making random guesses. I asked everyone to sit here to dig out the details that you may have overlooked. Maybe we can detect the identity of the couple from some small things. The yellow-haired woman said confidently. If we don't discuss it directly, it means we have given up on finding the couple. The game is almost over, and we can't fall into the hands of the couple. You are a little too nervous. The fingerless man frowned. There are still 9 of us, and there are only 3 werewolves left. Even if there is one less good person tonight, there are still 2 more than the werewolves. For now, neither the good camp nor the werewolf camp can win. It's not the end yet. But as the number of people decreases, the possibility of the couple being exposed will also increase. Who knows? The couple may be voted out tomorrow. The yellow-haired girl was stuck for a moment. The illusion created by the werewolves for the players in the good camp has become her current obstacle. She couldn't tell these people that there were 4 werewolves left. And if they killed another good person at night, the werewolves would win. Although exposing the werewolf's identity at this time would not cause her to be voted out. She knew very well that once the good camp realized that they would lose, they would never help the werewolves find the couple. It is even possible that they hope that the true love camp will exist so that most of the werewolves can be buried with it. This is a normal mentality. If it were her, she would think so too. so she couldn't reveal her identity. But in this way, she couldn't explain the real situation. The players in the good camp obviously didn't have such a strong sense of urgency to find the couple. If she acted too urgent, even if the previous peak cap guaranteed that she was a good person, some people would doubt her identity. After struggling for a moment, she had to slow down her tone and said, "Then everyone should carefully recall whether there are any abnormal details. If there are really no abnormalities, go back to your rooms." Everyone cooperated and tried hard to recall for a while. But in the end, they all shook their heads to indicate that they had not found the couple. Suspect. The yellow-haired woman could not say anything more, and could only let everyone go. Zhao Sun returned to the room with dinner and 2 bananas. He closed the door, summoned the gorilla, and stuffed a banana into the gorilla. "Why only one?" The gorilla looked at the other banana in Zhao Sun's hand. "Greedy. Including the bananas I gave you for breakfast and lunch today. It has already exceeded 10. Zhao Sun said while peeling the banana. "The one I give you now is in excess. Don't be ungrateful." He habitually asked the gorilla to come out to guard the night, so he gave it an extra banana. He could give more, but the gorilla could not ask for more. At the end, he said, "This is the last time I give you a banana." The gorilla immediately retracted his gaze, no longer staring at the banana in Zhao Sun's hand, and only focused on eating the banana in his hand. But it ate much slower than usual. Obviously, after knowing that there would be no more bananas later, it cherished this last banana especially. Zhao Sun went to sleep after dinner, and didn't get up until 10 o'clock. Cupid's message came quickly. "Cupid, is the tall and thin man really a werewolf?" Werewolf, no. Cupid, so we are about to win. Werewolf, as long as they decide not to hunt you, we will win. Cupid, great. Cupid, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could survive to the end of the game. Cupid, I didn't do anything. You were the one dealing with other players. I feel very embarrassed. Werewolf, you didn't make trouble. I have already made a great effort. Cupid, okay. Cupid, I am a little excited. I feel that I will not be able to sleep tonight. I have been waiting for the final result. Werewolf, it shouldn't be too late. Werewolf, there should be a result around 12:30 at the latest. Cupid, okay. I got it. Werewolf, then if there is nothing else, let's not talk about it for now. Cupid, yeah. Thank you again. After closing the dialogue box, Zhao Sun continued to sleep and didn't get up until 12 o'clock. When he walked out of the room, the yellow-haired woman couldn't wait to ask, "What did you tell the tall and thin guy before you killed him?" "I asked him what his identity was." Zhao Sun answered truthfully. "He said he was a guard." The yellow-haired woman was stunned for a moment. What surprised her was not that the tall and thin guy was a guard, but that the tall and thin guy answered directly when asked. "Is it credible?" the yellow-haired woman asked with some concern. "Of course it is credible," Zhao Sun said very confidently. "I have a special item that makes people tell the truth. And he can't help but tell the truth." His ability to lie with his eyes open is becoming more and more perfect. "No wonder you were so sure that Ma Zi was the Grey Keeper," the black-clothed man suddenly realized. "It turns out that it's because you have a special item. Since you have such a useful item, why didn't you take it out earlier?" The yellow-haired woman showed a complaining look. "In this way, we can ask them one by one who is the couple during the day." "No." Zhao Sun shook his head and made up a story. "My special item will enter a 24-hour cooling period after it is used once. Asking anyone at random will waste the opportunity to use it." Chapter 236, Obliteration. "So that's how it is." The man in black looked regretful. "Unless you are extremely lucky, it's hard to find a couple with this special item of yours. But I think it's better to use it on the most suspicious person during the day than to ask the tall and thin guy about his identity," the yellow-haired woman questioned. Zhao Sun answered slowly. "By asking the tall and thin guy about his game identity, at least we can be sure that the guard is dead, and no one in the good camp will be protected. No matter who we choose to attack tonight, the situation on Christmas Eve will not happen. Isn't this a good thing?" Without waiting for the yellow-haired woman to speak, Zhao Sun said, "Besides, up to now, no one has been able to identify a player with the most suspicion. In the end, we can only try our luck to find someone to ask. And the possibility of wasting the effect of special items is very high." "I agree." The red-clothed woman nodded in agreement. "At least now, we don't have to consider whether the guard still exists. No matter who we choose to attack, we will not be blocked from the door." She looked at the other 3 people. "The question now is, who to choose?" The yellow-haired woman stared at Zhao Sun for several seconds, and it seemed that the dissatisfaction in her heart still did not disappear. Zhao Sun looked back at the yellow-haired woman calmly, then laughed. What? You seem to suspect that I have ulterior motives? Except myself. Everyone needs to be suspicious. Seeing Zhao Sun's direct question, the yellow-haired woman simply revealed her cards. Although you have behaved well throughout the whole process and cooperated with me very well, you just don't follow my ideas in such a small matter. I have to doubt your identity. You are a little paranoid. Zhao Sun was not angry, but shrugged innocently. You and I have no disagreements on the general direction. But we are different people after all. It is normal to have different ideas on some small details. He is right. Don't doubt this and that. The red-clothed woman frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the yellow-haired woman's attitude. If you do this, how can we communicate well with our companions? I just doubt it. Not sure. Why are you so anxious? The yellow-haired woman glanced at the red-clothed woman. Are you also a couple? What nonsense are you talking about? The red-clothed woman was so angry that her voice rose. Compared to the anger of the red-clothed woman, Zhao Sun seemed much calmer. He reminded the yellow-haired woman, if the red-clothed woman and I are both lovers as you guessed, then we both belong to the werewolf camp and have not formed a true love camp. What do you need to worry about? The yellow-haired woman was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the people in front of her were all werewolves. If the two werewolves were lovers, there was no need to investigate their identities. It seems that you are really too anxious and a little irrational, Zhao Sun commented. A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the yellow-haired woman, but she did not deny what Zhao Sun said. She took a deep breath and secretly warned herself not to be so anxious anymore and to be calm. In any case, it is not realistic to find a lover among werewolves. You still have to find a lover from the good camp. If the true love camp really exists, then as long as the lover in the good camp is killed, the lover in the werewolf camp will also die. Although the rules of the game did not say that werewolves could not be chosen as prey during the werewolf hunting period, she knew very well that she was no match for Zhao Sun. Even if Zhao Sun was really a couple, she could not touch him. Otherwise, she would be looking for death. Besides, she was just questioning, not really thinking that Zhao Sun was a couple. The focus should still be on finding the couple in the good camp. After figuring this out, the yellow-haired woman asked Zhao Sun, then what do you think? Who do you think is most likely to be a couple? Zhao Sun thought seriously for a while, then said, there is indeed no very favorable clue pointing to a certain player as a couple, but I think we can consider it from two angles. What do you mean? The yellow-haired woman became interested. The first one is what you said. The long-haired man may be pretending to be stupid and trying to guide everyone to give up finding the couple. Zhao Sun said to the yellow-haired woman. The second one is according to what the woolen hat said. Couples have ways to avoid communicating with others, so they can always keep a low profile. Then we can choose the one who looks most like a suspect from the few players with low presence. Have you really never played werewolf? The yellow-haired woman couldn't help asking. From your various performances, I always feel that you are very good at it. Zhao Sun shook his head. I really haven't played it. But the logic of the board is universal both in the game and in reality. That's true. The yellow-haired woman returned to the original topic. I think the two angles you mentioned are very good. She looked at the other two werewolves. I prefer the second one. To be honest, although I suspected the long-haired man during the voting, he didn't look like he was pretending to be stupid, but really stupid. I think the probability of him being a couple is not high. Couples are designated by Cupid, not chosen by themselves. Maybe a stupid one was designated? The red-clothed woman asked. Is Cupid also a fool? He must appoint a brainless person as his lover to make things difficult for himself? The yellow-haired woman asked back. Besides, if a fool like the long-haired man was a lover, he would have been exposed long ago, and he would not have been able to hide until now. That makes sense. The red-clothed woman smiled awkwardly. Then choose from the most silent players. None of the remaining people actually talk much. But the woman with a haggard face talks a lot. So she is not silent. So we can rule her out first. The yellow-haired woman analyzed. The man with the broken finger, the woolen hat, and the shortest woman all talk very little. The woolen hat spoke a lot today, Zhao Sun said. Although she said a word for the long-haired man during the voting session, her overall performance was quite normal. And she also took the initiative to suggest that lover may have a way to communicate privately, which is also considered to be doing her best. I don't think she is a lover. The yellow-haired woman said, agreeing with Zhao Sun's opinion. So, the most suspicious ones are the man with the missing finger and the short woman. The yellow-haired woman looked at Zhao Sun. Who do you think is the most suspicious? It's really hard to say. Zhao Sun smiled. I don't know if the short woman is introverted by nature or she is afraid of being exposed by saying too much. From the beginning of the game to now, except when it was her turn to speak, she was very silent. The man with the missing finger didn't talk much before, but he did say a few words today. But he had a vague intention of questioning your identity, and suggested that there was no need to find a couple today, which eventually led to you giving up the questioning. He didn't say anything else after that. Properly leaving blank space and giving the other party room to think can create a feeling that the other party has come to a conclusion after thinking. Then they won't think that they are being led by him. He paused for a few seconds before saying, both of them are suspicious. I think the fingerless man is more suspicious. The black-clothed man looked at the yellow-haired woman. I think the last sentence he said is a bit against you. And because he vaguely suspected your identity, you had to change your attitude and no longer ask them to give a couple suspect. The yellow-haired woman thought for a moment and said, then choose the fingerless man. I talked to every female player during the day. The short woman looks like a timid person, not a disguise. So I think the fingerless man is more suspicious. Others expressed no objection. So, the yellow-haired woman, the black-clothed man, and the red-clothed woman all looked at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun understood and smiled. Well, of course I will do it. He didn't hesitate and walked towards the door of the room where the fingerless man was. Just like before. After entering the battle situation, he used hypnosis directly and then killed him with one blow. Everything happened too fast. And the man with the broken finger still had the look of astonishment on his face when he saw Zhao Sun. The battle situation receded. When the yellow-haired woman and the other two saw Zhao Sun reappear, they all showed excitement. Zhao Sun also raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. The next second, a pop-up window popped up in front of all the living players at the same time. Game over. Congratulations to the two couples of the True Love Camp for winning the final victory of the game. The remaining players will be wiped out. The yellow-haired woman widened her eyes in horror. How? She only had time to spit out one word before she disappeared into thin air. The man in black and the woman in red had the same fate. The dust fluttered and finally slowly adhered to the wall, ceiling or floor, as if it had become the nutrients of this game. It was absorbed by the hotel. At the same time, a new pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for winning the final victory of this round of the game as a couple, and obtaining 300 points and 300 hours of survival time. The pop-up window disappeared, and Zhao Sun returned to the train. With him appeared a petite woman. The woman's face still had a look of relief after surviving the disaster. Seeing Zhao Sun, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude again. Zhao Sun waved his hand, too lazy to be polite with the woman, and went straight back to the endless train. The woman hugged her arms and looked outside for a few minutes. She felt that it was too cold and too dark, and she was a little scared alone. So she followed him on the train. After getting on the train, she realized that Zhao Sun had actually gone to the area of old players. It was not until this time that she realized that Zhao Sun was an old player. No wonder she always felt that his aura was very different from that of new players. And she always felt that his strength could crush everyone. But it was not fully demonstrated. She secretly thanked her choice as Cupid. If she had chosen someone else, with such a powerful veteran player as an opponent, a rookie like her would surely die. Asterisk. When Zhao Sun returned to his private room, it was 0:43 on the 25th. He returned almost a day earlier than the game time. When Su Tiantian saw Zhao Sun coming in, she sat up from the bed with a smile. Oh, the game time hasn't come yet. And it's over early? Well, I'm lucky. Zhao Sun nodded. Not many players have played the game, werewolf killing. Obviously, the fat man with the most experience and good logic was shot away by the hunter early. The rest either didn't have enough brains or had no experience at all. It was indeed his luck to meet such opponents. Zhao Sun looked up at the bed opposite. Zhao Zhao in bed number 4, and the male player in bed number 3 had entered the dream game. Only Su Tiantian was awake. Did you finish the dream game? He asked Su Tiantian. Of course. Su Tiantian raised her chin proudly and said, just when you enter the dream game, I will go to participate in the next round of platform games. Are you sure there will be platform games this month? Zhao Sun asked Su Tiantian while taking off his coat. Su Tiantian curled her lips. Not sure. The platform game that Zhao Sun participated in did not end until 12 o'clock in the evening on the 26th. Although he completed the game ahead of time, the train will not depart until 12 o'clock in the evening on the 26th. In other words, the next round of platform games will start on the 27th at the earliest. But generally speaking, there will be at least 1 to 3 days of rest between platform games. There are only 30 days in November. There is too little time left, and it is very likely that there will be no next platform game. If you don't have it, forget it, Su Tian snorted. If you don't have it, we'll talk about it in December. I will definitely participate in the first platform game in December. Zhao Sun looked up at Su Tian, who was sitting on the upper bunk. You will join too? I won't join you. Su Tian stuck out her tongue, pulled up the quilt to wrap herself up, and fell asleep. Zhao Sun didn't say anything else, got into the quilt, and fell asleep quickly. This time, Zhao Sun slept until the evening before waking up. This platform game, he had a lot of rest time, and he could lie in bed, which did not consume much physical and mental energy. So he felt that he didn't need too much recovery time. Such a sleep was enough. Feeling that his mental state was not bad, he simply took out a bun and ate it, then lay down again, ready to enter the dream game. It happened that the food and water prepared for the platform game this time were not consumed, so they could be brought directly into the dream game. He took out the ticket and put it in his coat pocket, bought a 3-day safety barrier, and then chose to enter the dream game at 6:01 in the evening. After a while of dizziness, when his vision returned to clarity, he found himself in a cave. Although he could hardly see anything, he immediately realized that it was a cave. In the distance, he could hear the sound of dripping water intermittently, and the sound of whoosh when the cold wind blew in. Even though he was wearing thick clothes, he could still feel the damp and cold chill drilling into his bones. There was heating in the endless train, and the temperature difference was too great, so he sneezed heavily. Chapter 237 The Frog Prince. When Zhao Sun sneezed for the second time, a pop-up window appeared. Main quest, find a water source. He rubbed his nose and listened. A very clear sound of dripping water. It was just that the sound was not loud and the interval was long, so I was afraid that it was still far away from the water source. But listening to the dripping sound, I would never go in the wrong direction. Zhao Sun took out a high-intensity flashlight from the storage compartment. The moment he turned on the switch, the darkness in front of him was instantly dispelled, as if it had turned into daylight. The whole cave looked very clean, with only some weeds growing in the corners. The stone walls on both sides were uneven, but there were no vines or insects. This was just a simple stone cave, and there was no danger. Zhao Sun walked towards the source of the sound, and at the same time summoned a pygmy marmoset to sit on his shoulders, as his other pair of eyes, always paying attention to the situation behind. Although the road surface was not flat, there were not many obstacles, and the occasional stones could be easily stepped over. At present, it seems that finding a water source is just a simple matter of finding a water source, and there won't be any obstacles. Of course, the main tasks in the dream game are basically simple. Last time it was to repair the house, and this time it was to find a water source. The difficulty is about the same. Unfortunately, during the main task, he can't use special abilities. Otherwise he can directly beast into a bat, which can sense clearly in the dark, and move faster than walking. Finding a water source is a matter of minutes. Now we can only walk in the direction of the sound source. When he reached the fork in the road, Zhao Sun stopped and listened carefully. He found that there was a sound of dripping water from both roads, and the frequency of dripping water and the size of the sound are similar. At least with human ears, it is impossible to tell the difference. So he asked the pygmy marmoset sitting on his shoulder, "Which road do you think is more like a water source?" Animals are always more sensitive to nature than humans. Maybe the pygmy marmoset can tell the difference. The pygmy marmoset listened for a moment and pointed to the road on the left. "This road has more moisture. The water source should be here." Zhao Sun said, and walked towards the road on the left, without any doubt about what the pygmy marmoset said. After walking for more than 5 minutes, there was another fork in the road. Zhao Sun, or should we blow up this cave directly? At the moment when the hole appears, we can still avoid being buried alive by the rocks by flying out with goddesses' wings. Zhao Sun pondered for a moment and gave up this plan. He didn't know where the cave was in the mountain. If it was very deep, 1 or 2 bombs might not be able to blow through the cave. But it was possible that he would be injured or buried alive by the rubble. It's better to be patient and continue to move forward. So, under the guidance of the pygmy marmoset, Zhao Sun chose the road on the right. Then, there were 3 more forks in the road. Sometimes with 3 roads. Sometimes with 2 roads. And each time Zhao Sun chose the route according to the instructions of the pygmy marmoset. Later on, Zhao Sun could clearly feel the dampness in the air. If he only felt a little moisture in the air when he first entered the game. Now he seemed to be able to feel the moisture in the air turning into substantial water droplets. After he finished the next 2 sections of the road, his clothes and hair became a little wet. But this also proved that the direction given by the pygmy marmoset was correct. The water source should be here. The sound of dripping water became louder and louder. From the initial tick 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 to the sound of gurgling water. Obviously, the water source was getting closer and closer. I think this should be the last fork in the road. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the pygmy marmoset sitting on his shoulder. The pygmy marmoset nodded. Yeah, I feel the same. Then it pointed to the right. Zhao Sun walked in and walked about 500 meters. And finally the view in front of him was clear. The feeling of dampness and stuffiness also disappeared. And the whole person seemed to be open. What came into view was not the imagined stream or small waterfall, but a meadow. In the distance, some towering trees and surrounding mountains can be seen. But nearby there is only ankle-length grass. The temperature here is higher than in the cave. And the wild grass is not withered, but full of vibrant green. A breeze blew, and all the grass leaves swayed, making a rustling sound. In this rustling sound, the sound of gurgling water mixed in, and there was a sense of harmony and tranquility. Zhao Sun followed the sound and stepped on the soft grass all the way, making a slight sound. The smell of grass juice gradually drifted in the air. Soon, he found a stream. The stream water was clear, and you could see the bottom. Under the bright moonlight, you could clearly see the stones at the bottom of the water, and the sparkling water surface reflecting the moonlight. Complete the main task. Find the water source. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Sure enough, the points for completing the task were not high. This was within Zhao Sun's expectations. And he didn't have any special reaction. He stood by the stream and waited quietly for a while. But the pop-up window for the side quest did not appear immediately. Could it be that there were still some missing triggering conditions? Zhao Sun thought while looking around. He didn't see anything special. They wouldn't ask him to jump into the water, would they? Zhao Sun looked up at the sky again. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. There were white clouds like gauze floating in the dark blue sky. But they couldn't block the soft light of the moon. Tonight, the moonlight was particularly bright. Even without a strong flashlight, you could clearly see every blade of grass and every tree. But there was no sound of any animal. Zhao Sun didn't see any animal in the sky or underground. There were no insects or frogs around. This kind of place with few people and beautiful mountains and rivers should be the most abundant in animals. But so far, he hasn't even found a mosquito. There are no fish or shrimps in the stream. This is not normal. Even though this is just a deliberately created dream game, not the real world. These details will not be ignored for realism, since it is impossible to ignore. It can only be done on purpose. Either there is really no animal here, or the animals here are all there. But they dare not come out casually, or make any sound casually. If there is no one, we have to suspect whether the water source is poisonous or the air is poisonous. But it doesn't look like it. Neither he nor the pygmy marmoset felt uncomfortable after breathing the air with water vapor for so long. So he was more inclined to think that these animals were all there. But they were just deliberately keeping quiet. According to common sense, if all animals were quiet, it meant that there was an existence that all animals feared. But even the king of beasts did not affect the chirping of insects. To achieve this effect, it should not be a regular animal. Monster? Aliens? Cthulhu? I don't know what elements were added to the game this time. But at present, his side quest should be related to this existence. If the other party does not come out, his side quest may not be able to start. How to lure the other party out? Zhao Sun looked at the sky, then at the stream, and finally decided to try them one by one. There is always one that can work. So he pointed his right hand at the stream, and a series of lightning as thick as his waist struck the stream without breathing. The stones in the stream were broken into pieces, splashed to the shore, and sank into the grass. The entire water surface was surrounded by flashing lightning, with a dangerous beauty. Just when Zhao Sun was about to try to use the Samadhi True Fire to burn the stream dry, he finally heard a faint voice. Stop! Almost at the moment when this voice appeared, a new pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun's eyes. Side quest: help the Frog Prince restore his original appearance. Zhao Sun. He thought of various possibilities, But he didn't expect it to be the Frog Prince. A character in a fairy tale can make the animals in the whole mountain quiet. He didn't believe it. Unless this is just a trick to make players mistakenly think that the Frog Prince is the Frog Prince in the fairy tale. But in fact it is just a nickname. The true identity of the Frog Prince is hidden. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun retracted his hand and asked loudly, "Where are you?" After about a minute of silence, Zhao Sun finally heard a response. "I'm under your feet." This time, the voice was much clearer than before. Zhao Sun lowered his head and shone the strong flashlight in his hand over. And he really saw a green frog that was smaller than his palm. The overly strong light made the Frog Prince uncomfortable. He squinted his eyes and raised his flippers to cover his face. "Turn off that thing quickly. It's dazzling." His voice became sharp and urgent. And he was obviously dissatisfied with Zhao Sun's behavior. Zhao Sun did not turn off the flashlight as the Frog Prince wanted, but turned the flashlight to the sky. He looked down at the Frog Prince and asked directly, "Don't you need to find a princess to kiss you before you can restore your human form?" The Frog Prince put down his flippers and snorted in dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? I'm not the kind of Frog Prince cursed by a boring witch. I'm a more ambitious Frog Prince." Zhao Sun waved his hand, lacking interest. "Just tell me how to restore you to your original state." He didn't want to listen to the Frog Prince nagging about how he turned into a frog. Besides, what the Frog Prince said might not be true. He didn't believe that an ordinary fairy tale character could make all animals so afraid that they dared not speak. The identity of this frog is definitely questionable. But generally speaking, it is impossible to get a real answer from a frog. Although you can listen, you should let it explain the things related to the side quest first, and then listen to it talk about its own things. Anyway, no matter what the identity of the Frog Prince is, his side quest must be done. The Frog Prince did not care about Zhao Sun's attitude, and answered Zhao Sun's question. "You need to help me collect 3 things, and then take me to the altar before sunrise, and help me complete the ceremony at the moment of sunrise, and I can change back to my original appearance." "Which 3 things?" Zhao Sun asked. "As long as the ceremony is completed at sunrise. It will be okay. Not limited to a certain day?" "Yes. As long as it is at sunrise. It will be okay. Not limited to a certain day." The Frog Prince nodded his round head, thought about it, and added, "But if it rains that day and the sun is blocked, it won't work." "Got it." Zhao Sun asked again. "You haven't said which 3 things you need to collect?" "A bottle of dew on Wintersweet, 10 fireflies, and a luminous stone." The Frog Prince quickly gave the answer. "You should know where these things are." "Right." Zhao Sun squatted down and looked at the Frog Prince. "You can't let me look for them aimlessly." "Right. I know where they are, but I am restricted to this area and cannot leave," the Frog Prince explained. "I can show you the direction, but you have to go by yourself." "Okay." Zhao Sun agreed readily. "The luminous stone is in the stream." The Frog Prince's eyes rolled, as if he wanted to take a look at the stream, but because he was too short and the grass blocked his view, he could not see anything. So he had to give up. It said to Zhao Sun, "I don't know exactly where it is, but it should be easy to find at night, because only that stone will glow. The fireflies are in the bushes in the distance." It pointed in a direction. "But there are very few fireflies. You need to look for them carefully. And I need them alive. You have to make sure they won't die after you catch them, and before the ceremony begins. The Wintersweet is over there." It pointed in a completely opposite direction. "There are Wintersweet from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. But it takes a lot of time to collect dewdrops in a bottle." As it said that, it spit out 2 identical glass bottles from its mouth, as if it were magic. The glass bottle has a capacity of about 50 milliliters, which can't hold much water, but it does take some effort to accumulate dewdrops. 1 for dewdrops and 1 for fireflies. The frog motioned Zhao Sun to pick up the glass bottle. "Whether it's morning dew or night dew. Is it okay?" Zhao Sun took out a towel from the storage compartment and picked up the 2 glass bottles through the towel. He wiped the surface of the glass bottle vigorously, wiping off all the slime belonging to the frog. And then he was willing to take it with his bare hands. "Anything is fine, as long as it is dew on the Wintersweet," the Frog Prince replied. "Is there any danger?" Zhao Sun asked again. "Such as wild beasts that are specially guarding, poisonous plants, etc. There are no poisonous plants." The Frog Prince shook his head, and then said, "However, there are indeed animals guarding these things. They may not be very powerful individually, but it is difficult to resist a group siege. You have to be careful. Zhao Sun did not respond to the Frog Prince's instructions. He grabbed the Frog Prince in his hand through the towel, and let the Frog Prince look at him at eye level. Before I take action, why don't you tell me how you became a frog? He smiled at the Frog Prince. Since you said you were not cursed by a witch, and the way to remove the curse is not the princess's kiss, then how did you become a frog? Chapter 238 Invalidation. It was just sealed by 2 hateful magicians. When the Frog Prince said this, there was obvious annoyance in his eyes. I was living well, but they insisted that I do good deeds according to their wishes. I refused. So they forced me to become like this. Don't you think it's disgusting? Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you are a villain? The Frog Prince did not seem to intend to hide his true character, and said very frankly, I haven't had time to do evil things yet, so I am not a villain. Right? Although it did not admit that it was bad, it did not hide its evil intentions. Zhao Sun did not feel anything about it, nor did he make any comments. He asked, Where is your activity area? The Frog Prince moved his body on the towel and pointed to the distance. Do you see the big rock by the river? The one that looks like a squatting frog? Yeah. Zhao Sun responded. My range of activities is within the range of these frog stones. The Frog Prince turned back and looked up at Zhao Sun, his big mouth opening and closing. Look, the surrounding mountains are so high and the sky is so vast. But I can only be trapped in this small area. Isn't it annoying? Zhao Sun took a look. He did see 4 large frog-shaped stones, one of which was on this side of the stream and the other on the other side of the stream. A small section of the stream was also included in the Frog Prince's activity area. The remaining 2 pieces, one was not far from the cave entrance, and the other was embedded above the cave entrance. These 4 frog stones enclosed an area like a square pillar, and the area was less than 1/3 of the entire grassland. As the Frog Prince said, its range of activities was very limited. If you try to leave this area, will you be blocked or attacked? Zhao Sun asked again. I just can't move forward. The Frog Prince said unhappily. Can't you understand such a simple thing? I can't move forward anymore when I reach the edge of the activity area. Where is the altar? Zhao Sun looked around and saw only weeds all over the ground and the sparkling stream. He didn't see anything like an altar in the Frog Prince's activity area. I'll tell you where the altar is after you find the 3 things I need. The Frog Prince kept it a secret. Zhao Sun's eyes shone slightly, and he asked again, Where is the altar? The Frog Prince blinked his eyes. I said, Wait until you find those 3 things before telling you. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. Hypnosis actually has no effect at all. Is it the limitation of this game? Is it the ability of the Frog Prince? Or the effect of the barrier caused by the Frog Stone? The limitation of the game should not make his hypnosis completely ineffective. Just like the last platform game. If it really has no effect at all, he should feel that he can't use this special ability. Since he can use it, it means it is not banned. But if it is just restricted, in terms of the effect strength, it should not be completely ineffective against the Frog Prince. Judging from the reaction of the Frog Prince just now, it seems that he did not feel his hypnosis at all, nor did he resist after being hypnotized. Even he, after being hypnotized by others, would be in a trance for a short second before returning to normal. But the Frog Prince did not have any trance at all. The game restrictions or the barrier effect, in his understanding, either made him completely unable to use this special ability, or weakened his special ability. But it is impossible that he can use his special ability, but the other party has no reaction. So, this is not like a game restriction, nor a barrier effect. Could it be that the Frog Prince is completely immune to mental control? Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the slippery and mucus-covered skin of the Frog Prince for a moment. Zhao Sun, a little disgusting. Forget it. Let's try the glass bottle. At least it has been wiped. Zhao Sun put the Frog Prince on the ground. Okay. Then I'll go and get busy first. You wait here. Since there is no way to get more information from the Frog Prince, and there is no good rest environment, it is better to start the action directly. Anyway, the luminous stones and fireflies have to be found at night. The Frog Prince raised his flippers and waved his hands. Well, go quickly. If everything goes well, you can catch up with tomorrow's sunrise, and I can be rescued earlier. Zhao Sun just took a step forward. Hearing this, he lowered his eyes to look at the Frog Prince, and said with a smile, You are quite anxious. The strong flashlight in his hand made the Frog Prince unable to open his eyes. The Frog Prince could only close his eyes and say, "Of course. Who likes to be trapped here? What's the difference between it and being in prison? I wish I could be freed as soon as possible." Zhao Sun said nothing more and turned to the stream. He turned off the strong flashlight, squatted down and carefully checked the bottom of the water, trying to find a glowing stone. The bottom of the stream is not deep, and the river surface is not wide. But this stream is very long. It takes a lot of time for him to find it alone. So Zhao Sun summoned all 10 primates. Let the large gorillas, baboons, gibbons, mandrills, macaques and golden monkeys directly enter the stream to explore, while the small squirrel monkeys, lemurs, ring-tailed lemurs, and pygmy marmosets stand on the backs or shoulders of those large primates and stare down. Each group is responsible for an area, saving a lot of time. Zhao Sun is in a separate group. He walked out of the enchantment of the frog stone without being blocked. After walking out of the enchantment, he immediately heard all kinds of insects and frogs, and rustling sounds from the bushes in the distance. Even some small fish and shrimps appeared in the stream. It was so lively. At this moment, he realized that there was no sound before because there was only the frog in the enchantment, and all other animals were isolated outside the enchantment. And this enchantment should have the function of isolating sound, which led to him being able to hear such a symphony of nature as soon as he left the enchantment. He raised his head and looked at the frog stone embedded above the cave again. The cave entrance was connected to the space where the Frog Prince moved. So after he came out of the cave, he could not hear any insects or frogs. The next second, Zhao Sun suddenly thought of something. He remembered that when he was in the cave, he walked such a long way without hearing any animal sounds. So, the cave is also included in the range of frogs? That makes sense. The altar is most likely inside the cave. After all, the cave is very large, with many routes, winding and winding, and there are many roads he has not walked. The altar should be hidden in it. However, this still cannot explain why the Frog Prince is keeping it a secret. But it doesn't matter. He has other ways to find out. Zhao Sun did not enter the stream, but just stood on the shore to check carefully whether to use the stick picked up from the ground to poke the riverbed and turn over the stones covering the top to avoid missing some places. Seeing this, the nearest gorilla couldn't help but nag. "Why don't you go into the water yourself? If you get wet, put it back into the small millstone and let it out. You will be clean again," Zhao Sun said while turning over the stones at the bottom of the water with a wooden stick. "I'm wet, and I have to find a way to dry it. And I have to change clothes and pants, which is troublesome," the gorilla said. "Oh, that makes sense." In the following time, no animal spoke, and they all checked the stones at the bottom of the water very seriously and attentively. Zhao Sun took advantage of the free time to wipe one of the glass bottles given to him by the Frog Prince, and washed it with stream water, and then held the edge of the bottle mouth with his lips. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window popped up. "Congratulations on obtaining the ability Invalidation. Current devouring level LV5. Can have 10 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold Resurrection Rage Beast Transformation LV2 Control Fire LV3 Evil Spirit LV5 Absolute Good Luck LV5 Psychic Power Water Power Telekinesis Lightning Power." Zhao Sun chose Absolute Good Luck LV5 without hesitation. Invalidation covers Absolute Good Luck LV5 due to the ability effect of Devouring. The effect of Invalidation is multiplied by 5 times, but it cannot be upgraded. Please click Details for details. Zhao Sun dug the stones at the bottom of the river while clicking Details to see the detailed introduction of the new ability, Invalidation. In the frog stone boundary, as the body of the frog, it can be immune to all abilities, powers, magic, etc. that are attempted to be used on the frog. At the same time, it is also immune to all abilities, powers, magic, etc. that the frog can use on other people, becoming an ordinary frog. P.S. It does not work against physical attacks. After the 5-fold increase, no matter where it is, as long as it is the body of the frog, it can be immune to all abilities, powers, magic, etc. that are attempted to be used on the frog. It is not immune to itself. It also has the effect of invalidating physical attacks. Zhao Sun showed an expression that was difficult to describe. This ability. Well, how to say it? Fortunately, he got the special ability of Beast Transformation. Otherwise, nullification would be useless to him. After all, few people can turn themselves into frogs. Even if you can turn yourself into a frog like Wu Wei, after turning into a frog, Due to the characteristics of the frog, the attack power is really weak, and the defense ability is also average. Even if nullification can be used, as long as the enemy has sufficient defensive capabilities, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to the enemy. But Zhao Sun is different. He can use other offensive abilities in the frog state. For him, nullification is a good gain. Finally, after getting two, only, special abilities that are not suitable for him, he finally got an ability that can add icing on the cake. At the same time, this also proves that his hypnosis on frogs does not work, which is entirely due to the frog's nullification ability. Zhao Sun was in a good mood, and the speed of searching for stones increased a lot. After more than 40 minutes, the baboon in the distance waited overexcitedly. It stretched out its hand, and a quail egg-sized, green glowing stone lay quietly in its palm. Zhao Sun took the stone and looked at it carefully, and then put his hands together to block the moonlight and observed the light of the stone through his fingers. Then, he nodded. This is it. He couldn't tell gems and other things, but luminous stones were very common. The light sensation was different from those high-radiation fluorescent stones. He was sure that this was the stone he needed. Great! The baboon was very happy, and let out a howl that belonged to baboons. A group of birds in the distance were startled and flew out of the bushes. The baboon retracted its excited arms, and looked a little embarrassed. Zhao Sun was very calm. He neither blamed the baboon nor took all the primates back. As he walked towards the bushes where the birds left, he said to the 10 primates, "Let's go and catch fireflies." So, a group of primates left the stream in a mighty manner. Soon, Zhao Sun walked to the edge of the woods. Before he could take another step forward, several macaques rushed out of the woods and blocked Zhao Sun. The tallest macaque in the lead screamed several times. Fortunately, Zhao Sun held the primate blessing in his hand, and he could understand what the native macaque was saying without the translation of the primates behind him. "This is our territory. Outsiders are not allowed to enter," the macaque leader warned. "We need to take some things, and then leave." Zhao Sun negotiated in a good tone. "No," the macaque leader refused directly. "You didn't even ask what we want, and you refused?" the gorilla said dissatisfiedly. "No matter what you want, we won't give it to you." The macaque boss waved his hand and made a gesture to drive him away. "Go away, or don't blame us for being rude." Zhao Sun was not angry, but suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. "Do you know the frog prince over there?" He pointed behind him. "He is trapped in the barrier created by the frog stone." "Of course we know." The macaque boss raised his chin slightly. "It is because we know its existence that we can be sure that your coming here must not be a good thing. So you know very well that it is sealed here." Zhao Sun smiled. "And you also know what it needs to be unsealed." The macaque boss looked at Zhao Sun vigilantly. "You said so much. What do you want to do?" "Don't be nervous. I don't want to help him. I just have some questions to ask you," Zhao Sun asked without waiting for the macaque boss to express his opinion. "Do you know why the frog prince was sealed here? Why are you asking this?" The macaque boss was still vigilant and did not answer Zhao Sun's question. Zhao Sun didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he hypnotized the macaque boss. This time, the hypnotic effect was immediate, and the macaque boss's eyes immediately became hollow. Chapter 239. Do you understand what is written here? You must answer the questions I ask truthfully and in detail, and you cannot hide anything, Zhao Sun said, and repeated the previous question. Do you know why the frog prince was sealed here? It is said that it is too evil, and the magicians have been chasing it all the way, and the magicians have joined forces to seal it here. The macaque boss really gave the real answer immediately. After hearing the words of the macaque boss, the other macaque followers showed a surprised look. They didn't understand why the macaque boss, who had just refused to answer any questions, suddenly answered all questions. But the macaque boss was the tallest and strongest among them, and none of them dared to disobey or question the macaque boss. So after a brief surprise, they all chose to remain silent. Zhao Sun didn't care what these macaque followers were thinking. He continued to ask, Is the frog prince killing people everywhere? The macaque boss nodded. I think so. I heard that it killed many people. Then do you know what the frog prince's original identity is? Zhao Sun asked. I don't know. The macaque boss shook his head. I haven't heard the magician say it. Zhao Sun was not disappointed without getting a definite answer. He continued to ask, Are you asked by the magicians to guard here? We originally lived here, the macaque boss explained. But after the frog was sealed here, the magicians knew we were here, so they asked us to help guard it. Aren't you responsible for guarding the frog prince? Zhao Sun looked up and looked behind the macaque boss. You are responsible for guarding the fireflies. He didn't ask this sentence, but confirmed it. In the short conversation, he had seen 2 flashing fireflies flying slowly in the depths of the woods. At night, when the big trees blocked the moonlight, the light of the fireflies was very conspicuous. These macaques did not appear after he walked out of the frog barrier, but appeared when he was about to step into the woods. It goes without saying what they are guarding. Yes. The macaque boss nodded. The magicians know that there is a way to solve the seal. In order to prevent the frog prince from having the opportunity to lift the seal, we must protect the fireflies. The macaque followers behind it all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, as if they couldn't believe that it even said this directly. One of the macaque followers standing closest to the macaque boss quietly raised his hand and poked the macaque boss's back, trying to remind the macaque boss not to say anything more. But the macaque boss didn't react at all, let alone look back, and didn't even move his body. It seemed that all its thoughts were on Zhao Sun, just waiting for Zhao Sun to ask questions so that it could answer them as soon as possible. Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and asked, If I want to remove the seal of the Frog Prince, will the ceremony attract the attention of the magicians? Will they come to stop me? I don't know. The face of the macaque boss showed a little confusion. It has been more than 200 years. I don't know if the original magicians are still alive, let alone if they have descendants or if they have entrusted the affairs here to others. So, you are not the first group of monkeys to guard here. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. You are the descendants of the first group of macaques. That's right. The macaque boss nodded. You don't even know whether the magician will come to help you when you are in trouble. And you are willing to guard here all the time? The gorilla standing behind Zhao Sun couldn't help asking. Just guard here for generations? It escaped from the zoo. As a primate that wants to get rid of the fate of being watched by people, it can't understand these fellows who are willing to be trapped in a small world. We originally lived here. Without the magician's instructions, we would also survive here for generations. The macaque boss looked calm. It's just one more fixed thing to do. Besides, before you appeared, our lives have always been very ordinary. The gorilla was silent, while the macaque boss was talking to the gorilla. Zhao Sun was thinking, if the magician comes, it will be a trouble for him. Even if his current strength is not bad, he will suffer under the human wave tactics. If the magician takes the frog prince away in the chaos, or tries to destroy the altar, or uses other tricks to mess things up, if he fails to take care of a certain part in time, then this side quest will not be completed. The monkeys don't know whether the magicians will appear. If they don't appear at all, it will definitely be a good thing for him. But if they do appear, the best way is to minimize the possibility of attracting the magician's attention throughout the process. At present, taking the luminous stone from the stream and electrocuting the stream to make the stones fly into the grass will not cause any abnormal movement. This means that even if the magician may appear, it will definitely be in certain specific scenes or after certain events. Taking the items needed for unsealing may not cause any trouble. But the unsealing ceremony is most likely to attract the magician's attention. The second is to kill the animals responsible for guarding. He is not sure whether there is a contract between the macaques and the magician, and whether the death of the macaque will attract the magician's attention. Just in case, he has to keep these macaques alive. So, hypnosis is the best way. With a rough plan in mind, Zhao Sun asked another question. Will there be any bad consequences if the seal of the Frog Prince is lifted? For example, after it returns to its original state, it will raise this place to the ground. He didn't care whether the Frog Prince would destroy the world, but he had to spend 3 days here, and he had to confirm whether the Frog Prince would do anything that would affect his passing the game during these 3 days. In this way, he could prepare in advance and take some necessary measures. The macaque boss shook his head. I don't know. Didn't the magician mention a few words like your ancestors? Zhao Sun asked. The macaque boss shook his head again. I haven't heard of it. I only know that our duty is to protect those fireflies, and I don't know much else. Zhao Sun was not particularly disappointed by this. It is indeed a safer and more reliable choice not to tell all the secrets to the same person. It's normal for the macaques to not know everything. Perhaps they can find other guardian animals near the wintersweet tree and get other rewards. But at present, he still has to catch fireflies first. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked an unrelated question. Then do you know where the altar is? The macaque boss almost blurted out. In the cave. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. As he expected. Where exactly is it? Zhao Sun asked again. I don't know. This time, the macaque boss shook his head again. Zhao Sun thought about it and asked in a different way. Then do you know who knows the exact location of the altar? I don't know. The macaque boss continued to shake his head. After asking almost everything he could, Zhao Sun finally returned to the topic. Let me catch 10 fireflies, and I'll leave after I catch them. The macaque boss's face wrinkled a little. Obviously, this hypnotic instruction was extremely contrary to its original intention for it, and it struggled. So, Zhao Sun strengthened the control of mental power. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. And then the monkey boss's expression returned to calm. It began to give orders to the monkeys behind it. But such orders were difficult for all the monkey followers to understand. How could the boss, who had always insisted on abiding by the agreement with the magician and protecting the safety of the fireflies, suddenly change his mind? And they were there the whole time. And they didn't understand how the monkey boss was persuaded. No inducement. No coercion. With just one sentence from Zhao Sun, the monkey boss seemed to have changed into a monkey. Zhao Sun knew very well that on such a big issue, the monkey followers might not completely obey the monkey boss's words. So he selected a few monkey followers with obvious resistance intentions for hypnosis. After a lot of trouble, these monkeys finally settled down. Zhao Sun signaled to the 10 primates behind him. Go and catch them. Remember to catch them alive. Don't crush them to death. The 10 primates went into the woods one after another, and soon dispersed, jumping up and down to catch fireflies. Their movements were very agile and fast, and climbing the tree was as easy as going home. Some of them even cooperated with each other without any instruction. And soon they caught several fireflies. In this way, it took about half an hour to successfully catch 10 fireflies. Zhao Sun looked at the fireflies in the transparent glass bottle, put 2 flowers in it, so that they could eat nectar, and poked 2 air holes on the lid. In the presence of air, fireflies can live for 3 or 4 days without food or water. Not to mention that he had prepared some food. They should be able to live until the ceremony. Zhao Sun tried it, and found that neither the glass bottle nor the fireflies could be put into the storage compartment. Whether it was because the fireflies, a living creature, could not be put into the storage compartment, or because the game setting, ritual items, could not be put into the storage compartment. He could only hold it in his hand and move. The same was true for the luminous stone found before, which could not be put into the storage compartment and could only be stuffed into his pocket. In order to avoid breaking the glass bottle, Zhao Sun took out a clean towel, wrapped the glass bottle, and put it in his coat pocket. Then, he put the 10 primates back into the small millstone, and turned himself into a large bat and flew straight to the opposite side. The location of the wintersweet bushes is exactly opposite to the location of the fireflies, on the farthest diagonal line. Moreover, the wintersweet trees are above the mountainside, so it is much faster to fly over than to climb up. Zhao Sun quickly flew to the middle of the mountain and saw the wintersweet trees. But before he could get close, he was blocked by a large group of crows. Listening to the hoarse squeaking of the crows, Zhao Sun felt a little headache. The communication with the macaques was so smooth that he forgot the language barrier for a short time. He couldn't understand what the crows were saying at all. Although from the attitude of the crows, he knew that they were driving him away and not allowing him to get close to the wintersweet. But he couldn't communicate normally with the crows, and he couldn't get the answers he wanted from the crows for some more complicated questions. However, he could still try hypnosis. Simple questions can still be asked, even if he couldn't understand what the crows were saying. As long as they could understand what he was saying and then give an answer with their actions, the result would not matter. The bat's eyes lit up slightly, and the noisy crows instantly quieted down. Only the previous response remained in the valley, but it soon returned to calm. Given the vengeful personality of crows, if he missed one without hypnosis, it might cause him trouble. So he controlled all the crows. Do you know where the altar is? Zhao Sun first asked the question he was most concerned about. If you know, turn around in a circle. Soon, all the crows turned around in a circle. Take me there, Zhao Sun said immediately. Right away. Dewdrops can be collected at any time, but the altar must be seen first, regardless of whether there are other gains. At least you can understand the layout of the altar first, which is also helpful for subsequent plans. The crows turned around in unison and flew towards the cave. Wait! Zhao Sun suddenly called out to the crows. Only one can lead the way, and the rest will continue to guard the wintersweet here and protect its safety. Although he was the only player in this dream game, it did not mean that there were no other NPCs that might destroy the items needed for the ritual. It was not a good thing to let all the crows leave their posts without permission. and they had to rely on them to guard the winter suite. The crows immediately returned to their positions tacitly, leaving the largest crow flying in front of Zhao Sun. "Let's go!" Zhao Sun signaled the big crow. The big crow cried and flew quickly towards the cave entrance. Zhao Sun followed closely behind. The big crow flew very fast, and even after entering the cave, it still did not slow down. Fortunately, there were not many obstacles in the cave, and only when turning, it was necessary to control the angle and direction to avoid hitting the wall. The characteristic of bats is that they can sense obstacles in front in advance. He followed all the way, and he neither lost the big crow nor hit the stone wall. After flying for about 10 minutes, the big crow finally stopped. Zhao Sun landed beside the big crow and turned back into human form the moment he landed. This was indeed a road that Zhao Sun had never walked before. However, it was a dead end inside, which naturally formed a room. There was no door outside, so Zhao Sun and the big crow walked into the room easily. In the center of the room, there was a smooth stone slab for adults to lie on. The stone was engraved with complex patterns and incomprehensible words. On the top of the stone were 3 stone trays, and there was nothing in the trays. It looked like they were used to place the 3 items needed for the ceremony. Zhao Sun stared at the words on the stone slab for a long time, but he couldn't make out anything until he was dizzy. He asked the crow, "Do you understand what is written on it? Nod if you know." Chapter 240, I'll find another helper. The crow didn't move. Since it didn't nod, it meant that it couldn't understand the words on the stone slab. Zhao Sun thought for a while and said to the crow, "Wait here. I'll find another helper." The crow stood on one of the stone trays honestly and looked at Zhao Sun motionlessly. Zhao Sun turned into a bat and flew out quickly. Soon, he flew to the forest where the fireflies were and called out the macaque boss. He was too lazy to explain and didn't want to talk nonsense. So he hypnotized the macaque boss and asked him to follow him. In order to avoid being discovered by the frog prince, he took the macaque boss around the edge of the barrier until he reached the entrance of the cave and quickly got in. Although the macaque boss couldn't fly, his running speed was not slow. It took half an hour for Zhao Sun to take the macaque boss back to the altar. The crow was still standing on the stone tray motionless as when he left. It didn't call out until Zhao Sun appeared. It seemed to say, "I've been waiting for you here." Zhao Sun pointed at the words on the stone slab and asked the macaque boss, "Can you understand it?" He couldn't be sure that the macaque boss could understand these words, but he had to try. Besides, this was in a game, not in reality. In reality, it might be impossible to decipher these obscure words. But in a game, most of the clues that exist can be used. These words are obviously one of the clues. Even if he can't understand them, there are probably NPCs who can understand them. The macaque boss came over and clearly saw the densely packed words on the stone slab with the help of Zhao Sun's strong flashlight. But it didn't make a sound for a while. Zhao Sun had already understood. "You can understand it." It was an affirmative tone. If you can't understand it, you can give the answer with just one glance. It is because you can understand it that you need to read the content carefully and spend so much time. The macaque boss nodded, with a tone of surprise. "I didn't expect it to be like this." "Don't keep me in suspense," Zhao Sun urged. "Repeat the content." The macaque boss obediently said the content on the stone slab one sentence at a time. It turned out that the stone slab was about the frog prince. The frog prince was also a magician, because he used black magic and harmed living beings. He was despised by the magic world. Later, the frog prince used forbidden magic to extend his life and killed many magician families. That's why he was besieged by many magicians. Although the frog prince failed to successfully make himself immortal, his lifespan was indeed extended a lot. And under the circumstances at the time, no other magician had the strength to kill him. So the magicians could only work together to seal him up. This seal will not be automatically lifted until the frog prince's life is exhausted. But if a sacrificial ceremony is used before that, the seal can also be lifted. The frog prince is evil by nature. Once the seal is lifted, he will definitely retaliate against the world. With his twisted heart, he will first kill all the creatures in this valley. Anyone who removes the seal for him should never expect any thanks, let alone try to get something in return. It's good luck to escape from the frog prince. After listening to all the content, Zhao Sun immediately made a decision in his heart. He wanted to kill the frog prince. After the seal was lifted, kill the frog prince immediately. He had to do the side quest. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass this round of the game. But after the seal was lifted, the frog prince would probably kill him, saying, It's good luck to escape. Which to him was equivalent to, kill you first to vent my anger. Then he must not give the Frog Prince any breathing space. And he must strike first. At the moment of lifting the seal. The moment the mission was announced. He must let the Frog Prince die. Almost the next second after this thought came up, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Hidden mission. Kill the Frog Prince. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Very good. This coincided with his idea. In this way, he can plan the next action according to his wishes. And complete 2 tasks. Get more points and survival time. Perfect. The biggest problem at present is that he still doesn't know the weakness of the Frog Prince. Nor does he know what series of magic the Frog Prince uses. Only by understanding these can he plan how to kill the Frog Prince in a targeted manner. After all, it is not an easy thing to kill the Frog Prince at the moment when the side quest is completed. Being able to become the public enemy of all magicians. But not being killed. But only being sealed. Proves that the strength of the Frog Prince should not be underestimated. He cannot be underestimated and must be dealt with well. Although he had swallowed the glass jar of the Frog Prince before, it seemed that the Frog Prince only had the ability of invalidation. But he speculated that this might have something to do with the existence of the seal. According to the detailed description of the ability, after invalidation, the Frog Prince is just an ordinary frog. So what he swallowed should only be the ability of the frog after being sealed. But the Frog Prince is a magician. It is impossible for him to have only the ability of invalidation. He should know many magics. Either elemental magic, or systematic magic like Harry Potter. In short, there will never be only one invalidation. Once the seal is lifted, the Frog Prince will regain his strength. If you don't know his ability information in advance, you will be more passive. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked the macaque boss, "Do you know what type of magic the Frog Prince uses?" The macaque boss quickly responded, "It should be fire magic." "Are you so sure?" Zhao Sun asked. "Is this information passed down by your ancestors?" "Yes." The macaque boss nodded. "It is said that the entire valley was burned clean that year. My ancestors narrowly escaped. Otherwise they would have been burned to a mummy." "Did the entire valley catch fire instantly?" Zhao Sun asked. "Or did it spread gradually?" The macaque boss said with certainty. 2/3 of the valley caught fire in an instant, and the rest spread gradually. At the end, it took the initiative to add, "If it weren't for this, my ancestors wouldn't have been able to escape that year." Its ancestors happened to be in the 1/3 of the area that didn't catch fire instantly, so they had a chance to escape. Zhao Sun nodded in understanding, and then asked, "Are you sure that the fire was caused by the Frog Prince, and not by other magicians?" "I am sure." The macaque boss nodded vigorously. "I heard from my ancestors that he suddenly appeared here, and then the fire started. After the fire spread to the entire valley, other magicians rushed over. So that's how it is." Zhao Sun was relieved. It seems that the magicians set in this game use elemental magic. Since the Frog Prince is a fire magician, he can try to use water power. After all, his water power can even extinguish the Samadhi true fire, which is enough to restrain all the fire in the world. Although the Frog Prince is a leader in the magic world, he may not be so powerful as to defy the heavens. Just like a person who scored 80 points standing together with a group of people who scored 30 points. He naturally feels like a crane standing out from the crowd. But 80 points is still a distance away from 100 points. Of course, he will not underestimate the enemy because of this. After all, the information that the macaque boss knows is not what he saw with his own eyes, but what was passed down from generation to generation. So it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no deviation. In fact, even if you saw it with your own eyes, sometimes when you recall it and describe it again, there may be omissions and deviations. Not to mention that it has been more than 200 years. The words of the macaque boss can only be used as a reference, not as a standard answer. In addition, the macaque boss's ancestors saw the Frog Prince use fire magic, which does not mean that the Frog Prince only knows fire magic. Maybe he also knows some other elemental magic, but didn't have the opportunity to use it at that time. However, it is probably difficult to know this before the unblocking. Zhao Sun looked at the macaque boss and asked, "Do you think the Frog Prince can use other magic besides fire magic?" The macaque boss showed a blank expression. "My ancestors have passed down that he can use fire magic, and I haven't heard of anything else." Zhao Sun said, and turned to look at the crow. "What do you think? Does the Frog Prince know other magic? If so, nod your head." The crow blinked and didn't move. There was obvious confusion in its bird eyes. Obviously, the crow didn't know whether the frog prince knew other magic. Zhao Sun didn't expect the crow to give a clear answer. He just asked just in case. He was not disappointed with the crow's reaction. Zhao Sun walked around the stone chamber, trying to see if there were any clues that he had missed. But it was obvious that this stone chamber was empty except for the altar. He tried to knock on the stone wall to see if there was a hidden compartment. The result was nothing. The macaque boss and the crow did not move, just standing there watching Zhao Sun groping around. When Zhao Sun returned to the stone slab, the macaque boss and the crow were still staring at him. Zhao Sun looked at the crow. "Do you know if there are secret compartments in this stone chamber? Nod if you do. Shake your head if you don't." After thinking for a while, he changed his words to make it easier for the crow to understand. "It's just some hidden spaces that can be used to hide things." The crow tilted its head, as if it understood what Zhao Sun said. Finally, it shook. "Why don't you ask me?" The macaque boss couldn't help but speak. It was not completely hypnotized, but was given the instruction. All questions must be answered truthfully. So, when Zhao Sun didn't ask questions, it was still its normal appearance and had normal thinking ability. But once it was involved in things related to the instructions, the brain would crash. Zhao Sun glanced at the macaque boss. "You don't even know where the altar is. How can you know if there is a secret compartment here?" The macaque boss scratched his head awkwardly. Hee. Maybe I heard it from somewhere?" Zhao Sun chuckled. "If you knew there was a secret compartment here, you should have reacted when I was knocking around." Even if the macaque boss would not take the initiative to reveal information to him, at least he would know what he was doing, and his expression would not be so stupid. He looked at the macaque boss's expression and knew that he definitely didn't know if there was a secret compartment here. The macaque boss scratched his neck with his foot again. "Okay, you are right." It jumped onto the stone slab. "But it looks so empty here. There doesn't seem to be a secret compartment. Why do you have to find a secret compartment?" "I don't have to find a secret compartment. I just want to make sure to avoid missing clues," Zhao Sun explained casually. While speaking, he was carefully looking at the stone slab in front of him. Since no secret compartments were found anywhere else, there were only this stone slab and these 3 stone trays left. If there were no secret compartments here, then there would be no other clues in this stone room. He reached out and groped over the words engraved on the stone slab, pressing it from time to time to see if there were any small mechanisms. The macaque boss was a little curious, and followed suit and pressed everywhere. As a result, it really caught a dead mouse. It pressed casually on a leaf totem on the edge of the stone slab, and really pressed the leaf down. It was startled and subconsciously looked up at Zhao Sun. Did I find the secret compartment?" Zhao Sun did not answer, but retreated outside the stone chamber. Then he said to the macaque boss, "Try to let go." The macaque boss did not doubt him, and immediately let go. There was no scene of hidden weapons flying around, nor did the magic circle light up and crash the macaque boss to ashes. Instead, the stone slab vibrated slightly, making a subtle click sound. The macaque boss hurried down from the stone slab. The next second, the heavy stone slab split into 2 halves from the cross section and opened like a SHL. After confirming that it was not a trap, Zhao Sun walked back into the stone chamber. He clearly saw that there was a scroll inside the SHL. After approaching, he saw a piece of paper with a pattern similar to the magic circle pasted in the center of the scroll. Based on his many years of experience, he was sure that he needed to tear off the paper to open the scroll. This magic circle should be a seal. "Take it out and let me see it," Zhao Sun ordered the macaque boss. The macaque boss obediently reached out to take the scroll. There was no SHL that caught his arm, nor was there any scroll attack. Just like that, the macaque boss took out the scroll very smoothly. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Being able to do it so smoothly actually means that the seal on the scroll is not easy to unlock. "What do you feel when you hold the scroll?" Zhao Sun asked the macaque boss. The macaque boss shook his head. "No feeling. Then try to see if you can tear off the sticker on the scroll." Zhao Sun pointed to the paper with the magic circle drawn on it. The macaque boss obediently raised his hand to tear the paper. As soon as his fingers touched the edge of the paper, his face changed. But he still followed Zhao Sun's instructions and tried to tear off a corner of the paper. But he persisted for about 2 seconds, then quickly pulled his hand back, holding his head with one hand, and his facial muscles twitched in pain.